Vhumad God Chapter 5478 to Chapter 5560. You guys can't do it, but I can. Lin Xian's voice rang out, causing an uproar among the Emperor race people. What was going on? Lin Wudi, don't talk nonsense. Fire Qilin gritted his teeth and the others frowned. You have a way? Mansion Master Z snorted coldly. Lin Xian said. I have a way. We all have extreme weapons in our hands. One extreme weapon might not be enough. However, with so many weapons together, we can definitely build an extreme realm. Then, we can suppress the power of laws inside and suppress his cultivation to the great sage level. This way, he wouldn't be undefeatable. As soon as these words were said, the hearts of the other Emperor race people jumped wildly. Would they also build an extreme realm? To be honest, it was a bold idea. They had seen an extreme realm before and it was built with extreme weapons. Of course, they knew that it was definitely the work of an emperor back then. None of them were emperors now. They were all sacred lords. However, they had extreme weapons in their hands. If it was just temporarily building a spatial domain, it was still fine. Kuanpingzi nodded. Let's do it. I agree too. The Gu family also stood out. Next, all the Emperor race people agreed. This was a good opportunity. Buzz. An extreme weapon flew out. Lin Xian sighed and the Divine Union's people sent out the desolate tower together. Lin Xian had 3 extreme weapons, but he didn't use all of them. He wanted to preserve his strength. This was also the reason why he joined forces with these Emperor race people. With the strength that the Divine Union had, they definitely wouldn't be able to reach the end. They needed the help of these Emperor race people. Between heaven and earth, extreme aura filled the air, forming an extreme realm that descended. It enveloped the sub-emperor. The 7th dragon general roared as the spear in his hand danced. It was enough to pierce the sky. However, this was an extreme weapon after all. It was too powerful and he was gradually being suppressed. Damn it, the dragon race people's expressions turned ugly. Long Mu roared angrily, how dare you? Hurry up and activate your extreme weapons. They unleashed their extreme weapons with all their might to block the attack. However, there were too many extreme weapons in the sky and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty couldn't do anything. Lord Dragon General, please receive the extreme weapons. These people quickly used the 10,000 Dragon picture to block. Long Jiang raised his head and roared. He pointed his spear and caught the 10,000 dragons picture. Then, the 10,000 dragon spike exploded with boundless power, fighting against the space in the sky. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Next, they began to suppress each other. Sure enough, the 7th dragon general was gradually being suppressed under the combined efforts of everyone. The laws on his body were suppressed, and his aura dropped. However, he was still a quasi-emperor. This made everyone despair. What to do? Even an apex weapon couldn't completely suppress him. From the looks of it, we can trap them, but we can't leave. These people were anxious. What Lin Wudi imagined did not happen. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He naturally knew that the power of an extreme-grade weapon alone might not be enough to completely suppress the Dragon King. After all, the other party was a dragon general, a quasi-emperor. This was also an important place for the dragon clan. However, he still had one more treasure that he had not used, and that was the sword world. Lin Xian would not completely open the sword world and display it in front of these people. However, he would release the aura of the sword world, causing the power of the sword world to surge into the extreme Dao space. This way, it was equivalent to him making a world projection. He believed that with the mysterious power of the sword world, he could definitely suppress the other party and make them fall below the quasi-emperor level. Following that, a black vortex appeared on Lin Xian's body, covering everything. No one saw him activate the sword world, so they all thought that Lin Xian had used the heaven-swallowing jar again. The power of the sword world surged out and poured into the extreme Dao space in front of him. The extreme Dao space shook for a moment, and then became incomparably mysterious. The illusion of a dreamy world seemed to appear, and Lin Xian directly rushed in. It stood there, facing the tall and godlike 7th dragon general. He was still not afraid. Suppress me. His angry roar was like a clap of thunder. Useless Lin Wudi, a quasi-emperor is not someone you can challenge. Long Mu snorted coldly. The seventh dragon general roared crazily. However, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm, right? But here, I am the ruler of heaven and earth. Listen to my orders, suppress. The laws on the seventh dragon general's body were gradually suppressed, and he fell below the quasi-emperor level. Sensing this scene, everyone was overjoyed. He did it, Lin Wudi really did it. The people of the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court went crazy. Impossible. This was absolutely impossible. Long Mu also shook his head crazily. How could the quasi-emperor realm fall? Even if it was suppressed by an extreme Dao weapon, it was still impossible. How did this kid do it? As expected of the power of the sword world, just a world projection was already so terrifying. Lin Xian also knew that this was all thanks to the emperor race's extreme Dao weapons. Otherwise, even if he placed this quasi-emperor into the sword world, it would be very difficult to completely defeat him. A true quasi-emperor was too strong. Lin Xian had a quasi-emperor corpse, so he knew how terrifying a quasi-emperor's power was. That was an existence that had condensed an immortal chi seed or a divine fire seed. But now, Lin Xian had the confidence to fight against the other party. In a battle of the same level, he had never been afraid of anyone. However, Lin Xian was now a Saint Lord, and this dragon general was only suppressed to the sacred ancestor realm. No one could suppress it anymore. No, Lin Wudi couldn't suppress it to the Saint Lord realm. We don't have much strength. We still have to leave some to protect ourselves. Kuan Pengzi shouted. Lin Xian nodded. Although the sacred ancestor was a realm higher than him, he could still contend against him. He said that it was enough. You guys maintain this space, I will defeat him. A cold light burst out from his eyes. A quasi-emperor whose realm was suppressed was also the seventh dragon general, the dragon emperor's most capable assistant. He also wanted to see how terrifying such a person was. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight with such a person. Lin Xian didn't want to miss it. Was Lin Wudi going to make a move? Countless people exclaimed. But thinking about it, Lin Wudi's battle strength was too strong. The Thunder Dragon of the first hall and the Heavenly Battle Dragon of the second hall. The Mirage Dragon and the God-slaying Saber were both broken by him. Therefore, facing the seventh Dragon General now, he would probably have to make a move. Everyone watched the battle nervously. The seventh Dragon General lowered his head, looked at Lin Xian, and said coldly. Aunt, do you think that you can contend against me just because you've suppressed my laws? Naive. Today, I will let you know. I have the power of the dragon race. As he spoke, his body slowly shrank, and he turned into a normal person. In the next moment, a spear pierced over. It lit up the world, turning into an eternal light. Everyone was shocked. Even if the seventh dragon general was suppressed, the power he displayed was far beyond theirs. It was not something a sacred ancestor could resist. The seventh dragon general was enraged. As the dragon emperor's subordinate, he only admired the dragon emperor and treated everyone else like ants. Now, a mere great sage dared to challenge him? He couldn't take it. The spear pierced over, turning into a ray of light that made countless people feel despair. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had to admit that the seventh dragon general was too strong. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he was still invincible. Demonic aura surged from his body as he took out the great destruction spear and threw it out. The black spear seemed to have turned into black lightning with monstrous power. The collision between the two was earth-shattering. Immediately, cracks appeared in the extreme path space, shocking everyone. This was a space condensed by the aura of the extreme Dao. If a crack could appear, one could imagine how terrifying the power of the two was. After one blow, the two were evenly matched and faced each other again. The people of the Divine Union cheered. Great, Boss Lin was invincible. The seventh dragon general was no match for Boss Lin if he wasn't a boundary emperor. Let's see how our Boss Lin will torture him, these people cheered excitedly. On the other side, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court gritted their teeth. Could Lin Wudi block it? That was impossible. Long Mu said. Don't worry, the strength of the seventh dragon general was beyond his imagination. Just wait, Lin Wudi would regret it. He knew that a boundary emperor was an existence that surpassed the sage realm and had a power that sages didn't have. That power was what he had been pursuing, but he could only feel it. But he couldn't condense it. The seventh dragon general had definitely condensed it. Although the laws were suppressed, the power was still there. How could Lin Wude block it? Therefore, he was extremely confident. This was just the beginning. In front, the two stopped after one blow and attacked again. The dragon spear of the seventh dragon general struck out continuously, forming a series of spear gleams that connected together like countless waves. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Every blow could easily kill a divine ancestor. Lin Xian roared as the great destruction spear danced. He used the demon emperor mystique, demon god light. The sky was filled with black light that pierced through the 9 heavens. At the same time, he used the demon god seal and demon god finger. Demon overture. All kinds of monarch skills emerged one after another. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Fortunately, there was a space constructed by an extreme weapon. Otherwise, the surrounding people would have long been torn to pieces by this power. Amidst the boundless light, Lin Xian suddenly roared. The heavenly Tao of Samsara. After using Rinnegan last time, Lin Xian has already closed his Rinnegan. With the rapid recovery, he gained a lot of power, so the Rinnegan was restored again. It could be activated now. A giant hand appeared in the sky and pressed down from the sky. It was like the hand of a god, and it slammed down on the head of the seventh dragon general. The seventh dragon general's soul shook. In the next moment, he roared at the sky. Scram, the dragon roared and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. It collided with the hand of the heavens. The battle between the two was extremely shocking. After blocking Lin Xian's soul attack, the seventh dragon general's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Dragon in the sky, suddenly, a spear thrust out. It was as if it had turned into a flying dragon, soaring between the heaven and earth. This spear was too terrifying. It could be said to be a fatal blow. The moment Long Mu caught sight of this, he broke out into a smile. That kid would definitely not be able to block this attack. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This spear had pierced through his demonic energy. It attacked him. It hit his body, and there was a deafening sound. He was forced back. His blood was in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. There were cracks spreading on his body. Lin Wude was injured. The people of the Kuanping race exclaimed. The others gasped. They knew how strong Lin Wude was, but now he was injured. Was this a quasi-emperor? Even if he was suppressed, he was undefeatable. Humph, Aunt, you are not my match. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, you are not a match for me. Kneel down and accept your death. The dragon general stood in the sky like a god. Lin Xian frowned. He looked at his injured body. He also took a deep breath. What a terrifying spear technique. As expected of a quasi-emperor, he was far stronger than the other double champions. His divine body shook, and his powerful physique quickly healed his injuries. In the next moment, the flames on his body soared into the sky as if he had turned into a sun god. Powerful. I have to say, a quasi-emperor is indeed beyond my imagination. But do you think that this attack can defeat me? You are too naive. I don't know if you are a human or a puppet now, but you have been asleep for too long. Don't you understand how the world has changed? The world now belongs to us young people. You are old. Let me tell you what the strongest prodigy of this era is like. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. He put away the great destruction and took out the hell sword. The sword chi on his body was monstrous. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless sword god, unparalleled. What a terrifying sword chi. Feeling this power, everyone was shocked. Lin Wude's power was even more terrifying than before. It seemed that he was also angry. The sword maestro also sucked in a cold breath. He was an expert of the sword Dao, and his sword technique was unparalleled. But now, in front of Lin Xian, he actually felt a sense of defeat. This young junior sword Dao aura had already surpassed his. It even made him feel terrified. The sword Dao great emperor of the past was just like this when he was young. She sighed. How did the Purple Mansion provoke such an enemy? She was worried for the Purple Mansion. The Purple Mansion Lord's expression was also ugly. He snorted coldly. Just wait, the Triple Crown Champion will come out soon. At that time, who cares who you are? You will be killed all the same. The 7th Dragon General's mocking and disdainful expression disappeared, replaced by a hint of seriousness. The aura on Lin Xian's body moved him. Are you the #1 genius of this era? He said in a deep voice. Such a person had the qualifications of a great emperor. He had a high chance of becoming a new great emperor. Lin Xian said. The universe is vast and there are countless living beings. I don't know if I am the #1. But I can tell you that since I started fighting, I have never tasted defeat. I have been going all the way, and I am still invincible. I have never been defeated. Everyone was shocked. This was an invincible legend. The Dragon General's expression was also solemn. His pupils constricted slightly. An invincible existence. Who in the world dares to call themselves invincible? You are too arrogant. Even if you are the #1 in the universe, it is impossible that you have never been defeated. Even great emperors have been defeated, let alone you. His nerves were incomparably cold. He knew that the Dragon Emperor, who he followed in the past, seemed to have been forced back by someone. And it was by a mysterious person. One had to know that the Dragon Emperor, who swept through the heavens and suppressed the universe, had suffered a loss back then. How dare this young man in front of him say that he is invincible? What an arrogant brat. Let me see how strong you are, invincible realm. As he spoke, he waved his hand and launched another dragon in the sky. Wherever the long spear went, everything was destroyed. Previously, it was this move that had injured Lin Xian. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it this time? If he couldn't, his injuries would be even more serious. Defeat was only a matter of time. Lin Xian's expression was also extremely solemn. He attacked with the long sword in his hand and slashed forward. Sun Sword. Boundless flames condensed in his hand. This sword formed a flaming sword chi and slashed forward. The long sword swept across. It was as if thousands of suns had descended into the world together. They shone in all directions. This was also a sword technique that Lin Xian had created himself. The sword chi was terrifying and spread in all directions. In the sky, a flying dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it charged towards Lin Xian. However, it was shrouded by endless suns halfway. The light of the suns fell and crushed the flying dragon. The flying dragon roared and fought against it. The two phantoms fought between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth anomaly shocked the people around the map. Then, the flying dragon was shrouded by the sun and disappeared. He blocked it, countless people exclaimed. Lin Wudi's sword technique was really too powerful. He could even block a flying dragon in the sky. The 7th Dragon General snorted. Terrifying flames? His long spear danced again. The spear was like a dragon, and the illusion of the sea appeared around him. Monstrous seawater swept over. True dragon out of the water. The nether water dragon collided with the flames. The two forces were completely opposite. They fought together. The suns in the sky were extinguished. The monstrous seawater swept over. Was it broken? As expected of the 7th Dragon General. His methods were indeed powerful. He could even break Lin Wudi's sword technique. Not good, Brother Xian is in danger. Morong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed. This Dragon General was too terrifying. Although he was suppressing the laws now, he was still a quasi-emperor. He must have swept through everything back then and successfully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Such a person was extremely terrifying. They were all worried for Lin Xian. In the face of this shocking attack, Lin Xian was incomparably calm. Another sword. 9 suns opened the sky. 9 suns bloomed and formed a sword. The sword slashed down, splitting heaven and earth. The entire sea was split in half. True dragon out of the water was also broken. So powerful. Lin Wudi turned around and attacked again. The sea is boundless, and the dragon soars to the 9 heavens. The 7th Quasi-Emperor brandished his spear again. This time, it was not a true dragon. Instead, dozens of true dragons went out to sea together. The power of the sea was much stronger than before. He killed Jiu Yang once again. Then the sun was extinguished. Countless people were shocked. The two of them were truly too powerful. Back and forth, they were evenly matched. This time, how was Lin Xian going to defend himself? Lin Xian snorted coldly. How could the sea compare to the starry sky? Let me tell you what true immeasurable is. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. A sky full of stars appeared behind him. There was a huge amount of starlight revolving around him, as if the universe had descended. The 9 stars linked together, piercing through with a single sword strike. The terrifying sword chi connected the 9 stars together and flew forward like a meteor that could destroy the world. Boom! Boom! Those giant dragons galloping in the 9 heavens were struck by these meteors and fell from the sky, falling into the sea, blood staining the 9 heavens. This sword technique was too powerful. Everyone was shocked. To be able to fight with a quasi-emperor and have such an exciting battle. Perhaps only Lin Wudi could do it. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward and said loudly. 7th Dragon General, what other tricks do you have? Show them all. The 7th Dragon General's face became incomparably cold. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. To be able to block several of his ultimate techniques in succession. Damn it, if not for this extreme space, he would have killed the other party long ago. He snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. With a roar, he strode over. Every step he took caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian also raised his sword and charged over. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Every move carried supreme power. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The two of them were really in a fierce battle. This Lin Wudi had a high chance of becoming a quasi-emperor in the future. Those from the emperor race were also discussing. The talent that Lin Xian displayed was really too strong. They were also frowning. The appearance of a quasi-emperor was enough to change everything. Moreover, the other party had a high chance of becoming a quasi-emperor. This was the situation that they were worried about. Boom boom boom. Another intense collision. Both parties retreated, and an endless black hole formed behind them. The 7th Dragon General roared, and his long spear danced continuously. Heaven and earth, listen to my command. Supreme Dragon Chi, condense. He roared furiously, and boundless dragon chi quickly circled around him. Then, it formed one after another dragon shadow. Those dragon shadows roared into the sky, and each one was different. With the 7th Dragon General as the center, they spread in all directions. Buzz. An extremely terrifying light erupted from the 7th Dragon General's body. His entire body seemed to have become one with his spear, and he turned into an aurora and slashed over. At this moment, nothing could stop him. Lin Xian also frowned. He snorted coldly, and transformed into a dragon. Baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, he also slapped over. Clang! Lin Xian's dragon claw slapped on the long spear, and an earth-shattering sound rang out. At the same time, the surrounding dragon shadows rushed onto his body, setting off endless flames. Lin Xian's blood boiled, but an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The overture of demons turned into a divine sword. A terrifying sound rang out, and one after another, the sword slashed out. It rushed out from his body, and slashed in all directions. The surrounding spirit dragons were pierced through and shattered into pieces. Not only that, the sword on Lin Xian's body became more and more terrifying. The dragon claw swung again, and the long spear shook continuously. The 7th Divine General's body also trembled, and he seemed to be injured. He was sent flying. Another attack. Lin Xian swept his dragon tail, and finally sent the 7th Divine General flying. Slash! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian roared, and he unleashed the firmament battle map, and it fell forward. The firmament battle map seemed to have turned into a sky, and it shone brightly. Everywhere it passed, it could suppress everything. Oh no, the surrounding people exclaimed. Is the 7th dragon going to be defeated? Damn it, why did it turn out like this? This was a true quasi-emperor. Even the people from the 1000 Dragon Court felt their scalps go numb. The seventh dragon general felt the power of the firmament battle map, and his face also darkened. He knew how terrifying this thing was, so he didn't resist it. His body swayed, and he dodged like a dragon, but he was still a step too late. The firmament battle map was very fast, and it enveloped him. He didn't escape. He was knocked back, his aura churning, his body swaying, and the light on his body dimmed a lot. Oh no, he was hit. It's over, the seventh dragon general is going to be sealed. The people from the dragon race were pale, but the people from the other emperor races were excited. Great, as expected of Lin Wude, he is indeed strong. Next, we can continue to move forward and head to the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. These people were all happy, and even Morong Qingqing and the others were smiling. However, on the other side, Long Mu snorted coldly. Stupid, you have completely angered the Dragon General. Lin Wude, wait for your death. He knew that the Dragon General had not used his main power yet. That was the power of a boundary emperor. The heavens battle map enveloped the opponent like a sky. The seventh dragon general was unable to move at all. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had won and cheered happily. The seventh dragon general frowned as he felt the power of the heavens battle map. He snorted. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong to be able to take out such a battle map. I seem to have seen it when I was following the Dragon Emperor. It should be related to the heavenly book. Your luck is really good. Unfortunately, do you really think you can seal me away with the battle map? If you were a boundary emperor, you might have succeeded. Unfortunately, you are not. You aren't, you are just a puny saint. You might have a treasure, but you can't contend against me. Let me tell you. A boundary emperor is an existence that is above the sage realm. It is a power that surpasses the sage realm. You won't understand my power. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people's faces changed. What's going on? Could it be that he hasn't lost yet? Impossible, he is in the extreme path space. These people couldn't understand. Only Long Mu was excited. He knew that the show was about to begin. The seventh dragon general snorted as an aura appeared between his eyebrows. The aura wasn't strong and was even very vague. However, the moment it appeared, it caused the sky to collapse. Everyone felt a pressure. Even though they were separated by the aura of the extreme Tao, they could still feel that the pressure was like a mountain toppling and sea overturning. The surrounding sacred race people felt their blood boiling. Some of them even spat out blood. Damn it. What is this? It's too terrifying. Is it the dragon chi? How could it be so terrifying? The people from the remote ancient families were shocked. The people from the Divine Union were also horrified. They hadn't expected the situation to change. However, the people from the imperial clans all frowned deeply. They sighed. The seventh dragon general was a subordinate of the Dragon Emperor. After so many years, this power still existed. It was unbelievable. These emperor races had produced great emperors and even boundary emperors before. Naturally, they knew what kind of power this was. However, they hadn't expected the other party to be able to use it. The heavens battle map shook violently. The seventh dragon general was hit by the aura and was instantly sent flying. The light on it dimmed significantly. Kid, did you see that? Your strongest magic treasure couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. What are you going to use to fight me? Today, I'll send you to hell. At this moment, the aura of the seventh dragon general turned extremely horrifying. It was as if he had transformed into a lofty and ancient existence. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were shocked. At the same time, they were confused as to what was going on. Long Mu knew that it was the immortal Qi seed. This was the biggest difference between a quasi-emperor and a saint. A quasi-emperor condensed the immortal Qi seed. This was a transcendent power that surpassed everything. Lin Wude couldn't block it at all. And, everything is over. The seventh dragon general extended a finger and pointed forward. This finger was even more terrifying than the dragon spear from before. It was as if it had become the only thing in the world. It enveloped Lin Xian. The expressions of the Divine Union members changed drastically. Morong Qingqing and the others also cried out in alarm. Brother Xian, quickly retreat. We will use our extreme weapons to fight against him. However, it was already too late. This finger enveloped Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian crumbled and cracked. Those extreme Dao auras also began to shake violently. Lin Xian roared. The demonic aura on his body surged and covered the 9 heavens, forming a demonic world. It enveloped everything. Everyone couldn't see it. However, Long Mu snorted coldly. There was no need to look. Nothing would go wrong. Under this finger, Lin Wudi would die without a doubt. The surrounding demonic aura surged. The 7th Dragon General snorted coldly. Was this the Demon Emperor's ability? It was useless. The difference between us isn't something you can withstand. His finger continued to descend mercilessly, coming to the top of Lin Xian's head. If he exerted a little force, the young man in front of him would turn into ashes. However, in the next instant, Lin Xian reached out with his palm and grabbed at the 7th Dragon General. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Stupid thing, the 7th Divine General sneered. His finger suddenly sped up. With a boom, it collided with Lin Xian's palm. The difference in strength was enough to destroy everything. An earth-shattering sound was heard, spreading in all directions. It was really too strong. The people outside exclaimed in shock. Long Mu sneered. Alright, it's over. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. No, they couldn't believe that Lin Xian would die like this. In the demonic aura, the smile on the 7th Divine General's face disappeared and was replaced by shock. His eyes twitched fiercely. This was because he had seen the most unbelievable thing. You didn't die, he roared in horror. His voice became hoarse. How could this be? He had used the immortal energy seed. Any sage who came into contact with this power would die without a doubt. How could this kid in front of him still be alive? More importantly, Lin Xian had blocked his attack with his bare hands. What kind of joke was this? Could it be that his immortal energy seed was also suppressed? Ha ha. Lin Xian's laughter rang out. Who do you think you are? You are a boundary emperor. Do you think you are superior? You are the Dragon Emperor's assistant. Do you think you can ignore everything? Do you really think I am an ant? Do you think I am at your mercy? What a pity. You can't do anything to me. So what if you have an immortal energy seed? You are just SOSO. You actually know about the immortal energy seed? The 7th Divine General was even more shocked. Not many people in the Emperor clan knew about this thing. Only those who were close to breaking through would know about it. This was a supreme secret. The young man in front of him, a mere sage, actually knew about the immortal energy seed. This was too unbelievable. He snorted coldly and his face darkened. However, a moment later, he exclaimed again. He realized that Lin Xian, who was in front of him, had raised his head. There was a ball of flame dancing between his eyebrows. Although the flame was very small and blurry, the power it emitted was extremely terrifying. It was very similar to his immortal energy seed. They both had supreme and mysterious power. He was too shocked. Divine Flame Seed. You actually have a Divine Flame Seed. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. How could a mere sage have a Divine Flame Seed? He knew that even someone like Long Mu, who had stepped into the sage stage in one step, hadn't condensed one. It was simply impossible for a mere sage to have one. There was still a long way to go. This had completely exceeded his understanding. Lin Xian sneered. There are many things in this world that you don't understand. Do you think you can strut around just because you have the immortal energy seed? Unfortunately, you can't do that in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, power erupted from his palm. The power of the Divine Flame Seed swept out and blasted the other party's finger away. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the surrounding demonic chi became even more terrifying. He said, "Come, let's have a true battle between immortals. Let's see if your immortal energy seed is more powerful or if my Divine Flame Seed is more powerful." It was a battle between the immortal chi seed and the Divine Fire Seed. The people outside couldn't see it. However, the 7th Dragon General's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't expect the other party to have the Divine Fire Seed. This was a power that only a boundary emperor had. The other party actually had it in advance, which was really beyond his expectations. The 7th Dragon General said in a deep voice, "You really have a secret." Although I don't know how you got the divine fire seed, you can't beat me. Your divine flame seed is too weak, while my immortal chi seed can completely kill you. He stepped out step by step, and the entire world was shaking. The immortal chi seed between his eyebrows emitted a terrifying aura. A monstrous pressure, like a mountain, covered the sky and the earth as it charged forward. This aura was too terrifying. Many of the people outside were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, and Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He shouted coldly, and the flame between his eyebrows jumped. It was like a god walking between heaven and earth. Every step it took caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, shattering that terrifying aura. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's voice was cold. My divine fire seed is not as strong as yours. However, he had always been growing. Therefore, you will pay the price for underestimating me. Moreover, let me see how much power you can unleash in this world projection. As he spoke, Lin Xian continued to activate the sword world. The power in the sword world circulated, and the world projection became even more terrifying. The seventh dragon general's expression became serious. He felt that the aura on his body was even more terrifying. Even his immortal chi seed was being suppressed. How was this possible? What kind of power could suppress his immortal chi seed? Damn it! With a roar, he decided to attack with all his might. The kid in front of him was too strange. He couldn't see through him, and he couldn't wait any longer. If his immortal chi seed was completely suppressed, then he would lose this battle. His body swayed, and he held the dragon spear in his hand as he charged forward. Every attack carried the power of the immortal chi seed. Every move was fatal, as if he was one with heaven and earth. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and the divine fire seed was also activated to the extreme. He used his great magic to fight. Divine flames danced and spread across his body. Although it was very small, its might far surpassed that of before. The battle between the two shook the earth. It was like a battle between a god and an immortal. After exchanging over 1,000 blows, the seventh dragon general retreated. The immortal chi seed between his eyebrows had dimmed, as if it would vanish at any moment. How is this possible? You can actually suppress me? I don't believe it. He was a true boundary emperor and had cultivated his immortal chi seed to a very powerful level. The other party was a saint that had just obtained the divine flame seed not too long ago. How could he possibly contend against him? Lin Xian's expression was cold, and the divine flame between his brows pulsed. The thunder lock, the blue dragon's blood, the dragon's spiritual fruit, and the emperor-level dragon crystal appeared around him. All of this energy surged into his divine flame seed. This made the divine flame even more mysterious. You actually possess such power. Seeing this scene, the seventh dragon general was completely stunned. Wasn't this the power of the Tomb Keeper? It was actually obtained by the other party. Could it be that this brat had fought his way here in a domineering manner? Unbelievable. Everything was over. Lin Xian felt a powerful force. He formed a seal with his palm and pressed it forward. There was a flaming mountain pulsing in the palm seal. This was the combination of many kinds of power, and it also contained the power of the divine flame seed. The seventh dragon general tried his best to dodge, but he was still sent flying. A crack appeared on his body. The immortal chi seed between his brows also dimmed. It entered his body and no longer appeared. Outside, everyone was still waiting. They could feel that there was a terrifying battle taking place in the space in front of them. Although they couldn't see it, they knew that it was extremely exciting. Some people frowned. Calculating the time, more than 1,000 blows had already passed. Why hadn't he come out yet? Could it be that Lin Wudi had been fighting all this time? That was impossible. How did he do it, fighting against a boundary emperor? Long Mu frowned even more. One had to know that the seventh dragon general had already displayed his immortal chi seed. He should have been able to kill the other party instantly. What exactly happened? Just as they were puzzled, the void suddenly broke open, and a figure retreated. The victor had been decided. Everyone exclaimed. They looked over. But when they realized that the person who came out wasn't Lin Xian, they were dumbfounded. It was actually the seventh dragon general. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court couldn't believe it. Long Mu's eyes widened. This was impossible. The seventh divine general had the power of the immortal Qi seed. It was a power that surpassed that of a saint. Who could defeat it? Lin Xian appeared in the sky. The divine flame between his brows also disappeared. He looked down like a god and said coldly, "You have lost." As he said that, he waved his hand and threw out the heaven-devouring jar, directly swallowing the power of the other party. The seventh dragon general roared into the sky. His body gradually petrified and turned into a statue. Once again, he returned to his original position. "I have no power. Damn it, I'm going to sleep." The seventh dragon general let out a final roar, and then there was no more movement. Lin Xian put away the heaven-devouring jar. He felt the heaven-devouring jar absorb a powerful force, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He could see that the dragon general's state was very strange. His previous recovery should have been due to the true dragon emperor's ancient tomb providing some powerful force. Now that he had swallowed this force, the other party was naturally petrified again. Had Lin Wudi won? The people of the emperor race were shocked. Lin Wudi had actually defeated a boundary emperor. Although this boundary emperor was suppressed by the extreme path realm, he was still in existence that couldn't be defeated. Lin Wudi was too strong. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court were completely crazy. Long Mu's mind was also blank. He really couldn't understand what was going on. Right now, he was looking at Lin Xian with a tinge of fear. Lin Xian landed and returned to the Divine Union. The Divine Union cheered. He said, "Protect me, I have to recover." Next, it was the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. This was the last step. He had to give it his all. The others also took a deep breath and looked to the 6 passageways. They didn't act rashly. Although they didn't know who had broken through the ancient tomb, it was convenient for them now. Only after Lin Xian had fully recovered did they follow him inside. They had unknowingly started to respect Lin Xian. Even the emperor race was like this. In their hearts, Lin Xian was the strongest existence. Even a few emperor's sons could only lower their heads and admit defeat. After passing through one of the passages, the group finally arrived at the front. This was a vast hall. It was very spacious, and there was only an ancient coffin floating there. Around the ancient coffin were countless streams of dragon qi. It was like a huge dragon that was constantly floating between heaven and earth. Everyone looked at the ancient coffin in front of him. They were in a daze. This was the coffin that buried an emperor. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and carefully examined it. He discovered that it seemed to be a stone coffin, but he didn't know what kind of stone it was made of. It was unusually simple and mysterious. The stone used to bury an emperor should be a heaven-defying material. Suddenly, he was stunned. There seemed to be a terrifying dragon roar in his ears. An illusion appeared in front of him. It was the Thousand Dragons picture, carrying a majestic man who swept across the world. This should be Long Xiaotian from back then. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect it to be so powerful after death. The other people were also trembling. It was obvious that they had also seen this scene. The Crimson Dragon at the side exclaimed, "It's so scary. Just one look at the ancient coffin and my soul is about to be buried in it. I will never be able to come back." The others nodded desperately. It was indeed too scary. They didn't dare to look anymore. The Dragon Emperor, after Long Mu and the others arrived, they also walked forward excitedly. However, after a few steps, many of them screamed and turned into blood mist. Even a few cracks appeared on Long Mu's body. He was knocked back and spat out a mouthful of blood. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying power. There was a great emperor's formation here. No way. It might be the emperor's aura of the Dragon Emperor's corpse. It was the most terrifying power in the universe. Even if it was dead, it couldn't be challenged. Long Mu knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "Dragon Emperor, please don't be angry." Although they were his descendants, they didn't dare to get closer. The emperor was a supreme existence. They couldn't get close and could only look up. The others also sighed. They felt that even if they had the emperor's weapon, they weren't confident. Because there was a real emperor buried in front of him. It was an existence that far surpassed a boundary emperor. One had to know that a boundary emperor was already very terrifying. However, in front of an emperor, they were nothing. It seemed that they were going to return empty-handed. The surrounding people sighed. They came to the last step and saw the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. However, they didn't gain anything. Forget it, let's go back and see if there are any other treasures in the other halls. I don't want to stay here any longer. The Purple Mansion Palace Master was also scared. The Kuanping clan, the Fire Qilin clan, and the others all prepared to go back. Should I go back? Lin Xian also frowned. He used his Rinnegan to investigate. The ancient coffin in front of him was indeed mysterious. With his current strength, he was unable to challenge it. This hall was very spacious, and it didn't seem to have any treasures. It seemed that he really had to go to the other halls to take a look. Lin Xian also prepared to leave. However, right at that moment, the Tao of dragon auras ahead suddenly trembled violently. Then, a deep roar came from the ancient coffin. As soon as this voice came out, the souls of the surrounding people cracked, and they screamed as they retreated. They were all terrified. Where did that sound come from? The elder of the Gu family pointed in front of him in horror. It came from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. What? The Dragon Sea Master, the Lightning Dragon Patriarch, and the Wind Dragon Patriarch were all stunned. They fell to their knees. Could it be that the voice that came from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin was the Dragon Emperor? Was the Dragon Emperor still alive? As soon as this was said, the others went crazy. It couldn't be. A great emperor was still alive. This was too unbelievable. Impossible, the old phoenix shook her head. An existence from 90,000 years ago couldn't possibly be alive now. What was going on? The old sword man also frowned. The elder of the Golden Crow tribe said, "This is too scary. Let's leave quickly." Everyone retreated. At that moment, the deep roar of the dragon resounded again. Everyone's souls cracked, and they were about to cry. They realized that the millions of dragon auras in the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin seemed to have received some kind of order and transformed into dragon shadows. An extremely terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone was sent flying and vomited blood. The power of a great emperor had completely exceeded them. It wasn't something they could withstand. Quick, use your extreme weapons. These people roared crazily. The extreme weapons of the great emperor family were used to resist. However, this extreme power seemed to have angered the ancient coffin even more. An even more terrifying Tao of dragon aura surged out. Quick, run, these people retreated frantically. The people on the Divine Union's side also retreated in fear. At that moment, the millions of dragon auras charged toward Lin Xian. They roared angrily. Lin Xian was being targeted. The people of the Divine Union were also in despair. Lin Xian roared, "Run!" He used the heaven-devouring jar to resist. In the next instant, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Lin Xian was sent flying. Many of the black holes around him were shattered, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Morong Qingqing and the others were also sent flying. The blood of the others was also churning. What happened? Was it targeting Lin Wudi again? The god-slaying saber seemed to be targeting Lin Wudi. Now, the dragon aura in the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin was the same. Lin Wudi was just too unlucky. The Purple Mansion Lord said. Have you forgotten? He was someone who had killed the Dragon Prince. Now that he was standing in front of the Dragon Emperor, how could he escape unscathed? The Dragon Emperor's power could definitely kill him. Ha ha ha. Great. Lin Wudi was really an idiot. He actually dared to stand in front of the Dragon Emperor. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court laughed proudly as they retreated from the passage. They were outside. The people of the Divine Union were also sent flying. They couldn't move forward. How was Big Brother Xian? Morong Qingqing and the others were anxious. However, they realized that the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin in front of them had completely exploded and sealed the passage. No one could enter. Lin Wudi was dead. Long Mu snorted. That was the place where the Dragon Emperor was sleeping. Just one of his powers was enough to destroy the myriad worlds. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was no match for him. The people of the Divine Union were in despair. In the spacious hall, Lin Xian's face turned ugly. Damn it! Was he being targeted again? However, it made sense. He had killed the Dragon Prince and slapped the Dragon Emperor in the face 90,000 years ago. These were all karma. Now that he was standing in front of the Dragon Emperor's corpse, he wouldn't leave so easily. He gritted his teeth and threw out the heaven-devouring jar. The surrounding black hole shrouded him. At the same time, a terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand and a sword chi slashed forward. Boom, his arm was numb from the impact. The dragon aura in front of him was tumbling. However, it was still intact in an instant. This was the power of a true emperor. It was too strong. Lin Xian was holding half an extreme-grade weapon and using the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Was it not enough? He shouted and took out the great dragon sword spirit. He held it with both hands and was about to explode. However, after the great dragon sword soul flew out, it roared at the sky. It was the 100 Tails divine dragon, and it charged forward directly. Lin Xian was stunned by the dragon sword soul's actions. He hadn't moved at all. It was the dragon sword soul that moved on its own. What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. However, he realized that the dragon sword soul was really terrifying. It actually split the dragon chi in its path, forming a crack. Under Lin Xian's surprised gaze, the dragon sword soul flew forward. It came to the front of the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin and then floated above it. There was an angry roar from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. Thousands of dragon chi rushed over and turned into a giant dragon to attack the dragon sword soul. Lin Xian didn't have the strength to attack for a while. He heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked forward again. What was going on? Were the two fighting? Amidst this dragon's roar, tens of thousands of dragon chi rushed towards the great dragon sword soul. It enveloped the dragon sword soul. However, the great dragon sword soul let out a sword cry. Then, its long sword swept in all directions, cutting all the dragons into pieces. It turned into dragon chi again. And all these things were swallowed by it. The sword blade began to absorb these auras. There was an angry roar from the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin below. The ancient coffin shook. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The dragon sword soul was blasted away. Lin Xian was stunned. He was a little afraid. Would the Dragon Emperor's corpse come out? The dragon sword soul was sent flying. It circled and charged over. It directly charged into the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin. Lin Xian couldn't see. He could only see the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin shaking violently. The surrounding dragon chi seemed to have received an order. It rushed into the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin crazily. In front, it seemed to have turned into a storm of energy, sweeping in all directions. The entire hall was filled with spatial cracks. Lin Xian retreated to a corner. He took out the heaven-swallowing jar to block. Under this power, he could only protect himself. The people outside felt their scalps go numb when they felt this power. They pushed further. At the same time, they said that Lin Wudi was dead meat. Zifu and the others laughed coldly. They looked nervous. However, Morong Qingqing and the others didn't act rashly. They did not go in at all. After experiencing so many dangers, Morong Qingqing had Lin Xian's soul jade tablet. The soul jade pendant wasn't broken at all, which meant that although Lin Xian was dangerous, he wasn't in mortal danger. As for why there was such a terrifying power, they had no idea. This power lasted for many days before slowly disappearing on the fourth day. Soon after, the great dragon sword spirit flew out and returned to Lin Xian's body. The dragon chi in front of him had become faint. The Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin also fell to the ground with a rumbling sound. The entire Dragon Emperor ancient curtain shook violently. Was it over? Lin Xian stood up and looked ahead, bewildered. At this moment, the dragon chi above the Dragon Emperor ancient coffin had already disappeared. What happened? The great dragon sword spirit had returned safely. He had defeated the Dragon Emperor's corpse. Why were they fighting? Lin Xian was not aware of any of this. At this moment, a voice rang out. Are you curious? You can go ahead and open the ancient coffin to take a look. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this idea. What a bold idea. The next moment, he was even more horrified. Who was it? He shouted coldly. When the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin exploded, everyone was pushed back. He was the only one left here. But now, someone was talking to him. Who was it? Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's corpse was resurrected? His scalp was about to split open. It's me. The low voice rang out again. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This time, he heard it clearly. The voice came from his body. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to investigate. The next moment, he was shocked. The great dragon sword spirit. He exclaimed. A sword chi flew out from his body. It was the great dragon sword spirit. The great dragon sword spirit was floating in front of him. He spoke. Yes, it's me. You can speak? Lin Xian was completely stunned. He had owned the great dragon sword spirit for so many years, but he had never heard of it being able to speak. I just woke up, and the great dragon sword spirit spoke. If it weren't for the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to wake up. After hearing this, Lin Xian was completely stunned. The great dragon sword spirit was the sword spirit of the great dragon sword. It could be said that it was also a kind of weapon spirit. Lin Xian thought of the black tortoisate trigrams and the destructive spear. Those were all weapons, but they seemed to be living creatures. The great dragon sword was probably such an existence in the past, but now only the sword spirit was left. And it was actually sleeping before. Lin Xian remembered that the moment he entered the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb, the great dragon sword spirit began to absorb power. The first time it absorbed the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Whoever entered first would have a special power. But that power was absorbed by the great dragon sword spirit. The second time it absorbed the power of the god-slaying saber, and the third time it absorbed the power of the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. You didn't absorb the Dragon Emperor's corpse, did you? Lin Xian was shocked. The great dragon sword spirit smiled mysteriously. Do you want to know? Open it and take a look. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. There won't be any danger. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. What a joke, how terrifying was the corpse of a great emperor. Lin Xian had seen the corpse of a quasi-emperor before, and he couldn't bear it. The previous great emperor's corpse would turn into ashes as soon as it got close. But now, it said that there wouldn't be any danger. However, the great dragon sword spirit had a look of certainty, which made Lin Xian curious. The terrifying aura in front of him had indeed disappeared. He took a deep breath, took out the heaven-devouring jar with his left hand, created a vortex, and then walked forward. Carefully arriving in front of the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin, Lin Xian stretched out his right hand and grabbed the sarcophagus. He didn't feel any terrifying aura, which made him heave a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he used the power of his divine body. With a crack, just as his divine body was about to collapse, a low sound finally came out. Then, the sarcophagus slowly opened. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took a closer look. However, he was stunned. Because there wasn't a corpse inside, but a battle robe. Where's the Dragon Emperor? Was he really absorbed by you? The great dragon sword spirit flew over, looked at the ancient coffin below, and said. There wasn't a corpse in the first place, so this battle robe had been buried all along. Cenotaph. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. He had seen such a situation before. Some people's souls were destroyed in a great battle. Their corpses didn't exist at all, so when they were buried, they would take some of the items used by these people. It was called the cenotaph. But the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was the tomb of a great emperor, and the Dragon Emperor was also destroyed. He couldn't believe it. He looked at the great dragon sword spirit and said. Great dragon, what's going on, can you tell me? Lin Xian was really curious. Lin Xian was really surprised that the Dragon Emperor's corpse was not inside the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. So. He looked at the great dragon sword spirit, wanting it to explain. The great dragon sword spirit said. He didn't have a corpse to begin with, only a battle robe. As for where his corpse went, I don't know either. Lin Xian was too shocked after hearing that. There was only one battle robe buried in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Where was the Dragon Emperor's corpse? It was really too unbelievable. Suddenly, he moved. He turned his head and looked into the distance. There, 6 tunnels had been pierced through. Back then, under the Dragon Emperor, there were 7 dragon generals. They were all quasi-emperors, but now, only the 7th dragon general was left. The first 6 had already disappeared, and the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb had been broken by others. Could it be related to the disappearance of the Dragon Emperor's corpse? Lin Xian wasn't sure. The great dragon sword spirit said, "Don't think about it. You won't understand the methods of the great emperor. Right now, the most important thing is to cultivate well. I can feel that you already have the seed of the divine fire. Next, you just need enough power." Lin Xian said, "I know. I have already gathered a lot of power. I think I should be able to break through to the sacred clan this time. Then let's cultivate here first." Although the Dragon Emperor's corpse was gone, this place was indeed a treasure ground. It was a place personally chosen by the Dragon Emperor. The effect of cultivating here was much better than outside. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he began to send a sound transmission to Murong Qingqing and the others, telling them to go back first. Outside, those people were still bewildered. What happened inside? They still didn't dare to go in. At this time, Murong Qingqing and the others were also stunned when they heard the rumors. Brother Xian is fine and still needs to cultivate inside. He just wants us to go back first. She found Yan Ruyu, Bai Susu, and the Crimson Dragon to discuss. Bai Susu said, "If they left just like that, it would be too obvious. Perhaps others would rush in to investigate. After all, there was no danger inside. How about this, we will pretend to go to other halls to search for treasures. After a while, we will find an excuse to leave." After Murong Qingqing and the others heard this, they all nodded. "Alright, let's do it this way." Murong Qingqing asked the Old Phoenix and the others to leave first. The Old Phoenix led the Phoenix clan's people to the other halls to search. After a few days, they seemed to have found something. The eyes of the surrounding Great Emperor clans turned red. Damn it, was Lin Wudi dead? Who knows, but he's dead for sure. He had offended a great emperor, so it was impossible for him to walk out alive. Then why are we still here? I see that the Phoenix clan has gone to look for treasures. Let's go too. I don't want to face the desolate dragon ancient coffin in front anymore. Let's go to the other halls. These monarch clans and remote antiquity clans discussed for a while before leaving one after another. The people from the Z government and the 10,000 Dragon dynasty also left. They felt that there was no more suspense. Let's go, too. Murong Qingqing and the others also left with the Divine Union. In the remaining time, these people started searching for treasures in the other halls. In fact, from time to time, battles would break out. In the spacious hall ahead, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He started to cultivate. The divine flame seed between his eyebrows was slowly growing and his cultivation was also slowly increasing. He was very close to becoming a divine ancestor. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to become a divine lord. Outside, these people were bewildered. The news of the Dragon Emperor ancient tomb being opened had spread throughout the buried Emperor Star. Countless people were paying attention to this place. However, a great emperor was too terrifying. Apart from the monarch clans who had brought along extreme weapons, only the most elite remote antiquity clans could enter. Moreover, they had to enter together with the monarch clans. After that, no one else could enter. Moreover, in the past few days, another matter had swept across all directions and attracted everyone's attention. Z Mansion residence. In a mysterious pavilion, a figure woke up from a deep sleep. He slowly opened his eyes and roared. He roared at the sky, and purple chi rushed out from his body, sweeping in all directions. The world was shocked. Everyone in the buried Emperor Star was alarmed. This aura is so terrifying. I feel like there's a heavenly phenomenon. Did someone break through? One after another, cries of surprise sounded out. Everyone went to investigate. That should be the direction of the Z Mansion. Could it be that Yao Guang broke through? Hearing this, the surrounding people's scalps went numb. Yao Guang was a cultivator of the devouring demonic technique. Did he devour someone powerful? However, this time, they guessed wrong. It wasn't Yao Guang. The people in the Z mansion were also shocked and looked over. Yao Guang walked out from a palace. He looked into the distance with a cold expression. This aura was too powerful. It had surpassed his. In his mind, 9 firmament quasi-emperor's voice sounded out. Triple Crown Champion, he had awakened faster than he had imagined. Yao Guang coldly snorted and clenched his fists. One day, I will also become the Triple Crown Champion. 9 firmament quasi-emperor said. You should recover from your injuries first. Yao Guang turned around and entered the darkness. The other elders in the Z mansion were excited. He had awakened. The Triple Crown Champion had awakened. They all walked towards the heaven-connecting pagoda in the distance. They waited there. Within the heaven-connecting pagoda, a man in purple opened his eyes. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. After a long time, the light slowly returned to his eyes. He stood up and clenched his fists. Then, he looked around him. Had he awakened? He wondered how long he had been asleep this time. Greetings, Triple Crown Champion. In the 4 corners of the room, there were 4 old figures. They stood up, their faces pale. It was these 4 people who had been responsible for awakening Triple Crown Champion. Triple Crown Champion looked at the 4 old men and asked in a low voice. How many years had it been? One of the old men said. You have been asleep for 23,000 years. Now is a golden age. Someone in this generation will definitely become a great emperor. A golden age? Triple Crown Champion nodded. The corners of his mouth curled up. Then the one to become a great emperor will definitely be me. He walked out with large strides. As he walked down the stairs, he discovered that there were even more people waiting outside. These people were curiously sizing up the person in front of him. What a terrifying aura. Was she the Triple Crown Champion? Just how terrifying was this person's strength? She had surpassed Lin Wudi and was a light-shaking realm cultivator. These people sighed in amazement. Just a trace of her aura was enough to make them feel as if they were facing a powerful enemy. Purple Underworld walked out, looked around, and harumphed coldly. A domineering aura emanated from his body, sweeping out in all directions. These people felt their scalps go numb. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look. Where was this generation's palace lord? Purple Underworld stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was like a god looking down on the world. Very quickly, 3 old men walked over from the distance. These 3 were very old, like living fossils. They were the Grand Elders. They said that the Palace Lord had brought people to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. We are the Grand Elders of this generation. We have come to welcome you. Attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Hearing this, Ziming was also astonished. Had this era already become so terrifying, they dared to attack the tomb of a great emperor? It's a long story. Triple Crown Champion, please come with us. The 3 elders were very polite. Although they were living fossils, the person in front of them was a Triple Crown Champion. In the Dragon Transformation battle, Lin Wudi, Yao Guang, and the others were Double Crown Champions. The Triple Crown was in existence above Lin Wudi and Yao Guang. They naturally didn't dare to be careless. Ziming nodded and followed the 3 elders into the distance. Everyone stepped aside to make a path for him. Ziming wanted to hear how these people explained. At the same time, he said loudly, inform everyone that in 3 days, I want everyone in the Purple Mansion to come and see me. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Many people's scalps went numb. Everyone in the Purple Mansion greeted him. Who did this guy think he was? Mansion Master, what a joke, this guy was too arrogant. However, the 3 elders said, don't worry, we'll take care of this matter. After Ziming woke up, he had been very domineering and didn't put these people in his eyes. Even in front of the elders, he didn't hold back. Because he had the right to do so. He was a Triple Crown Champion, and his strength was enough to split heaven and earth. These elders might not be able to beat him. Therefore, he seemed to have turned into the king of the Purple Mansion and had no scruples here. After entering a large hall, the three supreme elders recounted what had happened in detail. Ziming narrowed his eyes. Lin Wudi and Yao Guang, one of them was first in the dragon transformation battle, and the other cultivated the demonic engulfing art. Interesting. Then, when he heard that even people with born Taoism aptitude and light race had appeared, he was shocked. Born Taoism aptitude, one of the top 10 physiques in the universe. The light race had been extinct. He didn't expect that there were still people alive. As expected of the Golden Age. It seemed that this generation would have a great emperor. However, they didn't have any hope. Lin Wudi, the light race, and Yao Guang were no match for him. No matter how strong they were only double crown champions. And he was a triple crown champion. Go and prepare. I want to see everyone in 3 days, Violet Shade said in a deep voice. These utmost exalted elders were also frowning deeply. They were polite because they valued the other party. However, this Ziming was a bit too arrogant. Did he really treat them like servants? One of the red-haired grand elders said, you just woke up, you should rest for a while. Another supreme elder wearing a blue robe also spoke. That's right, we have awakened you this time because we have a very big mission for you. You have to deal with Lin Wudi and destroy it. He is our greatest enemy. Are you ordering me around? Ziming's face darkened. Suddenly, he attacked the red-haired old man with lightning speed. His palm seemed to have transformed into a purple lightning bolt. How dare you? The red-haired old man was also furious. Previously, the other party had been arrogantly ordering them around, causing him to be furious. Now, the other party actually dared to directly attack him. He didn't hold back anymore. He clapped his hands, which turned into a cloud of fire that swept out in all directions. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire hall split open. Endless cracks appeared in the sky, and the mansion shook. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What happened? Was someone fighting? They all soared into the air and looked into the distance. In the shattered ruins, a figure kept retreating. It was the red-haired old man. At this moment, his palm was split open, and his arms were trembling. Saint blood dripped down, sinking the ground. His eyes were filled with horror. He was injured. The other party had injured him so easily. Ziming retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. It seems that you still don't know my identity. I am the Triple Crown Champion. I didn't awaken at your command. I was ordered to lead you. Now, obediently do as I say and respect me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly exploded, as if a primordial beast had been resurrected. The three utmost exalted elders' expressions changed. This aura was really too powerful. They were like small boats swaying in a storm. In addition, their companion, the red-haired old man, was very powerful. Yet, he was injured in a single attack. Was this the strength of the Triple Crown Champion? It was so terrifying. It seemed that no one at the peak of the great sage realm could suppress him. What happened, utmost exalted elders? The young cultivators and the old elders in the distance all rushed over to ask. The hall was in ruins. Who was it? Was someone ambushing them? When they saw that the red-haired old man was injured, they saw that the utmost exalted elders were injured on the screen. Who was the one who did this? When they saw a purple figure standing opposite the three utmost exalted elders, their scalps went numb. Could it be that the Triple Crown Champion had attacked again? They couldn't believe it. These people landed and looked at the utmost exalted elders. The blue-haired elder said, if there's nothing else, leave. The red-haired old man's arm recovered. He said, I'm sparring with the Triple Crown Champion. If there's nothing else, leave. He really was fighting the Triple Crown Champion. And the Triple Crown Champion had injured the utmost exalted elders. Heavens, this was the power of the Triple Crown Champion. It was really too terrifying. Since it was a sparring session, they didn't think too much and left. Ziming narrowed his eyes and said, you all can leave as well. In 3 days, I want to see everyone. As he spoke, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. After seeing Ziming leave, the blue-robed old man coldly snorted. This guy was really arrogant. The other utmost exalted elder frowned. Ziming's strength was really too terrifying. The red-haired old man also sighed. I'm no match for him. Even if the three of us attacked, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to suppress him. Moreover, we have no reason to attack him. Although he's a bit arrogant, he's still a member of the Purple Mansion. Let's listen to him for now and wait for the Purple Mansion to return. The three elders sighed. They didn't know if letting out such an arrogant Triple Crown champion was a blessing or a curse for them. Next, the three elders went to inform the people of the Purple Mansion. 3 days later, they gathered. The people of the Purple Mansion were shocked. They all began to move. 3 days later, the square in front of the Purple Mansion's main hall was filled with people. It was so large that one couldn't see the end of it. These were all people who were qualified to be here. There were also some who weren't. They stood there, extremely puzzled. They didn't know why the utmost exalted elder had called them here. Among them, there were many experts of the older generation and the 9 successors. These people were also puzzled. Xianxia was also among them. She said, I heard that the Triple Crown champion woke up some time ago. Perhaps this gathering has something to do with him. At this moment, a man in purple walked out from the hall in front of them. He looked arrogant, as if a divine king had descended. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they felt this aura. Countless pairs of eyes looked forward. Was he the Triple Crown champion? Ziming's eyes turned into purple lightning and looked forward like a peerless divine sword. He looked at the 9 successors, the elders of the older generation, the young geniuses, and some people who had awakened from their deep slumber. Then he asked, Is everyone here? The red-haired Grand Elder walked over and said, The people who followed the mansion master haven't returned yet. In addition, Yao Guang was injured and was still recovering in seclusion. Yao Guang? Ziming asked. Is he the successor of the demonic sky-devouring technique? That's right. The Grand Elder nodded. Ziming snorted coldly. This Yao Guang is too arrogant. Didn't I say that everyone should come? How dare he be so arrogant? Everyone was shocked by the cold snort. The Grand Elder said that Yao Guang was injured. However, Ziming waved his hand and stopped him. Where is Yao Guang? If you don't tell me, I'll use my own methods to find her one by one. But when the time comes, the Purple Mansion will be destroyed. Ziming's voice was incomparably cold. The Grand Elder had no choice but to grit his teeth and say. In the 7th palace. The Purple Mansion was very big and had many areas. Yao Guang's residence was the 7th palace. The majestic main hall stood tall on the ground, and the array flickered. Ziming rushed into the sky. The 7th palace? He rushed over. The Grand Elder's pupils shrank. Oh no, what is this guy going to do? They also followed. The others followed. The 9 geniuses, the other elders, and those who had awakened from their deep slumber all followed. They also wanted to see what the Triple Crown champion was going to do. They knew that Yao Guang was very strong. He was second in the dragon transformation realm, second only to Lin Wudi. His future was unparalleled. He had a very high status in the Purple Mansion. Now that the other party was injured and couldn't come, what could the Triple Crown champion do? Some people were in the mood to watch a show because they felt that the Triple Crown champion was too arrogant. He had just awakened and he didn't care about everything. How dare he summon them? He was also rude to the Grand Elder. Soon, they arrived above the 7th palace. Looking at the majestic palace below, Ziming coldly snorted and slapped out with his palm. The purple thunderbolt transformed into a giant hand, blotting out the sky as it charged towards the 7th palace. The array outside flickered, and then it shattered with a loud bang. The sky was filled with the sound of thunder. Everyone was pushed back by this force. They were all dumbfounded. This guy actually dared to make a move. The Grand Elder's expression also changed. Just as they were about to say something, Ziming coldly snorted. Yao Guang, come out and see me. The 7th hall shook violently. The array formation shattered, and the fragments of the laws scattered all over the floor. The palace was shaken, and the light-shaking realm cultivators opened their eyes. His face darkened. Someone dared to attack him at this time? Disturbing his cultivation. Who was so reckless? Killing intent emerged from his body. Immediately after, he heard a voice. Yao Guang, come out and see me. The light-shaking elder was enraged. He coldly harumphed, and his figure flickered as he walked out. He looked up at the sky. Who dares to attack my residence? Do you want to die? He stared at Ziming. Ziming coldly laughed. You're the light-shaking elder? Did you receive the recruitment order I sent earlier? Ziming frowned. It was actually this guy. He had met this person before. Wasn't this the Triple Crown champion who had just awakened? The other party had actually come to cause trouble for him. When he heard this, he coldly harumphed. I'm injured, so I must go into seclusion to cultivate. Ziming laughed. You dare to disobey my orders? It seems that you don't know how powerful I am. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A bolt of lightning flew out, directly attacking the light-shaking elder. The light-shaking elder's expression changed. You're courting death, he struck out with his palm, forming a monstrous barren crack that tore the sky apart. He blocked the bolt of lightning. However, his body still swayed, and he retreated. There was nothing he could do. The other party was the Triple Crown champion, while he was only the Double Crown champion, and he was injured. The difference in strength between the two was extremely large. Seeing that the light-shaking elder was being targeted, the surrounding people also cried out in surprise. Ziming coldly laughed. Successor of the demonic heaven-devouring art, I want to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant in front of me. As he spoke, he waved his hand again. He seemed to have transformed into a purple thunder god. Then, he waved his claw, and the thunder god's claw covered the sky as it attacked the light-shaking elder. The light-shaking elder's pupils constricted, and he tried to dodge. He used the Gu clan's spatial divine ability, but he was still knocked out. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The others were in an uproar. Wasn't light-shaking elder injured? The Triple Crown champion was actually so powerful. Some people also said that it was because light-shaking elder's injuries had not healed. Otherwise, she would not have been injured so easily. Light-shaking elder was also furious. Damn it, a black vortex appeared on his body, and at the same time, a primal chaos aura spread out. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, he used his strength to the extreme, and he did not care about the injuries he suffered. As soon as the primal chaos physique appeared, it possessed the power to split heaven and earth, and condensed into the bloodline divine axe. With a swing of the axe, heaven and earth split open. It appeared. The light-shaking elder's most powerful technique. Countless people cried out in surprise. Previously, this axe had defeated countless experts, and it had only lost to Lin Wudi. Presumably, this attack could definitely threaten the Triple Crown champion. When he saw this, the Triple Crown champion narrowed his eyes. The power of the primal chaos race. It seems that you have devoured a primal chaos genius. But so what, you're too weak. You don't understand the Triple Crown champion's strength at all. Let me show you what my true strength is. Endless lightning circled around his body, and he also carried a sinister aura, as if he had rushed out from hell. The lightning formed a purple spear, and it pierced downwards. The spear pierced through heaven and earth, and it carried with it a destructive power. In an instant, it pierced through the 9 heavens. Not good, it's the underworld spear. When the Grand Elder saw this, he cried out in surprise. Light-shaking elder roared angrily. Slash, the bloodline divine axe in her hand slashed downwards. This axe was so powerful that it was as if an ancient mountain had descended, and it turned the void into a black hole. Endless darkness descended. Everyone's scalps went numb, and they frantically retreated. However, in this darkness, a purple arc of lightning flashed rapidly. He split the darkness apart and crashed into the bloodline divine axe. With a clang, the bloodline divine axe was pierced through. Light-shaking elder was also sent flying. His body had been pierced through by the purple lightning, and he was nailed to the ground. Ah! A frenzied roar rang out. When everyone saw this scene, they were incomparably terrified. Light-shaking elder's strongest attack had been broken so easily. Was this the strength of the Triple Crown champion? It was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it made people despair. The people from the Purple Mansion sect couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the 3 Grand Elders were dumbfounded. They knew that there was a gap between the two sides, but they didn't expect it to be so big. Yao Guang was defeated so easily. It was beyond their expectations. The purple underworld slowly descended. It landed on the ground and walked forward. You're pitifully weak. I just used a few moves and you were defeated. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrived in front of Yao Guang. He stepped on Yao Guang's head and asked coldly. Now you know the gap between us. Do you still think you have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Shock. Incomparable shock. Everyone went crazy. Was this the Triple Crown champion? After all, Lin Wudi had used his full strength to defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator. But now, the Triple Crown champion had easily defeated a light-shaking realm cultivator and was even stepping on Yao Guang's head. This was a complete one-sided victory. Yao Guang was also shocked. How could there be such a powerful person? After all, his only enemy was Lin Wudi. He didn't care about anyone else. Even if he knew that the Triple Crown champion had appeared, so what? In his opinion, even though he was only the Double Crown champion, he would have no problem defeating the Triple Crown champion. After all, he had many trump cards, so he didn't care about his opponent at all. But now, he realized that the situation wasn't like that at all. The Triple Crown champion's strength was far beyond his expectations. Damn it, my injuries haven't healed yet. Otherwise, he would have. However, Purple Underworld sneered. Your injuries haven't healed, stupid thing. Even if your injuries were healed, 10 of you wouldn't be able to defeat me. He stomped on Yao Guang's body and shattered it. I don't like people who resist me. Even though you're a genius expert, if you dare to resist me, you can go to hell. A cold killing intent appeared in Purple Underworld's eyes. This time, he had come out with the intention of taking over the entire Purple Mansion sect. Yao Guang didn't give him face during his first summon. He planned to kill him to intimidate everyone. Sensing this killing intent, the distant descendants were shocked. Heavens, he actually wanted to kill Yao Guang. The 3 Grand Elders also shouted angrily. No, the light-shaking realm was extremely important to them. If he were to die, they would not be able to accept it. Yao Guang's pupils shrank as she sensed a fatal danger. She knew that the other party was really going to kill her. A furious roar rang out. Damn it, are you still not going to make a move? Quasi-Emperor Jiu Shao sighed in his mind. In the last battle, the remnant soul of the 9 Firmament Quasi-Emperor was also injured and did not have much strength left. But now, he had no choice but to make a move. It seemed that after this attack, he would have to go into a deep sleep again. Boom, the remnant soul of the 9 Firmaments Quasi-Emperor went out and struck out a large illusory hand. It collided with the other party's lightning. A world-shaking sound rang out, and the Triple Crown King was forced back. The lightning on his body had dimmed significantly, causing him to frown deeply. His gaze pierced through the void as he stared ahead. You actually still have a trump card? Yao Guang stood up, and her shattered body recovered. His face became incomparably gloomy, and at the same time, a powerful soul force rushed out. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Feeling the aura of this soul, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. The 3 Grand Elders' pupils shrank. This was the aura of a quasi-emperor. They cried out in alarm. The Triple Crown King was also shocked. He didn't expect the other party to have the power of a quasi-emperor. Although he was the Triple Crown King, he was still no match for the power of a quasi-emperor. But soon, he laughed coldly. So it was just a trace of power. It was only enough to protect himself. How long could you use the power of a quasi-emperor for? He took a step forward. The power in his body erupted once again. Yao Guang soared into the sky and stared coldly at the Triple Crown King. Just you wait. Today, you dared to attack me and injure me. In the future, I will pay you back 100-fold. As he spoke, he tore through the void and disappeared. He actually escaped. Ziming frowned, but he didn't give chase. The other party had the power of a quasi-emperor. He couldn't kill him now. But he didn't care about such a threat. Now that he had awakened and was in the Golden Age, he would also break through one day. He would become a quasi-emperor. At that time, it would be easy for him to kill the other party. The others were all shocked. The Yao Guang had actually escaped. It was too unbelievable. This was a Yao Guang. Even against Lin Wudi, he wouldn't have escaped. He even dared to challenge Lin Xian. But now, in front of the Triple Crown King, he had no power to resist. In the end, if the Quasi-Emperor hadn't appeared, the Yao Guang would have died. Now, they looked at Ziming with fear in their eyes. This person was undefeatable. Ziming coldly harumphed. You ran fast. He turned around and looked at the others. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? The surrounding disciples, experts, and elders all lowered their heads. No one dared to challenge him. The three supreme elders also sighed. Good. Ziming's lips curled up. From now on, he was the leader of the Purple Palace. Next, let's talk about Lin Wudi. I heard that he was even stronger than this Yao Guang. But in my eyes, he was also an ant. He challenged the Purple Palace many times, and you couldn't do anything. But since I've awakened, I will kill him. I will let everyone know the power of the Purple Palace. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Was this guy going to attack Lin Wudi? Some of the Purple Palace experts smiled. That's great. Although the Triple Crown King was arrogant and overbearing, he was still a member of the Purple Palace. Lin Wudi was their enemy, and the Triple Crown King could easily defeat the Yao Guang. Although Lin Wudi was stronger than the Yao Guang, he would still die if he encountered the Triple Crown King. Xianxia's eyes shrank. This time, she was really worried about Lin Xian. She took a deep breath and walked out. From what I know, Lin Wudi also went to the Dragon Flower Ancient Tomb. Since he hasn't come out yet, why don't we do other things first? It won't be too late to make a move after Lin Wudi comes out. Xianxia wanted to buy some time so that she could send a message to Lin Xian. She wanted Lin Xian to quickly leave this place. Oh, he's not here either? But it doesn't matter. Even if he's not here, his sect should be. I heard it's called the Divine Union. We can make a move against him first. How about this? I'll give you 3 days to prepare. After 3 days, follow me to destroy the Divine Union. Once these words were spoken, countless people went into an uproar. Some people clenched their fists. Destroy the Divine Union, fine, they would destroy the Divine Union first and wait for Lin Wudi to come back before destroying him. Everyone knew that the Divine Union was really finished this time. They quickly made their preparations. Ziming's lips curled into a smile. First place in the dragon transformation battle? Invincible, in front of him, everyone was an ant. The people in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb did not know about this yet. The Emperor clan and remote antiquity family searched the other halls and found fewer and fewer treasures. They were ready to leave. In the deepest part of the palace, there was still no one who could enter. Only Lin Xian sat there cross-legged, cultivating. The aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. It would not take long for him to break through and reach the peak of the Great Sage Realm. However, a storm was brewing in St. Origin Ancient City. This ancient city had been around for a long time and there were countless families and sects in it. The Divine Union was one of them. It had been established in recent years. This was unbelievable. In this ancient city, these families and sects had been around for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. No one had been able to establish a sect here in the past 1,000 years, let alone in the past 100 years. However, Lin Xian had done it. He had established the Divine Union single-handedly and stood tall in this ancient city. The moment it was established, it had swept through everything. The Divine Union was a top-notch existence in this ancient city. At this moment, there was a group of powerhouses in the sky. The leader was Ziming. Behind him were the elders. They were successors and powerhouses. The 3 grand elders were in charge of guarding the Purple Mansion to prevent others from sneaking up on them. This time, not everyone had come. It could be said that less than half of them had come. However, everyone was confident because they had the Triple Crown Champion. Actually, a Triple Crown Champion was enough to sweep through everything and destroy the entire Divine Union. They had only brought others along to create a grand scene. Was the Divine Union below? It was said that this was a force that had been established in the ancient city recently. However, it was a pity that he was going to be destroyed from today onwards. Ziming looked down at the palace below with a cold smile on his face. At the same time, in the purple mansion, Xianxia looked up at the sky with a grave expression. This time, she did not follow. Instead, she chose to stay in the purple mansion. She was friends with Lin Xian, so she could not do anything to the three alliances. More importantly, it would be easier for her to transmit information if she stayed here. At this moment, he formed a hand seal and created a transportation array to send the message out. Lin Xian, this is all I can do to help you. Hurry up and leave. Don't go against the Triple Crown champion. Xianxia shook her head and sighed. She started to wait anxiously. Meanwhile, in the Divine Union, Vhumad frowned. When he received the news, he immediately summoned a few people. Among them were Nalan Liang, Yu Ren, and Shangguan Xiaoxian. These people were either disciples of the Divine Union or Peerless City. At this moment, they gathered together and began to discuss. Why are you looking for us? Nalan asked. Yuren also said, Senior brother Fu, your complexion doesn't look too good. On the other hand, Fu Hongya's expression was grave. He had said that something bad had happened and that someone was going to attack the Divine Union. Hearing this, Fatty Nalan laughed. I say, have you not been resting well recently? What nonsense was he talking about? Who dares to attack the Divine Union? That was it. Yuren also shook his head. The Divine Union was a top-notch sect in ancient city. More importantly, our boss, Lin Wudi, was the champion of the Dragon Transformation trial. Who would dare to provoke him? However, Fu Hongya's brows were tightly knitted together. He said that the situation was not optimistic. This time around, Little Uncle Master was not around. As for the other powerful beings, many of them had left as well. Our Divine Union's defenses aren't that strong right now, so the other families and sects wouldn't dare to make a move. This was because they were afraid of Little Uncle Master. However, not everyone was afraid. This time, it was the people from the Purple Mansion. Hearing this, Fatty Nalan was instantly enraged. Did the Purple Mansion not know what was good for them? Shangguan Xiaoxian also said that the Purple Mansion's top genius, the light-shaking realm, had already lost to Little Uncle Master. They still dared to behave atrociously here. Hongya shook his head. I received news that the Triple Crown champion in the Purple Mansion has awakened. He is currently leading people to attack the Divine Union. Triple Crown champion? Fatty Nalan sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard this. Fu Hongya nodded. He had defeated Yao Guang in one move and had even almost killed her. If it weren't for the fact that Yao Guang had the strength of a quasi-emperor, she would have already died. Even so, Yao Guang had escaped from the Purple Mansion and her whereabouts were unknown. What? This time, Fatty Nalan and the others were completely stunned. They knew how terrifying Yao Guang was. Yao Guang was second only to Lin Xian. Even Lin Xian had to go all out to defeat Yao Guang. However, he had been defeated in one move. Then how terrifying was this Triple Crown champion? They didn't dare to imagine. And now, such a person had actually come to attack them. Damn it, when would Boss Lin return? They were really anxious this time. Fu Hongya said that she had asked and he couldn't return yet. This time, we will have to rely on ourselves. However, I have already sent a message to the Crimson Dragon and the others, asking them to return quickly. We have to make preparations too. Shangguan Xiaoxian took a deep breath. Let's activate the Great Array first. Fortunately, the Crimson Dragon had left many arrays for us. Now, let's activate them all and go all out. That's right, before the Crimson Dragon and the others and Boss Lin return, we have to do everything we can. We have to stop them. The Divine Union is Boss Lin's blood, sweat, and tears. We can't let it be destroyed in our hands. Fatty Nalan and the others also stood up. Their eyes were filled with determination as they defended the Divine Union with their lives. These people started to move. At the same time, the Divine Union was also mobilized. They started to gather energy and activate the array. They didn't know what was going on. They only knew that a strong enemy was attacking. Boom, at the same time, Purple Ming's people quickly descended from the sky. In the next moment, they tore through the void and descended. In an instant, they arrived above the Divine Union. At the same time, a fierce attack was launched. It turned into a purple thunderbolt and blasted towards the divine union below. With a loud boom, the thunderbolt, which contained endless destructive power, shattered everything. The vast power spread in all directions. At this moment, the entire saintly origin ancient city shook violently. Countless families and sects in the ancient city looked up at the sky. Damn it, what was going on? There was a battle. It was an extremely terrifying battle. Who was it? They looked up at the sky. This direction seemed to be the direction of the divine union. Someone was attacking the divine union. It couldn't be, right? Didn't Lin Wude and the others go to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb? If the divine union was attacked now, they would be in real danger. Exclamations rang out one after another. The people of the three major orthodoxies were also stunned. The people of the Tao also looked up at the sky. Not good, the divine union is in danger. Hurry up and inform the elders. At this moment, everyone related to the divine union moved quickly. As for the people of the divine union, they were so shocked that their blood was boiling. They were terrified. Fortunately, they had activated the array in advance. Otherwise, countless people inside would have been annihilated by this attack. It's coming. Hongye and Shangwan Shaoxian also walked out of the hall. They looked up at the sky. They saw countless godlike figures descending from the sky. The entire ancient city was also alarmed. They were incomparably shocked as they watched this scene. Was someone attacking the divine union? Oh my god, was that really the case? Who was it? The divine union was like the sun in the sky. Who would dare to act recklessly? Everyone moved forward. The space around the divine union was constantly shattering as countless figures stood in the sky. Tens of thousands of nomological laws fell from their bodies and pierced through the sky. More importantly, the purple palm had shattered many of their arrays. The divine union was shaken. The people inside also walked out. They looked at the scene above them with solemn expressions. Fatty Nailan walked out and shouted in a cold voice. Who are these people? Leave quickly or don't blame the divine union for being impolite. Countless nomological laws appeared in the divine union after he said that. The arrays were activated and a few terrifying sacred weapons floated in the sky. Humph, today is the day you die. A figure walked out from the sky. It was a descendant of the Z Mansion. He said loudly, today, the Z Mansion is here to take revenge. We will destroy the divine union. Where is Lin Wude? Get him out here. It was actually someone from the Z Mansion. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Fatty Nailan and the rest already knew. They frowned at the moment. Fu Hongye and the others searched the sky with their eyes. They knew that a Triple Crown champion had arrived. Who was it? Suddenly, they saw a figure standing among the countless experts. The aura of the other party was too terrifying. It was like a supreme god. Was this the Triple Crown champion? Countless people gasped. He was too strong. It felt as if the other party could turn them into ashes with a wave of his hand. Fu Hongye walked out and said, I will give you one last chance to leave. Stupid. At this moment, Ziming also spoke up. The people from the Z Mansion did not dare to say anything. They just waited quietly. Ziming waved his hand. Attack. Today, we will make them disappear. After receiving the order, the people from the Z Mansion roared. Their attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. Had the battle really begun? Countless people were shocked. This Sifu palace was too crazy. Damn it. Defend. Fu Hongye and the others knew how terrifying the Triple Crown champion was, so they prepared to defend. All they had to do was wait for the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian to return. Countless formations lit up between heaven and earth, and one of them was a mountain protecting formation. 36 cauldrons appeared at the same time. Each of them was like an ancient mountain, suppressing the world. This was a formation set up by the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was a Geomaster and had the Geomaster scripture. He used the power of the earth and combined it with his attainments in array formations to create the Grand Heavenly Cycle Array. This was an extremely powerful array formation. Even a sacred lord would not be able to open it. It served as the Divine Union's mountain protection array. At that moment, the Cosmic Cycle Cauldron opened immediately. The people from the Purple Mansion also roared. They already had a grudge with the Divine Union, so they naturally wouldn't hold back. On top of that, they were led by a Triple Crown champion, so they were very confident. These people had sword chi soaring to the sky, saber chi flashing, thunder flame, ice frost, and demonic beasts. All kinds of attacks covered the sky and the earth, hitting the array formation. This caused the array formation to shake violently. This power was so shocking that the people in the ancient city felt their scalps go numb. If it had been any other ancient family, their defenses would have been torn apart long ago. Between heaven and earth, the 36 cauldrons floated up and down, releasing a heavy power. They actually blocked these attacks. This was even more shocking. The Divine Union's array formation was so terrifying. Even the people from the Purple Mansion were surprised. The leader of the disciples and the elders shouted angrily and attacked again. However, after 3 attacks, their faces had turned pale. The Divine Union's array formation had not been opened yet. This mountain protection array was too scary. Damn it, who was the one who set this up? Was it Lin Wudi? That was impossible. His array formation attainments were definitely not that strong. There was an array formation expert behind the Divine Union. These people were going crazy. This time, they had come with a strong intention to destroy the Divine Union. However, they couldn't even open the mountain protection array. If they returned empty-handed, the Purple Mansion would lose all face. Behind them, Ziming's face darkened when he saw the scene. He snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. Get out of my way. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people retreated one after another. They knew that the Triple Crown champion was about to make a move. The other families and sects in Saintly Origin City were puzzled when they saw this scene. What was going on? The people from the Sky sect frowned. Was the Purple Mansion giving up? No, the people from the Earth sect realized that another person from the Purple Mansion had walked out. Heavens! Did he want to make a move alone? Who did he think he was? One had to know that the person in front of him was very unfamiliar. He didn't even have an extreme-grade weapon. Previously, so many powerhouses had attacked together, but they hadn't been able to break the array formation. Could he do it alone? What a joke. Therefore, the people watching from afar shook their heads and sneered. They felt that the Purple Mansion was going to return empty-handed this time. After Ziming walked out, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Purple sky underworld earth palm. He formed a seal with his palms, forming an ancient imprint. The power of the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds was mobilized by him. It slowly condensed in front of him. Then, with a loud boom, it slammed towards the Divine Union. The sky split open and the earth shook. Everyone's hair stood on end. The people watching from afar narrowed their eyes. Damn it! What was going on? Many people were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground. Who exactly was this person in front of him? This person was too strong. Why did they feel like they were facing a god? Their eyelids twitched. They now knew that they had underestimated the Purple Mansion. The person in front of them was an unimaginably mysterious existence. The people from the Divine Union narrowed their eyes as well. Fu Hongya roared, block it with all your might. The universal cauldrons were unleashed to the extreme. The 36 cauldrons shone brightly between heaven and earth. They formed the strongest defense and collided with the palm. With a loud clang, the 9 heavens and 10 underworlds were pierced through. The people from the Divine Union felt their blood boiling. Some of the people watching from afar were shaken. Their souls split open and they vomited blood. With one strike, the 12 black cauldrons shook and cracks appeared on them. A few of them even cracked open. With one strike, the universal defensive array was broken. How was this possible? The people from the Divine Union were trembling. The others were even more stunned. This person alone had surpassed the combined strength of all the people from the Purple Mansion. He was too strong. He was unbelievably strong. When had such an expert appeared on Burial Earthstar? Was this the light-shaking realm? Which expert had the light-shaking realm swallowed? Someone exclaimed. Someone shook his head. No, he was not a light-shaking realm expert. He did not use the demonic heaven-devouring technique. Why do I feel that this person is stronger than Lin Wudi? The strength of the purple figure in front of them exceeded everyone's expectations. They were guessing who it was. At the front, Ziming narrowed his eyes. He was surprised that the formation wasn't completely destroyed. After all, what he had just executed was an ultimate move. The purple sky underworld earth technique was made up of two extremely terrifying powers. When combined into a palm, its power was unparalleled. This strike of his could destroy any array formation. In his opinion, more than half of the divine union would be destroyed. However, only half of the array formation had been destroyed. This was completely beyond his expectations. This array formation wasn't ordinary. Ziming's eyes glowed purple as he stared down. The divine union was indeed powerful. However, he soon snorted. So what? He was here today. Was the divine union destined to be destroyed? He slowly raised his hand and prepared to execute the purple sky underworld earth palm again. Vast power surged between heaven and earth. The people of the divine union were in despair. Many of their elites had followed him to the Dragon Emperor ancient land. Although those who remained here were also geniuses, they couldn't compete with someone like the Triple Crown champion. Xianxia gritted her teeth. If only senior brother Lin was here. Fatty Nalan added. Yes, as long as there was an emperor weapon here, the Triple Crown champion wouldn't dare to act wildly. Stop! At that moment, an angry shout was heard from afar. It was from the Nalan family of the saintly origin ancient city. The Duga family and the Fire Dragon family had arrived. They were all from the Divine Union. Naturally, they had to come out when they saw the Divine Union being attacked. Vhumad and the rest's eyes lit up. Previously, they had received news from Xianxia in advance and had secretly mobilized their men. However, some of them were very far away. In addition, the Purple Palace sect had arrived very quickly, which was beyond their expectations. Therefore, the reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. At that moment, a few people from the ancient city had finally arrived. After they arrived, they gathered with the Divine Union and confronted the people from the Purple Palace sect. Did the Purple Palace sect have a death wish? How dare they make a move at this time? The Nalan family's leader snorted. The Duga family's leader snorted. How despicable. Why didn't they come when Alliance leader Lin was here? If they had the ability, they should have fought Alliance leader Lin. The Fire Dragon family's leader snorted as well. How dare they attack the Divine Union? The three great families were very powerful. They were on the same side as the Divine Union. Oh, have reinforcements arrived? Ziming narrowed his eyes and glanced at these people, then shook his head. I thought it was some kind of expert, but it turned out to be a bunch of trash. Even if you come, it's useless. You can't change anything. You're calling us trash? The Fire Dragon was enraged, and so were the experts of the Duga family. Say it again, who's the trash? Sword chi surged from their bodies, and each of them carried a huge iron sword on their backs. The people of the Nalan family were also brimming with killing intent. Since you're so powerful, don't blame us for being impolite. Let's attack together. The experts of the three great clans roared and soared into the sky. They all wanted to see what gave the Z Mansion the right to be arrogant. Previously, the Purple Palace realm had been completely suppressed by the Divine Union. The strongest genius of the Zifu sect, Yao Guang, had been defeated by Lin Xian. The Purple Mansion realm had also been injured by the Divine Union several times. Now that the other party dared to behave so atrociously, wasn't he courting death? When the people of the Purple Mansion saw this, they sneered. They really didn't know what was good for them. The Purple Mansion realm was no longer the same as before. Now, it was the Triple Crown King. Just wait and see, these people would regret it. They didn't take action, as the Triple Crown King hadn't given them any orders. Ziming looked at the experts of the three great clans and shook his head slightly. Ants were ants. It didn't matter how many of them there were. He formed another seal with his palm. The Thunder Beast shook the 9 heavens. Purple lightning filled its body, and it carried the aura of the Earth Demon. Then, a Thunder Beast formed behind Ziming. A sea of lightning filled the sky, and it charged forward. A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth. Countless lightning chains descended from the 9 heavens. It swept through the three great clans. In an instant, the three great clans seemed to have been struck by lightning, and they vomited blood as they were sent flying. This scene was very shocking. One person had defeated the three great clans. Countless people were shocked. The people of the three great clans were also crazy. How could he be so powerful? This wasn't the strength of a human. Ants were ants. No matter how many ants there were, they couldn't compete with a giant dragon. Ziming stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Is there anyone in the Divine Union who can fight? If not, I'll send you all on your way." Arrogance, boundless arrogance, everyone was stunned. The people of the three great clans were injured. Below, the people of the Divine Union rushed out to support them, and asked, "How are you?" The leaders of the three great clans smiled bitterly. "We are not a match for him. This is too terrifying." Vhumad said, "Let's stop talking and go back. Don't fight with him, just defend yourself. We still have the array to activate." Fire Dragon Lady frowned. It was useless. No matter how strong he was, unless Lin Gongzi and the rest came back. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The people of the Divine Union were also in despair. They were helpless against such an expert. It wasn't that they were weak, but the enemy was too strong. Ziming shook his head and sighed. This is really disappointing. I thought that the Divine Union would be full of experts. There were one or two who surprised me, but I didn't expect them to be a bunch of ants. Since that was the case, there was no need for them to exist. He walked forward, and endless killing intent appeared in his hands. "Humph, you are too arrogant." A cold snort was heard. Countless large cracks appeared between heaven and earth. Then, a prehistoric force came crashing down. Everyone trembled, and in the next moment, they all turned their heads. The people from the Tao had arrived. It was the patriarch of the Tao sect. That's right, the savage wilderness patriarch had come. Some of the elders of the Tao had also come. They had an extraordinary relationship with the Divine Union. Although they weren't from the Divine Union, the creator of the Divine Union, Lin Xian, had always been with them. Now that Lin Xian wasn't around and the Divine Union was in danger, they naturally had to come and help. After the savage wilderness patriarch arrived, he stared at the purple figure in front of him. The elders behind him were also shocked. Elder Bai had also come. He was extremely shocked. He knew that the strength of the Divine Union had already surpassed the remote antiquity families. However, they were now in such a miserable state. What exactly was going on? "Who are you?" Ziming looked in front of him and sneered. "Are you here to stand up for the Divine Union? I am the savage wilderness patriarch of the Tao sect." "Young man, leave quickly. I don't want to hurt you." The savage wilderness patriarch's voice was very loud and clear, spreading throughout heaven and earth. Ziming snorted when he heard this. "The patriarch of the Tao sect, you are just an old thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Scram, or I will kill you." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The savage ancestor was one of the Tao sect's patriarchs. His strength was terrifying, and his status was even more terrifying. Who dared to provoke him? But now, a young man dared to be so arrogant, not putting him in his eyes at all. Who was this person? They were extremely curious. The savage ancestor's expression darkened as he took a step forward. He blasted out like a savage ancient beast, crushing heaven and earth. This attack was extremely terrifying. It could shatter everything. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens, the savage ancestor was really angry. That was for sure. He had used a peerless mystique the moment he attacked. They didn't know how the purple-robed man was going to block it. Everyone's eyes widened. Ziming snorted coldly. He also roared in anger and unleashed the purple heaven and earth handprint, charging forward to attack. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. However, after the attack, the savage ancestor was pushed back, cracks appearing on his palm. His pupils shrank. The others were also shocked. It couldn't be. The savage ancestor was actually injured. This purple-robed man's strength was too heaven-defying. Who was he? You're just SOSO. Ziming retracted his palm and laughed coldly. The Divine Union's people despaired. Vhumad's expression was cold. She hurriedly sent a message to the Crimson Dragon and the others. If even the savage ancestor couldn't withstand it, then the extreme-grade weapon had returned. Otherwise, the divine union would be completely finished. The savage ancestor was also shocked. Previously, the other party's arrogance had angered him. He planned to teach the other party a lesson. After all, he was one of the patriarchs. The age gap between them was very large. Normally, he wouldn't attack the younger generation. However, he couldn't care less now. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that he was gravely mistaken. The person in front of him was stronger than him. He wasn't even a match for him. The Purple Palace's strength far surpassed the light-shaking realm. Who was it that had appeared recently? The savage ancestor's eyes flashed. In the next instant, her pupils shrank as she cried out in surprise. Could it be that you're the Triple Crown champion? When these words came out, the others were also in an uproar. What? Triple Crown champion? Heavens, was this an existence that surpassed the Double Crown champion? Yes, it was possible. The Purple Palace master had once told Lin Wudy to wait. Lin Wudy was arrogant, but they still had a trump card. That was the Triple Crown. Previously, he was in a deep sleep, but in order to kill Lin Wudy, I think they must have awakened the Triple Crown King. The person in front of him must be the Triple Champion. Other than such a person, no one else had the strength to possess such power. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the purple figure in the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. A genius who stood above all other experts had appeared. Triple Crown winner. Ziming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He sneered. You old thing, you still have some vision. That's right, I am the Triple Crown King. Now that you know who I am, you can all kneel on the ground and submit. I can give you a quick death. He was extremely arrogant, but no one dared to resist. Because the other party was the Triple Crown King. The savage desolation ancestor coldly harumphed. Damn it, he actually dared to look down on him. He also took out a giant axe. It was the savage great axe. Savage 36 strikes, the giant axe danced, and it was as if countless ancient mountains were pressing down mercilessly. Heaven and earth crumbled. This was an extremely powerful axe technique that could definitely sweep through the crowd. When Ziming saw this, he sneered. Axe? Humph, that trash Yao Guang was defeated by me in one move even with the bloodline great axe. You want to contend against me with just your axe? Too naive. When these words came out, everyone went crazy. Yao Guang was defeated in one move. That was the Double Crown King, and the second place of the Dragon Transformation battle, only behind Lin Wudy. But he was defeated in one move. Didn't that mean that Lin Wudy was no match for this guy? It's over. Who can suppress this guy? I don't think any sage is a match for him. Unless they attacked accurately, no one could suppress the Triple Crown King. Amidst the countless discussions, Ziming raised his hand again, and a purple spear appeared in his hand. Arcs of lightning and killing intent appeared on it. In the next moment, he waved his arm forcefully. The purple spear turned into an eternity between heaven and earth, and attacked the savage great axe. With a clang, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. Everyone was sent flying by the force, vomiting blood. The mountains and rivers below shattered, and the array cracked. The savage patriarch's great axe was sent flying. The savage patriarch's body was pierced, and he was nailed to the peak of a mountain after being pushed back dozens of mountains. This scene was extremely shocking. He had been defeated. The terrifying savage patriarch had been defeated in one move, and he had even been severely injured. Everyone despaired. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Ziming snorted coldly. The people from the purple mansion behind him also widened their eyes. They had been defeated so easily. They had always thought that this would be a difficult battle. But the situation had completely exceeded their expectations. This was great. They were excited. If this continued, they could sweep through the divine union. In fact, no one in the world would be a match for them. They were too excited. Ziming slowly walked forward. It seemed like he didn't intend to let the savage patriarch go. Another purple lightning divine spear appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Not good. The savage patriarch was in danger. The people from the divine union cried out in alarm. The patriarch had to run. The other clans and sects were also shocked. Was one of the patriarchs of the Tao going to fall? The savage patriarch roared at the sky, but the purple lightning divine spear was too terrifying. It had pierced through his body. The electric arc made him powerless, and he couldn't move at all. This lightning was too terrifying. He roared at the sky. Old friend. I'm counting on you. As soon as he said that, the void changed. A ray of light descended, enveloping the world. There, red-crowned cranes danced, and rainbows filled the air. It was a scene of immortals. Everyone was shocked to see this. It seemed like another expert had appeared. The savage patriarch hadn't come alone. The elders of the sky sect cried out in alarm. This was the fantasy world mortal realm. It was the fantasy world patriarch. That's right, it was another patriarch of the Tao. The fantasy world patriarch. He was an expert in illusions. His most powerful ability was that he had an illusionary world called the fantasy world mortal realm. In this world, he was the supreme king. After the fantasy world mortal realm descended, it enveloped the world. It also enveloped Ziming. He didn't attack the purple lightning divine spear because it was too powerful. Instead, he used his illusions to influence and control Ziming. Countless rainbow-colored chains danced in the air. Beside Ziming, an old voice rang out. Soul control. Ziming stopped in his tracks. The purple lightning divine spear in his hand also slowly disappeared. The destructive power between heaven and earth had disappeared. Everyone's eyes widened. Controlled? As expected of the fantasy world patriarch. This method was truly terrifying. That's great. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were overjoyed. They had finally suppressed the Triple Crown champion. However, Fantasy World Ancestor's expression was extremely solemn. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. Oh no, he quickly retreated. The Triple Crown champion, who was being controlled, snorted coldly. His eyes suddenly burst with a terrifying light. It pierced through the fantasy world. Fantasy World Ancestor was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His old face turned incomparably pale, as if he had aged a few hundred years in an instant. He was injured. The other party had broken his ultimate technique so easily. Soul attack? Not bad, but it was just a small trick. It was suitable for assassination. You want to control me with just you? What a joke, Purple Underworld snorted coldly and looked forward. Then he said, just you two old things? Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, I'll send you on your way. He walked over step by step, the killing intent on his body constantly erupting. Everyone was in despair. Could it be that even the two ancestors couldn't defeat him? The two patriarchs roared furiously as they joined forces to fight against Qin Lai. The battle instantly broke out. However, after 30 moves, the two ancestors were sent flying again. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Sacred blood kept dripping, dyeing the sky red. He was too strong. They were no match for him at all. Everyone was in despair. At this moment, more experts from the Sacred Origin Tower arrived. Those divine generals roared. They also helped, but they were no match for him. Without a boundary emperor, no one could suppress the Triple Crown champion. The spectators shook their heads and sighed. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. This was great. In the Divine Union, Hong Yi and the others had solemn expressions. Seniors, enter the array together. I've already informed Uncle Master and the others. They should be back soon. We just have to hold on. Fantasy World Ancestor, Savage Wilderness Ancestor, and the other divine generals nodded. They had no choice but to descend and use the protective mountain array to its limit. The broken cauldron healed once again. Humph. You want to delay and wait for reinforcements? It's useless. I'll kill you first. Purple Underworld attacked again. However, this time, it wasn't just the power of the Divine Union. There was also the power of the Tao and the divine generals of the Sacred Origin Tower. Therefore, it would take some time to break the array this time. On the other side, in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. The Crimson Dragon's expression changed when he received the news. The divine union was in danger. Morong Qingqing frowned. What was going on? The Crimson Dragon said that the Zifu Emperor had made his move, and the Triple Crown King had been revived. Triple Crown winner, Morong Qingqing's pupils shrank. This was not a good situation. These experts were all outside. What should they do? Let's go back immediately, Baisusu said. Yanruyu said no. If we go back immediately, the people in front will definitely know. That would be troublesome. Many of those emperor clans have enmity with the Divine Union. If they join forces with the Triple Crown champion, we'll be in even more danger. Therefore, they had to restrain these people from the emperor clan and then send some people back. Although the Triple Crown champion was powerful, as long as he had an extreme-grade weapon, he would be able to protect himself. When the time came, he would have to wait for Lin Xian to emerge. Morong Qingqing nodded and said, I'll stay here. Ruyu, go back with Rizalong. You have an extreme-grade weapon and he has an array. The two of you will protect the Divine Union. Yanruyu nodded. Alright, be careful. The Crimson Dragon also said, do you know how to restrain them? Morong Qingqing's lips curled up. Of course, there was still the 10,000 Dragon Court. Previously, the 10,000 Dragon Court had mercilessly attacked these emperor clans. Now, I'll take the lead and join forces with these emperor clans to destroy the 10,000 Dragon Court first. As long as a war broke out, it would not end in a short time. These emperor clans would not be able to deal with the Divine Union. Alright, they would split up this time. Morong Qingqing, Baisusu, and the others prepared to join forces with the emperor clans to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court. As for Yanruyu and the Crimson Dragon, the two of them left quietly. These two were experts. Yanruyu even had an emperor weapon. If she left under normal circumstances, she would definitely attract the attention of others. However, Morong Qingqing struck first to gain the initiative. When these people left the Dragon Emperor's tomb, Morong Qingqing said, Everyone, I think it's time to settle some grudges. Hearing this, the pupils of the Golden Crow tribe and the Purple Mansion sect shrank. Did he want to start a war? They thought that Morong Qingqing wanted to attack them. However, Morong Qingqing shook his head. No, do you still remember what happened at the Imperial Spirit Garden? Back then, Huanlong controlled all of us. How did the 10,000 Dragon Court deal with us? They relied on Huanlong's power to steal our storage rings and kill our fellow sect members. Don't you think this grudge should be avenged? The Qilin tribe gritted their teeth when they heard this. The Golden Crow clan, the Twins of Destiny clan, and the others all frowned. However, this was the case. The 10,000 Dragon Court had really wanted to kill all of them at the Imperial Spirit Garden. If they did not have extreme-grade weapons to protect themselves, they would have died long ago. That's right, it was time for revenge. The Fire Qilin also stared at the 10,000 Dragon Court. The Purple Mansion sect's lips curled up. It seemed like they had to let the 10,000 Dragon Court know the consequences of offending them. The others nodded. They were doing this to take revenge. However, they also had another thought. They had entered the Dragon Emperor's tomb and obtained many treasures. Although this number could not be compared to what Lin Xian had obtained. But after all, they had stolen the Dragon Emperor's things. The 10,000 Dragon Court could not do anything now, but when they recovered in the future, would they take revenge on them one by one? When the time came, would they be able to block them? So now, why not work together to destroy the 10,000 Dragon Court? Then, they would have nothing to worry about. Damn it, how dare you? The 10,000 Dragon Court people hollered in rage and stared at Morong Qingqing. Morong Qingqing scoffed coldly. What did he not dare to do? He instantly charged out. The desolate tower suppressed the area. The 10,000 Dragon Court's Long Mu roared and Long Tu attacked. Damn it, I will fight it out with you all. After the two of them attacked, the other Emperor race people also attacked. The clan of the Ancients also provided strength. They were determined to suppress the 10,000 Dragon Court. After all, they had stolen the tomb of the Emperor, so they were definitely going to take revenge. Therefore, these people did not show any mercy when they attacked. Just like that, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The 10,000 Dragon Court was forced to retreat. However, although they were suppressed, they were in the Dragon Emperor's territory. Moreover, Long Mu was also one step away from the sage stage. He was very strong. It was impossible for the other party to kill him in an instant. However, based on this lineup, it was only a matter of time before they lost. At the same time, in the depths of the Dragon Palace tomb, Lin Xian frowned. He had also received news that the Divine Union was in danger. The Triple Crown King of the Z Mansion sect had also awakened. Was the other party coming for him? A cold-killing intent appeared in his eyes. De Long flew out and asked. What's wrong? Is your soul very unstable? Lin Xian suppressed his killing intent. It seems like I'll have to leave early if someone dares to attack my sect. De Long said, wait a little longer. You can leave after you break through to the peak of the Great Sage Realm. You can slowly refine the remaining power in the future. Lin Xian nodded. Give me 2 more days and I'll be able to break through. At this point, his eyes flashed with a terrifying radiance. The power in his body became even more terrifying and the flame between his eyebrows became even more mysterious. He was trying his best to break through. On the other side, Morong Qingqing and the others were fighting a terrifying battle. Yan Ryu and the Crimson Dragon were constantly building the space transportation array. They finally returned to Saint Distant Ancient City. By the time they arrived, their expressions had become extremely solemn. This was because they sensed an extremely terrifying power emanating from it. Oh no, the Divine Union was really in danger. However, the Divine Union's array formation was shattered once again. Ziming sneered. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can escape my pursuit? What a joke. I'll let you know what despair is. He raised his hand. A terrifying handprint appeared between heaven and earth. It was like the handprint of a deity. If this handprint landed, half of the Divine Union would probably be turned into ashes. It was over. The Divine Union would probably cease to exist from now on. The people in the distance also shook their heads. Below, Hong Yi, Shangguan Shaoxian and the others were in despair. Even the savage wilderness ancestor and the others were gnashing their teeth. Damn it, just the Triple Crown champion was already so terrifying. Furthermore, the elites of the Purple Mansion realm had yet to make their move. It was over. The huge handprint in the sky descended. Everyone sighed. The people of the Divine Union closed their eyes. No, they let out an unwilling roar. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Thousands of large cracks spread out in all directions like space dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The people in the ancient city were forced to retreat. The entire ancient city was shaking violently. Everyone in the ancient city looked up at the sky. The older generation powerhouses were terrified while the younger disciples were kneeling on the ground. Was the Divine Union going to be destroyed? Some clans shook their heads and sighed. Many people rose into the air and looked into the distance. That place should be in ruins, but when they opened their eyes to look, they were stunned. The smile on the faces of the people from the Purple Mansion sect also disappeared, replaced by an ugly expression. The purple palm print was blocked, and a green lotus bloomed between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. The green lotus swayed gently, and the purple palm print instantly shattered the heavens and the earth. Moreover, a terrifying aura flew towards Ziming. Ziming's pupils shrank. His figure instantly tore open the void and disappeared. The place where he was originally standing shattered and turned into a black hole. He appeared on the other side. His face turned cold. Extreme weapon. The others were also in an uproar. Had the Divine Union's reinforcements arrived? Had Lin Wudi and the others returned? They looked in all directions. However, they discovered that only 2 figures were descending from the sky. It was Yan Ryu and the Crimson Dragon. The members of the Divine Union also cheered and heaved a sigh of relief. They were saved. After the Crimson Dragon descended, he looked at the people beside him and his face turned ugly. Although the array was not completely destroyed, the members of the Divine Union were still injured. Their bodies were stained with blood, and their faces were pale. The aura of the old ancestors was very weak. Fu Hongya asked, has the young Uncle Master returned? The Crimson Dragon replied, not yet. The 2 of us came back early. However, don't worry. Since we are back, we will not let anyone be in danger. He waved his dragon claws, and the spirit veins under the ground erupted again. He began to repair the array. At the same time, he turned his head and looked into the distance. He stared at a purple figure and furrowed his brows tightly. This was because he felt a fatal sense of danger. Triple Crown, the people from the Purple Mansion sect also had ugly expressions. An extreme weapon had appeared. In this way, it would be difficult to destroy the Divine Union. The other people in the ancient city were also surprised. They could not destroy the Divine Union? This was really surprising. Someone said that it was a pity that the Purple Mansion sect did not have a chance. Yes. The Divine Union's extreme weapon had gone to attack the Dragon Emperor's tomb. It was such a good opportunity, but now they had lost it. Ziming's brows were also tightly knitted together. Did he return so quickly? Was there a result from the Dragon Emperor's tomb? However, she did not care. If all the Emperor clans returned, the Purple Mansion sect could gather a few allies and work together to take out a few extreme weapons to confront the Divine Union. At that time, they would still have an advantage. However, after waiting for a while, no other extreme weapons appeared. This made him frown. Only one extreme grade weapon came back. You are the Triple Crown champion? Yan Ryu shouted coldly. Who are you? You must be the descendant of the Azure Emperor. Ziming snorted. I heard that you are also Lin Xian's woman. Why? Where is Lin Xian? He did not dare to stand up, so he sent a woman. What a piece of trash. Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Hearing this, the people from the Divine Union roared. Damn it, what right do you have to challenge Boss Lin? That's right, Boss Lin can kill you with one slap. Ziming laughed heartily. Kill me? Just because of Lin Wudi? He did not have that right. I can kill him with a single move. He looked at Yan Ryu and said. Looks like you are also a top expert. Do you dare to fight me without the power of the extreme weapon, Sister Ryu? Don't fight him head-on. Shangguan Xiaoxian exclaimed, and the others quickly retreated. Even Old Ancestor Barbarian King and Old Ancestor Huanshi had been defeated so badly. It would be difficult to suppress the other party. Ziming laughed heartily. What a piece of trash. You are so weak. Could it be that you can only rely on extreme weapons for the rest of your lives? I am now officially challenging the Divine Union. His voice spread in all directions. At this moment, countless remote antiquity families were shocked. Although the extreme weapons had returned and the Divine Union was safe, who would protect the Divine Union's glory? One had to know that as a warrior, there were some things that were more important than life. For example, dignity and glory. These were more important than life. Now that their lives were not in danger, they would not be able to raise their heads again if they were slapped in the face by the Purple Mansion sect. Then, no one would look up to the Divine Union. What should they do? The Crimson Dragon flew up. They could feel that the Triple Crown champion was really strong. Based on their understanding, the Old Ancestor's Barbarian King and Old Ancestor Huanshi had been defeated easily. Even a light-shaking realm expert had been defeated in a single move. This person was unbelievably strong. Time was running out. After Yan Ryu said this, she looked at the sky. She said, I will fight you. The crowd was in an uproar. No way. Yan Ryu had actually agreed to fight. Impossible, he couldn't win. Although he was also a top genius, he couldn't compare to the light-shaking realm cultivators at the Dragon Transformation Station. If even the light-shaking realm cultivators were defeated, it was impossible for him to win. He was just throwing his life away. Where was Lin Wudi? Why did he let his woman come out? Could it be that he was really afraid and was hiding? No, something might have happened at the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Otherwise, why would only the two of them come back? The other Emperor clans didn't appear either. These people were surprised. Ziming's lips curled up. Your courage is commendable, but too stupid. I agree to fight you. I'll even give you a handicap of one hand. Come on, use your strongest attack. Of course, in a fair fight, you can't use an extreme-grade weapon. That would be meaningless. An extreme-grade weapon was a great Emperor's weapon. Anyone who held it could sweep through everything. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, they would be invincible. There was no point in fighting like that. Don't worry, I won't use an extreme-grade weapon. I'll use my own strength to fight you. But not now. 5 days later, before we fight, I've used too much energy. I've used up too much energy. You don't want to have an unfair advantage, do you? 5 days. The Purple Mansion's people's expressions changed. You want to extend the time? You want to wait for reinforcements? Lin Wudy couldn't come. He was already afraid and had run away. They roared. Ziming also frowned. He said, I can see that you've used up a lot of energy. But, with your strength, 5 days? It wouldn't take that long. 2 days. I'll give you 2 days at most. After 2 days, you'll have to fight even if you don't want to. After he finished speaking, he stood there with his hands behind his back and continued to wait. He was very confident. So what if his opponent had an extreme-grade weapon? He was fighting a glorious battle now. As long as he could trample the Divine Union's glory under his feet, the Divine Union would no longer be a threat. Yan Ryu also sighed. She felt the other party's dominance and knew that he meant what he said. It seemed like there were only 2 days left. Would Lin Xian be able to come out in 2 days? He slowly descended and used the Green Lotus to envelop the Divine Union. The Green Lotus bloomed, forming an extreme-grade chi that enveloped the Divine Union. The members of the Divine Union looked solemn as well. Their lives were no longer in danger as they were protected by their ultimate weapons. However, their glory was being challenged. 2 days later, would Yan Ryu be able to withstand it? Most people knew that this was impossible. However, no one disturbed Yan Ryu. Everyone allowed him to recover with all his might. The Divine Union took out a huge amount of treasures and placed them in front of Yan Ryu. Yan Ryu didn't say anything either. He could only fight with his back against the wall. He began to recover silently. Meanwhile, the battle outside the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb was even more terrifying. On the side of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty, they were about to bite into pieces. They were severely injured. Apart from them, the dragons under their command were also injured. The Wind Dragon tribe, the Thunder Dragon tribe, and the Dragon Sea tribe were all under their control. But even so, it was still very difficult for them to resist. At this moment, Morong Qingqing frowned. She had received Lin Xian's voice transmission. Qingqing, are you still near the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Take them away. I'm going to break through. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. Was he about to break through? She had to take these Emperor race people away. One had to know that these Emperor race people thought that Lin Wudy was dead. That was why they had joined forces to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court. If they knew that Lin Xian was still alive, they would definitely turn around and attack the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb together. This was because compared to the 10,000 Dragon Court, Lin Xian was a bigger threat. Morong Qingqing shouted angrily. She attacked with all her might. The ancient desolate tower was even more terrifying. It was fully awakened and released a shocking attack. With a boom, the 10,000 Dragon picture was sent flying. Half of the 10,000 Dragon Court's people were turned into ashes. The Thunder Dragon tribe and the Wind Dragon tribe suffered even greater losses. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Morong Qingqing to fully awaken her extreme weapon. Morong Qingqing's face was also pale. The old phoenix attacked. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "What are you Emperor race people waiting for? Hurry up and attack." The other Emperor race people also took a deep breath. It was time to end the battle. These people attacked one after another. The 10,000 Dragon Court people were completely unaware. Even Long Mu spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was shattered. He brought the 10,000 Dragon picture and enveloped these Dragon tribe experts. He said, "Let's go." They flew towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. "You want to leave? Where are you going?" Morong Qingqing led his people into the sky and chased after them. The rest of the people followed suit. In an instant, these people left the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb to chase after the 10,000 Dragon Court. The ancient tomb fell silent again. Only the huge crack in the sky and the shattered mountains and rivers around it could be seen. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as if black clouds were pressing down on the city. Endless lightning suddenly descended and pierced through the heavens and earth. This scene was like the end of the world. The entire mysterious heavenly continent was shocked by this power. All of them were no longer fierce. Was the heavenly god angry? They didn't know. Fortunately, Morong Qingqing and the others acted quickly. Now, they had already left the Tianxian continent and were heading towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. Otherwise, those emperor race people would definitely kill their way back. They would find out what was going on. In the depths of the ancient tomb, the void split open. A huge bolt of lightning struck Lin Xian's body, causing Lin Xian's body to sway. This bolt of lightning did not disappear. Instead, it continued to resist. His eyes were red as he roared towards the sky. This breakthrough was very dangerous. One had to know that he was someone from the immortal graveyard. There would be heavenly punishment attacking him outside. Originally, he would enter the sword world every time he broke through. However, he couldn't do it this time. He had already fused with the divine fire seed. He had to endure the lightning and fire. This was a checkpoint. If he couldn't withstand it, he might turn into ashes. However, De Long said that if the lightning tribulation was triggered in the sword world, it would be too terrifying. With Lin Xian's current cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Therefore, Lin Xian had to endure the lightning in the outside world. Then, he had to enter the sword world. As for heavenly punishment, he wasn't particularly worried about it. There were a few places that he couldn't enter. The first was the life realm, and the second was the place related to the Great Emperor. Right now, Lin Xian was in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. The Great Emperor's aura here was extremely terrifying. The heavenly punishment would not descend, so Lin Xian only needed to use all his strength to deal with the lightning and fire. The bolt of lightning that fell at this moment was the first bolt of lightning. There was only one bolt, but it lasted for a very long time. Lin Xian's body cracked, but it recovered in an instant. He resisted with all his might and roared towards the sky. This was not the first time he had dealt with lightning strikes. He was very experienced. Therefore, even though the first bolt of lightning was terrifying and injured Lin Xian was still able to withstand it. However, he wasn't playing around. There were still two fires left, the heavenly fire and the earth fire. Other than the lightning, there was also the fire tribulation. However, the fire tribulation was very mysterious. At least, Lin Xian had never experienced it before. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. He used the Great Emperor's abilities, including the Rinnegan and the Yin-Yang diagram. Two extremely terrifying flames suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. One of them enveloped Lin Xian's body, while the other enveloped his soul. Lin Xian felt as though he was about to be annihilated. This was something he had never experienced before. He roared at the sky and resisted with all his might. The entire process did not last long, but Lin Xian felt as though he had experienced thousands of years. Both his soul and body were purified. Lin Xian stood where he was after the two types of flames in the air disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes, which glowed with an astonishing light. The divine flame between his eyebrows had become stronger than before and had formed a divine eye rune that emitted an extremely terrifying power. He had broken through. Lin Xian clenched his fists. After sensing this power, he was delighted. He had broken through to the peak of the great sage realm and was a true divine ancestor. This was the last realm of the sage realm. Any further and he would be a quasi-emperor. People in this realm were extremely powerful. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. When he had been a sage, he had been able to easily kill a divine ancestor. Now that he had become a divine ancestor, no one in the same realm would be a match for him. In other words, he was almost invincible among those below the emperor level. Lin Xian even felt that he could challenge a quasi-emperor. This challenge was not based on the heaven-devouring jar, an extreme weapon. It was based on its true power. Previously, the light-shaking realm and other enemies were no match for him. He could easily kill them. Perhaps he could send them to hell with a single move. At this thought, he became even more excited. There was still Long Mu. Previously, Long Mu had already surpassed the level of a saint. He had given the other party a glimpse of hope. Long Mu could be said to be the strongest person below the emperor level. However, Lin Xian was now confident that he could use his own strength to kill Long Mu. It was time to go out. Lin Xian took a deep breath and rushed out in a flash. He wanted to return to the Divine Union. This time, his harvest in the Dragon Emperor's tomb was really bountiful. It had allowed him to break through and increase his strength greatly. More importantly, the dragon soul of the great dragon sword soul had awakened. There was still some energy left in his body, but he did not absorb it. Instead, he gave it to the sword world. He wanted more places in the sword world to recover. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Not long after, he left the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Then, with a wave of his hand, he tore open the void and disappeared. On the other side, Morong Qingqing joined forces with the Z Mansion, Gu clan, and other monarch clans to hunt down Long Mu and the others. Long Mu and the others fled back to the 10,000 Dragon Court, but they didn't relax. It was because they discovered that these Emperor clan people still wanted to attack. These people wanted to attack the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. This made the people of the dragon race go crazy. Damn it, they resisted with great difficulty. Under the attacks of the extreme weapons, cracks began to appear on the myriad dragon dynasty. It was very likely that it would completely shatter because of this. Was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty going to be the first monarch race to be eliminated? Long Mu and the others didn't dare to imagine. On the other side, a shocking battle was about to break out in wholly distant ancient city. 2 days had passed, and everyone was nervous. Because they knew that the battle between Yan Ruyu and Zi Ming was about to begin. Everyone was puzzled. Could Yan Ruyu really withstand it? After all, the one who attacked was a Triple Crown king. Zi Ming looked forward and said. 2 days have passed. Make your move. Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and walked out. Although he knew that he wasn't a match for the other party, he had to fight this battle. There was no way out. He slapped out with his palm, which turned into palm shadows that filled the sky and charged forward. Zi Ming snorted coldly. He formed the purple sky underworld palm and waved it forward. At this moment, the palm shadows in the sky turned into green lotuses that bloomed all over the ground. Lotuses bloomed with every step. The sky was filled with lotuses. This wasn't an extreme weapon, but Yan Ruyu's bloodline. Although he wasn't from hell, he was the descendant of a great emperor. His bloodline was also very terrifying. Feeling this attack, the surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. This Yan Ruyu wasn't simple. She was definitely a top-notch prodigy. Such strength was extremely terrifying even among the Double Crown champions. There were only a few people who could contend with her. However, it was a pity. With such strength, she could definitely win against other sacred lords. However, if he was facing Purple Underworld, then it was impossible. Zi Ming's purple palm swept out and slapped the sky full of green lotuses. The whole world shook violently. The green lotuses in the sky were shattered. They couldn't withstand it at all. Yan Ruyu's face was pale. She retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body fell from the sky. Below, Shangguan Shaoxian quickly flew up and caught Yan Ruyu. How are you? Sister Ruyu, are you okay? The surrounding people of the Divine Union were also nervous. They were shocked. Yan Ruyu was so terrifying. However, she couldn't even withstand a single attack. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. It seemed like it was just as they thought. She couldn't do it. Zi Ming snorted coldly. He waved his sleeves, and the purple lightning that filled the sky shot down toward the ground. Not good. He was going to kill her. The spectators exclaimed. The pupils of the Divine Union's people shrank. Yan Ruyu shouted angrily. All of you, back off. He rushed up to the sky to block the attack. With the green lotuses on his body, he was even more terrifying. He seemed to have turned into a lotus and stood between heaven and earth, blocking the lightning in the sky. However, he was injured even more severely. You are indeed very scary. However, it's a pity that you are no match for me. A purple spear appeared in Zi Ming's hand and he walked forward. He arrived in front of Yan Ruyu and raised his right hand, thrusting it forward. Not good. Everyone was shocked at the scene and their faces were filled with fear. Was Yanryu going to die? No. The people of the Divine Union rushed up, but they were sent flying by Ziming's palm. The gap was too big. Yanryu's pupils shrank. He wanted to retreat. However, he realized that he couldn't do it in front of his opponent. His strength was completely suppressed. The purple spear fell and turned into lightning. It was about to pierce through Yanryu's body. However, the void beside Yanryu shattered and a figure appeared. Then, a palm grabbed forward. A clanging sound was heard as the palm grabbed the purple spear. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, making a roaring sound. Yanryu was enveloped by this force. However, another hand abruptly appeared and protected it. Countless black holes appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone sighed. Was he dead? The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. No, the people of the Purple Mansion sneered. Yanryu was Lin Wudi's woman. They wondered what Lin Wudi's expression would be when he found out about her death. The black hole in the sky slowly disappeared. Everyone looked over and saw that Yanryu had already turned into a bloody mist. However, when they looked up at the sky, they were stunned. They realized that it wasn't her. When they saw Yanryu's figure, their eyes widened. How could this be? She was still alive. The people from the Purple Mansion were stunned. Everyone else was shocked. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. In the next moment, they cheered. This was great, that was impossible. Some of the stronger divine ancestors frowned and looked over carefully. Hold on, why was there another person beside Yanryu? Who was that? At that moment, everyone realized that Yanryu was pale. It seemed like she couldn't resist at all. However, he had managed to survive because a figure had appeared beside him. A godlike figure had helped her block the attack. That figure had grabbed the purple spear with one hand. Ziming was also stunned. He hadn't expected someone to block his attack at the last moment. He looked at the figure in front of him and asked. Who are you? How dare you block me? The voice said coldly. It was Lin Xian, Lin Wudi. The crowd was in an uproar. Was this Lin Wudi? They were stunned. How could this be? Why do I feel that his aura is different? He was much more powerful than before. This was really Lin Wudi. Countless exclamations were heard. The people from the Divine Union were ecstatic. This was great, Boss Lin. Their boss Lin had returned. Even Yanryu was shocked. She could feel that Lin Xian's body contained a terrifying power. That power shocked her. It didn't lose out to the Triple Crown champion in front of her at all. This was great. Did you break through? She naturally knew that Lin Xian had been in the deepest part of the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb with the Dragon Emperor's ancient coffin. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian nodded and sent a wave of power into Yanryu's body. He said, You have suffered before. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I will kill him and avenge you and the people from the Divine Union. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent Yanryu down. Then, he looked at the people from the Divine Union, the savage wilderness ancestor, and the others. Everyone, leave it to me. Lin Xian, be careful. He's the Triple Crown King. Savage ancestor warned. Fantasy World ancestor also gritted his teeth. He was too strong. She had defeated him in one move. If you can't withstand it, don't try to be brave. Lin Xian said. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Triple Crown? He was a suitable opponent. After she finished speaking, she turned her head and looked in front of her. You're the 3-crown champion of the Z government? That's right, so you're Lin Wudi. I thought you were some earth-shattering figure. So you're just an ordinary young man. You've always been hiding behind a woman and didn't dare to come out. Why do you dare to come out now? Are you going to kneel down and beg me? He laughed complacently. The people from the Violet Palace sect harumphed coldly. So what if Lin Wudi had come? Lin Wudi was only slightly stronger than a light-shaking realm cultivator. It was just a double champion. Their opponent this time was a Triple Crown champion, someone who was far more powerful than a light-shaking realm cultivator. Lin Xian's expression was cold as she said, I won't let you off for attacking the Divine Union. Kneel down and accept your death. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. What was this brat saying? He was threatening the Triple Crown champion. The people from the Violet Palace sect laughed coldly. Brat, are you an idiot? Look clearly at who is standing in front of you. No matter who it is, anyone who attacks my friend will die without a doubt. Lin Xian's voice was filled with incomparable killing intent. Stupid thing. Ziming was also angry after hearing this. So you're not only arrogant, but you're also an idiot. Do you think you're very strong? Do you think you're high and mighty because you took first place in the dragon transformation trial? Unfortunately, your old opponent, a light-shaking realm cultivator, couldn't even take a single blow from me. You're stronger than a light-shaking realm cultivator, but how much stronger can you be? In my eyes, you're just an ant. I can kill you with a single blow. As he spoke, he waved his arm, and the purple spear exploded forth once again, stabbing towards Lin Xian. Lin Wudy was dead for sure. Countless people cried out in alarm. The people from the Divine Union became nervous once again. Only Yan Ryu was looking forward to it, because he could feel an extremely strong power in Lin Xian's body. Just wait and see. These people would be shocked. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he watched the incoming attack. He reached out at lightning speed, grabbing hold of the purple spear once again and waving it forcefully. With a clang, the purple spear broke into two halves. A vast force spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. With a loud boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Ziming was forced back, his blood churning. The other people were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What had they just seen? Lin Wudy had actually blocked the Triple Crown champion's attack. Lin Xian threw the broken purple spear far away and sneered. I'm an ant, you only need a single blow to kill me, can you do that? Shocking. Incomparably shocking. How strong was Ziming? He had defeated the light-shaking realm cultivator and Yan Ryu with a single blow. He had even defeated the Fantasy World Patriarch and the Savage Wilderness Patriarch. The entire Divine Union hadn't been able to take a single blow from him. Such a person was extremely strong. Everyone thought that he was invincible. Even though Lin Xian had arrived, they knew that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Nobody could contend against the Triple Crown champion. However, Lin Xian had done it. Lin Xian had blocked the Triple Crown champion's attack. Was he really Lin Wudy? I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding people were shocked. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. Did Boss Lin's strength become stronger again? Yan Ryu was equally shocked. She knew that Lin Xian had become stronger, but this level of strength had exceeded her expectations. It seemed like Lin Xian had really broken through a major boundary this time. Damn brat, I never expected that you would actually hide your strength. This is really beyond my expectations. However, you have already angered me. I can guarantee that you will be very miserable. Ziming's expression was also extremely cold. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As the Triple Crown champion, he wouldn't allow anyone to challenge him. There was only one outcome for anyone who dared to challenge him: death. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't you get it? You can defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator with a single blow, but you can't defeat me. I'm no longer the same person as before. Don't compare trash like the light-shaking realm cultivator to me. After all, I only need one blow to defeat Yao Guang. What? Countless people exclaimed when they heard this. Lin Wudy only needed one blow to defeat a light-shaking realm cultivator? Heavens, could it be that he had broken through? He seemed to have gone to the Dragon King's ancient tomb. Could he have obtained a huge opportunity there and broken through to become the Triple Crown champion? Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? Exclamations of surprise rang out one after another. The Savage Wilderness Patriarch, the Fantasy World Patriarch, and the others were also shocked when they heard this. Then, they smiled. It seems that we have underestimated this little guy. Fantasy World Patriarch smiled bitterly. Savage Wilderness Patriarch also nodded. That's right. He had never been defeated before. This time, it was up to him. Everyone was looking forward to it. Was Lin Wudy going to fight the Triple Crown King? Lin Xian's aura became incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, he attacked. He took a step forward, and the world shook. He punched out. This punch was like a primordial spring that swept through the world. Everyone's scalps went numb. This power was truly too shocking. Even Ziming's pupils shrank abruptly. Damn it, he also struck out with his palm. The two collided and he was sent flying. He knocked over dozens of mountains in a row before he stopped and fell into the ruins. Countless people were in an uproar. Heavens, he actually sent the Triple Crown King flying. This was too unbelievable. Impossible, Lord Ziming. The people from the Purple Mansion were also stunned. The Triple Crown King was sent flying with a single punch. How did Lin Wuti become so powerful? How long had it been? How did he break through to such a level? What had he experienced? At this moment, the world was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian retracted his fist and sneered. The Triple Crown King was just SOSO. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was too powerful. Was this the power that the divine flame seed gave him after breaking through? Sending the Triple Crown King flying with a single punch made him seem invincible in the world. With a boom, the mountains in the sky shattered. Ziming flew over. His face was terrifyingly dark. He had never thought that someone could contend against him. Moreover, he was sent flying. This was a slap to his face. He roared. Brat, you have completely angered me. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with his palms, and a huge shadow appeared behind him. The shadow was like a savage beast. However, that wasn't the case. That was a purple furnace with endless demonic beasts engraved on it, spiraling about. The moment it appeared, it destroyed the world. Go to hell, this was a peerless divine ability. The furnace was formed by the combination of the power of purple heaven and earth fiend. It was enough to suppress and destroy everything. It seemed that Ziming was really angry this time. He wanted to use his true strength to kill his opponent. Sensing this power, the eyelids of Savage Ancestor and the others twitched. Too strong. It seemed that the other party had not been serious when dealing with them earlier. If the other party had used such an attack right from the start, his soul would have been destroyed long ago. In the face of such power, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He slowly condensed and formed a long sword. Sword Chi whistled as the sword pierced out. Azura sword skill, the shocking murderous aura turned into an eternity between heaven and earth. The sword pierced through the sky. At this moment, everyone's eyes were illuminated by the sword Chi, and they couldn't see anything. Suppress him, Ziming roared crazily. The purple furnace that he had summoned collided fiercely with his opponent's attack. He wanted to suppress his opponent's sword Chi. However, this sword strike sent the purple divine furnace flying. Then, he slashed at his opponent. Puff, blood dyed the sky red. Ziming was sent flying again. Everyone who saw this scene went crazy. How could this be? The people of the Purple Mansion also knelt on the ground. They couldn't believe it. This was the Triple Crown champion. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed the light-shaking realm and injured the Grand Elder. After coming here, he had single-handedly swept through the entire Divine Union. No one in the heavens or the earth, no one in the 4 seas or 8 wastelands was his match. This gave the people of the Purple Mansion hope. From now on, they would be able to soar to the sky and stand above everyone. But now, Lin Wuti had come and easily defeated his opponent. This shattered all of their dreams. No, the people of the Purple Mansion roared crazily. In the sky, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. You've disappointed me too much. Was this all the Triple Crown champion could do? Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't feel that this was enough. Everyone's scalps went numb. The other party was disappointed. After all, Ziming had single-handedly caused all of them to fall into despair. But now, Lin Xian actually said that his opponent was weak. The gap between people was really big. I'm injured. I'm actually injured. On the other side, Ziming fell into a sea of blood. He couldn't believe it. He was so arrogant, but now he was injured twice. The first time, he was sent flying. The second time, his body was split open by a sword. Ah, he roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. A monstrous murderous aura rushed out of his body. Lin Wuti, I want you dead, I want you to fall into hell forever. He opened his hands and purple murderous aura condensed, forming a purple gourd. Purple demon gourd. Lin Wuti, come and die." With a roar, the purple demon gourd fell from the sky and formed a huge devouring force. It wanted to swallow Lin Wuti. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens, was this the legendary purple demon gourd? This was an extremely terrifying ability. No matter who it was, once they entered the purple demon gourd, they would instantly turn into a pool of blood. They would no longer exist. Everyone's scalps went numb. It was actually such a terrifying technique. Lin Wuti was in danger. In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked in. Ziming looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Lin Wuti, you can't even withstand a single blow. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. The surrounding people exclaimed. Oh no, Lin Wuti was sucked in. It was too dangerous. The people of the Divine Union were also nervous. After all, this was the legendary blood demon gourd. However, at this moment, the gourd shook violently. In the next moment, cracks appeared on it. A flame lit up and then swept across the 9 heavens. The sky was filled with divine flames, pulsating. The purple demon gourd disappeared. Lin Xian walked out of the countless divine flames. He said coldly. This technique is too weak. Do you have any other techniques? Everyone gasped. Even the Triple Crown champion took 2 steps back. A look of horror appeared in his eyes. How did you come out? You destroyed the purple demon gourd. He was going crazy. He knew how terrifying the purple demon gourd was. Even if he went in, his life would be in danger. Therefore, in his opinion, Lin Wuti had no hope of coming out. But now? Lin Wuti had come out easily and destroyed his purple demon gourd. Damn it. What was that flame just now? Why was he so terrified? The divine ancestors in the distance also said, did you feel the power of that flame? Yes, it was too terrifying. Was that the 9 sun divine flame? Why did it feel like it was going to turn into ashes in an instant? That couldn't be right. It shouldn't be the 9 sun divine flame. Or rather, it should be the 9 sun divine body. Everyone's hair stood on end. The savage wilderness ancestor and the others were also shocked. What kind of flame was that? They didn't know that it wasn't just the 9 sun divine flame. It also had the power of a divine flame seed. This was a power that surpassed the sage realm. Lin Xian looked ahead and said coldly. You've used so many tricks. It's time for you to take one of my moves. He waved his hand, and endless flames condensed into a ray of light that looked like the sun. The flames were too terrifying. Even if the sun descended to the human world, it wouldn't have such power. Everyone's hair stood on end. Lin Xian waved his hand and pushed the sun out. He said that this move was called Sun in the Sky. The sun that was condensed from divine flames spun rapidly in front of him. In an instant, it arrived near Ziming, and the entire void was completely pierced through. This flame was really too strong. There was nothing that could resist it. Ziming also roared in fear. As soon as he got close to the power of the flames, his body was burnt black. He felt as if he was about to melt. No, block it. Endless purple murderous intent condensed on his body, forming a battle armor that emitted a cold power to block it. At the same time, 9 purple spears appeared in his hands again. As he waved them, they pierced through the 9 heavens to resist the sun-like flames. With a boom, he was sent flying. The sun shook gently, and then it shone again. Ziming's body began to melt. It was like a candle in the flames. It couldn't move at all. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Purple sky divine thunder, he roared into the sky. Purple clouds filled the sky, and terrifying lightning descended, forming a sea of lightning to block it. But it was useless. Lin Xian unleashed another sun. Another attack. The sun shone in the sky, and the terrifying flames illuminated the surroundings. All the lightning melted. In the sea of flames, Ziming screamed crazily. His life was threatened. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Everyone had retreated to a safe distance. Lin Wuti was too strong. This kind of flame could be called a divine flame. Yes, I'm afraid nothing can resist it. Why do I feel like my holy weapon will turn to ashes in this flame? Countless people's scalps went numb. Some even felt that their weapons were melting. Those people from the Purple Mansion were crazy. How could this be? Ever since Lin Wudi came out, he had been beating the Triple Crown King. But this shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't it be the Triple Crown King beating up Lin Xian? At that moment, a descendant of the Z government said, "Your Excellency Z Ming, quickly run away. Lord Violet Shade, please return after discussing this with the manor head." They were really scared. Noisy, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clapped his hands, and the flames in the sky turned into a golden crow that flew over. It was even more terrifying than the immemorial golden crow. It spread its wings and directly enveloped the people of the Zifu sect. The people from the Zifu sect roared. "Damn it, let's go." They didn't dare to fight head-on and fled one after another. However, the golden crow grew larger in the wind. It spread its wings and covered millions of miles. The people of the Zifu palace had no way to escape. In an instant, many people melted and turned into a bloody mist. Shouted the disciples of the Z government. Everyone gathered together to resist. Those people gathered together. These experts were extremely terrifying. They tried to resist together, but they were unable to do so. The golden crow surrounded them, erupting with radiance. Everyone vanished into thin air. When everything disappeared, the heavens and the earth no longer existed. The spectators went crazy when they saw this scene. Dead, countless Zifu sect experts, including the older generation experts and the disciples of the Z government, died. Just like that, they were turned into ashes, too strong. This scene was very similar. Previously, Violet Shade had single-handedly defeated the Divine Alliance and they couldn't fight back. Now, Lin Xian had destroyed countless experts of the Zifu sect with a single move. Was he going to sweep the world with his own strength? Damn it, Violet Shade gritted his teeth and roared. He didn't expect the people he brought to be so useless. They couldn't even block a single move? In fact, he had wrongly blamed the people of the Z government. They weren't useless, but Lin Wudi was too strong. The current Lin Xian was equivalent to Long Mu. He was even more terrifying than Long Mu. One had to know that when Long Mu walked out, the entire world was terrified and couldn't help but kneel down. That was because the power was too strong. The current Lin Xian was even stronger than Long Mu. After all, Long Mu didn't have a divine flame seed, but Lin Xian had one. How could the people of the Z government resist him? Even a remote antiquity family would be easily annihilated in front of Lin Xian. On the other side, Violet Shade used all kinds of techniques and finally tore open the sea of fire and escaped. However, he was in a miserable state. His body was black and smoke was coming out of his head. He looked like a demonic beast that was being roasted. Many people had a strange expression when they saw the scene. Was this really the Triple Crown champion? Lin Xian was also surprised that Violet Shade was able to escape from the sun in the sky. That was really surprising. No wonder he was the Triple Crown champion. That was indeed the case. Violet Shade was definitely a top expert. If he didn't make a move, the other Double Crown champions and the older generation experts wouldn't be a match for him. However, it was a pity that Violet Shade had met him. Lin Xian said, "Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? If not, I advise you to kneel down and wait for your death. That way, you won't have to suffer so much." Lin Wudi, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so strong. With your strength, you should be a Triple Crown champion, right? However, you underestimated me too much. I was careless before and I had just woken up. That's why I was at a disadvantage. Now, I'm serious. I don't believe that I will lose to you. He took a deep breath and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The surrounding people exclaimed. Did the Triple Crown champion still have any tricks up his sleeve? That's impossible. Lin Wudi was already so strong. How could Violet Shade resist him? Countless people shook their heads. Violet Shade snorted coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. The void behind him cracked open and a black hole appeared. It was as if it was connected to hell. At the same time, the sound of chains could be heard from the black hole. Clang! Clang! 12 chains flew out and wrapped around Violet Shade's body, piercing through his body. Z Ming's brows were tightly knitted together. His face had become ferocious. His purple blood followed the chains and flew into the black hole. The scene was extremely strange. Everyone was shocked. What was Violet Shade doing? The expressions of Savage Wilderness Ancestor and the others changed drastically. They felt an extremely terrifying aura emerge from the black hole and Violet Shade's body. Fantasy World Ancestor also sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this guy had opened the underworld? No way, was this guy crazy? Opening the underworld to make a deal with the death god, even if he could use the power of the underworld, he would still end up in a miserable state. The two patriarchs were extremely shocked. They thought of an extremely ancient divine ability. They didn't expect Violet Shade to be so crazy. It seemed that Violet Shade had no way out. Triple Crown King Ziming had used a supreme technique. His eyes glowed with a terrifying light. The chains on his body were incomparably mysterious. An even more terrifying power surged out. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of death. Everything around him seemed small and insignificant. With a boom, another spear appeared in his hand. The terrifying spear was many times stronger than before. This strike was enough to pierce through any expert. With the spear in hand, he was invincible. He let out a furious roar and charged towards Lin Xian at top speed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Let me show you what it means to be invincible." He took a step forward, and his aura instantly erupted. The boundless divine fire was pulsing fiercely. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a flaming sword god. A sword shadow appeared in his hand. The sword was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. "I have a sword that can cut through the heavens and the underworld." As his voice fell, the sword slashed out. The terrifying sword shadow cut through the heavens, then slashed toward the underworld. At this moment, the entire world was split open, and a pitch-black crack appeared. Everyone looked up at the sky. Seeing this scene, they were shocked. This sword seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth. On the other side, Ziming roared angrily. "Kill!" The purple battle robe in his hand flew out, and he also used a peerless divine ability. This was an extremely powerful attack. After this, the victor would be decided. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. At this moment, everyone was sent flying. They couldn't fight back. It was too terrifying. Both of them had the strength of a Triple Crown King. Just how high had a Triple Crown King reached? Why did it feel like no one among the Sacred Lords was a match for them? They were probably invincible among the Sacred Lords. Could it be that the Triple Crown King had surpassed the saints? Were these people crazy? Lin Wudi, I won't lose. A frenzied roar rang out between heaven and earth. Purple aura filled the sky. Ziming resisted with all his might, while Lin Xian stepped on the 9 heavens. He said coldly. "It was useless. No one can block this sword. This is my invincible sword." Chop, the sky shattered, and heaven and earth split open. The chains on Ziming's body shook violently. Suddenly, one of the chains broke apart. Immediately after, the terrifying vortex behind her also shook violently, as if it couldn't withstand it at all. Heavens, could it be that he's going to break through the power of the underworld? It was really too unbelievable. When the old ancestors saw this, they roared madly. No, the people from the Z government also cried out in alarm. They couldn't believe it. Was that sword really that terrifying? Ziming's expression also became extremely ugly. After the first chain on his body broke, the second and third chains broke one after another. He could feel the power of the 9 hells slowly vanishing from his body. This caused him to become terrified. Damn it, what's going on? Why was it like this? The other party had actually broken through the power he had summoned. He was finally terrified. Without this power, he had no way of contending against Lin Xian. Run, while there were still some chains on his body, Ziming used the last of his strength not to attack, but to escape. He turned into a purple stream of light and instantly tore through the void, escaping into the distance. Heavens, what's going on? Someone had escaped. That purple light was the purple underworld. No way, the Triple Crown champion of the Z government had actually escaped. This meant that he was no match for Lin Wudi. Countless people cried out in alarm. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They had never imagined that this would actually be the outcome. One had to know that a few days ago, Ziming had been so arrogant. He had trampled the entire divine union under his feet. However, a few days later, he had escaped. 1. That's great, we won. When the people of the divine union saw this, they quickly cheered. Lin Wudy was indeed worthy of his name. He was invincible in heaven and earth. No one was a match for him. Boss Lin had already become the Triple Crown champion, that's for sure, Vhumad said. Since the little martial uncle had defeated the Triple Crown champion, he would definitely be the new Triple Crown champion. A Triple Crown champion had appeared in the divine union. This was an existence that stood above everything else. In the sky, Lin Xian unsheathed his sword, shattering the heavens and earth. His brows were tightly knitted together. Did he escape? He looked down and said, Rui, protect the divine union. I'll chase after him. After saying that, Lin Xian stomped his feet and soared into the sky, chasing after Lin Wudy. When the spectators saw this, they gasped. What the hell? What's going on? Lin Wudy had actually chased after Lin Wudy. Could it be that he intended to completely eliminate Lin Wudy? If a Triple Crown champion fell, the storm it would cause would definitely be unimaginable. Kid, he must have escaped back to the Z government. I'll use the power of the earth to cut off his escape route. I'll leave the rest to you, the Crimson Dragon roared angrily. It transformed into a 300-meter-tall figure and roared at the sky. It brandished its dragon claws and executed the earthly scripture to an extremely terrifying extent. At this moment, it had unleashed all its power. The earth shook as a terrifying force spread rapidly under the ground. Everyone felt the ancient city shake before they could no longer feel it. What had happened? They did not know that in a faraway place on the path to the Z government, the earth had split open and countless stone tablets had emerged from the ground. They had directly suppressed this part of the world, forming a boundary. This was a technique of the Geomaster. They could control the earth's spirit veins for their own use. However, this distance was very far. Given the Crimson Dragon's current strength, it could only use this technique once. In the divine union, the Crimson Dragon flew down from the sky. He had no more power in his body, so he hurriedly swallowed an elixir. He looked up at the sky and said, I can only do this much. The rest is up to you. In the sky, a purple streak of light flew out. It was Ziming. Ziming's face turned ugly. This time, not only had he been defeated, but he had also been seriously injured. This was something he had never expected. Damn it, Lin Wudy, just you wait. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. He attributed his defeat this time to carelessness. He had never imagined that Lin Wudy would actually have the power of a Triple Crown champion. Otherwise, he would have gone all out at the start and destroyed the divine union. If he had used a few important figures in the divine union to threaten Lin Wudy, the situation would not have turned out this way. Now, he was prepared to return to the Z government and recover fully. Once he recovered, he would come back to take revenge. However, all of a sudden, he froze. This was because he realized that the world in front of him had changed greatly. It was no longer a flat plain. Instead, stone steels appeared. Countless stone steels formed a barrier that blocked his path. What the hell is going on? Who did this? Violet Shade's expression turned ugly. He furrowed his brows. He waved his hand, formed a hand seal, and slammed it forward. With one strike, he shattered his opponent. A huge stone tablet collapsed with a loud crash, turning into a crack. However, it was useless. The shattered stone tablet slowly gathered together. The rubble danced in the air again, forming a huge stone tablet that stood tall in front of him. The stone tablet was like a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Violet Shade's brows were tightly knit together. This was a formation. Furthermore, it was a formation formed by combining all of the spirit veins under the ground. Who the hell is this? You actually have such attainments in array formations. This is truly beyond his expectations. Even if he was a Triple Crown champion, he could not be compared to Yi Qingyu in terms of formations. It seemed that he would need to use all his strength to break this formation. However, at that moment, a cold snort sounded between heaven and earth. There was even an eye that appeared in the 9 heavens. It was an illusion of an eye with the runes of reincarnation on it, blooming with a mysterious light. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. You can't escape. Damn it, that's that kid's voice. Violet Shade's expression turned ugly when he heard that and saw the eye in the sky. It was Lin Wudy. Lin Wudy had come to kill him, his opponent had no intention of letting him go. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. He roared, turned around, and left. He was seriously injured and was no match for his opponent. He had to escape. At the same time, he formed a hand seal and sent a message to the Violet Mansion for help. Everyone in the Violet Mansion, come out and stop Lin Wudy with all your might. The Violet Mansion. Everyone was waiting, but they were not in a hurry. This was the Triple Crown Champion's attack. It was terrifying and absolutely foolproof. They were only waiting for news of victory. However, at that moment, the sound of a bell rang from the depths of the Violet Mansion, reverberating through the 9 heavens. Everyone looked up at the sky. The elders also stepped forward, their faces solemn. What's going on? The sound of the bell was only heard when there was a great emergency. Who was the one who triggered the bell? Just as they were feeling puzzled, a roar came from the sky. Zifu, everyone, listen to my orders. Move out and stop Lin Wudy. This was the voice of the Triple Crown winner. What's going on? Why was the Triple Crown champion so exasperated? What happened? Is Lin Wudy back? Did it fight the Triple Crown champion? Is he not dead? Everyone was stunned. The 3 Supreme Elders also walked out, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Could it be that Lin Wudy was chasing the Triple Crown King? Although they didn't quite believe it, that was what they had analyzed from this sentence. How could this be? What exactly happened? How could the Triple Crown champion lose? Could it be that Lin Wudy had brought back a few monarch weapons? If that was the case, then it would be dangerous. This Lin Wudy was too despicable. Fight him one-on-one if you have the ability. Many people gritted their teeth. The Taishan elder walked out and said, everyone, listen up. Assemble the troops and set off to intercept Lin Wudy. At the same time, they were searching for the whereabouts of the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion's potentate had also gone to the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Now that Lin Wudy was back, where was the potentate? One had to know that only an extreme-grade weapon could save his life. The people of the Purple Mansion moved quickly. One by one, the elders, the young geniuses, and even some people on the boat all flew up. Xianxia also received the order. She also heard the voice. She was shocked. Lin Xian was back, and he was fine. It seemed that he was still chasing the Triple Crown champion. How amazing. She didn't know what cultivation level Lin Xian had reached, but she was relieved that Lin Xian wasn't in danger. As for intercepting Lin Xian, he wasn't interested. He turned around and left. Elder, I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well. With that, he rose into the air and chose to go into seclusion. What was wrong with Xianxia? Some elders frowned. A Supreme Elder said, ignore him. Our business is more important. Let's go. 2 Supreme Elders oversaw the situation. 1 Supreme Elder led countless experts into the air. Apart from the Supreme Elders, there were also some extremely terrifying core elders. There were also some descendants and geniuses. They all moved out with many powerful sacred weapons. There were also formations. This time, it could be said that they covered the sky and earth. They just needed to stop Lin Wudy. Lin Xian chased from behind. Not long after, he saw the people of the Purple Mansion charging over. Lin Wudy, die, 130 formations appeared in the sky, covering the sky and earth, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stupid ants, do you think you can kill me like this? He punched out, turning into an ancient golden crow. The flames on it directly penetrated the formations. 130 formations were instantly destroyed. Dozens of Violet Palace realm experts were also turned into ashes by this punch. They didn't even have time to scream before they vanished into thin air. Even until their deaths, they couldn't believe that Lin Wudy had such power. They had underestimated him. Next, several teams came to intercept Lin Wudy. They were all killed by Lin Wudy. They either used terrifying divine flames to burn them. They either slashed them with a sword or used the heavens battle map to envelop them. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. Between heaven and earth, countless seas of blood gathered, and it even rained blood. It couldn't be helped. These people of the Purple Mansion were ants in Lin Xian's eyes. But in the eyes of others, they were still experts. So many experts and geniuses were dying. At this moment, it was as if the world was ending. The people of Buried Earth Star looked up at the sky. Looking at this phenomenon, their scalps went numb. In a mountain range, a group of people stood. The leader was an old man. He was the fifth elder of the Purple Mansion. He had 3 successors and 72 top-notch geniuses by his side. In addition, there were more than 500 experts. They had 300 formations in their hands. There were also 16 terrifying sacred weapons. In addition, each of them had many Dharma treasures in their hands. Such a team covered the sky and earth. They were definitely extremely powerful. As long as Lin Wudi dared to come here, they would be able to stop him. They would even be able to send him to hell. A genius in blue armor asked. What was going on with Elder Zhang? Why did the Triple Crown champion ask for help? That's right. Could it be that he was being hunted down by Lin Wudi? Impossible, another middle-aged man in a Taoist robe said. Something must have happened that we didn't expect. Otherwise, with Lin Wudi's strength, how could he fight against the Triple Crown champion? One had to know that even a light-shaking realm cultivator was defeated in one move. Lin Wudi was stronger than sunlight. After 3 moves, he would definitely die. No matter what, they had to stop Lin Wudi, the fifth elder in front of them said. An extremely terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a biting cold aura came from the front. Then, countless saber lights flashed, and a wild saber slashed down. The genius in blue armor said. It's the heavenly saber formation that we set up. Someone had entered. It should be Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi had come, and he had come so quickly. It was beyond their expectations. The middle-aged man sneered. Lin Wudi was a fool. He would definitely die if he entered the Heavenly Blade formation. The people around them were overjoyed. The Heavenly Blade formation was an extremely terrifying killing formation. There were 30 million streaks of blade energy inside, and it could be condensed to summon the Heavenly Blade. A divine blade would descend from the sky and kill a powerful enemy within the formation. It was a peerless killing formation. Lin Wudi would be severely injured if he didn't die. They laughed smugly. However, an even more terrifying sound came from the front. 30 million streaks of blade energy were blasted away in an instant. The heavenly blade that descended from the sky was sent flying by a punch. Cracks appeared on the heavenly blade, spreading like a spider web. Then, with a crack, the heavenly blade fell to the ground. The shattered blades pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the surrounding mountains were also cut open. The ground cracked, and countless cracks appeared. The people around them were stunned when they saw this. How was this possible? That kid broke the heavenly blade formation. The genius in armor shook his head frantically. That was the heavenly blade formation, a peerless killing formation. He died the moment he entered. Even if their team wanted to break through, it would still take some time. But now, in the blink of an eye, the other party broke it open. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Wudi had come here with an extreme weapon? Thinking of this, their faces turned ugly. The fifth elder shouted angrily, "Calm down. I don't feel the aura of an extreme weapon." That was why he didn't use an extreme weapon, but they didn't know what it was. Let's go take a look. Hearing that it wasn't an extreme weapon, the people around them heaved a sigh of relief. They rose into the air and followed the fifth elder forward. They were very fast and arrived in front of him in an instant. The peerless killing formation that was set up between the hundreds of mountains in front of them was broken. The surrounding blade energy was dim, and there were countless fragments on the ground. There were cracks in the sky. Amidst the ruins, there was a figure standing there. It was a figure surrounded by divine flames. He stood there completely unscathed. However, everything around him had been completely destroyed. When the Violet Palace realm experts saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. This was Lin Wudi. They stared fixedly at the figure below. At the same time, the flaming figure below lifted its head. There was an extremely terrifying light of reincarnation flickering in his eyes. Just by relying on you bunch of ants? Was there no one else in the purple mansion? As he spoke, the power of reincarnation suddenly erupted, forming an eye of reincarnation in the sky. A palm stretched out from the pupil. Heavenly Tao of reincarnation, hand of heaven. Boom! The palm of the heavenly Tao descended, mercilessly crushing these people. In an instant, hundreds of Violet Palace realm experts were annihilated. Some of the top geniuses and core elders were also sent flying while coughing up blood. This is Lin Wudi's Rinnegan. They screamed crazily. Why do I feel that the other party's Rinnegan is much stronger than before? It was definitely more than 10 times. Most of the elites they had brought with them had been destroyed. Only a small number of extremely powerful people survived. Run! Run! The purple-armored genius stood up, turned around, and ran. On the other side, the middle-aged man in Taoist robes was also pale with fright. They no longer cared about anything else. However, at this moment, they found that the void had split open, and the entire sky had been split in half. They lowered their heads and found that their bodies had also split open. Sacred blood danced in the sky, sweeping through the 9 heavens. They were split open by a sword, they were dead. At this moment, only the 5th elder was left. The 5th elder's body trembled. He fell to his knees with a plop. What kind of power was this? A few days ago, he had seen this kind of power on the Triple Crown King. At that time, it had shocked him and made him unable to stop it. However, he did not expect that he would sense it on Lin Xian's body again. His face was filled with despair. You've broken through to become the Triple Crown King. Lin Xian walked over and pierced the 5th elder's glabella with his sword. He grabbed the 5th elder's soul and pressed it to the ground. He said coldly. That's right. As the Triple Crown King, I should suppress everything in the world. Humph. He exerted force in his palm and tore the 5th elder's soul into pieces. This powerful troop vanished into thin air in an instant. Lin Xian waved his hand, and divine fire filled the sky, turning everything into ashes. At the same time, he stomped his foot and soared into the sky. Next, the team led by the 8th elder was destroyed, and the team led by the 11th elder was instantly destroyed. The team led by the 15th elder was destroyed. One by one, the powerful geniuses and elders were destroyed. At this moment, the entire burial earth was shrouded in a sea of blood. The monstrous aura made countless people kneel on the ground. In the Purple Mansion, the 2 supreme elders were guarding. They prevented others from launching a sneak attack. At this moment, the array formation was activated. They waited nervously. Do you think you can stop Lin Wudi? The blue-clothed elder asked. The red-haired elder said. It should be possible. This time, we've sent out most of our forces. The 2 supreme elders were discussing in a low voice. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Because there was a pagoda above the 9 heavens. There were many jade pendants in this pagoda. They were the soul jade pendants of those powerhouses. But at this moment, the soul jade pendants in the pagoda were shattering crazily. It wasn't just one. They were shattering together. Every time, 500 soul jade pendants cracked at the same time. This caused the 2 grand elders to fall into despair. They soared into the air and arrived at the soul pagoda. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it! What was happening? The 5th elder's soul jade pendant had shattered. The 500 powerhouses with him had also shattered. On the other side, the team led by the 8th elder had also shattered. The 2 supreme elders were dumbfounded when they heard the news. Could it be that these people had all fallen? They couldn't imagine. One had to know how terrifying these elders were. Plus, they had brought a lot of people with them. There were hundreds of arrays. There were also dozens of sacred weapons. With so many forces, they could definitely destroy everything. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was only a double champion. Why was he so terrifying? Could it be that Lin Wudi had brought the entire Divine Union's forces here? They didn't know. At the same time, the people of the Yuanguang continent went crazy. This apocalyptic scene terrified them. They started to collect information. When the news came back, they were dumbfounded. especially those in wholly distant ancient city. They were all shocked. When they learned that a genius from the Z government had died in the 9 heavens, they were all stunned. Lin Xian wanted to destroy the entire world with his strength alone. Lin Wudi was so terrifying. At the same time, another piece of news came out. The 2 supreme elders of the Purple Mansion sect had joined forces to send out a message. Whoever could stop Lin Wudi would obtain the Purple Mansion sect's supreme secret manual. The Purple Mansion had many ancient techniques and divine powers. The fact that the Purple Mansion was willing to take out 10 Archean lost arts shocked countless people. Some people's eyes turned red in an instant. 1 Archean lost art could make a warrior rise in an instant, and it could even make a family powerful. Even the remote antiquity families couldn't accept 10 Archean lost arts. They would definitely be jealous. However, the people in ancient city didn't dare to accept it at all. They knew how powerful Lin Wudi was. This was the Triple Crown champion. His strength made them despair. Even the entire Alcade continent was stunned by the scene of destruction. Looking at the sea of blood in the sky, these people shook their heads crazily. However, this time, the Purple Mansion spread the news to all corners of the world. In addition to the Alcade continent, there were other continents and terrifying oceans. There were also experts among them. Therefore, when these people heard the news, their eyes shone with a piercing light. If they could stop Lin Wudi, they could get the Archean lost arts. It was a great thing. Who was Lin Wudi? Was he the first in the Dragon Transformation Station? Although he was powerful, he was only one person. Let's gather more experts, not kill him. It wouldn't be a problem to stop him for half a month. These people were full of confidence and soared into the sky. They all flew towards the Alcade continent. For a moment, the Alcade continent was filled with a supreme aura. Everyone was nervous. They didn't know what would happen next. The St. Cloud Mountains. This was a very famous place on the Alcade continent because a great battle had taken place here 30,000 years ago. The 2 sides of the battle were extremely terrifying. There was only one person on one side, a saint called Xianxia. He was extremely terrifying. His opponents were the 8 remote antiquity families. That battle was earth-shattering, and mountains and rivers were shattered. In the end, Xianxia died in this mountain range, and the 8 remote antiquity families were also severely injured. This mountain range was called the St. Cloud Mountains by later generations, indicating the fall of a powerful saint. This time, the St. Cloud Mountains were lively again. This time, it wasn't just the 8 remote antiquity families. At least 80 sects were gathered here. They had no choice. This time, they came for the 10 Archean lost arts. After hearing the news from the Purple Mansion, these people came one after another. They gathered in the St. Cloud Mountains. Among them, there was the extremely terrifying ghost family from the Nether Sky continent. There was also the Xianxia sect from the Xiantian continent. There was also the Demon Shark clan from the Demon Sea. In short, there were a lot of experts, far more than the lineup of 30,000 years ago. The experts from the Xianxia sect shook their heads. 30,000 years ago, Xianxia had offended the 8 great sects and lost his life here. There were at least 80 sects here this time. So what if Lin Wudi was strong? Today was the day of his death. There was no way he could cross the St. Cloud Mountain range. The experts of the Demon Shark clan also snorted coldly. They brought the Black Sea with them, engulfing the 9 heavens. The other people's expressions were similarly cold. As long as they could stop the other party, they would be able to do so. Then, he could ask the Purple Mansion for 10 Archean secret techniques. These people were wary of each other and stopped at different peaks. After waiting for a day, they opened their eyes. It was because they sensed an aura coming from up ahead. Was Lin Wudi here? The Purple Mansion sect was also a top-notch sect. The fact that they had been so frightened that they had even asked for help meant that Lin Wudi might have brought the entire Divine Union's power with him. How could these sects not know about the legends of the Divine Union and Lin Wudi? That was why so many of them had teamed up to wait at the St. Cloud Mountain range. However, they were stunned when they saw that there was only one person who had broken through the void. There was only one person. How could this be? Were the others hiding? These people used their powerful eye techniques to see through the heavens and the earth. Their terrifying souls covered the sky. However, they realized that there was no one hiding. There was only one person. Was Lin Wudy here alone? These people were stunned. Soon, the demon shark clan laughed heartily. Great, the heavens are on our side, it would be easy for us to stop him if there was only one person. That was, they would join forces to stop Lin Wudy. These people started to move. At the same time, those at the front attacked even faster. For example, there were the giant python clan. These huge pythons were tens of thousands of meters long and covered the sky. They were like heavenly blades blocking the front. At the same time, there were the fire crow clan. Flames swept across the sky and turned into a sea of fire. On the other side, the one-horned mantis clan and the terrifying ghost clan all moved out. Boom, boom, a great battle broke out in an instant. It was earth-shattering, as if 100,000 thunderbolts had sounded at the same time. The tremors caused the surrounding mountains to shatter. Everyone watched with rapt attention. They all had confident smiles on their faces. With so many of them attacking together, it would be easy to stop the other party. However, at this moment, a scream came from the front. Then, everyone saw a bloody light shoot into the sky, turning into a sea of blood. Damn it, what happened? The surrounding people were all stunned. Not long after, another shocking power came. Flames swept across the sky, followed by the flash of a blade. A terrifying yin and yang aura erupted. Soon, a few people fled back. Their bodies were broken and stained with blood. Oh no, the giant python clan was annihilated. The fire crow clan's people were reduced to ashes, while the nether ghost clan's people were completely dead. News came one after another. The people waiting at the back were dumbfounded. They stopped smiling and roared crazily. What did you say? The giant python clan had sent out 149 experts. Each of the pythons was tens of thousands of meters long. They had swept across the world, but now, they were all dead. The fire crow clan had a total of 300 experts. Their combined sea of fire was something that fiend gods could hardly resist. Now, they had turned into ashes, and the ghost clan, who were extremely strange assassins, had fallen in hell? How was this possible? These people could not believe it. Who was it? Was it Lin Wudy? How could he be so powerful? These people's faces were ugly. The demon shark clan snorted. So what if it was Lin Wudy? Lin Wudy was the first in the dragon transformation station. He was a top-tier double champion. It was not surprising that he had such strength. However, no matter how strong he was, could he fight against all of them? Although we lost some of our clans and sects, most of us are still intact. With us standing here, he will definitely not be able to get through. Yes, that's right. The people of Xianxia sect nodded. The other experts' eyes also shone with a cold light. Shocking laws rushed out of their bodies, and terrifying formations condensed. They formed 99 formations and charged forward together. 99 killing formations, containing all kinds of laws, exploded together. The sacred leader would definitely die. No matter how strong Lin Wudy was, he would not be able to resist. This time everyone was very confident. This was because the power of the array formation this time was much stronger than the heavenly blade array from before. This time, Lin Wudy would definitely not be able to rush out. In front of them, the laws kept flashing, and endless rumbling sounds could be heard. But soon, they were dumbfounded. Because they found that the array in front of them was constantly breaking, and a ray of sword chi was like a divine dragon. It swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was broken. Nothing could stop it. What was that? How could it be so terrifying? The surrounding people exclaimed. People like the Xianxia sect and the demon shark clan were even more shocked. That was Lin Wudy. How could he tear these arrays apart? These people were dumbfounded. Lin Xian's sword chi was monstrous, and his eyes were filled with endless coldness. To be honest, he was very angry. Those who stopped him before were from the Purple Mansion. He was the enemy of the Purple Mansion, so it was reasonable for them to attack him. But now was not the time. Lin Xian could see that these sects were not from the Purple Mansion, but they came to stop him. This was intolerable. His expression was cold. When I was fighting with the Purple Mansion, you didn't help each other, so I didn't blame you. But you just had to help the Purple Mansion and be my enemy. Since that's the case, you can go to hell. Lin Xian's sword chi was even more terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a peerless sword god, shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, the array around him kept breaking, and nothing could stop him. This sword caused heaven and earth to collapse. Lin Xian was like a god, standing above the 9 heavens. When the people in the distance saw this, they were all dumbfounded. God, that's Lin Wuti. Damn it, what's going on? How is he still alive? Why do I see that he's not injured? This is impossible. These people were stunned. They knew that Lin Wuti was powerful, and he was the first in the dragon transformation stage. The terrifying double champion, no one was his opponent in a one-on-one fight. But this time, they were not fighting one-on-one. There were so many of them. How could they not defeat him? Is this really Lin Wuti? He is definitely a young great emperor. Previously, these people only knew of Lin Wuti's reputation. Now that they saw his true strength, they were extremely regretful. If they had known that the other party was so terrifying, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were beaten to death. 10 archaic cultivation methods. Although they were tempted, it was nothing compared to their lives. Damn it, let's hurry up and leave. Some people already wanted to retreat. There were also people who gnashed their teeth. Damn it, I knew it. How could the Z government be so kind? Lin Wuti had become even more powerful than when he was at Hua Longzhan's side after giving him 10 immemorial cultivation techniques. I guessed that Zifu must not be able to defeat Lin Wuti, so he resorted to this method. Are you using us as a shield? Damn it, we were tricked by the Z mansion. These people were all experts, and they reacted in an instant. They had indeed made the wrong decision this time. Let's go quickly. These people wanted to escape. There was also an elder whose eyes were filled with despair. He said, "It's too late. We're already on the Z government's side. We're enemies with Lin Wuti. Don't you know what kind of person Lin Wuti is? None of his enemies have a good ending. Think about the Dragon Prince, think about those people from the Z government." Everyone's scalps went numb. Indeed, those who went against Lin Xian, whether it was the powerful imperial prince or the terrifying remote antiquity family, none of them could escape unscathed. This time, they were afraid that they were really in danger. The Demon Shark clan clenched their teeth. They snorted coldly. Damn it, so what? Are we going to sit here and wait for death? That's right, with so many experts and sects working together, even if we can't defeat Lin Wuti, it's definitely not a problem for us to leave. Humph, I want to see how powerful the legendary number 1 of the Dragon Transformation Station is. These people roared crazily. They knew that it was impossible to retreat, so they could only fight. Extremely terrifying laws erupted from these people. Kill, with a roar, these people rushed over. All kinds of laws and divine abilities emerged one after another. There was incomparably terrifying black seawater, monstrous sword chi, terrifying flying swords. There was also a sky full of flames. The battle was very terrifying. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Quanxian. However, Lin Xian waved his arm, and a sword chi cut through the sky, shattered the hell, and split all the attacks. Furthermore, over 100 silhouettes were destroyed by the sword strike. Then, Lin Xian was like a sword god, flickering light and passing shadow, killing these experts. The battle had completely erupted, and endless primordial aura spread out. At this moment, the entire forest and mountain range shook violently. So much so that those in the distance were crawling on the ground. What happened? Was there a battle between gods? After the battle, blood stained the sky, and the Holy Cloud Mountain range had completely turned into a forbidden land of death. The murderous aura here was monstrous, and no one dared to enter. Even if a divine ancestor came here, he would probably be instantly swallowed by this aura and turned into white bones. In this sea of blood, a figure stepped in the air like a sword god. After leaving this place, his body was murderous like a god of death. After this person left, some people dared to look from a distance. There were terrifying weapons in the sky that were investigating. Then, they gasped. Did you see that? The person who just left seemed to be Lin Wuti. Before the Holy Cloud Mountain Range, 80 top families and sects from all over the world had gathered. Could it be that they were waiting for Lin Wuti? But now, Lin Wuti had successfully walked out alive, and the others had all turned into a sea of blood. Heavens! Was Lin Wuti really going to dominate the world with his own strength? Hurry up and spread the word. Go back to your family and don't provoke Lin Wuti. Was he really invincible in the world? This guy would definitely become a true great emperor in the future. At this moment, all those who had investigated the news had left. They all sent the news back to their families. At the same time, the news here spread all over the world. The entire burial planet was shocked. Has Lin Wuti become so strong already? It wasn't that they hadn't seen top geniuses before. For example, the previous crown prince was the possessor of the strongest bloodline. He could make heaven and earth tremble as soon as he appeared. Everyone was in despair. Then there was the double crown prince, and even the triple crown prince, but no one had shocked them as much as Lin Xian. If there was, it would have to be traced back to the past. In every era, there was a kind of young person who rose among the masses and stood above the 9 heavens. Such people were called great emperors. However, great emperors had long disappeared and only existed in legends. It made them forget the power of great emperors. And now, Lin Xian's performance made them feel as if they had seen a group of young great emperors rise. This kid had heaven-defying strength and great opportunities. They couldn't provoke him. At this moment, the leaders of countless families gave orders to their families. They couldn't defend Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti had single-handedly defeated countless sects and clans, shocking the entire buried Earth star. At this moment, countless people were terrified. They didn't know how things would develop next. At this moment, Lin Xian had already set foot on the Tianji continent. Above the Tianji continent, an eye of reincarnation appeared, overlooking the common people. At this moment, the clans and sects on the Tianji continent were terrified. It was as if a god was looking down on them. Their clan's secrets seemed to have been seen. Damn it, what was that? It was the Rinnegan. Damn it, it was Lin Wuti. Lin Wuti had actually come to the Tianji continent. Many people were terrified. Some living beings and warriors had already knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves in worship. However, there were also some experts of the older generation who were very angry. Their sects and clans were surrounded by clouds and mist, covering heaven and earth. There were also old roars. Lin Wuti had gone too far. Did he use the Rinnegan to cover the entire continent? What was he trying to do? Was he trying to find out their secrets? Damn it, did he really think they were easy to bully? No one was allowed to find out their clan's secrets. Angry roars sounded one after another, including those of the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan was on the Tianji continent. At this moment, they were also enveloped by the light of reincarnation. As a great emperor clan, they felt as if they were being challenged. At this moment, they were roaring crazily. Should we give Lin Wuti a warning? The Qilin clan's old Qilin said coldly. The others were also gnashing their teeth. However, some people frowned. For example, an elder said, "That's not good. He's not targeting us. He should be targeting the Z Mansion. I heard that he was chasing after the Triple Crown King. We don't have to make a move at this time. Our great emperor weapon isn't here. If that killing god kills his way to our clan, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Damn it, are we going to let him be so arrogant?" Lin Wuti came to the Tianji continent alone. If we don't stand up for him, what will others think of us in the future? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for the great emperor clan? Let's send someone to tell him that he can chase after the Triple Crown King, but he must take the Rinnegan. He can't find out our secrets. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. That's right, there were still experts in the Qilin clan who nodded. An elder suggested, why don't we join forces with some other clans and sects to give him some pressure? Voices rang out one after another. The people of the Kirin clan moved quickly. At the same time, Lin Xian's Rinnegan floated above his head, and he scanned all directions. He even walked among the mountains and rivers. This time, he was determined to kill the Triple Crown champion. No one could stop him. All of a sudden, he frowned and stopped because he saw flames soaring into the sky ahead of him. The sky was illuminated by the radiance, as if it had turned into a sea of fire. Amidst the flames, a woman descended. This woman was wearing a fiery robe, and her aura was extremely powerful. Burning incense, it's actually you? Lin Xian frowned. He knew this person and was no stranger to him. It was the burning of incense. The Double Crown King had awoken from his slumber and had successfully made it into the top 10 of the dragon trial. She could be said to be a top-notch proud daughter of the heavens. It was just that he did not expect her to come at this time. Are you here to intercept me as well? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with extremely cold killing intent. Burning incense said, Lin Gongzi, you've misunderstood. I'm not from the Purple Mansion. I'm just here to help someone pass on a message. Who? What message? Lin Xian said coldly. Is there anyone else who wants to help the Purple Mansion? Burning incense said in a deep voice. He said. The Tianji continent is where the Fire Kirin clan resides. Young Master used the Rinnegan to cover the entire continent to investigate. This has already angered the Kirin clan. Although Young Master is not afraid of anything, he does not want to make enemies for no reason. Moreover, this enemy is a great emperor family. Therefore, I want Young Master to take back part of the Rinnegan's gaze, or at least stop investigating the Kirin clan. You're speaking for the Kirin clan? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. There was a shocking light flickering in his eyes. Burning incense said, not hiding anything. The Kirin clan is very optimistic about my bloodline. Moreover, they're preparing to marry me. My talent is above the Kirin sun, but I don't have a shocking bloodline like the Kirin sun. If the two of us marry, the next generation will definitely be the strongest genius. At this point, Burning Incense's eyes flashed with a shocking light. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Marriage, it seems that the Kirin clan has given you a lot of benefits. However, how do you know that I'll agree? What if the Triple Crown King runs to the Kirin clan? Won't I not be able to detect him? Don't worry, we definitely won't do that. At this time, 3 more figures descended from the sky. They had powerful flames on their bodies, as well as Kirin scales. Obviously, they were from the Kirin clan. These people's attitudes were much stronger than Burning Incense's. After all, they were from the great emperor family. They had their own pride. They said coldly. Lin Wudi, quickly stop and take back your gaze. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. We didn't immediately take action and only informed you. That's already giving you face. Don't go too far. The 3 of them said coldly. Lin Xian was enraged when he heard that. Too much? Lin Xian snorted. What does it have to do with the Kirin clan that I'm chasing after the enemy? You actually jumped out to block my path. I'm already giving you face by not attacking you. Now get lost, or don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Xian was furious. What was his status now? A few Kirin clan geniuses were enough to talk to him. What kind of joke was this? A Kirin clan genius behind him was furious. He took a step forward. How dare you? Do you know the strength of our great emperor family? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian slashed him with his sword, and the entire ground split into 2. The crack was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The other 2 were trembling in fear. Even Burning Incense sucked in a breath of cold air. What else did he want to say? In the end, Lin Xian flicked his finger again, and a ball of flames enveloped the second genius, turning him into ashes. Only the last Kirin clan genius was left. He was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Fear, infinite fear. They were incomparably powerful geniuses in the Kirin clan, but now they were powerless in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian came in front of them and said coldly. You don't have the qualifications to talk to me. If you want to talk to me, get the Kirin clan's patriarch to see me. Lin Xian snorted. He rose into the air and continued on his way. This time, not only did he not retract his reincarnation gaze, but he made it even more terrifying. An eye in the sky grew infinitely bigger. It seemed to cover the entire Tianji continent. Behind them, Burning Incense sighed when she saw this. When Lin Xian attacked just now, he also felt a chill down his spine. Lin Xian's greatest achievement was the Triple Crown. This meant that Lin Xian was also a Triple Crown champion. He was an existence that far surpassed him. How could he dare to attack? He could only sigh. To deal with someone like Lin Xian, he could only beg for mercy and bow his head. That seemed to give him a chance. However, if he fought with Lin Xian head-on, it would be over. He would definitely end up in a miserable state. The news quickly spread out. When the Kirin race found out that 2 of the 3 geniuses they sent out were killed instantly, they were stunned. Then, many elders were furious. That despicable Lin Wuti dared to kill their people. He was too arrogant, too despicable. Who did he think he was? Did he really not care about the emperor race? He wasn't a quasi-emperor yet. He didn't have the right to rule over them. The Kirin race was furious. The other clans and sects on Tianji continent all gasped when they found out. It seemed that this was a vicious person. He didn't even give face to the Kirin race. Since that was the case, the Kirin race wasn't going to hold back. They decided to take revenge. They weren't the only ones. Some of the clans and sects under them also received the order. They gathered their formations and weapons. Some of the clans and sects frowned. Why did they have to offend Lin Wuti? Even some of the Kirin race frowned. They wanted to ask about it. However, they realized that the Kirin race leader had disappeared. Where did he go? Where did their leader go? They didn't know. At that moment, in a mysterious palace on Tianji continent, there were a few figures. The Kirin race leader was among them. He was just one of them. There were a few others. One of them was a lady in purple. She was as beautiful as a fairy. She was the leader of the Purple Mansion. The leader of the Purple Mansion had been fighting against the 10,000 Dragon Court. However, when she received the call for help from the Triple Crown King, she chose to return. Compared to the 10,000 Dragon Court, the Triple Crown King was more important. He was their top expert and they couldn't allow anything to happen to him. When the leader of the Purple Mansion found out that the Triple Crown King was in Tianji continent, she immediately rushed over. She also met the leader of the Kirin race. The Kirin race didn't want to go against Lin Wuti. However, the leader of the Purple Mansion gave them a condition that they couldn't refuse. After hearing this, the leader of the Fire Kirin race's eyes turned red. She asked, "Can you really send our Kirin race to that place?" The leader of the Purple Mansion nodded and said, "As long as you help us protect the Triple Crown King, I can let your Kirin race go." That's great, the Qilin clan leader was overjoyed. If he could go to that place, then his future achievements would definitely far surpass his current achievements. At the very least, becoming a quasi-emperor would not be a problem. If he was lucky, he might even become a great emperor. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists in excitement. He said, "All right, leave it to us this time." Other than him, there were 3 other figures. 2 of them were experts. One of them had a golden glow on his body, as if he was wearing golden armor. It was the leader of the Golden Armor sect. The Golden Armor Gate was also one of the top sects in the Heavenly Fate continent. Moreover, the Golden Armor Gate's defense was extremely strong. Legend had it that during the Primordial Age, the first-generation leader of the Golden Armor sect had obtained a set of battle armor by chance from the primordial battlefield. Although the armor was broken, the great Tao on it was truly terrifying. The first-generation sect master used this broken armor to develop a set of extremely powerful body-refining techniques. Moreover, he had successfully established a peerless sect. One could imagine how powerful their defenses were. The other was from the Spirit Exterminator clan. This was also an ancient clan. They were extremely terrifying and had the means to destroy the world. More importantly, they had the Spirit Exterminator cauldron in their hands. Once enough living beings were destroyed, the power of the Spirit Exterminator cauldron would develop to an extremely terrifying level. Now that the Spirit Exterminator cauldron was extremely powerful, the leader of the Purple Mansion had gathered the people of these 2 sections. He had also promised them many secret manuals. That was why these 2 sects were so tempted. "Leader, please don't worry. This Lin Wuti is powerful, but he is only one person after all. He is not truly invincible. If we were to take action, his plan would definitely not succeed," the leader of the Golden Armor Gate said with a smile. He was very confident in his own defense. Their sect's primordial golden armor was extremely powerful. It was definitely the most powerful of all time. On the other side, the leader of the Spirit Exterminator clan also laughed. Our Spirit Exterminator cauldron can be used now. Once it was used, although it could not be compared to an extreme Dao weapon, it was definitely the strongest existence below the extreme Dao weapon. Therefore, the Triple Crown King and the leader of the Purple Mansion could rest assured. Hearing this, the leader of the Purple Mansion nodded his head. The Triple Crown King, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief. This time, his life was not in danger. However, he had indeed lost a lot of face. He was actually hunted down and laughed at by the whole world. He swore that when he returned this time, he would try his best to recover to his peak. When the time came, he would personally kill Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and looked at the woman in purple beside him. Was this the current Purple Mansion's mansion lord? To be honest, the Triple Crown King was really shocked. After he woke up, he wanted to personally control the magistrate. However, when he saw this woman, he changed his mind. He immediately changed his mind. Because he realized that this woman's origin was really too extraordinary. It was far beyond his imagination. She actually came from that place. No wonder she could become the leader of the Purple Mansion at such a young age. The expert behind her was also an existence that the Triple Crown King looked up to. Therefore, the Triple Crown King immediately gave up on this idea. The leader of the Purple Mansion would naturally do his best to protect him. Since they had formed an alliance, these people began to move quickly. At least, they had to get Lin Wudi out of the Tianji continent. On the other side, Lin Xian was still flying in the air. The Rinnegan on top of his head began to search. He was slowly locking onto his target. He didn't know where this guy was hiding this time. He couldn't find him after such a long time. Beside him, Burning Incense said, "Lin Gongzi, why do you have to be enemies with the Kirin clan? You're not doing this wisely." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I don't want to be enemies with anyone, but anyone who dares to block my path is my enemy. No matter what clan they are from, or even the Emperor clan, no one can stop me." Lin Xian's eyes were shining with confidence. Burning Incense was also shocked. The current Lin Wudi was more than 10 times stronger than when she saw him in the dragon transformation battle. He even looked up to him. Was the Kirin clan really going to be enemies with such a person? He had a very bad feeling about this. But now that he was on the Kirin clan's side, he couldn't say anything. He could only sigh. At the same time, Lin Xian suddenly sped up. The void where he was standing cracked open. The terrifying array destroyed everything in its path. Lin Xian flew into the air. The golden light in his eyes was even more terrifying. "How dare you attack me? This time, I'll let you feel despair." Between heaven and earth, there were countless blood-colored auras that filled the air, turning into terrifying demonic beasts that charged towards Lin Xian. This was a world-destroying formation created by the Spirit Exterminator clan. They had used this formation to destroy one world after another. However, such a formation could not withstand a single blow from Lin Xian. A sharp sword chi appeared in Lin Xian's hand. He slashed out like a flaming divine sword, turning everything into ashes. Damn it, how is this possible? How can his flames be so terrifying? Is this the Nine Suns' divine fire? Why do I feel that its power is even more terrifying than the legends? In the distance, the elders of the Spirit Exterminator clan who had created the formation felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. They quickly retreated. However, it was still too late. The terrifying Eye of Samsara in the sky looked down. The hand of heaven reached out from the Eye of Samsara and smashed it. The souls of those people vanished into thin air. Lin Xian fought his way through, tearing apart hundreds of formations in an instant, and was still attacking. The Spirit Exterminator clan was completely stunned. They could feel that the soul jade pendants of their clan's experts were rapidly shattering. Damn it, what happened? There was a huge mirror above their heads, as if it was the heavenly realm. The scene on the mirror was that endless mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. A figure like a sword god swept out in all directions, stunning the surrounding people. Is this person Lin Wudi? Is he really so powerful? Our intelligence was wrong. The Spirit Exterminator clan roared crazily. In fact, they were not the only ones. The Golden Armor sect and the Kirin clan also saw the contents of the formation. Their expressions were also extremely solemn. At this moment, the Kirin clan leader said in a deep voice, "Since this was the case, let's use some special means. Use the legendary divine weapons. 12 legendary divine weapons can form a super divine weapon formation. I don't think this kid can withstand it." Hearing this, the surrounding people nodded one after another. The Kirin clan took out 8 legendary divine weapons. The remaining ones were taken out by the Golden Armor sect and the Spirit Exterminator clan. 12 legendary divine weapons condensed in the air. They emitted an extremely terrifying light and then shrouded Lin Xian. These legendary divine weapons were extremely terrifying, far surpassing ordinary divine weapons. They were the top existences below the extreme divine weapons. At this moment, they attacked together. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Boom, Lin Xian was instantly shrouded. He furrowed his brows when he sensed the information contained on it. He did not care about one legendary divine weapon, but 12 at the same time was a threat to him. But so what? It was just a threat. It was still impossible for him to kill him. Boundless laws exploded in the sky as the 12 sacred weapons were activated at the same time. Instantly shrouded heaven and earth. Endless rumbling sounds spread out in all directions. At this moment, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. They were all shocked. Was he hit? When Burning Incense saw this scene, he too sucked in a cold breath. To be honest, no matter how strong Lin Xian was, he would still be helpless in the face of such an attack. The other clans and sects sighed. At the same time, in the mysterious hall, the members of the 3 great clans smirked when they saw this. The Spirit Exterminator clan said that they had hit him. The Golden Armor tribe said that even the Golden Armor tribe would not be able to withstand such an attack. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he would definitely die. The Kirin clan said that this was for sure. This was the outcome of going against them. Was he dead? The Triple Crown King snorted. Although he had not taken care of it himself, he had finally gotten rid of a major threat. Once he recovered his strength, he would personally deal with the Divine Union. He would not let go of anyone related to Lin Xian. News of this matter spread to other places. Some people sighed. Was Lin Wudi really going to die just like that? That was not very likely. Lin Wudi was extremely terrifying. He did not take out an extreme divine weapon. He should not be able to withstand it. When the news spread to the Divine Union, the members of the Divine Union were also nervous. However, Yan Ryu said, "Don't worry, they can't do anything to Lin Xian yet." She had unlimited confidence in Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone on the Tibetan Earth Star was talking about it. In the Purple Mansion, the Kirin clan laughed. Their peerless enemy was finally dead. However, their smiles soon froze. Among the sacred weapons in the sky, a sword aura turned into a dragon and rushed into the sky. Then, it bared its fangs and claws and tore the sky apart. Lin Xian rose into the sky and stepped on thousands of dragons. He was extremely powerful. What was going on? That was Lin Wudi. He was not dead yet. This was impossible. Could it be that 12 legendary saint weapons were not enough to kill him? The members of the 3 great clans were dumbfounded. The face of the Purple Mansion's mansion lord also became extremely ugly. He said, "Hurry up and use your ultimate skills. Take out the Spirit Exterminating Cauldron." He had a bad feeling. However, it was too late. Before these people could take action, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the void. Lin Xian put his palms together and raised the 9-heaven cicada. With a roar, the dragons in the sky roared. At this moment, heaven and earth shattered. The 12 sacred weapons were sent flying by the sword. In fact, half of them had already cracked and turned into scrap metal. No. Damn it, how could it be like this? The Kirin clan roared crazily. However, it was not over yet. Another sword slashed out and the remaining half turned into scrap metal. The 12 sacred weapons were all shattered. They had never seen such an attack power. The Golden Armor sect and the World Destruction clan's eyes were about to pop out. These people's hearts were bleeding. Sacred weapons were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. They were passed down from the most powerful saints, and only after countless years of forging would they become sacred weapons. They were treasures that could only be condensed over time. But now, they had lost so many. Their hearts ached. The Triple Crown King's face turned cold. He stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Was this the dragon sword soul? This kind of attack power made him extremely jealous. The Purple Mansion's master took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, bring out your strongest attacks." The spirit-exterminating cauldron and the immemorial armor had to be used. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stop this kid. He had interacted with Lin Xian many times. Naturally, he knew that it would not be easy to kill him. The Kirin clan gritted their teeth. Damn it, if our extreme Dao weapons were here, we would be able to kill him directly. Although that was the case, everyone shook their heads and sighed. The Kirin clan's extreme Dao weapons were still attacking the 10,000 Dragons Court. They could not take it back. Therefore, they could only think of another way. On the other side, Lin Xian retracted his sword qi. His eyes flashed with a shocking light. Because he had found the location of the Triple Crown King. In the next moment, his body flashed and he flew towards that place. Inside the hall, the Triple Crown King and the others were still discussing. Suddenly, the entire hall shook violently as it was torn apart by a sword. The sunlight from the outside shone in. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the hall, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Oh no, the other party had actually attacked. What a fast speed, the Triple Crown King's pupils constricted. He looked up at the sky and saw a godlike figure. He was standing in the sky. Lin Xian looked down and said coldly, "Ziming, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape from me." His eyes were filled with killing intent. Ziming had actually dared to attack the Divine Union and injure Yan Ryu and the others. He had definitely touched Lin Xian's reverse scale. Therefore, Lin Xian had no intention of letting Ziming off. The Triple Crown King gritted his teeth. "Despicable brat, don't be so arrogant." The Purple Mansion master also stood up. "Lin Wuti, I won't let you kill him." "You?" Lin Xian looked at the Purple Mansion master and shook his head with a cold smile. "You don't have the right to say such words. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." The Purple Mansion master was so angry that he trembled. His beautiful face was filled with coldness. He snorted and sent out a palm strike. His palm turned into a purple cloud that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out a golden crow that shattered the purple cloud. Then, he stomped his foot. A terrifying flame aura filled the air and forced the Purple Mansion master to retreat. The Purple Mansion master spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Damn it, this guy's strength was so terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the Triple Crown King. He had even surpassed him. Now, he finally knew why the Triple Crown King was being hunted. Only a quasi-emperor could suppress such a person. The Spiritual Annihilation Patriarch and the Golden Armor Alliance leader were also shocked. Was this young man the legendary Lin Wuti? He was indeed powerful. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian looked at the two of them and said, "I'll give you a chance to live. Kneel down and submit, and I'll spare your lives." Hearing this, the two experts were instantly enraged. They were both top-notch overlords who could dominate an area. Now, a young man actually wanted them to kneel down and submit. How could they tolerate this? The Spiritual Slayer clan's leader scoffed coldly. "Brat, you are too arrogant. When I swept through the world, you weren't even born yet." On the other side, the leader of the Golden Armor Gate also stood up. "I also want to see what you, Lin Wuti, are capable of." "Humph, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, don't blame me." Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. His fist pierced through heaven and earth. Then, he charged at the Patriarch of the Soulslayer clan. The Patriarch of the Soulslaying clan bellowed. "Spirit Extermination Divine Fist." His fist also struck out. This was a blood-colored fist that carried the resentment of countless creatures as it swept through heaven and earth. His fist collided with his opponent's. With a cracking sound, the Spirit Extermination Patriarch was sent flying backward. Half of his palm had turned into blood mist. The other half of his body was covered in cracks as he fell into the ruins. He couldn't believe it. Lin Wuti actually injured him with a single punch. Trash, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he looked at the leader of the Golden Armor Gate. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. Endless demonic chi formed a demon god seal that slapped forward. With a loud boom, a huge seal crossed the ancient time and space and attacked forward. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate roared. He formed a seal with his palm and endless mysterious runes gathered on his body, forming a battle armor. The battle armor enlarged and covered his entire body. It's useless. Lin Wuti, you can't break it. This is our golden armor technique. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate was very confident. He wasn't Lin Wuti's opponent in terms of offense. But in terms of defense, Lin Wuti was definitely inferior to him. Boom! The demon god seal hit the golden battle armor, releasing an earth-shattering aura that forced the surrounding people to retreat. They were all nervous, but they realized that it didn't shatter this time. Great, he blocked it, the leader of the Purple Mansion smiled. The Triple Crown King also heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the Golden Armor Gate. The ancient battle armor was indeed strong. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate also smiled. Did you see that, kid? This is my ultimate technique. Just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound came from heaven and earth. A crack actually appeared on the golden battle armor. No, how could this be? The leader of the Golden Armor Gate's pupils constricted. The others also panicked. Even the golden battle armor couldn't block Lin Xian's attack. Lin Xian used his strength again, and another wave of energy surged out. Break, with a roar that sounded like the roar of 10,000 dragons, it directly tore the golden battle armor apart. The demon god seal hit the leader of the Golden Armor Gate and pierced through her body. In the blink of an eye, the two top experts were severely injured. Lin Xian was like a demon god. He walked forward and stared at the Triple Crown King. Who do you think can save you now? He waved his hand. He slashed forward with his sword. The Triple Crown King roared. Damn it, he also used all his strength to block, and a purple mark appeared. The two collided and he was sent flying. One of his arms was chopped off. The dragon-shaped sword chi in Lin Xian's hand became more and more terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a real sword god. Another sword slashed towards Ziming. Ziming's pupils dilated. He was no match for him at all. He quickly retreated, but his body still cracked. However, at this moment, a huge cauldron appeared between heaven and earth and blocked the sword chi. It protected Ziming. It was a blood-colored cauldron with all kinds of ferocious heads on it. It was extremely terrifying. The spirit extermination cauldron had destroyed countless living beings. The cauldron formed by it was extremely terrifying. Lin Wuti, I admit that you're very powerful. I'm not your match with my strength. But you underestimate me too much. Let me tell you the true ultimate technique of the spirit extermination race. The leader of the spirit extermination race walked out again. His broken body had healed, and he held the spirit extermination cauldron in his hand. Confidence was restored in his eyes. Sensing the endless killing intent coming from the spirit extermination cauldron, Lin Xian frowned. What a cruel method. You actually used the power of billions of living beings for yourself. You're unforgivable. The leader of the spirit extermination race sneered. Humph, this world follows the law of the jungle. The strong are respected. I used their power because I think highly of them. They should be proud. And soon, you'll become a member of the spirit extermination cauldron. My power will become even stronger. You? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. How do you know how powerful I am? Damn it, what an arrogant kid. Go to hell. The leader of the spirit extermination race was furious. He couldn't tolerate the other party's insolence. He threw out the spirit extermination cauldron. The blood-colored cauldron swept between heaven and earth, bringing with it a monstrous sea of blood. Endless phantoms appeared on it. There were war gods with broken bodies, destroyed experts, terrifying saints, and angels with broken wings. All kinds of experts were killed by the spirit extermination cauldron. One could imagine how terrifying this cauldron was. The monster sea of blood surrounded Lin Xian as the spirit extermination cauldron enveloped him. Ha 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 ha. The spirit extermination patriarch laughed out loud as he looked at Triple Crown King. Don't worry, this kid will definitely die after entering the spirit extermination cauldron. The power of the spirit extermination cauldron definitely exceeded his imagination. Triple Crown King also laughed. She also felt the terror of the spirit extermination cauldron. Even if he encountered it, he would probably be seriously injured if he wanted to escape. Once Lin Wudi was seriously injured, it would be easy for them to kill him with so many people around them. After finally dealing with it, Golden Armor King also walked out. Triple Crown King snorted coldly. Everyone thought that victory was in their hands. However, at this moment, 6 worlds appeared in the endless sea of blood in front of them. 6 paths of reincarnation. A cold and emotionless voice sounded. The 6 paths of reincarnation rotated as if everything was reincarnating. War gods with broken bodies, angels with broken wings, saints with broken wings, and all sorts of powerful beings entered reincarnation at this moment. The sea of blood quickly disappeared and the murderous aura between heaven and earth weakened rapidly. No. Damn it, what was going on? The spirit extermination patriarch's pupils constricted and her expression became extremely ugly. Why was it like this? He felt the power of the spirit extermination cauldron rapidly weakening. What was going on? The Golden Armor Patriarch was also stunned. The Kirin Patriarch's pupils constricted. It was Lin Wudi. This was his 6 paths of reincarnation. Quickly find your spirit extermination cauldron. The spirit extermination patriarch's expression turned ugly. What? 6 paths of reincarnation, it could actually restrain his spirit extermination cauldron. He quickly found it. However, it was already too late. A golden palm reached out and grabbed the spirit extermination cauldron. Then, he said, "Don't you think it's too late to leave now?" Lin Xian walked out of the sea of blood. Flames surrounded his body and the 6 paths of reincarnation surrounded him. He was like a supreme god as a dragon-shaped sword appeared in his right hand. The sword slashed at the spirit extermination cauldron. With a clang, cracks appeared on the spirit extermination cauldron and it shattered into pieces. This powerful weapon shattered at this moment. The spirit extermination patriarch spat out blood and fell to the ground. His face turned pale. He had been severely injured. Even his soul had split open. The Golden Armor Alliance Master was stunned, while the expressions of Triple Crown King and the others turned ugly. Even the spirit extermination cauldron couldn't do anything to him. The people on the Heavenly Fate continent were even more terrified. They could only feel the endless changes in the aura, but they didn't know what was going on. However, they could feel the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation, which meant that Lin Wudi was still alive. Moreover, he was incomparably strong. Could it be that no one could suppress him? They did not know. Lin Xian looked at the Triple Crown champion and said, "Who can protect you?" As he spoke, he swung his sword again, splitting Triple Crown champion in half. 3 Crown King, the cracks on his body became even more terrifying. His body was in tatters, moreover difficult to heal. The Triple Crown King had gone mad. He had just woken up and was laughing arrogantly under the heavens, not placing anything in his eyes. But now, he was in such a sorry state, like a stray dog. He roared madly. "Golden Armor Sect, take out your immemorial battle armor." The Purple Mansion's Mansion Master also said that he could only rely on him. The leader of the Golden Armor Gate had an ugly look on his face, but he knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only wave his hands. Above the 9 heavens, the nearby void shattered, and an ancient battle armor appeared. This ancient battle armor was abnormally simple, and it carried the aura of time. And at a glance, it was full of cracks. Most of these cracks had been repaired, and only a small portion was still in the process of shattering. This was the immemorial battle armor. How many tens of thousands of years had it been repaired to such an extent? However, just the great Tao runes on it allowed the Golden Armor Gate to cultivate to become a supreme body refinement powerhouse. The origin of this battle armor was definitely extraordinary. Lin Wudi, no matter how strong you are, you can't break it. This is the true immemorial battle armor. The leader of the Golden Armor Alliance enlarged the immemorial battle armor and swept across the area. He protected the few of them. With this thing, they were in an invincible position. Block it first. We have to leave this place. The Purple Mansion Master gritted his teeth. They could only block it now, but it was probably impossible to kill Lin Wudy. Damn it. The leader of the Spirit Extermination clan had an ugly look on her face. She was seriously injured now and couldn't even use half of her strength. What was even more heartbreaking was that the Spirit Extermination cauldron had actually shattered. It had taken 6,000 years to condense a complete Spirit Extermination cauldron. This made her heart bleed. Lin Xian looked at the light of the golden armor in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Immemorial battle armor? Do you think I can't kill you just because you're hiding inside? Ziming, you're too naive. I said that no one can save you today. Even if a quasi-emperor comes, I will kill you with my sword. Lin Xian's hands condensed again. He mobilized the power in the sword world. At the same time, he said, "De Long, erupt." De Long nodded. With a roar, he absorbed the power in the sword world and roared toward the sky. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand grew larger. It turned into a bottomless ravine. Slash, the flame between Lin Xian's eyebrows jumped, and his divine body bloomed with radiance. He slashed out with his sword. Heaven and earth were completely shattered. This sword slashed on the immemorial battle armor, causing it to shake violently. The blood of the people inside was also surging. The pupils of the Spirit Extermination clan's leader constricted. How could it be so powerful? The Zifu Mansion Master and the others were also nervous. The Golden Armor clan's leader originally wanted to say that it was impossible, but the pressure on him was too great. His face was red, and he couldn't speak at all. He could only use his power. Block it, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. However, Lin Xian fully recovered the Great Dragon Sword soul this time. The power of this sword was really too strong. It was comparable to an extreme Dao attack. Therefore, after holding on for a moment, the immemorial battle armor instantly shattered. It was actually cut open by the sword. The immemorial battle armor turned into tens of thousands of pieces and scattered all over the ground. As for the Golden Armor clan's leader, he was cut in half by the sword. His body and soul were destroyed. The Triple Crown King, Zifu Mansion Master, and the others were all injured. They vomited blood and were sent flying. The Golden Armor clan's leader was killed by a single sword strike. Was the immemorial battle armor broken? At this moment, the people of the Golden Armor clan all knelt on the ground. Their faces were filled with despair. It was impossible. The immemorial battle armor was found in the battlefield of the ancient times. It was definitely terrifying. But now, it was broken. What was going on? The Spirit Extermination clan's leader was so scared that his scalp went numb. He had seen the immemorial battle armor before, but it couldn't withstand a single sword strike from the other party. What kind of existence did they provoke? His face was filled with despair. Thinking of this, he turned around and fled. He didn't want the secret manual of the Zifu Mansion Master anymore. He only wanted to save his life. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you leave? In the sky, the Spirit Extermination clan's leader's body instantly stopped. An expression that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. He turned his head and shook his head crazily. Please spare my life, young master. I've been possessed. I've offended you, young master. I'll definitely respect you in the future. Respect me? Lin Xian sneered. There was no need for that. He slashed out again. No. Damn it. I'll fight it out with you. The patriarch roared crazily. She had already lowered her head, but Lin Xian still wouldn't let her go. He used all his strength to resist, but in front of De Long, he was no match at all. With a slash of the sword, she turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. The Kirin patriarch's eyelids twitched wildly. Even the Purple Mansion Lord gasped. The Triple Crown King's face turned extremely ugly. Lin Xian was too strong. He had a bad feeling about this. Lin Xian stared at the Triple Crown King. Who else can save you now? The Kirin clan or the Purple Mansion Lord? I want to see who dares to go against me. At this moment, Lin Xian was brimming with murderous intent and was extremely domineering. He wanted to let the other party know what despair was. A hint of madness appeared in the Triple Crown King's eyes as he looked at the Kirin Patriarch. And the Purple Mansion Lord. The Purple Mansion Lord said, "Fellow Daoist Kirin, let's attack together." The Kirin Patriarch nodded. He knew that he had to do this. Taking a deep breath, he roared angrily and turned into a Kirin. He punched out with the Kirin arm. It was as heavy as a mountain. His strength was even more terrifying than the previous Kirin Sun. On the other side, the Lord of the Purple Mansion had used 5 different ultimate techniques in a row. They were all lost ultimate techniques. Lin Xian roared at the sky. Good. He clenched his left fist and turned into a sun. The sword in his right hand flew out. The Eye of Reincarnation formed the heavenly Tao of Reincarnation. The hand of heaven in the sky kept falling. Lin Xian had single-handedly fought 2 top-tier divine ancestors. The momentum was very shocking. "I'm coming too." The Triple Crown King roared angrily and instantly rushed over. He had defeated Lin Xian previously, but he was very strong. At this moment, with him, they could definitely suppress everything. Oh no, Lin Wuti is in danger. She wants to fight against 3 people alone. The surrounding people exclaimed. No matter how strong he would not be able to withstand the attacks of these 3 people. Could it be that he was going to be suppressed today? The Triple Crown Champion laughed heartily. He felt that he had suppressed Lin Wuti. Brat, today is the day you die. From the looks of it, the other party was not as powerful as he had imagined. If he had known this would happen, he would have joined forces with them. He wouldn't have been so scared before. Just the 3 of you want to suppress me? How laughable, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Suddenly, the heaven-devouring jar appeared in his hand and he threw it forward. With a boom, the Qi of Tao erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. Not good, Qilin Zicheng's expression changed greatly. The pupils of the Triple Crown King and the Purple Mansion Master also shrank. Run quickly. The Triple Crown King turned around and fled, but they were still sent flying by this force. Cracks appeared on his body. At this critical moment, the Purple Mansion Lord roared. He summoned a large cauldron to block the heaven-swallowing jar. Dragon pattern tripod, after blocking it, his face turned pale. Triple Crown King heaved a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you have an extreme-grade weapon, why didn't you take it out earlier?" The Purple Mansion Lord snorted coldly. "Shut up. Who told you to attack the Divine Union?" He didn't know what to say either. Previously, when they had attacked the 10,000 Dragon Court, they had used extreme-grade weapons many times. They didn't have much strength left. How could they have used an extreme-grade weapon right from the start? Besides, if he had taken out his trump card in advance, Lin Wuti would definitely have let the Divine Union attack the Purple Mansion Lord. Hence, he hadn't taken it out at first. Now that he saw Lin Xian use it to make a weapon, he had no choice but to take out the dragon pattern tripod to block. However, it was still considered good. After blocking the heaven-devouring jar, they could leave safely this time. Triple Crown King snorted coldly. "How can you kill me with an extreme-grade weapon? When I return, I will take revenge. I definitely won't let you off. I won't let anyone related to you go." Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stared at Triple Crown King. "I can't kill you? How naive. Let me tell you, with an extreme-grade weapon, you will definitely die." As he spoke, Lin Xian slashed out again. The dragon awakened and the sword slashed toward heaven and earth. "Not good. Run." The Purple Mansion Lord shouted angrily. He was going crazy. Triple Crown King still dared to provoke his opponent at this time. Did he not know the power of the Great Dragon Sword? No, Triple Crown King was terrified. How could he block this sword? He used all his strength to block it. However, he realized that he couldn't escape from this sword. He was in despair. He couldn't accept this. He hadn't expected his opponent's Great Dragon Sword to be no weaker than an extreme-grade weapon. If he had known this, he definitely wouldn't have dared to challenge his opponent. However, there was no chance for regret in this world. With a single slash, he was reduced to ashes. When the shocking sword light disappeared, Triple Crown King was long gone. A pitch-black hole had appeared where he had been standing. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Divine flames flew out and turned into thousands of golden crows. They covered the sky and engulfed the blood, turning it into ashes. Previously, when he had killed the chaotic body, it had benefited the light-shaking realm. This time, he wouldn't do the same. He would completely obliterate Triple Crown King's power. No one would be able to obtain it. He was dead. The Purple Mansion Lord was stunned. The Qilin tribe leader was even more terrified. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to be able to kill Triple Crown King under such circumstances. The Qilin tribe leader was filled with regret. Why had he opposed Lin Wudi? The Purple Mansion Lord was even more furious. You actually killed him? Damn it, although the Purple Mansion Lord was mysterious, Triple Crown King was still extremely important to them. This time, he had just awakened. Was he going to die just like that? He couldn't accept it. He stared at Lin Wudi, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Xian said, "You should think about how you're going to survive first. Because I have no intention of letting you go." He turned around and stared at the Purple Mansion Lord and the Qilin tribe leader. With a single step, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian still dared to attack. Damn it, you don't have much strength left. The Qilin tribe leader howled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had used up a lot of strength, but it was enough to kill them. With that, Lin Xian's body swayed. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly appeared in front of the Qilin tribe leader. Shura sword technique, he sent the Qilin tribe leader flying with a single slash. The Qilin tribe leader's body was split in half. He was in a miserable state. Friend, save me. Their family's great emperor weapon had been used to fight the 10,000 Dragon Court. Now, he could only ask for help from the dragon pattern cauldron. The Purple Mansion Lord's face was also ugly. In front of Lin Wudi, it seemed that even an extreme Dao weapon was useless. Damn it, has this person grown to such an extent? Lin Xian blocked the dragon pattern cauldron with the sky-devouring jar. Then, he looked at the Qilin tribe leader again. The sword intent in his hand was even more terrifying. No, you can't kill me. Do you know who I am? I'm the Qilin tribe leader. I'm the great emperor family's clan leader. If you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the entire Qilin tribe. Let me go and I promise I won't go against you in the future. How about it? The Qilin tribe leader said quickly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Is a great emperor family very powerful? It's not like I haven't been an enemy of a great emperor family before. The 10,000 Dragon Court went against me. What happened to them? Hearing this, the Qilin tribe leader's pupils constricted. There was a trace of despair in his eyes. Sir, please be merciful. At this critical moment, an old voice rang out. Then, a Qilin appeared and turned into an old man. This old man was really old and the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. His strength was similar to Long Mu's. He was also an existence that had stepped out of the Saint realm. It seemed that the Emperor race's foundation was indeed extraordinary. They even had such an existence. Uncle Master, save me. The Qilin clan leader was overjoyed. Great, his fourth uncle was here. He had hope. This old man was a grand elder and his strength was comparable to Long Mu of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. As long as he helped, it shouldn't be a problem to save him. However, after the old Qilin arrived, he didn't care about the Qilin clan leader at all. Instead, he looked directly at Lin Xian. He said, Lin Gongzi. My Qilin clan is in the wrong. Lin Gongzi, please be merciful. You're here to save him? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Although this guy was similar to Long Mu, he wasn't afraid now. This was because his current strength was extremely powerful. A terrifying flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. A terrifying pressure swept out in all directions. After the old Qilin saw this, he sighed. This young man grew too quickly and he wasn't confident of winning. He shook his head and said, I'm not here to plead for him. I'm here to plead for the Qilin clan. He offended Sir and it was natural for him to die. But I hope that Sir won't blame the entire Qilin clan. After speaking, the old Qilin turned to look at the Qilin clan leader. The Qilin clan leader was stunned. What was going on? Was the old Qilin going to attack him? No, Uncle Master, you can't do this to me. I'm the clan leader, the old Qilin said coldly. You made the wrong decision and almost destroyed the entire clan. Now, you're no longer the clan leader. You're a sinner. He formed a seal with his palm and slapped the Qilin clan leader. How could the Qilin clan leader be his opponent? Under this palm, his heart and soul were completely destroyed. He was dead. His eyes were filled with despair. Even in death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed by his Uncle Master. Beside him, the Purple Mansion's mansion lord also sucked in a cold breath. Even the Great Emperor clans had to lower their heads? Damn it, looks like he's in danger this time. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the old Qilin to be so decisive and kill the patriarch of the Qilin clan. He shook his head slightly. Is that all? It was not enough. The old Qilin said. Of course, he didn't know these things. I will give young master some compensation. I will give you a full recovery and resources for extreme weapons. Lin Xian nodded. Alright, send it to the Divine Union in 3 days. The amount of resources needed to revive an extreme-grade weapon was enormous. Even for the Divine Union, it wasn't easy to collect them. Now that the other party had actually given her so many resources, Lin Xian naturally accepted them all. Many thanks to Lin Gongzi. The old Qilin turned and left. There was only one person left in the world, and that was the Purple Mansion Lord. Lin Xian looked at him. Housemaster Zi's face turned extremely ugly. The Qilin race would not care about him. It seemed that he could only rely on himself. He took a deep breath, and his bloodline power began to burn. He wanted to activate the dragon pattern cauldron with all his might. With this extreme-grade weapon, he wouldn't die. However, he might be seriously injured. Lin Xian also opened the sword world and absorbed the energy inside. The heaven-devouring jar floated up and down, radiating light. The great dragon sword soul was extremely sharp. Lin Xian was about to make a move. However, at that moment, a cold snort was heard. You can't kill him, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this voice. He didn't make a move. Did someone else come? The last person who came was the old Qilin of the Qilin race, an existence similar to Long Mu. Who was it this time? Was there such a person in the Purple Mansion? To be honest, even the housemaster of the Purple Mansion was stunned. Many of the foundations of the Purple Mansion were hibernating, and he didn't seem to know such a person. Unless it wasn't someone from the Purple Mansion. He turned to look at her, and the next moment, she smiled. Because he saw a group of people. If this person came, he wouldn't be in any danger. A figure walked over from the distance. This figure was wearing an ancient battle robe, and his body carried an ancient and desolate aura. Every step he took crossed millions of miles of mountains and rivers. In a few steps, he was nearby. Lin Xian frowned. This person was not ordinary. He gave him a sense of threat. Who was it? This shouldn't be someone from the Purple Mansion. He asked coldly. You want to help the Purple Mansion? The man in the ancient battle robe walked out. He was expressionless. It was as if he was cut by a knife. His eyes were as bright as lightning. After he arrived, he stared at Lin Xian. He said, Young man, enough is enough. Don't you think it's funny that you want me to stop with just one sentence? The ancient man shook his head. Do you know who I am? Do you know who he is? He pointed at the housemaster of the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian snorted. Wasn't he the housemaster of the Purple Mansion? The Purple Mansion has always been against me. Why can't I kill him? As for who you are, I don't need to know. I only need to know that if you dare to stop me, you're an enemy. I have never shown mercy to my enemies. Ha 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 ha, you're really arrogant. The ancient man looked up to the sky and laughed. I'm an existence that you can't challenge. As for him, although he can't defeat you, you have to look up to the existence standing behind him. His origin isn't something you can imagine. If you kill him, you'll definitely die. So, young man, enough is enough. The housemaster of the Purple Mansion also laughed. He looked at the ancient man and said, I didn't expect that you would come from the desolate tomb. You actually came out. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. If he remembered correctly, the desolate tomb was one of the forbidden areas of death on the buried Emperor Star. It was the same as Mount Eternal and the Valley of No Return. Other cultivators couldn't enter at all. There were supreme existences in the desolate tomb. Mount Eternal had already opened. Previously, the 10 great emissaries had appeared. Each of them was a double champion that shocked the world. Later, the Valley of No Return was also opened. A terrifying aura that even 3 extreme-grade weapons couldn't suppress was released. In the end, Lin Xian and the others joined hands to completely seal it. Now, another forbidden area of death had appeared. Moreover, someone had come out. Obviously, it was completely opened and couldn't be sealed anymore. However, what made him frown even more was that the desolate tomb actually knew the Purple Mansion. This shouldn't be. The people in the forbidden area of death had never come out. Moreover, they had existed for a very long time. Although this woman was the housemaster, she looked very young. She wasn't much older than Lin Xian. How did they know each other? Also, what was the identity of the housemaster of the Purple Mansion? What kind of expert was standing behind her? He also didn't know. It seemed that the Purple Mansion wasn't the end. There should be an even more terrifying existence behind her. So you're from the Forbidden Land of Death. But so what, even the 10 great emissaries of Mount Eternal are no match for me. You want to fight me alone? You're still far from it, Lin Xian snorted coldly. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the Lord of the Purple Mansion. You're courting death. The ancient figure was also angry. He waved his hand and also threw out a chain. It carried a terrifying desolate aura that wrapped around the black demonic fist. The two collided and blocked the demonic fist. Kid, don't go too far. If I attack, you won't have a good ending. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. What a powerful force, to be able to block his punch. However, he snorted coldly. The divine fire instantly erupted and swept the chain, shattering it. He attacked the Lord of the Purple Mansion. The Lord of the Purple Mansion hurriedly stopped him. The fist hit the dragon pattern cauldron and made an earth-shaking sound. Lin Xian's fist was shattered. He narrowed his eyes. As expected of an extreme weapon. Then, he turned to look at the ancient figure. But you're not that strong. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to stop me. Kid, you're very arrogant. I'll show you the power of the barren tomb. More chains appeared behind him and danced in the air like lightning. Then, he looked at the Lord of the Purple Mansion and said, You leave first. The Lord of the Purple Mansion said, Let's leave together with extreme weapons. The ancient figure shook his head. Don't worry, he can't kill me. I'll let him know the power of the Forbidden Land. He must submit. Okay. The Lord of the Purple Mansion gritted his teeth. I don't have much power left. I'll leave first. He killed our Triple Crown champion. Find a way to get revenge. Then, the Lord of the Purple Mansion rose into the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You really think I don't exist and you want to leave? Do you think it's possible? He threw the heaven-swallowing jar over with a palm. It covered the entire sky and swallowed the heavens and the earth. The black sky instantly pressed down. At this moment, all the creatures of the Xianxia continent knelt on the ground in fear. They kept crawling because the heaven-devouring jar had completely enveloped the heavenly fate continent. It was as if it wanted to swallow the heavenly secrets. The Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord was naturally the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He shouted angrily and used the dragon-writ cauldron to resist. Kid, your opponent is me. The ancient figure was infuriated. 10 chains flew out from his hand, roaring in the air like flying dragons. They charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the stone golden crow swept across the sky. The two collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian then slashed out with his sword. He wasn't in the mood to waste time with his opponent, so he attacked with a killing blow. The sword transformed into a divine dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The 10 chains were all shattered. The ancient figure was also sent flying, while Lin Xian soared into the air. He took a deep breath. Dalong, dragon scales appeared on his body, and he transformed into a divine dragon. He became one with his sword. In an instant, it rushed out. "Damn it, how dare you," the ancient figure roared at the sky. The power of this attack made him feel terrified. On the other side, the Purple Mansion Lord's expression changed drastically. Although there was only half of the heaven-swallowing jar, his dragon-writ cauldron could suppress it. However, it was still an extreme-grade weapon, so she couldn't completely escape. Now, Lin Xian became one with his sword and rushed over again. The Dalong sword soul tore through the extreme-grade aura with its invincible power and rushed in. Cracks appeared on his body, and the space between his eyebrows also cracked. No, the Purple Mansion Lord despaired. Die, Lin Xian was cold, and the power in his body erupted. However, at this moment, the Purple Mansion Lord's pupils became hollow. He stopped there and no longer attacked. In the next moment, a transcendent power erupted from his body. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. What kind of power was this? His divine dragon had 100 tails. With a boom, he was sent flying, and the sword chi on his body dimmed a lot. Kid, be careful. This is the power of a quasi-emperor. Dalong's voice rang out. Lin Xian frowned. A quasi-emperor, the Purple Mansion Lord is a quasi-emperor? Or is he like Yao Guang and has a quasi-emperor's remnant soul in his body? Dalong shook his head. No, this is not a quasi-emperor's remnant soul. It is not even an ordinary quasi-emperor. It is an extremely powerful quasi-emperor. The Purple Mansion Lord is not ordinary. It will be very difficult for you to kill him. Moreover, I suggest you don't kill him first. Don't alert the power behind the Purple Mansion Lord. Otherwise, your future path will be very difficult. Lin Xian frowned. What is the power behind the Purple Mansion Lord? Dalong said. It is our enemy. The previous generations of Dalong's descendants fought against it. You will not be an exception in the future. He will be our strongest enemy. The Dalong sword was broken by them. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils dilated. The Dalong sword soul is now a weapon spirit. However, the real Dalong sword was broken. How is this possible? According to his speculation, the Dalong sword should be an extreme-grade weapon. However, it was broken by someone. What kind of power can break an extreme-grade weapon? Just who was standing behind the Purple Mansion? The Purple Mansion Lord's expression was cold. His pupils became hollow. However, there was a transcendent power in his body, accompanied by a biting cold voice. Who is it that dares to attack my daughter? He stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sword chi surrounded him. At the same time, he called back the heaven-swallowing jar. An endless black hole appeared on his body to resist this power. The power of the heaven-swallowing jar. Is the heavenly court courting death again? However, in my eyes, you are just a group of ants. You can't fight against us. On the other side, the ancient figure also flew out. His expression was cold as he stared at Lin Xian. That sword strike just now had injured him and caused him to suffer a loss. He was seething with killing intent. However, he did not attack. Instead, he looked forward and cupped his fists. Lord, this kid is very strange. He is too strong. He will be a great threat in the future. Why don't we kill him now? Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. A trace of biting cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. The ancient figure was actually so vicious and merciless. He stared fixedly at the other party. At the same time, he felt that the transcendent power in front of him seemed to have locked onto him. He snorted coldly. You want to kill me? Can you do it? Go to hell, ant. The transcendent power formed a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it slammed down. Dalong said, using the power of the reincarnation sword. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Dalong also wanted to hide. Okay, then I will use the power of the reincarnation sword. The light of reincarnation in Lin Xian's eyes kept exploding. He used it to the extreme. An illusion of the reincarnation sword formed between heaven and earth. The sword slashed forward, carrying the aura of the 6 paths of reincarnation. No, seeing this, the ancient figure's expression changed drastically. He turned around and fled. Some gray aura appeared on his body. It seemed that some parts of his body were broken. That transcendent power was enraged. 6 paths of reincarnation, you are courting death, the terrifying transcendent hand slapped over to resist. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The sky of the entire burial earth was torn apart. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Everyone looked up at the sky at this moment. What exactly happened? Humph, I'll remember the power of reincarnation. Kid, I'll get rid of you one day. The transcendent power snorted coldly. Then, it took the Purple Mansion Master and the dragon pattern cauldron into the sky and disappeared. It was obvious that even though the Purple Mansion Master had a quasi-emperor behind him, he only used a portion of his power and left. Lin Xian closed his right eye. His face was pale. This quasi-emperor was not ordinary. Although he only used a portion of his power, he could feel that he was stronger than the chaotic quasi-emperor of the chaotic race. He asked. De Long, even if you don't say anything else, you can at least tell me who the enemy is. Lin Xian wanted to know who was behind the Purple Mansion Master. De Long said. Paramitha. Paramitha, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. Wasn't it the Paramitha flower that sealed his spirit meridians? It turned out that the Paramitha flower didn't belong to the Purple Mansion Master, but to the Paramitha behind him. Lin Xian clenched his fists. A trace of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Paramitha. One day, I'll destroy it. He turned and left. On the other side, a figure walked out from the void in the distance. His ancient battle robe was torn. Damn it, it's the power of reincarnation. I almost reincarnated. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I won't let you off. He turned and left. When the news spread out, the world was shocked. The Triple Crown champion was dead. It was unbelievable. When those people heard the news, they were in an uproar. That was the Triple Crown champion. He was above everything. He could kill an ancestral patriarch with a single move. How terrifying was that, but now, such a person was killed by Lin Wudi. How powerful was Lin Wudi? When those from the monarch race heard this, their scalps went numb. Especially when they learned that not only was the Triple Crown champion killed, but even the Qilin race's patriarch had fallen. They were equally shocked. Did the Qilin race bow down to Lin Wudi? Even the Great Emperor race bowed down to him? This made the monarch race even more shocked. News of this storm spread throughout the entire burial earth. Everyone was talking about Lin Xian. They knew that Lin Xian had also become a triple champion. As for the Divine Union, it had most likely grown to the level of an emperor tribe. Even a great emperor clan would have to be respectful to him. This was a sect that had never produced a great emperor, but it had a supreme status. It was truly unbelievable. After the Purple Mansion sect received the news, they fell into despair. What? The Triple Crown champion was dead. That was their hope, and it was destroyed just like that. No. It was as if they had seen the end of the world. Where was the manor head? What about the manor head? They were also extremely worried. But it was still all right. A day later, a purple figure descended from the sky, tearing through the void. When the people of the Purple Mansion saw this, they all cried out in alarm. It was the prefecture lord. They walked over and knelt on the ground. The chief of the Z government had a powerful aura. He said coldly, I know what happened, don't talk about it. I need to go into seclusion and activate the defensive formation. Was the manor head injured? The elders were shocked. Quickly activate the defensive array. They all took defensive actions. On the other side, Yao Guang stood on a mountain peak. After receiving the news, his eyes shone with a cold light. The Triple Crown champion was killed, and by Lin Wudi. How was this possible? He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with shock. Previously, when the Triple Crown champion woke up, he defeated him in one move, which made him grit his teeth. In the end, he had no choice but to escape. After that, he felt that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being killed. But now, the situation was completely different. Lin Xian had killed the Triple Crown champion, and according to the intelligence, it wasn't the power of an extreme-grade weapon. He had killed the Triple Crown champion with his own strength. Lin Wuti had also become the Triple Crown champion. Damn it, what had he obtained in the ancient tomb? Yao Guang gritted his teeth. His body flickered, and he flew towards the Tianji continent. He arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. He wanted to find the Triple Crown champion's corpse, but this time, he raised his head and roared. There was no Triple Crown champion's corpse. It seemed that Lin Wuti had been wary of him, and had already destroyed his body and soul. He snorted coldly, then shattered a dozen mountains. Power. He wanted great power, he also wanted to become the Triple Crown champion. Now, he was far behind Lin Xian, so he didn't dare to show himself. He could only search for some ancient tombs and devour some experts' corpses. Don't be anxious. Stay here first. You will have a chance. At this time, the ninth firmament boundary emperor's soul spoke. Yao Guang snorted. Old thing, what can you do? To be honest, he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to devour the other party. The ninth firmament boundary emperor said, you better not have any ideas about me, because I will be very helpful to you. I said that I will help you become a boundary emperor. Yao Guang shook her head. But I can't help you kill Lin Wuti now. The ninth firmament boundary emperor said, you still have a chance. In the next period of time, there will be an unexpected phenomenon. I can feel it. He is coming. Soon, it won't be long. Wait patiently. When he comes, with my help, I can guarantee that you will improve by leaps and bounds. He's coming? What is it? Who is coming? Yao Guang asked. The ninth firmament boundary emperor said no more. Wait patiently. On the other side, Huang Ling also appeared in front of everyone. This forbidden land exploded with endless light, and there were even people shouting. This news spread all over the world. When the people on Buried Earth Star heard about it, they were also shocked. Heavens, Huang Ling actually appeared. This is also a forbidden land. After Mount Eternal, it also appeared. Why do I feel that something big is going to happen? Too many forbidden lands have appeared recently. Not only that, I feel that the golden era is really coming. In this era, there will definitely be a great emperor. I feel that Lin Wuti is very likely to be one. He has already surpassed everyone. Voices of discussion were heard one after another. Those great emperor clans were also nervous. However, some of the extremely ancient supreme elders had grave expressions on their faces. Don't be impatient. Lin Wuti has hope, but that doesn't mean that others don't. Our great emperor clans have some records about forbidden lands. There are human sovereigns in this world. When the time comes, they will not let Lin Wuti become an emperor so easily. Voices sounded one after another. The great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans were all waiting. Undercurrents were surging on Buried Earth Star. However, the Divine Union was cheering. Great, Lin Xian had won. He had killed the Triple Crown King and returned with a strong momentum. He had shown the might of the Divine Union. From now on, let's see who would dare to attack the Divine Union. They were very happy. Yan Ryu, the Crimson Dragon, and the others also heaved sighs of relief. The Savage Wilderness Ancestor and the others also smiled. After Lin Xian returned, he began to wait. 2 days later, the people from the Qilin clan arrived. While the people of Ancient City were nervous, the people of the Divine Union were also on guard. Were they going to attack them again? However, Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, they were here to deliver gifts. Deliver gifts? Hong Yi and the others were stunned. However, their eyes soon widened in shock. They were really here to deliver gifts. When the elders of the Qilin tribe arrived, they greeted Lin Gongzi respectfully. They bowed as if they were facing the leader of an emperor tribe. Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Did you bring the items?" "They are here. Please take a look, Lin Gongzi." The elders took out more than 10 storage rings. Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed them. He checked them with his soul consciousness before nodding. Very good. The Qilin tribe is a man of his word. The elders of the Qilin tribe heaved a sigh of relief. They had completed their mission. They said, "Lin Gongzi, we might have a chance to work together in the future." Therefore, the Qilin tribe doesn't want to become Lin Gongzi's enemy. After saying that, he took his leave. The people of St. Origin Ancient City were even more shocked. A emperor tribe had come personally to deliver gifts. This was enough to show how powerful Lin Xian was now. When this news spread, it caused another uproar. Finally, he had gotten his hands on it. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he held on to the energy. Then, he said, "Divine Union, listen up. Gather." The Divine Union's invitation was sent out in all directions. The allies of the Divine Union rushed over. Actually, there was no need for Lin Xian to say anything. When the news of his victorious return spread, these people had already started to gather. They had come to congratulate him. Now that they had received the Divine Union's order, they sped up. In just one day, all the allies of the Divine Union had gathered. They looked at Lin Xian in front of them excitedly. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Previously, the Z Mansion had attacked the Divine Union. This was an unforgivable crime. Now, we have to fight back. Killing a Triple Crown champion is not enough. Ruyu, bring some people to attack the Z Mansion. Ruyu walked out and nodded. She brought some remote antiquity families with her and soared into the sky. Before they left, Lin Xian said to pay attention to the Purple Mansion's Mansion Lord. He had an extraordinary power in his body, and they must not let him get hurt. This time, he only needed to teach the Z Mansion a lesson. There was no need to kill them all. I understand. Yan Ruyu nodded. Then Lin Xian said, Ruzalong, take your men and destroy the spiritual exterminators and the Golden Armor sect. Don't worry. The Crimson Dragon also brought some people with him. Hong Yi, bring some people over and exterminate the Demon Shark clan. Xianjian sect and the Giant Serpent clan. One order after another was passed down. These were all people who had opposed Lin Xian before. Previously, Lin Xian hadn't had the time. Now that he had returned to the Divine Union, he wanted to take revenge. He wanted the entire buried Earth Star and the people of the myriad realms to see the consequences of opposing the Divine Union. The people from the Divine Union moved out quickly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, headed for the Thousand Dragon Court. He went to support the Murong Qingqing. At this moment, the buried Earth Star was shaken once again. Lin Xian had mobilized the power of the Divine Union to attack the enemy again. No one knew what the outcome would be. Everyone was paying attention. The peerless sects, remote antiquity families, and even the emperor clans were constantly patrolling for news. The first battle was between the Golden Armor sect and the spiritual exterminators. The leaders of these two sects and their important sacred weapons had been destroyed, so their strength had long been depleted. Under the attack of the Crimson Dragon, they were quickly destroyed. The spiritual exterminators were destroyed. Soon after, the Golden Armor sect was also destroyed. The people of the Tianji continent were shocked when they heard that the two top sects had been destroyed. The people of the buried Earth Star were also in an uproar. This was really shocking. Lin Wudi had really made a move. The people from the Qilin clan were also shocked. As for the other remote antiquity families and peerless sects, their scalps went numb. Many of them had gone against Lin Xian before. Back then, more than 80 sects had attacked together, so many of them had been destroyed. However, Lin Xian had not attacked all of them. He had only targeted 3 of them. The Xianjian sect, the Grinding Shark clan, and the Python clan. Fu Hongye had led some remote antiquity families to attack. This was a terrifying battle. However, the Divine Union was at its peak now. Although it had been damaged previously, its strength was still terrifying. Coupled with Lin Wudi's reputation, the people of the 3 sects were terrified before the battle had even started. In the end, the 3 sects had been completely destroyed. In an instant, everyone was even more shocked. The Purple Mansion sect was also under attack. The Green Lotus bloomed and the Purple Mansion sect's array shook violently. Oh no, the Divine Union is attacking, they have used extreme weapons. The Mansion Master is still in seclusion. Damn it, we have to use the Dragon Pattern Cauldron to defend ourselves. Many people went forward to use the Dragon Pattern Cauldron. In the secret room, the leader of the Z government opened his eyes and humped coldly. What a detestable guy. He waved his sleeves and threw the Dragon Pattern nail out. Then, he said, just defend yourself. Although he had been saved by Lin Wudi's transcendental power, he had still been injured. Therefore, he had to recuperate. Furthermore, Lin Wudi had not given them any time to prepare. They could only defend themselves now. He would take revenge in the future. The elders who had obtained the dragon pattern cauldron used it to defend themselves. The two extreme weapons collided, causing the sky to crumble and the earth to crack. The people on Burial Earth Star were in an uproar. After the Divine Union had destroyed a few sects, they had attacked the Purple Mansion sect. They wondered how the battle was going. Yan Ryu had also brought a lot of power with her this time. The dragon pattern cauldron was shaking non-stop. They had torn apart the Purple Mansion sect's mountain gate and destroyed countless palaces and mountains. Many people in the Purple Mansion sect had turned into a bloody mist. The people in the Purple Mansion sect had no way to defend themselves. The array had been opened. They could only retreat with their extreme weapons and protect the core area. Yan Ryu did not make any more moves. This time, Lin Xian had only given him the task of intimidating the enemy. He had given them a warning. Therefore, he had completed his task. He said with a victorious smile, "Let's go." The people of the Divine Union left, leaving behind ruins. When the monarch race and remote antiquity family found out about the situation, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with the protection of an extreme weapon, it had been destroyed to this extent. Without the extreme weapon, the Purple Mansion sect would have been destroyed. In the core area of the Purple Mansion sect, the space there was already very small. The people who were still alive looked at the shattered scene outside and gritted their teeth. The elders' hearts were bleeding. 50,000 years ago, besides the battle with the Heavenly Court, they had never experienced such heavy losses. Now, Lin Xian's Divine Union seemed to be even more powerful than the Heavenly Court back then. They could only wait for the Purple Mansion Master to come out of seclusion. They could only grit their teeth and stay here. News after news spread rapidly on Burial Earth Star. Countless people were in an uproar. They looked up at the sky. They could only worship the Divine Union. Many people even wanted to join the Divine Union. Lin Xian had already arrived at the 10,000 Dragon Court. At this moment, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was in tatters. The cultivators of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were in an even more miserable state. They were being chased by so many extreme weapons. Even though they were from a great emperor family and had a strong foundation, they were already on the verge of collapse. Damn it, they couldn't accept this. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty gritted their teeth. Long Mu's eyes were red. He was much thinner than before and his hair was whiter than before. He was extremely tired, but he still gritted his teeth and resisted. "Just you wait. Don't let us recover. Otherwise, we won't rest until we're dead." The people of the emperor family frowned. It was too difficult to completely destroy a great emperor family. However, at this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. "Won't rest until we're dead? Do you think you still have a chance?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The pupils of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty constricted. It was Lin Wudi. Long Mu raised his head and his eyes instantly turned red. He would never forget this voice. "Damn Lin Wudi, you still dare to come," he roared angrily and struck at the sky with his palm, drawing a huge dragon and forming a dragon saber. The sky was torn apart in an instant. A figure dodged the attack and walked over in the air. It was none other than Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "That's right, I'm here to destroy you. Brother Xian, you are fine. This is great." When Morong Qingqing saw Lin Xian, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The others were also shocked. "Lin Wudi, you're not dead," Lin Xian smiled. "It seems like your news is too outdated. You don't know anything now. Not only am I not dead, but I've also broken through. Not long ago, I even killed the Triple Crown King and severely injured the Purple Palace." Triple Crown King. Hearing this, the people of the Emperor family were shocked. What was going on? Did the Triple Crown King appear? Just as Lin Xian said, they had been attacking the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. They really didn't know anything else. Now, they hurriedly asked their families for help. When they received the news from their families, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Not long ago, the Triple Crown King appeared and defeated the Dao Sect's old ancestor with one palm. He even defeated the light-shaking realm. How powerful was such a person, but now, he was killed by Lin Wuti. What kind of breakthrough did Lin Wuti achieve in the Dragon Emperor's tomb? They dared not imagine. Sensing these gazes, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Everyone, our goal is the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Now is not the time to talk about me. Let's attack together and completely suppress them today." The others also took a deep breath. Indeed, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was at the end of its rope. With the addition of Lin Xian, their chances of winning should be higher. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were in despair. Lin Wuti was still alive, but they were about to be destroyed. Long Mu gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He said, "Kid, do you dare to fight me to the death? Let's fight. I've won. Everyone, leave. No more attacks. If you win, then we will give up the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and leave buried earth." What do you think? When these words were spoken, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were in an uproar. They were all in despair. Were they going to leave Burial Earth Star? To their great emperor clans, this was simply too humiliating. The other emperor clans were shocked too. No way, was he going to fight one-on-one? They shook their heads. How could Lin Wuti be so stupid to fight one-on-one with Long Mu? Although Lin Wuti was the Three-Crown King, he shouldn't be able to defeat Long Mu. With such an advantage, why would Lin Wuti choose to fight one-on-one? These people were in deep discussion. Lin Xian laughed. "Oh, you want to fight one-on-one with me? Okay, I'll grant you your wish. The two of us can fight one-on-one without the help of others or extreme weapons." "How about that?" "Sure." Long Mu was delighted. He was just testing and didn't have much hope. He didn't expect Lin Xian to actually agree. Lin Xian said, "Okay then, let's fight to the death." Everyone was shocked. The emperor clans frowned. The Gu family elder said, "Lin Wuti, aren't you being too arrogant?" "Right, what right do you have to decide for us? If you lose, do we have to give up?" Fire Qilin gritted his teeth. Lin Xian looked at these people and snorted coldly. "How can you know my strength?" He stared at Fire Qilin and said, "Your Qilin race's leader died in front of me and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me." When he heard this, Qilin's expression changed. The other emperor clans were also shocked. There was such a thing? What exactly happened outside? They realized that during the days they were attacking the 10,000 Dragon Court, there seemed to have been a huge change outside. Lin Xian was very domineering. He waved his hand and walked out. He said, "Come, as long as you can beat me, I can guarantee that no one will attack again." "Good kid, you said that." Long Mu gritted his teeth and walked out. He hated and feared this young man in front of him. He killed the Dragon Prince and attacked the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Now, he wanted to attack the 10,000 Dragon Court. How could he not hate him? He was even more afraid. Lin Xian's talent was too strong, surpassing the emperor's. Now that he had grown to such a level, he would become an emperor in the future. Once the other party became a great emperor, it would be their time of death. Therefore, this was his last chance. He couldn't miss it. He walked out. His figure was incomparably tall, and his white hair instantly turned into a waterfall of black hair. At this moment, he had turned into a handsome middle-aged man. It was obvious that he was going to go all out. Even if it was for the sake of the 10,000 Dragon Court, he had to defeat Lin Xian this time. The dragon scales on his body bloomed, and the aura of the Tao of Dragons was incomparably terrifying. It swept across the surroundings. At this moment, the others also retreated. Well, they would let Lin Wuti exhaust Long Mu's power first. When the time came, they would attack. As for the agreement between Lin Xian and the other party, what a joke. They didn't think that Lin Xian could defeat Long Mu. After all, Long Mu was already one step away from the Saint Realm. He was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a divine ancestor. There was a huge difference between the two of them. Of course, this was only their judgment. In fact, they couldn't be blamed because they had never seen the Triple Crown champion. They had never seen the battle between Lin Xian and the Triple Crown champion. If they saw it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't think so. Because the Triple Crown champion's strength was far beyond their imagination. And Lin Xian's strength was even stronger. Long Mu hollered out coldly as he punched out with a punch. That punch transformed into a gigantic dragon claw that swept across the entire world. It charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He formed a seal with his palms, and pitch-black demonic chi formed a huge seal that charged towards the sky. The black seal was like a demon god that had been resurrected. The collision of the two shook the world. Would Lin Wuti be able to withstand it? Would this move shatter his body and cause him to be seriously injured? How could he be a match for Lin Xian without an extreme weapon? The people from the Emperor race shook their heads. This kid couldn't block it at all. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were also cold. Lin Wuti was too arrogant. They admitted that he was strong and that no one in the younger generation was his match. But if he didn't use the power of an extreme weapon to fight against Lord Long Mu, he was too naive. What was he? Lord Long Mu had 1 foot out of the Saint Realm and was just 1 step away from the Quasi-Emperor realm. Even if Lin Wuti could kill the Triple Crown King, could he fight against someone who crossed the Saint Realm? They didn't believe it. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty all shook their heads. To them, Lin Xian might have been heavily injured by this palm. Hong, a shocking sound rang out and a terrifying light shone in all directions. Everyone retreated. They all opened their eyes wide and looked carefully. Lin Wuti had turned into a blood mist. However, very quickly, the smiles on their faces disappeared. What replaced it was a look of terror. He didn't die, the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty exclaimed. The pupils of the Emperor race people constricted. How was that possible? Was Lin Wuti fine? He really blocked Long Mu's attack. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Great, Brother Xian's strength was much stronger than before. Long Mu's pupils constricted. He felt his dragon claw tremble. The other party's fist was too terrifying. It actually made his scalp go numb. How was that possible? Your body, Lin Xian forced back the dragon claw and then smiled. You are old and your strength is only so. After saying this, he roared. Reincarnation fist. He used an extremely strong fist. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation flew out and pierced through heaven and earth. It caused the dragon claw to retreat. Long Mu retreated and smashed millions of miles of mountain peaks. He seemed to have gone mad. Damn it. He rose into the air and charged over. Dragon's destruction. He waved his hand and 18 terrifying cracks appeared in the sky. They were like dragons of destruction as they charged towards Lin Xian. Die for me. He really didn't believe that the other party could fight against him. Lin Xian scoffed coldly and endless sword energy appeared in his hand. Sure 5 sword, Lin Xian shot out 5 streaks of sword energy. This was a terrifying killing move that pierced through the destructive aura and charged forward. The terrifying dragon's 5 swords landed on Long Mu's body, causing him to retreat. Among them, a sword wound appeared on his body, piercing through his shoulder. His arm fell to his side. How did this happen? She could actually injure me, Long Mu was in disbelief. The surrounding people also went crazy. They all stared with their eyes wide open. Damn it, I must be dreaming. How did this kid Long Mu's, how did he have such strength? Is Lin Wuti, why do I feel is SS? It can't be, right? How long has it been? From a puny little saint, he already possesses power that surpasses that of a divine ancestor. Emperor race people they were now very suspicious about what Lin Xian had obtained in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. I've said it before. You're old. You're no match for me. Lin Xian stood there and said coldly. Long Mu's eyes were red and killing intent emerged from his body. He had seen the battle between Lin Xian and the 7th Dragon General. Lin Xian may have defeated the 7th Dragon General, but the 7th Dragon General's cultivation was suppressed at that time. So in Long Mu's opinion, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to block a single move in a real battle. In fact, even he would be able to kill them. As long as he didn't use an extreme weapon. But now, Lin Xian didn't use the power of an extreme weapon at all. Instead, he injured Long Mu with his own strength. Is this the power of the Triple Crown champion? Damn it, this guy is definitely not an ordinary Triple Crown champion. Indeed. The Triple Crown champion was powerful. For example, Ziming swept through everything. But even if Ziming met Long Mu, he wouldn't be a match for him. After all, Long Mu was very close to becoming a boundary emperor. But unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian had the divine fire seed. This was a power formed after becoming a boundary emperor. He already had it in advance. So, how could Long Mu be his match, aren't you surprised? Lin Xian took a step forward and slashed out with his sword again. This sword lit up the sky and turned into eternity between heaven and earth. It was like a giant dragon slashing towards Long Mu. Long Mu and Yang Tian roared and tried to block it. However, he was still sent flying, and a large crack appeared on his body. Dragon blood dyed the sky red. The 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed under this blood. It couldn't be helped. Long Mu's blood was too terrifying. I'm injured again. Long Mu roared at the sky. My blood will refine you. Turn into a sea of blood for me. The droplets of dragon blood suddenly grew larger, turning into a sea of blood that loomed over Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. It's just dragon blood, not the blood of a boundary emperor. It can't stop me at all. Lin Xian was calm. The sword in his hand became more and more terrifying. He roared at the sky. I have a sword that can cut the sky and the underworld. Cut it open. The sword energy became even more resplendent. Lin Xian held the giant sword in his hand as if he had turned into a peerless sword god. He slashed out and slashed into the dragon blood. The sea of blood surged and swept in all directions. The dragon blood was actually cut open. Long Mu vomited blood and was sent flying again. No, the people of the 10,000 dragon court knelt on the ground. They were all in despair. Even those from the emperor race felt their scalps go numb. This time, Long Mu was completely suppressed. However, at this moment, the void behind him split open and a blood-colored figure appeared. He held a blood-colored long blade in his hand. Kid, go to hell. Dragon blood clone. It turned out that not only did the other party use the dragon blood to form a sea of blood, but he also formed a clone that hid in the sea of blood. At the crucial moment, he charged behind Lin Xian. If this attack landed, it would probably cut Lin Xian in half. This blade split heaven and earth. Those from the emperor race also felt their scalps go numb. Great, the people of the 10,000 dragon court were pleasantly surprised. As expected of their lord Long Mu. He was indeed strong. Ha 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 ha, Lin Wudi, let's see how you die this time, Morong Qingqing also cried out in alarm. Not good, brother Xian, there's danger behind you. In the face of such a shocking attack, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. Instead, he used the 9 yang divine body to the extreme. The divine fire on his body flickered rapidly. Then, it formed 9 suns that surrounded him to block the attack. It's useless. Your 9 yang divine body can't block this blade. Long Mu roared. With a clang, this blade slashed onto the illusion of the 9 suns, shattering the endless void. The surrounding mountain range was also constantly shattered. Lin Xian was shaken until his blood and qi churned. He flew forward. At the same time, another figure was sent flying. It was Long Mu. What's the situation? Everyone took a closer look at it. At this moment, the 10,000 dragon court, Morong Qingqing, and the people from the emperor race all became nervous. Lin Xian turned around. Although he was knocked back, he was not injured. On the other side, the blood-colored figure was shattered. Long Mu's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he could block it. He could not believe it. His secret divine ability was blocked by the other party. The 9 yang divine body was too terrifying. The 9 yang divine body was powerful, but it was definitely not in the top 10 in the universe. However, it was so terrifying. Could it be that it was no longer a pure 9 yang divine body? His guess was not wrong. The divine body had become even more terrifying than before with the power of the divine fire. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He walked forward again. The long sword in his hand pointed forward, and the entire universe shook with him. He slashed out with his sword. The sword chi slashed forward and fought with Long Mu again. Long Mu was very terrifying. After all, he was a top dragon race expert. At this moment, he had transformed into a dragon, and all kinds of terrifying aura surged out. His physique was also extremely terrifying. The people in the distance were shocked and their scalps went numb. If they did not add the extreme weapons, none of them would be a match for Long Mu. But right now, Lin Xianxuan had done it. In fact, he could even injure Long Mu. Suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely sharp light. 6 paths of reincarnation. This was a super powerful soul power that attacked the other party's soul, wanting to destroy it. With a boom, Long Mu spat out blood and flew backward. His soul seemed to be about to split open. He roared at the sky, and it was the furious dragon roar. He also launched a terrifying soul attack. He roared crazily, and the sound rushed in all directions. Not good, use extreme weapons to block it. The surrounding people tried to block it. They were only able to survive because the power of the extreme grade weapon had blocked the sound. Otherwise, under this attack, the souls of many experts would be shattered and turned into ashes. Long Mu waved his hand, took out a dragon-headed walking stick, and attacked. It broke through the void of millions of miles, carrying a biting cold aura, and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block the attack. The resplendent light illuminated the world. The surrounding people couldn't see it, they could only hear the clanging sound. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. He said, "You're old. Let me show you what true power is." The sword chi on his body suddenly erupted, as if he had turned into a sword god and attacked. At the same time, the demonic chi was vast as the great spear of destruction pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian unleashed his full battle prowess, sweeping through all directions. The battle between the two was truly terrifying. One was an expert of the older generation. Long Mu's age was definitely the most terrifying. The other was a rising star, Lin Xian, a top genius of the younger generation. This was a battle between two forces. Who would be stronger in the end? Between heaven and earth, countless large cracks spread, and finally, a figure flew out. It was Dragon Wood. The people from the Imperial clan cried out in alarm. Could it be that Long Mu, a top expert of the older generation, was going to be defeated? Would it be the world of young people in the future? No, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court knelt on the ground. They really couldn't imagine it. The strongest expert of their dragon race, Lord Long Mu, was actually defeated. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens, holding a sword of great destruction and terrifying sharpness. His expression was cold as he stared below. "You've lost." Countless people were in despair. At this moment, Lin Xian was really too strong. In the ruins below, Long Mu also kept vomiting blood. His figure was shattered, and there were wounds on his body from the sword and the great destruction spear. She couldn't believe that she had actually lost. Could the other party already defeat her? He didn't use the power of an extreme Dao weapon. "I don't believe it. Lin Wudi, I want you to die." He suddenly took out the 10,000 dragons diagram and struck out with a shocking attack. 10,000 dragons roared, piercing through the sky. The power of extreme Dao charged towards Lin Xian. "Not good," Morong Qingqing shouted angrily. The pupils of the other Imperial clan members also constricted. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." More than 10 storage rings flew out and shattered in the air. These were the gifts that the Fire Qilin race had given him as an apology. It was enough for him to fully awaken the extreme Dao weapon. Allure, with an angry shout, Morong Qingqing shot out the desolate tower to block the 10,000 dragons diagram. As for Lin Xian, he took out the great dragon sword soul. Terrifying dragon energy surged, and a vast aura filled the world. At this moment, not only the 10,000 dragons dynasty, but the entire burial Earth star also felt it. They looked up at the sky. Millions of miles away, there was a gigantic dragon rolling about on a star. Heavens, what was that? Many living beings knelt on the ground. Even the beasts felt their scalps go numb. What was going on? The people from the Imperial clan also looked up at the sky. Their pupils constricted. The power of the great dragon sword. At this moment, the dragon completely erupted. The dragon roared, and a sword slashed through billions of miles of heaven and earth. No, Long Mu screamed crazily. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to fully awaken the great dragon sword soul. More importantly, there was Morong Qingqing beside him, blocking his 10,000 dragons diagram. Stop, Lin Wudi, I admit defeat. I will leave with the people of the dragon race. Long Mu roared crazily. However, it was useless. The sword slashed down, covering heaven and earth. The universe shook, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Everyone was forced back. The entire 10,000 dragons dynasty was split apart by the sword. At this moment, many powerhouses of the dragon race were turned into ashes. As for Long Mu, his body and soul were both destroyed by the sword strike. After that sword strike, Lin Xian landed. His expression was incomparably cold. The pupils of the surrounding people from the imperial clan constricted. Long Mu was dead. They couldn't sense his aura anymore. Was his soul destroyed? Heavens, this was an existence that had surpassed the Saint Realm, an expert second only to a quasi-emperor. Did he actually die? No. The surviving people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty knelt on the ground. They were really in despair. That sword strike just now not only killed Long Mu, but also countless of their experts. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was heavily injured. The remaining people were no match for him at all. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty submitted. They said, "We will leave now. Please spare our lives." There was no way to continue fighting. Everyone's souls would be destroyed. If that happened, the 10,000 Dragons dynasty would really disappear. They couldn't bear it. Although they submitted now, they could still live. Lin Xian did not bother with these people. Long Mu was dead, and those top-notch experts of the Dragon Clan were also destroyed by a single sword. The remaining people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty weren't afraid. They were no different from being destroyed. More importantly, he still had something to do next, which was to devour the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. Although the 10,000 Dragons dynasty was destroyed, they still left behind a lot of power. He wanted to seize this power now, so he didn't care about the remaining ants. Should he let them go? The surrounding Emperor race experts shook their heads and walked forward. Lin Wudi agreed, but they didn't. Let their souls be destroyed, these Emperor race experts were filled with killing intent. Not good. The expressions of the people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty changed drastically. They hurriedly recalled the 10,000 Dragons diagram to defend. At the same time, they looked at Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, you said that you would let us leave if we lost. Lin Xian didn't answer. Instead, he suddenly attacked. Lin Xian made a move, but it wasn't towards the remaining ants. Instead, it was towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. He directly charged into the 10,000 Dragon Court. He took out the heaven-swallowing jar and an endless whirlpool started to devour the Dragon Vein Palace and the Herb Garden. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Very quickly, the Emperor race people reacted. Damn it, go and snatch the resources. They now understood that the remaining people were nothing to be afraid of. There was no difference between being dead and being alive. However, the remaining resources of the 10,000 Dragon Court were shocking treasures. This was the territory of the Emperor race, and now that they had occupied it, they had to dig 3 feet into the ground and take away all the treasures. Qingqing. Lin Xian waved his hand and told Qingqing to come over. The 2 extreme weapons opened up a path and swept through everything. They quickly occupied the resources below. The remaining people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were in despair. These were the treasures of their Emperor race, and now they were going to be taken away by these people. Go. A middle-aged man in the lead gritted his teeth and roared. They brought the 10,000 Dragon Court and soared into the sky, turning into a dragon shadow and charging into the clouds. At this moment, they tore open the universe and left Burial Earth Star. Countless sects and families looked up at the sky. What happened? Why do I feel like the 10,000 Dragon Court's aura has disappeared? Has the 10,000 Dragon Court left Burial Emperor Star? Heavens, a great emperor race has been forced out. Has the battle reached such a terrifying stage? Countless people were shocked. At the same time, Lin Xian sent out a signal. He ordered the people of the Divine Union to head towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. The Gu family, Qilin race, Kuanping race, Phoenix race, these great emperor races and sects all sent out signals. They asked their own people to come and help. In an instant, countless people headed towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. As for the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, they were nervous too. The people of the great emperor families were going crazy. Because Lin Xian wanted half of the resources. Damn it, Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Whoever wasn't convinced, come and die. He waved his sword energy and sliced the ground into two. Those who crossed the line would die. Then, Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and pierced it into the ground. The boundless black whirlpool and demonic energy covered half of the 10,000 Dragon Court. The other emperor race clenched their teeth. Damn it, this Lin Wudi was too arrogant. They were prepared to attack together. However, they didn't have much strength left and were waiting for their families to send them reinforcements. Soon, those people from the family came, bringing with them great power and formations. Great, let's do it. The Qilin child gritted his teeth. However, the old Qilin personally descended and held him down. Don't be rude to Lin Gongzi. What? The Qilin child was stunned. Grand Elder, what did you say? You actually addressed him as young master, damn it. Have you gone senile? However, the Supreme Elder humped coldly. Your Highness, we respectfully conferred you the title of Your Highness, but the situation now is different from before. We have decided not to become enemies with Lin Gongzi. The moment these words were said, the surrounding people went crazy. They really didn't expect the Qilin race to lower their heads to Lin Xian. The old Qilin even personally went over to greet Lin Xian. He said that he definitely wouldn't attack. Lin Xian nodded. Countless people were stunned. The Gu family people were dumbfounded. Damn it, how could this be? The Qilin race was too cowardly. The Qilin child roared crazily. No. Why, he was really crazy. However, as the Supreme Elder, the old Qilin had a very important position in the family. This time, it was obviously not his decision alone. It was the decision of many elders. Damn it, what exactly happened? He had to go back and find out. The people from the Purple Mansion didn't come because they were too injured. The other families and sects were all confused. Only those who had seen Lin Wudi knew how terrifying he was. The current Lin Wudi really couldn't be offended. The people from the Divine Union also came. Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, Bai Susu, Hong Yi, and the others came and met up with Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, half of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is ours. Let's move quickly. No way, Bai Susu's eyes widened. Half of the great emperor race was theirs, this harvest was too great. The Crimson Dragon went crazy. Haha, this is great. The dragon race definitely has endless secret treasures. Let's find them quickly. Even Morong Qingqing sucked in a deep breath. This was indeed a shocking amount of wealth. More importantly, the other great emperor races didn't dare to move. They would go and snatch the rest. The old Qilin said. Although half of the great emperor race was gone, there was still half left. Therefore, they had to act quickly. The other large clans also made their moves. The Gu family people were unhappy and wanted to attack Lin Xian. In the end, they were suppressed by 3 extreme weapons. The Gu family people were injured and they tore open the void to escape. Previously, Lin Xian still had a chance when he was alone. Now that Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu were here, the other party was going to attack with 3 extreme weapons. They couldn't fight back even if they joined forces, so they could only give up. In the end, the remaining great emperor races snatched the other half of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Then, the entire Burial Earth Star went crazy. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was actually destroyed. Heavens, this was the first time a great emperor race was destroyed. Yes, for tens of thousands of years, the great emperor races had been high and mighty. No one could destroy them. But now, Lin Wudi had taken the lead to suppress a great emperor race. This was really crazy. More importantly, these people had snatched the entire great emperor race. At this moment, the spirit veins and dragon veins of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had all been taken away. Bai Susu and the others had asked if they could develop the divine union on the basis of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian thought about it and then shook his head. He decided not to. The place occupied by the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was definitely a place with good feng shui. However, he didn't dare to. After all, this was the place where the Dragon Emperor had lived and he had a huge grudge with the Dragon Emperor. He didn't know what would happen if he stayed here for a long time. He might as well take the spirit veins away. As for the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, he would just turn it into a pile of ruins. Lin Xian didn't need to do anything next. He only needed the people of the Divine Union to do it. He believed that no one would dare to go against him now. However, Lin Xian didn't relax. Although he had defeated the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty this time, there was still an even bigger enemy. That was the Permitha behind the Purple Mansion. According to the Great Emperor, the Permitha was very powerful. Back when the Heavenly Court was destroyed, several generations of the Great Emperor's descendants hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. One could imagine how terrifying the Permitha was. Lin Xian didn't know the exact situation now, but he could imagine that there were definitely unparalleled powerhouses inside. Now, he urgently needed to become a quasi-emperor as soon as possible. After becoming a quasi-emperor, he wouldn't be afraid even if he met a few quasi-emperors. Lin Xian entered the bottom of the 10,000 Dragon Court and began to cultivate in the endless dragon veins. This was De Long's suggestion to let Lin Xian wait patiently. Wait for it to come. Who is coming? Lin Xian asked. I have a premonition, but I'm not sure. I'll tell you when he comes. After he comes, the time to become an emperor will come. At that time, the entire world will produce endless strange phenomena. You'll understand soon enough. There will even be many experts appearing, so you have to be careful and prepare early. It seemed that there was going to be an incredible moment. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Was it the time to become an emperor? He clenched his fists. In the past, a great emperor could become an emperor every 10,000 years, but no great emperor had appeared in the past tens of thousands of years. Some people said that the changes in the world made it impossible to produce a great emperor. And this saying was more and more accepted by people. Therefore, many people were in despair. Even someone as strong as Xiaojiu didn't seem to have become a great emperor. But now, De Long said that the time to become an emperor was coming. If it was true, this would be an exciting moment. Lin Xian didn't just want to compete with young geniuses, the Double Crown King, and the Triple Crown King. He might even be able to contend against ancient existences like Xiaojiu. Therefore, he couldn't relax at all. In the next period of time, the people of Burial Earth could also feel that the atmosphere was unusual. They began to discuss great emperors. They discussed who could become a great emperor in this era. One figure after another appeared in their mouths. For example, Lin Wudi of the younger generation. Then he would really be able to sweep through the 8 desolations, and no one would be able to match him. Originally, there were people like the Triple Crown King and Yao Guang who could compete with him. But now, it seemed that they were all inferior. There were also people who said that they couldn't just look at the younger generation. The older generation also had hope. Some top experts didn't appear, but it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Yes, although Long Mu was dead, 2 quasi-emperors appeared last time. Chaos Quasi-Emperor was also very likely. The other quasi-emperor was the same. There must be other quasi-emperors. In order to become a martial emperor, one had to become a quasi-emperor first. After that, it would be a battle between quasi-emperors. The others could only look up to him. When the Qilin son returned, he was so angry that he went crazy. He quarreled with those elders. However, those elders didn't seem to think highly of him, because Lin Wudi had a very high chance of winning. Damn it, the Qilin child gritted his teeth. Was he being underestimated? But there was nothing he could do. Especially when he learned about the true strength of the Triple Crown champion, he became terrified. If Lin Xian could insta-kill Yao Guang, then wouldn't he be able to insta-kill him as well? Thinking of this, his back broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that he had just walked around the gates of hell? Damn it, I want to become a Triple Crown champion too. The Qilin child gritted his teeth. At the same time, the members of the Yi family were also extremely excited. That was because they sensed that the inheritance left behind by the Celestial Emperor was moving. In other words, Leaf Dao Denier was coming out. I wonder what level Wu Dao has reached. They were looking forward to it. Previously, Leaf Dao Denier hadn't participated in the dragonization station, nor had he gone to the Dragon Phoenix tomb. Instead, he'd entered the test left behind by the Celestial Emperor. The Yi family had produced a great emperor, and a Celestial Emperor at that. He was a terrifying existence even among great emperors. Therefore, the descendants of the Yi family could all pass the test. However, it was extremely dangerous, with only a slim chance of survival. Leaf Dao Denier had entered without hesitation. Now that he'd returned, his strength should have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. They waited patiently. 5 days later, the testing door finally opened slowly. A figure walked out. It was Dao Denier, cried the Yi family patriarch. The other venerated elders and powerhouses also gathered. Their eyes widened as they looked forward. Dao Denier had come out alive. That was great. A huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. How was it, Dao Denier? The patriarch and the venerated elders all rushed forward, excited and nervous. Leaf Dao Denier didn't release any powerful aura, which puzzled them. A smile appeared on Leaf Dao Denier's face as he said, "Elders, please feel it." He stomped his foot and the phantom of an immortal king appeared around him, roaring at the sky. In that moment, all of the elders present were sent flying backward. Their blood boiled, and their eyes widened. This was the power of a Triple Crown King. Did you really succeed, Dao Denier? That's great, a Triple Crown King. I can sense that your bloodline has evolved. It's even stronger than before. The Yi family cheered. They saw hope. Leaf Dao Denier had finally become a Triple Crown King. In the future, he'd be able to compete with a great emperor. What happened during this time, Leaf Dao Denier? Elders, please tell me about it. A group of people walked toward the palace. The Yi family was very happy, and news of Leaf Dao Denier's appearance spread in all directions. The Yi family didn't try to hide it. After all, Leaf Dao Denier was destined to sweep through the universe. Leaf Dao Denier had become a Triple Crown King. Heavens, another Triple Crown King had appeared. It was incredible. Countless cries of surprise rang out. He was someone who could compete with Lin Xian. Some of the great emperor clans were incredibly envious. Kuanping Zi, Qilin Zi, and the others were so envious that their eyes turned red. The phoenixes were also incredibly nervous. If Leaf Dao Denier had come out of seclusion, then what about their princess, Fengjiu? They were also waiting patiently. But on this day, something happened. The patriarch of the phoenixes let out a frenzied roar, shattering the 9 heavens. What happened? The phoenixes were going crazy. The elder phoenix rushed over, and the others were just as shocked. They were extremely puzzled. The patriarch was holding Fengjiu's soul jade pendant, but cracks had appeared on it. No, this was impossible. The phoenixes shook their heads frantically. Was Fengjiu in danger? Did she fail the test? Let's go to the testing grounds. They all headed toward the testing grounds. The testing grounds were hazy, and they couldn't get there. All they could do was scream. Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness Fengjiu, one cry of surprise after another rang out. At that moment, the testing grounds opened, and a feather flew out. It was Fengjiu's feather. The patriarch caught it instantly. What happened? An illusory face appeared from the feather, followed by a weak voice. From now on, leave it to Qingqing. Tell him to protect the phoenixes. As soon as the voice fell, the soul jade pendant in the patriarch's hand cracked. At the same time, a rain of blood fell from the 9 heavens. No, the phoenixes went crazy, and they all fell to their knees. At the same time, the entire buried earth was shocked. They looked up at the sky. The people of the Gu family frowned. It seemed like another powerful elite had fallen. The people of the Kuanping race sighed. Was the Phoenix race going to be defeated? On the other side, the people of the Yi family also sensed it. Yi Wudao and the others looked into the distance. I've heard that the princess of the Phoenix clan is the same as you. She has already entered the ancient testing ground. Could it be that she didn't make it out? Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. He said that the ancient testing ground was filled with death. Even he almost didn't make it out. Perhaps Fengjiu would never make it out. There was a hint of pity in his voice. After all, they were all people who had entered a desperate situation for power. However, he had succeeded, while the other party had failed. At this moment, all the families and sects on Burial Earth Star were paying attention to the Phoenix race. In the end, the news spread from the Phoenix race. Princess Fengjiu had failed the ancient testing ground. Another elite had fallen. Countless people exclaimed. First, the Dragon Prince had been killed. Now, Fengjiu had failed the test and fallen. It seemed like even the princes and princesses weren't safe in this era of great battles. Everyone could feel the pressure, especially the group of experts who stood at the very top. They were under a lot of pressure because the battle between the great emperors had to be fought over countless bones and seas of blood. Who would be the stepping stone? Who would be able to laugh at the world they didn't know? The people of the Divine Union naturally received the news. Morong Qingqing's expression changed. She said, I have to go back. She found Lin Xian and explained the situation. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I'll go back with you. The two of them soared into the sky and headed towards the Phoenix race. At the moment, the Phoenix race was covered in blood and everyone was in despair. On this day, two figures arrived in the sky. They looked up indifferently. When they saw that it was Morong Qingqing, their bodies shook slightly. Princess Qingqing had also returned. Although Morong Qingqing wasn't the princess, she was a seven-colored phoenix. Her previous status was extraordinary, second only to the princess. Therefore, they were very excited when Morong Qingqing returned. More importantly, Fengjiu's feather said that she wanted to hand everything over to Morong Qingqing. I'm back. Morong Qingqing's face was also pale. She wondered if Feng Nai really hadn't come out. The old phoenix personally came and brought him to the testing ground. Up ahead, the patriarch had also arrived, as well as some grand elders and core elders. They gathered together. The clan leader sighed. Fengjiu wouldn't come out. This is what he gave you. He took out a feather. Morong Qingqing's hand trembled. She could sense that this was Phoenix Nine's feather. After she took it, a voice came from inside. In the future, the Phoenix race will be handed over to Qingqing. Hearing this voice, Morong Qingqing started to cry as well. She and Feng Nine often sparred before, so it could be said that they had a good relationship. He just didn't expect that the other party would actually reach this step. She clenched her fists. He took a deep breath and looked around. The eyes of the surrounding elders were also red. Their eyes were filled with despair. Morong Qingqing said. I'm very sad about what happened to Feng Nine, but there's nothing we can do. This is her choice. Let's respect it. As for Feng Nix's request, don't worry. As long as I, Morong Qingqing, am around, the phoenixes will always exist. This was a kind of promise. This made many phoenixes heave a sigh of relief. They felt despair when the crown princess died. However, Morong Qingqing was also incomparably terrifying. She was already a double crown champion, and her future achievements were also unparalleled. Even if she couldn't become a great emperor, she would probably be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Bless the phoenixes. At this moment, Lin Xian also walked out. He said, Qingqing's matter is my matter. With me around, the phoenixes will be fine. In the future, when I reach the peak, the phoenixes will enjoy endless glory. As soon as those words came out, everyone's hearts trembled. Because the young man who spoke was a top-notch genius. He was the first in the dragon transformation stage. The young Triple Crown champion, he was the existence who severely injured the Purple Mansion realm, defeated the 10,000 Dragons Court, and even killed the Triple Crown champion. He was now a popular candidate to become a great emperor. If what he said was true, then the phoenixes would really have nothing to worry about. Many thanks to Lin Gongzi, the elders of the phoenixes took the lead and bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Then, these people started to discuss. The phoenixes could be considered to have completely joined the Divine Union. This was very important. In the past, the Divine Union only had the remote antiquity families. Although they had a good relationship with the Yi family hadn't joined the divine union. Now, all the hopes of the phoenixes were placed on Murong Qingqing. Given the relationship between Qingqing and Lin Xian, they were bound to join the divine union. The news spread out in an instant, and the world was in an uproar. The divine union was already incomparably terrifying. Now that the great emperor families had joined, it would probably reach a whole new level. It might even surpass the great emperor. Some families that had a grudge against Lin Xian, such as the Purple Mansion realm, were even more desperate when they heard this news. Why did it feel like Lin Wudi was unbeatable? Everything would have to wait until the palace master came out of seclusion. They could only place their hopes on the palace master now. Yi Wudao of the Yi family also came out. He was prepared to exchange pointers with Lin Xian. Furthermore, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The two old friends wanted to catch up. When Lin Xian returned, he found Yi Wudao waiting for him in the divine union. "Wudao, you've finally come out." Lin Xian's lips curled up. There was a frightening glint in his eyes as he looked at Yi Wudao. "You've also broken through and become a Triple Crown champion." Yi Wudao nodded. "It was just luck. I heard that you could have killed a Triple Crown champion long ago." Lin Xian smiled. There were strong and weak Triple Crown champions. Even though Ziming had become a Triple Crown champion long ago, he was still a Triple Crown champion. However, his strength was definitely inferior to Lin Xian's. Yi Wudao asked, "Do you want to exchange pointers?" Lin Xian said, "Sure." Both of them emitted a cold aura. The people from the divine union were also surprised. Were they going to make a move? Although it was just an exchange of pointers, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Boom, in the next instant, the two of them attacked. Both of them had extremely strong physiques and cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. Their strength was shocking. The surrounding people were all pushed back. They couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, the two of them were just exchanging pointers and restrained their strength. Otherwise, they would have been reduced to ashes. In the end, Yi Wudao was forced back 2 steps. Lin Xian stopped and the two of them stopped exchanging pointers. Yi Wudao said, "Looks like you're still better." Next, the two of them drank and chatted, each of them sharing their experiences. At the same time, in a desolate mountain range, there was a terrifying aura. The mountain range was too vast and had a desolate aura. Everywhere it passed, no living thing dared to stay. This was the desolate mountain range, the forbidden land of death. At that moment, another person walked out of the desolate mountain range. The person who walked out was called Huang Qing. After he came out, he went to a few great emperor clans. Those from the emperor clans were also on guard. The elders of the emperor clans didn't dare to be negligent. After this matter spread out, the other people were also shocked. The legend of the desolate tomb also appeared in front of everyone. Someone said, "Who is this person? He's so powerful that even the emperor clans have to be careful." That's right, other than Lin Wudi, I haven't seen the emperor clans be so careful with anyone. An older generation figure spoke because he had walked out of the desolate tomb. What was the desolate tomb? Was it very powerful? The young geniuses didn't understand, so they asked. How was it compared to the divine union? The older generation powerhouse said that the desolate tomb was probably more mysterious than the divine union. Because it was a forbidden land. When these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They could understand the words "forbidden land of life" because Mount Eternal was a forbidden land of life. Mount Eternal had even produced 10 double crown winners at once, which shocked countless people and even made them feel despair. Even the great emperor clans couldn't produce 10 double crown winners at once. It was already not bad if one appeared. It could be said that the power of the forbidden land was very terrifying, even above the divine union. No wonder. Now they also understood why the great emperor clans had to be so careful. It turned out that these people were from the forbidden land. At the same time, some powerhouses gasped. First, it was Mount Eternal. Now, it was the desolate tomb. The forbidden land had appeared one after another. Was it a sign of something? No one else could enter the forbidden land, but there were living beings inside. What kind of secret was hidden inside? Everyone was very curious about this question. However, this time even some of the older generation figures couldn't answer. However, an expert from the Ground clan walked out. They said that in the Forbidden Land, there was immortal supremacy. Immortal supremacy. When these words came out, countless people gasped. Who dared to call themselves a supremacy in this world? However, there was actually immortal supremacy in the Forbidden Land. What kind of existence was immortal supremacy? How could it compare to the Great Emperor? They only knew that the Great Emperor stood at the peak of the universe. As for this mortal supremacy, they had never heard of it. It was hard to say. Finally, the people from the Yi family also stood out and spoke. When these words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Heavens, could it be that the human supreme beings were even more powerful than great emperors? No way, this was impossible. The elder of the Yi clan said. He wasn't stronger than the great emperor, but he was a strong enemy of the great emperor. I'm sure you've heard of the battle in the darkness. Hearing this, some of the experts from the various clans narrowed their eyes. More than 100,000 years ago, a forbidden land of life appeared and swept through a region. At that time, the entire universe was shrouded in darkness, and no one was a match for it. Everything in the forbidden land of life would be reduced to ashes. However, some human experts appeared out of nowhere. He fought against the supreme existences in the forbidden land of life. That battle was earth-shattering and had spread throughout the entire universe. Countless living beings were destroyed, but in the end, they managed to stop the devouring of the darkness. I remember that the one who fought back then was the great emperor of the Gu clan, the Void Emperor. Someone spoke. That's right, it was the Gu clan's great emperor. The battle back then was simply too terrifying. It was said that even the martial monarchs were injured. Everyone was even more shocked. Immortal supremacy could compete with a great emperor, or even be on par with a great emperor. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that immortal supremacy was only a quasi-emperor level existence. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The forbidden land of life was more terrifying than he had imagined. He asked Delong. Delong said, "You can ask your friends. Their ancestors are all great emperors." Lin Xian asked Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao said, "Indeed, the mortal supremacy in the forbidden land of life is very powerful. My Yi clan's celestial emperor Yi also fought with immortal supremacy in the forbidden land of life back then. Although he was able to suppress the mortal supremacy in the end, it was said that it was also a difficult battle." Lin Xian was shocked. He asked Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu said, "My ancestor, Emperor Qing, also fought with immortal supremacy. That battle was earth-shattering, and it seemed to be a draw." Lin Xian was even more shocked. Was immortal supremacy really so powerful? But that shouldn't be. The extreme Dao weapon from before didn't say that immortal supremacy was a peak existence in the human world. And great emperors didn't belong to the human world? Lin Xian asked Delong again. Delong said, "Mortal supremacy is a taboo existence. Mortal supremacy is just a name, not a division of realms. You might have even heard of a real mortal supremacy." Lin Xian was even more puzzled after hearing that. If he really wanted to improve his strength, he could go to the forbidden land of life to take a look. Delong said that he might really have a chance to see immortal supremacy. After he came, those mortal supremacies probably wouldn't be able to sit still. At that time, there would be an even more terrifying battle that would sweep everything away. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed that the road ahead was very dangerous. On the other side, after Huang Qing visited a few great emperor clans, he held a banquet in the name of Huang Ling. He invited the top clans and powerhouses. Lin Xian was also on the invitation list. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. No one knew what Huang Ling wanted to do. The people from the Divine Union also frowned. Bai Susu said, "Don't tell me they want to catch us all in one fell swoop." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Would he dare? No matter how strong his forbidden land of life was, the other great emperor clans were not to be trifled with. This time, we all brought great emperor weapons. I don't think he has the ability to do that. Yan Ruyu said, "That's true. However, there's a precondition that the mortal supremacy doesn't take action. If the mortal supremacy of Huang Ling takes action personally, we probably won't be able to stop him even if we bring great emperor weapons. After all, we aren't great emperors, not even boundary emperors." Although that was the case, Lin Xian and the others still decided to go and investigate. Not only that, but the other great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans were also prepared to go. After all, no one dared to offend a forbidden land of life. Was there really a mortal supremacy in the forbidden land of life? They didn't know. If there really was one, he would be able to sweep the world. They had to give the other party face. This time, the banquet was held above the demon sea. The Black Sea carried a monstrous demonic qi. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Fortunately, the people who came this time were all powerhouses, so they were able to withstand it. There was an island above the demon sea. It was formed completely by white bones. It was said that this white bone had an extraordinary origin. It was formed by the white bones of a very famous immemorial era powerhouse after his death. After millions of years, it hadn't been destroyed. Now, it was one of the few places in the demon sea where one could stop and rest. This time, Huang Ling was holding the banquet on this white bone island. Above the demon sea, terrifying powerhouses appeared one after another. There were also terrifying demonic beasts that swept across the land. These were people from the remote antiquity families, the emperor families, and the top sections. From above, powerful figures walked out one after another. They descended from the sky. They descended towards the demon sea. The demon sea was huge and boundless. Even the island was extremely vast. One could imagine how terrifying the powerhouse who had died back then was. Some people even guessed that it was formed by the corpse of a quasi-emperor after his death. The Gu family, the Qilan tribe, and the Kuanping tribe had all come. After they arrived, they discussed in low voices. They did not know why Huang Ling had gathered them. After all, when the other party had gone to their family, he had not mentioned anything specific. Although they could not guess, they were not afraid. After all, these emperor families had brought their emperor weapons this time. At the same time, a huge sword flew over from the sky. There were many people standing on it. It was Lin Xian and the others. The people from the Divine Union had also arrived and landed on the Bone Island. Bai Susu and the others were amazed. What a mysterious island. Lin Xian said that they were free to go and take a look. They could gather at the banquet. These people went to other parts of the island to have fun. Lin Xian also brought Murong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu to have fun on the Bone Island. Lin Xian even went to the Demon Sea. The origin of the Demon Sea was extraordinary. It was said that it was related to the Demon Emperor. Back then, the Demon Emperor had fought with someone and blood had dyed the sea, forming the Demon Sea. However, in the end, the Demon Emperor had killed the strong enemy and stood at the peak of the universe. As for who the enemy was back then, no one knew now. However, the Demon Sea remained, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. There were countless living beings in the Demon Sea. It could be said that it was like the demon realm. Lin Xian went to the Demon Sea and quickly activated the illusion demon scripture. It indeed had the aura of the Demon Emperor. Back then, the Demon Emperor had bathed the sea in blood. No one knew who had done it. At the same time, there was a terrifying light dancing above the Demon Sea. It was a demon ship. There were many figures standing on it, all of them wearing black battle armor. The leader was a man with horns on his head and an extraordinary aura. They were from the Sea Demon clan. The man at the front was His Highness the Sea Demon. At this moment, they had also come to participate in the banquet. Someone at the side said. This time, quite a number of experts had gathered. I heard that the families of those great emperors will be there. So what? Our Highness isn't any weaker than the geniuses of the great emperor clans. That's for sure. I've already become a crown king. Furthermore, in this Devil Sea, I've even found some fragments left behind by the Devil Emperor. If I can fully comprehend it, my strength can still increase. His Highness Sea Demon clenched his fists. Apart from a handful of people, we can't afford to offend them. We don't care about the others. Yes. An old man at the side said. There were a few youngsters that they definitely couldn't provoke. For example, Lin Wudi, Yao Guang, and those from the Light Clan. These were all extremely terrifying existences. They should also be participating. Don't worry, those people will definitely be with the Emperor Clan's clan leader. We won't have much chance of meeting them. Just as they were talking, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, we're almost at the Island of Bones." There were actually people beside them. They should be young juniors from some remote antiquity family or sect that had come to follow them. One of them was actually so beautiful. On this spaceship, many people exclaimed. The eyes of the leader, His Highness Sea Demon, also lit up. This was because he had discovered two peerless beauties. These two peerless fairies were rarely seen in their lives. After he saw them, his eyes immediately turned red. In the next moment, he actually soared into the air and flew forward. His Highness, an old man exclaimed. A middle-aged man at the side said, "Don't worry. They appeared in such a remote sea area and didn't have any experts following them. They should only be ordinary remote antiquity families. Our sea demon clan doesn't take such people seriously." Are the two fairies lost? His Highness Sea Demon came to the surface of the sea in front of them and asked with a smile. A handsome smile appeared on his face. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu glanced at each other, then retracted their gazes and ignored him. They didn't know each other. Moreover, the other party's aura was only that of a crown king. In their opinion, he was too weak. His Highness Sea Demon asked a few more questions, trying to get closer to the two. However, the two of them ignored him. Yan Ruyu said, "Let's go back." They all came to Lin Xian's side, which made His Highness Sea Demon's face immediately sink. Damn it! He snorted coldly, and with a flash of his body, he stopped these people. At the same time, many experts of the Sea Demon clan followed over. They completely blocked Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian frowned. He said coldly, "Get lost." Ha 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 ha, the geniuses of the Sea Demon clan immediately laughed after hearing that. Did you hear that? This kid actually told us to get lost. Who does he think he is? Kid, I've taken a liking to these two fairies. I want them to chat with me. If you get out of my sight immediately, I can spare your life. His Highness Sea Demon waved his hand and said coldly. He was courting death. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. His Highness Sea Demon was also angry. Attack, cripple this kid. Don't hurt the two fairies. As soon as her voice fell, two burly men walked out from behind her. The sea demon water under their feet turned into a monstrous light and slashed towards Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His Highness Sea Demon snorted coldly, "You can't even withstand a single blow. How dare you compete with my Sea Demon clan?" However, his smile soon disappeared, and even a hint of fear appeared. Because he found that under the sea, Lin Xian was intact. This made him frown. He was actually an expert. Lin Xian was also angry. With a wave of his hand, the two sea demon powerhouses in front of him instantly turned into ashes. Not only that, the four people behind him also turned into a bloody mist. There was a rain of blood between heaven and earth, making the surrounding people feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Protect His Highness, with an angry roar, they all took action. The young man in front of them was actually an expert. His Highness Sea Demon roared angrily and killed this kid. Suppress the other two fairies for me. I'm going to take them to the spaceship. With an angry roar, the surrounding dozens of experts took action. In their opinion, the other party only had 3 people. No matter how powerful they were, it didn't matter. Go to hell, the monster sea water with demonic chi enveloped Lin Xian and the other two. Lin Xian received more power. However, these forces were unable to withstand a single blow in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore open a crack in the void. All these forces were swallowed up. In the next moment, a demonic seal appeared in his hand and he slapped it out. More than a dozen powerhouses were turned into ashes. Even His Highness Sea Demon vomited blood and flew backward. Oh no, His Highness is in danger. The expressions of the experts behind them changed. They immediately flew over. They thought that they were just 3 ordinary people, so they didn't care. But now, it seemed that they were too careless. Countless elders came to the vicinity. Your Highness, are you all right? Some elders took out elixirs and swallowed them. Some of them stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. Kneel down and accept your death. His Highness Hyamo roared crazily. Kill him. I must kill him. Let him suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's face darkened. He stared at Hyamo and said, I wanted to spare your life, but you dared to provoke me. No one in the world can save you now. The surrounding elders sneered. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you boast like that? Don't you know that we're from the Sea Demon clan? We're the kings of the demonic ocean. Oh, is that so? You're the kings, but the great emperor clan doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. So what if you're a mere king? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were cold as if he was a god looking down on the world. At this moment, the surrounding experts' souls were shaken. But soon, someone sneered. The great emperor clan bowed down in front of you? Kid, who are you? Do you think you're Lin Wudi? Lin Wudi is a supreme expert who is respected by countless people on Whitebone Island. He's standing with the great emperor clan's patriarch. What about you? You don't even have an expert protecting you. Maybe you're a genius from some clan, but you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I'll let you know how powerful the demonic ocean clan is. The experts walked over with murderous intent. Morong Qingqing and the others frowned. They wanted to attack too. But at this moment, a stream of light flew over from afar. There were endless flames on it, and it turned into a figure. It was an elder with Qilin scales on his body. Terrifying flames were burning on his body. The entire demonic ocean was suppressed. The demonic ocean clan's pupils shrank when they saw this. This aura, could it be the legendary Qilin clan? Heavens, this is the clan of an immortal emperor. Why is he here? Could it be that the battle earlier had alarmed the other party? Thinking of this, the demonic sea beasts hurriedly withdrew their laws. His Highness Sea Devil took a deep breath, turned around, and bowed respectfully. May I ask if you're a senior of the Qilin clan? I am His Highness of the Sea Demon clan. Greetings to Senior Qilin. The other Sea Demon clan elders also saluted one after another, greeting Lord Qilin. They did not dare to be arrogant in front of a great emperor clan. The old Qilin in the sky descended from the sky. He was expressionless and ignored these people. The Sea Demon clan didn't have the qualifications to enter his eyes. As he walked past these people, His Highness the Sea Demon's face stiffened. The others also frowned. How arrogant. They were the kings of this sea. Who dared to be rude to them? However, the other party dared to do so. They didn't even dare to say anything. At the same time, they were shocked. What did the Qilin race's expert come here for? Looking for something, they all turned their heads to look. The old Qilin walked past their heads and descended in front of him. In the next moment, a smile appeared on the other party's face. It was so brilliant that the other party actually cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Haha, Lin Gongzi, you're actually here? I've really been looking for you for a long time. Lin Gongzi is waiting for you. Please follow me. Seeing this scene, the brains of the surrounding people were about to split open. What? This was impossible. His Highness the Sea Demon's pupils shrank. He jumped up directly. The Qilin clan in their eyes was actually fawning over a young man at this moment. And this young man, they didn't put him in their eyes before. Heavens, earth, what's going on? What kind of identity does this young man in front of me have? Isn't he just an ant? Why does he have to be so respectful? Finally, His Highness the Sea Demon couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, the old Qilin turned his head and snorted coldly. The bodies of the surrounding people instantly split open as they spat out blood and flew backward. His Highness the Sea Demon flew backward with a pale face. The old Qilin snorted coldly. How dare you be rude to Lin Gongzi? Do you want to die? These people gasped. Could it be that this guy was the Qilin son of the Qilin clan? If that was the case, they would have kicked an iron plate. But that shouldn't be the case. The Qilin son, the Emperor's son, had a supreme bloodline. They could feel it. But why didn't they feel it now? Lord Qilin, who is this young master? The great elder of the Sea Demon clan cupped his fists and asked. The Qilin snorted coldly. You don't have the right to know. After saying that, he looked forward again. Lin Gongzi, did they offend you? Yan Ryu frowned. Not only did they offend him, but they also wanted to suppress and kill us. As soon as these words came out, the old Qilin was instantly enraged. He waved his hand and Qilin fire flew out. Hundreds of Sea Demon clan powerhouses were turned into ashes. Don't you want to live anymore? How dare you attack Lin Gongzi? Seeing this scene, the surrounding Sea Demon clan members all knelt on the ground. Too strong. They were the kings of this sea, but in front of the Emperor clan, they were ants. The other party could destroy them with a raise of his hand. Thinking of this, these people all knelt on the ground, begging Lord Qilin to spare their lives. The old Qilin snorted coldly. His body carried a monstrous pressure. Lin Gongzi, I'll help you destroy them. After saying that, he stomped his foot and the Qilin step appeared. The entire demon sea was set off waves. Countless Sea Demon clan members' bodies split open, turning into a bloody mist. Run, the Great Elder shouted angrily, and the others fled in all directions. The Qilin roared angrily and used his peerless divine ability. How could these people escape? Their bodies shattered one by one. The Great Elder didn't even have time to scream before he died. Damn it, I'm not willing, the Sea Demon Royal Highness roared towards the sky. He launched his final attack. A fragment appeared in his hand. It was black and dark red. Obviously, there was blood on it and it had long dried up. He burned his life force and struck out with all his strength to resist this fragment. However, it was useless. Under the Qilin's roar, its body and soul were destroyed. However, this fragment didn't shatter. It seemed to cut through the void and slashed forward. The old Qilin snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, monstrous laws danced. But in the next moment, with a bang, his sleeve was torn apart. This made the old Qilin's pupils shrink. What was this? He reached out to grab it, but the fragment actually cut open his palm. The old Qilin was too shocked. Treasure, his eyes erupted with a cold light, and he was about to attack. At this moment, someone was faster than him. Lin Xian struck out a Taiji diagram and enveloped the front, directly enveloping the fragment. The Taiji diagram shone brightly, enveloping the sharp lightning bolt. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Because he felt that the lightning bolt was too powerful, as if it was going to tear his Taiji diagram apart. What was that? Lin Xian was surprised. No wonder it could make the old Qilin fail. He snorted coldly. The demonic chi on his body was incomparably terrifying, forming a demonic cage. Suppress, a powerful force suppressed it. Only then did he suppress the other party. Then, he waved his sleeve and put it away. In the next moment, the old Qilin arrived nearby. He said in surprise, "Young master, what is that?" Obviously, he wanted to see it. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. "It's nothing. It's just a small thing." "Why? Do you want it?" A trace of shocking light appeared in his eyes. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also took a step forward, forming a cage. As long as Lin Xian gave the order, the two of them would attack. Seeing this aura, the old Qilin was shocked. She quickly shook her head. "I'm not interested. The banquet is waiting for you. Let's go." After saying that, the old Qilin led the way. Although there was a smile on his face, his heart was ferocious. Damn it, that thing is obviously a treasure. However, he had no choice. He didn't have the confidence to defeat Lin Xian alone. Moreover, there were two double champions beside him. Both of them might have extreme weapons on them, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions. Lin Xian and the other two flew towards the Island of Bones. Along the way, Lin Xian investigated and finally saw the thing he obtained. It was a fragment, like a weapon fragment. It was very sharp, and he didn't know what kind of metal it was made of. The blood on it actually contained the power of the demonic path. This surprised Lin Xian. He felt that it was very similar to his illusory demon scripture. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this thing was related to the demon emperor? It was really surprising. From the looks of it, His Highness Sea Demon must have obtained it from the demon sea. However, the other party had already fallen. If he wanted to ask, it seemed that he could only wait until the matter here was over, and then go to the Sea Demon clan to ask. Let's see if there are any other weapon fragments. Perhaps he could find something related to the Demon Emperor. Thinking of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and put this matter aside for the time being. Because they had already arrived at Whitebone Island. When they landed on the island, there were many people on it. When they saw Lin Xian, they were incomparably surprised. As expected, the other party had also come. Greetings to Lin Gongzi. Along the way, many clan heads of remote antiquity families and sex masters bowed to him one after another. The youngsters were curious. Was this Lin Wudi? For some of them, it was their first time seeing it. As expected, he was strong enough to be on equal footing with these top-notch seniors. In fact, he was even superior to those of the older generation. Lin Xian nodded and walked towards the depths of the island. Finally, a vast square appeared in front of him. There were many people sitting there. It seemed that the banquet was about to begin. Sitting on both sides below were the Mesozoic generation, as well as some of the top geniuses. Those sitting above were the clan heads and sex masters of top-notch sects and families. The most dazzling were the people of the Emperor clan. They were high and mighty, as if they were supreme kings. However, sitting in the middle of these Emperor clan people was a man dressed in black. He had a desolate aura on him. He should be from the barren tomb. After seeing Lin Xian arrive, the people in the hall all turned their heads to look at him. They all stared at Lin Xian. You are Lin Wudi, right? You are indeed a young hero. Since you are here, please take a seat. Huang Qing said with a smile in the sky. He waved his sleeve, and 3 seats appeared on both sides below. Obviously, these seats were reserved for Lin Xian and the other 2. However, many people frowned. This time, was he going to show Lin Xian who was in his power? One had to know that Lin Xian and the other 2 had extraordinary statuses. If Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were to sit in the lower seats, then it would be fine. After all, many of the people here were from the Emperor clan and their clan heads. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian wasn't just a genius of the younger generation. He was also the Divine Union's Alliance Master and the Triple Crown Champion. He was above everyone else. Letting him sit below, didn't this mean that his status was lower than those patriarchs? That was impossible. After all, even the clan heads of the Emperor clan had to be extremely polite in front of him. As for this arrangement, it was clear that Huang Qing had done it deliberately. It should be to target Lin Xian. How would Lin Wudi deal with it? Would he attack directly? The atmosphere in the hall changed instantly. Some people from the Divine Union stood up when they saw this. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. You guys are too ignorant. Don't you know the status of the Divine Union's chief? Bai Susu also snorted. How dare you let our alliance master sit here? What's the meaning of this? Questioning voices rang out one after another. Countless people turned to look at Huang Qing and Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back. The smile on his face had disappeared and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He naturally knew that Huang Qing was trying to deal with him. Previously, a powerhouse had walked out of the desolate hill and stood on the side of the Purple Mansion. In the end, he had been injured by Luo Yunyang's 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, Huang Qing had appeared to target him. At the very least, he had to intimidate him. However, Lin Xian wasn't a pushover. Not just anyone could intimidate him. Today, he wanted to see whether the person in front of him had the qualifications to intimidate him. The Phoenix clan head spoke up. Letting Lin Gongzi sit below was really against the rules. Many people gasped when they heard this. After all, some of the clans wanted to see a joke. However, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Lin Xian had already joined forces with some of the monarch clans. For example, the Phoenix clan was completely on Lin Xian's side. The Yi clan head also spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, he hoped that fellow Daoist Huang would consider it carefully. The Qilin clan also spoke up. Following that, the ancient clans and peerless sects also spoke up. Although they spoke tactfully, they were all supporting Lin Xian. Some were even criticizing Huang Qing. This caused Huang Qing's face to darken. He represented the desolate hill and was from the forbidden lands of life. No one dared to challenge him. Even the great emperor clans had to be courteous when they saw him. But now, he wanted to intimidate a young man, but he couldn't do it. Instead, these great emperor clans came to plead for leniency. Was this young man already so powerful? The desolate hill definitely wouldn't allow such a person to continue being arrogant. He looked at the people from the great emperor clans around him and snorted coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up. Is that so? You're all helping him? Well, there were only so many seats above anyway. If anyone wanted to help Lin Gongzi, they would stand up, walk down, and give their seats to him. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire world instantly fell silent. Many people's pupils shrank. It was terrifyingly quiet. The great monarch clans frowned too. Huang Ling's methods were really ruthless. These great emperor clans could help Lin Xian, but no one was willing to let Lin Xian replace their positions. Therefore, they all fell silent. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon and the others also frowned. It seemed that the situation was not good. Could it be that this time? Were they really going to show Lin Xian who was in charge? Countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. Some were curious and wanted to know what Lin Xian was going to do. Some sneered and hoped that Lin Xian would be unlucky. Lin Xian raised his head and walked forward. Everyone was stunned. What was he going to do? Even the great emperor clans were puzzled. Was he really going to ask them to give up their seats? If that happened, they would lose all their face. They might even go crazy and attack him. No one wanted to be enemies with Lin Wuti, but no great emperor clans wanted to be slapped in the face. So, this was a difficult situation to solve. Lin Xian stepped on the stairs and went up to the sky. He looked at the row of people and glanced at them. The great emperor clans were extremely nervous, but they soon breathed a sigh of relief. They realized that Lin Xian's gaze did not stop at them. Instead, he went to the middle. Soon, Lin Xian stared at Huang Qing. Huang Qing also frowned. Who allowed you to come up? He scolded coldly. Lin Xian smiled. Didn't you say that someone would give up their seat for me? I think yours is good. Why don't you give it to me? Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to target Huang Qing. Huang Qing was also angry. At this banquet, I will be representing Huang Ling. Are you challenging the desolate tomb? Don't scare me with Huang Ling. Mount Eternal tried to kill me but failed. Huang Ling is as strong as Mount Eternal. You don't have the right to threaten me. You asked me if I was challenging the desolate tomb? My answer to you is I am challenging you. What can you do about it, crazy? He was extremely arrogant. The surrounding people went crazy. Lin Wuti was really too arrogant. Originally, Huang Qing wanted to give Lin Xian a show of strength and make a fool of Lin Xian. But who would have thought that Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all? Instead, he wanted to slap the other party's face. This was truly a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Not knowing what the final result would be, everyone became excited. Although they didn't know what the banquet was about, they felt that it was worth it to come here. Huang Qing's face was terrifyingly dark. He said in a low voice, "Brat, think clearly about the consequences of opposing our barren hill." I don't need to know, I only know that I don't have a place to sit. If you let me sit, I won't attack you. Save some face for the barren tomb. Otherwise, don't blame me for throwing you down. At the end of his speech, Lin Xian's body suddenly erupted with a trace of biting cold devil qi. It was as if he had turned into a demon god. At this moment, the world became oppressive, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Huang Qing was also angry. You're courting death, everyone says that you're Lin Wuti, invincible in the world. I want to experience it for myself. He slapped out with his palm, and 5 chains appeared on his palm, emitting an earth-shaking sound. They charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared and kept spinning. The aura of yin and yang blocked the 5 chains. At the same time, another palm slapped towards the other party. You're courting death, Huang Qing was also angry. The other party dared to attack him. In an instant, he struck out with a terrifying light. It was a desolate blade that seemed to be able to cut through everything. In Lin Xian's right hand, a war map appeared. The war map of the heavens carried endless fighting spirit. The two collided and actually forced Huang Qing back. Lin Xian took a step forward and sat down. "Thank you," he said with a smile. The others widened their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Wudi to really succeed. After Huang Qing was forced back, he was also angry. He was actually slapped in the face. "Damn brat, you've completely angered me." The void behind him split open, and an ancient bronze coffin appeared. The ancient coffin carried an endless aura as if it wanted to suppress the world. As soon as it appeared, everyone's scalps went numb. The Coffin of Desolation? Some people from the Emperor clans were shocked. Desolate tomb, just from the name, it should be extremely extraordinary. Not only did it carry an aura of desolation, but it also buried some ancient coffins. They didn't expect Huang Qing to bring out an ancient coffin. What was buried was a supreme powerhouse from ancient times. Once it came out, no one knew what kind of power it would display. "Stop." The old phoenix walked out and shook her head. The Yi family, the Qilin clan, the Kuanping clan, and other great emperor clans also came out to persuade him. They knew that Lin Xian had an extreme weapon. If they continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the outcome. Moreover, this time, Desolate Tomb should have an important matter to discuss with them. Therefore, they all tried to persuade him. Huang Qing's expression was ugly. These people from the emperor clans were actually still on Lin Xian's side. Damn it. But soon, he smiled. He would let this brat be arrogant for a while. He would cry later. So he said, "All right, I'll give you all face. You all can sit back down." Huang Qing didn't do anything else. Instead, he stood in the void. He looked around in all directions. At this moment, the Gu family's patriarch asked, "May I know why young master has invited us here?" "Yeah?" The others were also puzzled. Huang Qing said, "This matter is very simple. It's not a big deal. Now that Desolate Tomb has recovered, shouldn't you all show some appreciation?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the other party to come for this. However, there was no need to hold a banquet and gather everyone together, right? The Gu family's elder smiled. "That's easy. We've prepared a congratulatory gift today." As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out 3 treasure boxes. Great Tao interweaved on them. It was obvious that the items inside were all extraordinary items. The other emperor clans and clan of the ancients were also prepared. They all took out gifts to congratulate Huang Qing. However, Huang Qing smiled. "That's all? I think you've misunderstood. That's not what Desolate Tomb wants." "Then what do you want?" The Kuanping patriarch also frowned. Huang Qing's eyes shone with an intense light. "I want half of your resources." "What?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. Even the patriarchs of the emperor clan suddenly stood up. Their faces darkened. "Half of the resources, what arrogance," the Phoenix patriarch snorted coldly. The Kuanping patriarch also said, "Could it be that you're drunk and talking in your sleep? How laughable. These are the gifts. If you don't want them, then forget it." The Gu family's people also waved their embroidered robes and put away the 3 treasure boxes. The other clan of the ancients and the peerless sects discussed animatedly. No one was willing to give half of their resources to the other party. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Huang Qing wasn't an idiot. Since the other party dared to gather all the great emperor clans together and said such words, it meant that the other party was prepared. But what exactly was it? He didn't know. He sent a message to Murong Qingqing and the others, telling them to be careful and be prepared to retreat. The people of the Divine Union nodded after hearing the message. They took a deep breath and prepared in secret. The other great emperor clans were infuriated. That was because Huang Qing was truly too arrogant. He was simply demanding an exorbitant price. In the void, Huang Qing's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you may have misunderstood. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you one last chance. Now, sign the Blood Alliance letter and hand over half of your clan's resources to us. Then, I'll let you leave safely. Otherwise..." He didn't say anything else and just sneered. This made everyone frown. The leader of the Golden Crow clan sneered. Otherwise what? What can you do? We have so many people now. Even if you have a human sovereign, what can you do? That's right. The other clans were also discussing. With the great emperor clans around, they were very confident. Really? We can't do anything to you? Huang Qing shook his head and smiled. You guys are too confident. How about this? I'll let you guys meet a friend. Then, he waved his hand and said, Old friend, come out. When these words were spoken, everyone was curious. Who was it? Could it be that the human sovereign was really here? They were all on guard. Another figure appeared in the void in the distance. It was a woman. She was also dressed in black and had a mysterious and terrifying aura. Her appearance shocked countless people. Who was this person? It shouldn't be the human sovereign. The woman in black walked over and said with a smile, Is it time for me to come out so soon? Huang Qing said, These people don't know what's good for them. They think they can contend with us. Now, let's teach them a lesson. The woman in black walked out and looked around. I'll give you one last chance. Are you really not going to cooperate? Humph, who are you? The leader of the Kuimping clan snorted. The others frowned. The other party looked like a young genius. Did she have any means to deal with them? The woman in black said. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Eternal Princess from Eternal Mountain. As soon as he said this, everyone's pupils shrank. Mount Eternal, one of the forbidden lands of life, was extremely terrifying. Damn it, the two forbidden lands have joined hands? So what? The Gu clan's people also snorted coldly. No matter how strong the two forbidden lands were, they couldn't stop them. This time, we've all brought extreme weapons. Therefore, I advise you not to do anything foolish. That's right, those people from the Emperor clan all walked out, their bodies releasing a trace of extreme Dao aura. Clearly, they were trying to intimidate the two forbidden lands. The indestructible princess smiled gently. Seniors, you are so powerful. How can a weak woman like me be your match? However, you also said that you have extreme weapons. That means that your clans don't have any extreme weapons to suppress them. When the time comes, I wonder how many clans will be able to defend themselves under the iron hooves of my Mount Eternal. Perhaps the human supremes of Mount Eternal will also come out for a visit. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Not good, luring the tiger away from the mountain, damn it. In an instant, someone rushed out, wanting to leave. However, Huang Qing sneered. A black crack appeared in the sky, and those who flew in seemed to have entered a quagmire. Their speed slowed down infinitely, and they were finally beaten back. What was going on? The Golden Crow clan's powerhouse's expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have been sealed just now. What was this? The other clans also tried, and there was also an uproar. The Gu clan snorted coldly. They had the Void laws. The Void ancient scripture was extremely mysterious, and its spatial powers were unpredictable. However, they were also blocked. This shocked countless people. What was this? Was it a formation? Don't resist. Although we can't defeat you, it shouldn't be a problem for us to stop you. As for what this formation is, I can tell you directly. Void, Tribulation Formation. It's also a spatial power, and it's related to the Void Emperor. Even if you have extreme weapons, I can still teleport you to the depths of the universe in an instant. Even if you can rush back, your clans will be destroyed by then. I want to see who is willing to be the first to be destroyed. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became incomparably ugly. They were all staring at the Gu clan. Have you joined forces? The Gu clan's people also shook their heads. What a joke, how could they join forces? Damn it, how do you have such a formation? Huang Qing laughed loudly. Why, did you forget? Previously, the Void Emperor had fought with the human sovereigns of Desolation. Back then, he was injured. Our human sovereign has unfathomable power. He used the Void Emperor's blood to create this void. Tribulation Formation. It's even more powerful than your Gu clan's ancient scripture. Do you want to try it? As soon as these words came out, the scalps of the surrounding people went numb. The human sovereign was actually so terrifying. This was impossible. The human sovereign who fought with the Void Emperor back then was still alive, the Void Monarch capital no longer existed. What was going on? What kind of existence was the human sovereign of Desolate? These people were all crazy. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The situation was not good. He asked, "De Long, is the human sovereign from back then the same person as the one now?" De Long said, "If there were no accidents, they should be the same person." Lin Xian said, "That's impossible. How many tens of thousands of years have passed here? 100,000 years? 200,000 years, how could he live for so long?" De Long said, "The human sovereign is a very special existence. You will know in the future. Don't underestimate them. They are not something that quasi-emperors can compare to." Hearing this, Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. The methods of a human sovereign were indeed terrifying and mysterious. They could actually form such a formation. And this was not the end. Huang Qing actually took out another treasure. It was a decree, a bronze scroll. It was the decree of the human sovereign. After he took it out, he knelt on the ground and opened it respectfully. A vast power spread out. It belonged to the power of a human sovereign. It swept out in all directions. It even formed a blurry figure. That person looked down on the world. He couldn't be seen clearly, but he was like a god that suppressed the 9 heavens. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Was this the human sovereign? Just a single decree was already so terrifying. Damn it. I don't believe it. The patriarch of the Kuanping clan shouted angrily. Their extreme weapons instantly erupted with light. They wanted to use their full strength. The entire world shook violently. At this moment, the supreme figure in the decree waved his hand. In the void, the tribulation formation instantly teleported the people of the Kuanping clan away. A spatial crack appeared between heaven and earth with destructive power. However, the people of the Kuanping clan disappeared. Were they really teleported away? Were they really teleported away? Countless people were shocked. The pupils of the Yi family shrunk. Not good, this was the mortal sovereign's doing. It seemed like they were well prepared this time. They had been completely tricked. The other monarch families' faces turned ugly. They had extreme weapons in their hands, but they couldn't escape now. At most, they could only guarantee their safety. This mortal sovereign was too scary. He didn't even come, but he already had such great power. These people were in despair. Someone said, "Why don't we agree to it before leaving, leave and then return?" Some people shook their heads. The Blood Alliance Treaty was signed with one's soul and bloodline. Once they went back on their word, they would definitely die. If so many people died, it would be a heavy blow to the monarch families. Everyone's face turned pale. If they had known, they wouldn't have come. What kind of banquet was this? They were in a dilemma now. "I advise you all not to resist, or you will end up in a miserable state," Huang Qing said with a smile. The mortal sovereign's arrangements were so thorough. How could these big families be compared to them? One had to know that even the great emperors couldn't do anything to the mortal sovereign. Thinking of this, he was even more proud. At this moment, he looked at Lin Xian and said, "Lin Gongzi, do you still dare to be arrogant now?" Huang Qing's eyes were cold. Lin Xian had slapped his face before. Now, he was going to be the first to take revenge. He strode over to Lin Xian and said, "Lin Gongzi, sign the Blood Alliance Treaty. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Divine Union." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The first person to attack was Lin Wudi. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. If Lin Wudi also lowered his head, the other great emperor families would have no hope. The people of the Divine Union gritted their teeth. Damn it, they couldn't accept it. The Eternal Princess also came, her eyes filled with killing intent. He knew that Lin Wudi had killed many of their experts from Mount Eternal. This time, as long as they had the chance, they would ruthlessly suppress him. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the two people in front of him. He sneered, "What if I refuse?" What? As soon as he said that, everyone was dumbfounded. Rejected, Lin Wudi actually dared to refuse. The immortal princess also stopped smiling, and Huang Qing's face darkened. Reject? In that case, I will destroy your divine union. There was no need to doubt the power of Mount Eternal. This time, there was also the power of a human sovereign behind the scenes. You won't be able to resist it at all. I'm giving you one last chance. Huang Qing was truly furious. His first target was Lin Wudi. He wanted to make Lin Wudi bow his head. This was because the other party's reputation was simply too great. If the other party were to lower his head, the other great emperor clans would definitely submit to him obediently. No one dared to resist. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would be so uncooperative and reject him directly? Therefore, he had to threaten them again. Taking a step forward, Zhang Xian's strength burst forth. The supreme decree in the sky blossomed with even more dazzling light. Lin Xian also stood up. She said, "I'll say it for the last time. I'm going to refuse." Shock, incomparable shock. Who would have thought that under such circumstances, Lin Xian would still be so tyrannical? However, would the divine union really be able to resist? Despicable. Attack! Huang Qing shouted angrily. The immortal princess snorted coldly. He had said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He took out a bell, shook it gently and started transmitting his voice. Soon, he smiled and said, "Just wait. It won't be long before the news of the divine union's destruction spreads." Everyone waited anxiously. The members of the divine union also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. However, Lin Xian was very calm. He sat down again, picked up a cup of spirit tea and slowly tasted it. "Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see." He wasn't in a hurry, as he had already left behind a trump card in the divine union. The immortal princess wasn't joking this time. Mount Eternal and Mount Huangling had joined forces. Huang Qing had made his move to restrain the people from the great emperor clans before Mount Eternal attacked. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared on Mount Eternal, blotting out the sky and forming a black chariot that flew towards the divine union. The chariot rolled and the sky and earth shattered. The ancient sacred origin city shook violently once again. Countless people looked up at the sky. Was someone going to attack the divine union again? This was the power of the Eternal Three. Was the Forbidden Land also attacking the divine union? What was going on? They had heard that the divine union and the great emperor clans had gone to attend a banquet. Why was this happening? Countless voices of discussion were heard. They didn't understand and could only prostrate on the ground. A black pagoda appeared in the sky and crushed down mercilessly. Together with the chariot, it could sweep everything away. Not good. The people of the Sky Sect and Earth Sect were shocked. This method was comparable to an extreme weapon. Even the patriarchs of the Tao wouldn't be able to resist it. However, the patriarchs of the Tao and the divine union were gathered here. There was indeed a trap. They had actually launched such an attack. "Everyone, let's make our move too." They shouted angrily and took out a black jar together. The sky-swallowing jar was unleashed and swept across the sky. The terrifying black vortex and the terrifying pagoda fought against each other. An extreme weapon attack shattered the sky and earth. The terrifying power spread through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the entire burial Earth star felt it. Above the demon sea, on the White Bone Island, those people were also shocked. Even the extreme weapon started to shake. The people of the Gu family exclaimed. This was an extreme weapon confrontation. This was the power of the sky-swallowing jar. The people of the Qilin clan were also shocked. Lin Wudi didn't bring the sky-swallowing jar? He was really bold. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Some people were going to be slapped in the face again. Didn't they vow to destroy the divine union? Could they do it? If they didn't have the right, then don't jump around in front of me. If you continue to be arrogant, I will kill you. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he slapped Huang Qing and the immortal princess in the face. The two of them looked extremely ugly. Damn it, the sky-swallowing jar. The other party had actually left the sky-swallowing jar in the divine union. So what? They didn't believe it. He should have brought Qinglian with him to attack the Demon King Mountain. The immortal princess gave the order again. Everyone looked at Yan Ruyu. It was no secret that Yan Ruyu was the descendant of the Azure Emperor. He had the extreme weapon of the Azure Emperor and lived in the Demon King Mountain. Now that he was here, the Demon King Mountain was going to be destroyed. Outside, the black chariot charged over with the indestructible pagoda. At this moment, the Demon King Mountain shook violently. The nearby mountains were all destroyed. The great demons in the Demon King Mountain also looked up at the sky. Their faces became extremely solemn. They shouted angrily and roared at the sky. Fight! These great demons rushed into the sky. Behind them, a Qinglian bloomed. It seemed to have turned into a Qinglian world and spread out. The green lotus swept across the land, displaying the same extreme Tao aura. It blocked the attack of Mount Eternal. The black pagoda collided with it in the air and endless flames pierced through the 9 heavens. However, there was nothing they could do. After all, the other party had the protection of an extreme Tao weapon. It was too terrifying. Someone was attacking Mount Eternal. Was it Mount Eternal? Heavens, what was Mount Eternal trying to do? When the people on Burial Earth Star sensed this, they exclaimed again. At the same time, their scalps went numb. Some of the Emperor clans were even more nervous. Because their extreme Tao weapons had been taken away. At this time, if Mount Eternal attacked them, they would be in real danger. Quickly, activate the array. The Great Emperor clans and Remote Antiquity clans activated the array. At the same time, some of the elders in the clans frowned. Why did they feel like this was a trap? White Bone Island also felt 2 shocking forces sweeping through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked forward. However, Princess Bumia's face became extremely ugly. Damn it, another extreme-grade weapon. You actually left the Azure Emperor's extreme-grade weapon in the Monster Emperor Mountain. He stared fixedly at Yan Ruyu, not daring to believe it. The others were also in an uproar. Didn't Lin Wuti and Yan Ruyu not bring any extreme Tao weapons? Did they come alone? That was too bold. Did they not have any extreme Tao weapons? Very well, let's kill them then. Huang Qing shouted coldly. The sovereign law above his head released endless killing intent. Thousands of rays of light fell, sweeping toward Lin Xian and Yan Ruyu. Many people were shocked. Morong Qingqing snorted and took out the desolate tower. The terrifying desolate tower suppressed the heaven and earth, blocking the power of immortal law. The 2 of them fought, destroying everything. The surrounding people retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Was an extreme Tao war going to break out? Yan Ruyu said coldly. 1 emperor weapon was enough. Shocking, extremely shocking. No one expected Lin Wuti to not know about such a method. Some people sighed. There was no other way. The Divine Union had 3 emperor weapons. They only had 1 and couldn't arrange it. Only Lin Wuti could use such a method. The others shook their heads and sighed. Huang Qing gnashed his teeth in anger. Lin Xian stood up and said in a clear voice, "Now that I say I refuse, do you still have any objections?" Damn it, the indestructible princess's face was also incomparably gloomy. This time, the 2 Forbidden Grounds had teamed up to suppress the martial monarch clans in the surroundings. They wanted these martial monarch clans to hand over half of their strength to them. But now, because of Lin Wuti, they couldn't continue. If even Lin Wuti couldn't be suppressed, what could they do? At this time, Huang Qing said, "Good, Lin Wuti, you're good. I underestimated you. But just you wait, I'll deal with you after this is over." As he spoke, he no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian. Instead, he turned to look at the others. "I can't do anything about Lin Wuti, but none of you can run away. You only have a single monarch weapon, right? If you carry it with you now, I'm afraid your martial monarch clans will be defenseless. Even if there's a formation, it won't be able to withstand the power of a human sovereign. Now, sign the blood-red contract and give us half of your clan's strength. We can choose not to attack, otherwise, your clan will be annihilated." No, the remote antiquity clans were in despair. Even the martial monarch clans' faces were incomparably ugly. Damn it, we've fallen. This time, we've really fallen into the hands of the Forbidden Grounds. They were unwilling to accept this. But in order to protect their clans, they had to do this. However, at this time, Lin Xian walked out and said, "There's no need for half. As long as you give me 1/5 of your clan's strength, I'll consider protecting your clans." What? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. One after another, all eyes fell on Lin Xian. Although 1/5 was a shocking amount of resources, it made their hearts bleed. But compared to the other half, it was really too good. So they were all excited. Lin Gongzi, do you really have a way? Yes, Lin Gongzi, although we know that you're resourceful, you're also on White Bone Island now. How are you going to go back? Lin Xian said, don't worry, it's just the strength of Mount Eternal. After we go out, we'll directly block Mount Eternal. This way, you won't be in danger, right? Then, you can find a way to go back. I just want to waste some time. Isn't time what you're lacking now? How about I provide you with this time difference? Hearing this, the remote antiquity clans regained their hope. Even the martial monarch clans were tempted. Although 1/5 of the resources was a lot, they decided to go all out. Okay, Lin Gongzi, if you can go out and block the power of Mount Eternal, then we'll agree to your request. The elder of the Qilin clan nodded. The Yi clan and the Phoenix clan also spoke one after another. After a few big clans spoke, the others had no choice. For example, the Gu clan was unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. The people of the Skyblade sect could only bow their heads. Now, they could only place their hopes on Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a smile, okay, but even 1/5 of the power is a shocking amount of wealth for the martial monarch clans. So, it's better to swear with your Dao heart. The martial monarch clans all swore with their Dao hearts. The other remote antiquity clans and great sects did the same. The Dao heart was also very effective, so one couldn't easily swear. Once one swore, one had to agree. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded. Okay, you guys can wait here. At this moment, Huang Qing was angry. Do you think I don't exist? He looked at the surrounding martial monarch clans and remote antiquity clans. He shouted coldly, are you crazy? There's a human sovereign and a void formation. How can that kid go out? Who do you think he is? Huang Qing was really crazy. Originally, he was the main character today. All the martial monarch clans had to lower their noble heads in front of him. He could trample the entire burial earth under his feet. But now, it was not like that at all. In the blink of an eye, these martial monarch clans had reached an agreement with Lin Wudi. They even wanted to ask Lin Wudi for help. Lin Xian had become the most dazzling light in the world, while he was dim and lightless. How could he endure it? So he roared crazily. He stared at Lin Xian and said, you want to go out? Stop dreaming, it's impossible in this lifetime. The supreme decree is very terrifying. It can definitely contend with your extreme Dao weapon. As for the void formation, don't even think about leaving. Even if you go out, I can instantly teleport you to the desolate border of the universe. Don't even think about coming back in this lifetime. Huang Qing was extremely confident in the mortal decree and the void array. She didn't believe that Lin Xian could escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're too confident. So what if you have the power of immortal supremacy? You're not immortal supremacy now. The supremacy hasn't shown her true body either. Do you think you can fight me with just 2 weapons? You're too naive. When I swept the world, you hadn't even been unsealed. You don't have the right to jump around in front of me now, Lin Xian scolded coldly. Damn it, Lin Wudi. How dare you slap my face and shout at me? Unforgivable, Huang Qing was also furious. He waved his hand and activated the power of the mortal decree. Endless rays of light exploded in the sky as the supremacy decree unfolded. The great Dao runes on it contained the power of immortal supremacy. It was enough to suppress everything. The surrounding people tried to block it. Their extreme weapons could only defend, but they didn't dare to attack. Anyone who attacked would be teleported to the outskirts of the universe. Even if they didn't die, no one knew how long it would take for them to return. When they returned, their families might have been wiped out. Thus, they could only look at Lin Xian and say, Lin Gongzi, we can only rely on you. Lin Gongzi, as long as you succeed, 1/5 of the resources will be given to you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Divine Union, gather. The surrounding people of the Divine Union gathered around him. Morong Qingqing even took out the desolate tower to block it. A bronze pagoda bloomed between heaven and earth. Billions of stars swayed. The power of immortal supremacy was also blocked. the two shocked the entire world. Everyone held their breaths. Could it succeed? It was blocked. As expected of the desolate tower, it was also an extremely terrifying extreme weapon. However, some people frowned. For example, the Gu family frowned. Lin Wuti could block it. But so what? The most terrifying thing was the void array. This was the power of our emperor. It contained the blood of the void emperor. Furthermore, it was an array set up by immortal supremacy. After so many years, the Gu family wouldn't be able to escape even if they used their emperor abilities. How could Lin Wuti escape? This was what they were most concerned about. Even if Lin Wuti used the desolate tower to tear apart the defense, he would probably be teleported to the outskirts of the universe like the Kuanping clan. Just disappear. In this way, they would also be unable to be rescued, so they were very nervous. Lin Xian said. Qingqing, you can block the power of the Paragon Law Decree. Susu, Rizalong, both of you provide power to Qingqing. Leave the rest to me. The Crimson Dragon said. Kid, this void formation is really not ordinary. I can sense sovereign blood spreading out, as well as an extremely powerful power. Can you really do it? As a master of formations, the Crimson Dragon's brows were also tightly knitted as he stared at the formation. It wasn't any weaker than a great emperor's formation. Moreover, it was the scariest void teleportation formation among the great emperor formations. If there was even the slightest mistake, they would most likely be exiled from the universe, never to return. Lin Xian said, leave it to me. His eyes shone with an extremely cold light. At the same time, he sent a sound transmission, De Long, it's up to you now. There was still some power in the sword world that could be used. Lin Xian had always kept the power of the sword world. Even if he used it, he would only use a portion of it. But this time, he couldn't wait any longer. He had to use all of his remaining power. Because only by breaking through the void formation could it leave. And once he succeeded, he would receive the power of a large family and sect, as well as the emperor race. That would be an astonishing amount of power, even surpassing that of an emperor race. And that power, Lin Xian would give all of it to the sword world. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to stake it all on this one throw. De Long nodded. He was also looking forward to it. With so much power, after giving it to the sword world, who knew how much it would recover? Because he knew that when that thing came, the entire world would probably produce endless strange phenomena. Many unexpected things would happen. And Lin Xian, if he wanted to continue growing quickly in such a situation, and even fight with some ancient existences, then, he had to rely on the sword world. Therefore, this time, Lin Xian made the most correct decision. De Long was also very supportive. He said that he would use all of his strength to activate the great dragon sword soul. Prepare. Lin Xian took a deep breath and roared. Attack! With a roar, Morong Qingqing and the people of the Divine Union fought against the decree with all their might. On Lin Xian's body, a dragon-shaped sword aura appeared and enveloped him. The terrifying sword light swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Boom! Boom! Great dragon sword soul, many people from the emperor race exclaimed when they saw the scene. Lin Xian also had the great dragon sword soul, which was extremely powerful. However, the people from the Gu family also frowned. Although the great dragon sword soul was powerful, it was an offensive saint technique. However, whether or not they could break the void formation was still unknown. The other members of the imperial clans also frowned. However, they could only rely on Lin Xian now. Humph, it's useless. Huang Qing sneered. The power of the void formation is far above yours. Unless you're a resurrected emperor, you can forget about leaving this place. As soon as he said that, Lin Xian roared and the sword aura on his body soared into the sky. It swept in all directions. At the same time, it enveloped the people of the Divine Union. Go. They soared into the sky and flew into the sky. Void formation, activate for me. Huang Qing activated the mortal decree and activated the power of the void formation. Endless cracks appeared in the void, leading to the universe. There was also a lightning tribulation spreading. This was an extremely powerful spatial formation. Send it to the edge of the universe. A mournful voice rang out. The void formation released endless spatial power. There was also emperor blood on it, enveloping Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others felt a powerful spatial power trying to take them away. Lin Xian roared angrily. Slash, the dragon roared. The great dragon sword soul absorbed the power of the sword world as if it had been resurrected. Between heaven and earth, a dragon sword bloomed and turned into the most dazzling light. It slashed towards the void formation. The two collided. The starry sky shattered and the endless universe turned into darkness. Not good, quickly defend. The people from the monarch clans also took out their monarch armaments to defend. They were horrified. How could the great dragon sword soul be so powerful? This Lin Wudi was probably going all out. They didn't know if it would succeed. Everyone looked up at the sky. A huge black hole appeared in the sky, like the door of death. No one knew where it connected to. Huang Qing's face was pale. He took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils constricted. Damn it, how could it be? How could it be like this? In the confrontation just now, he was injured. This was the result of the formation's backlash. A crack had appeared in the void formation. He was injured. Damn it, did he not control the other party? Impossible, even if the void formation was attacked, it could still send that kid into the universe, it roared crazily. The huge black hole in the sky slowly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. That's great. A smile appeared on Huang Qing's face. I knew it. It's absolutely impossible for this kid to resist the void formation. The immortal princess sneered. Lin Wudi had teleported away. No one could fight against them now. He wanted to use the power of Mount Eternal. The faces of the other clans of the Huanggu clan and Monarch clan became extremely ugly. What happened? Could it be that Lin Wudi didn't succeed? No, they were desperate. Even their last hope, Lin Wudi, was gone. What about them, didn't he succeed? Leaf Dao Denier furrowed his brow. The Yi clan leader sighed. There was nothing they could do. The void formation had the power and blood of a human emperor. On the other side, the Gu clan had strange expressions. The blood of their great emperor was terrifying. It should have been a glorious thing for them. But now, they were trapped. How ironic. Just as everyone was in despair, a voice came from outside the formation. The void formation was just SOSO. A human emperor was no big deal. You still can't stop me. Everyone looked up when they heard the voice. What? It was Lin Wudi's voice. Heaven, it was ringing in their ears. Could it be that he had gone out? They looked up at the sky. A group of people appeared in the sky. These people were from the Divine Union. They stood there with pale faces and wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they were injured. But they all came out. And standing at the front was a young man who looked like a god. It was Lin Wudi. Heaven! He had succeeded. He had really succeeded. He had actually led the members of the Divine Union away. Exclamations rang out. At this moment, the monarch clans were so excited that they were about to cry. They saw hope. This was impossible, Huang Qing roared crazily, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. The void formation was terrifying. Even if you used an extreme weapon, it could still teleport you away. But why did Lin Wudi do it? Why didn't he teleport away? Damn it, I don't believe it, he roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. His face had become ferocious. Damn it. How could this be? The indestructible princess was stunned as well. This Lin Wudi's strangeness was actually beyond their expectations. Lin Xian said, everyone, remember your oath. I will stop Mount Eternal. Inside the formation, the Yi family, the Qilin clan, the Phoenix clan, and the others all bowed. The young master invited them in. We will keep our word. Good, Lin Xian laughed heartily. He turned around and led his men into the sky. They were going to intercept Mount Eternal. At the same time, Huang Qing roared, Princess Eternal, let Mount Eternal attack the Phoenix clan first. A shrill voice rang out, causing the members of the Phoenix clan to become extremely nervous. The immortal princess quickly took out a black bell and transmitted her voice to the immortal princess. At the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also very fast. After coming out, the Crimson Dragon used earthly scripture. Under the ground, one formation after another appeared, absorbing the endless spirit veins for transportation. Every time they teleported, they would appear in a different sky. Lin Xian's face was pale. As she flew, she swallowed pills to recover. Although the sword just now was terrifying, she had already used up the power of the sword world. He was unable to unleash a second strike. Fortunately, they still had 3 emperor weapons. At this moment, Lin Xian was transmitting her voice to the savage ancestor and the others, asking them to bring the heaven-devouring jar. At the same time, Yan Ryu also asked the great demons of the Demon Emperor Mountain to bring Qinglian out. They were going to besiege Mount Eternal. The Phoenix clan also activated the Fire Phoenix formation. A fire phoenix spread its wings and swept across the 9 heavens. At this moment, a black chariot appeared in the sky. On the chariot, there was a monstrous aura of indestructibility. A pagoda flew out of the chariot. The pagoda was incomparably black, like an immemorial mountain. It shook the world. After the attack, endless mountains and rivers were shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared in the sky. The Phoenix clan was shaken by the impact. Even the fire phoenix that was spreading its wings dimmed. Damn it, what kind of power was this? It felt similar to an extreme weapon. Damn it, Mount Eternal, were the Patriarch and the others trapped? Could they not come back? They did not see the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan or the Emperor weapon. This made the people of the Phoenix clan feel incomparable despair. Destroy, a figure appeared on the black chariot. It was a man in a black robe. His expression became incomparably cold. She was the first emissary of Mount Eternal. The previous 10 emissaries of Mount Eternal had all fallen, leaving only one emissary. It was him. Now, he was outside, preparing to attack. The first emissary sneered. There was no need for the Phoenix clan to exist. This time, he came with the power of the human sovereign. The human sovereign gave him a divine monument. It was a black stone monument, and he carefully held it in his hand. It had the power of the human sovereign, and it could completely activate the supreme pagoda and this chariot. Therefore, he could now be said to be a fox borrowing the tiger's might and sweeping through everything. So what if it was a mere fire phoenix formation? The power of the immortal sovereign was not something you could imagine. As he spoke, he activated the black stone monument. The black stone monument bloomed, and endless light and inextinguishable power surged out. The pagoda in the sky fell mercilessly. The fire phoenix wailed, and cracks appeared on its body. Haha, die. With one more attack, the fire phoenix will shatter. The great emperor's clan might be conquered by him. Thinking of this, the first emissary became excited. At that time, the entire Phoenix clan would crawl under his feet. Attack me. The black pagoda in the sky fell again. No, the people of the Phoenix clan below were in despair. However, at this most critical moment, a soft shout sounded. You dare to attack the Phoenix clan? Unforgivable. As soon as the voice fell, another pagoda appeared in the sky. It was a bronze pagoda with the power of time. It directly rushed into the clouds and collided with the supreme pagoda. The two fought, and a sea of blood soared into the sky. The entire sky was completely shattered. The starlight from the outer realm shone in. It was blocked. The Phoenix clan opened their eyes and saw the supreme pagoda that was blocked in the sky. They cried out in surprise. It was the desolate pagoda. It was Qingqing. Princess Qingqing had come to save us. That's great. I knew that Princess Qingqing would not give up on us. These people cried out in surprise. After the fall of Princess Fengjiu, Morong Qingqing was the hope of the Phoenix clan. At this critical moment, Morong Qingqing really came. Princess Qingqing, please kill the powerful enemy. Bless us. Below, endless shouts sounded. Morong Qingqing stood above the 9 heavens. She held the desolate pagoda in her hand like a peerless goddess. She said, with me around, no one can hurt the Phoenix clan. Morong Qingqing's appearance had protected the phoenixes. At the same time, the first emissary's face darkened on the black chariot. He stared at Morong Qingqing and said through gritted teeth, I remember you. You were with Lin Wudi. Damn it, you're that invincible woman. I'll make Lin Wudi kneel at my feet if I catch you. he let out a shrill roar. The Supreme Pagoda fell mercilessly and fought with Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing used the Desolate Pagoda. At the same time, he said, "Give me power." Below, the phoenixes provided power. The Desolate Pagoda shone brightly and swept in all directions. At the same time, a cold snort came from the void. "You want me to kneel? Do you have the ability to do so?" Hearing this, the first emissary's pupils constricted. He turned his head abruptly. "Who is it?" When he saw a figure appear behind him, his expression became incomparably ugly. "It's you, Lin Wudi. You're here too," he gritted his teeth. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You didn't expect it, did you? Defeated. Kneel on the ground obediently and submit to me." "Damn it," the first emissary roared. "I'm no longer the same person as before. Do you see that? This black stone tablet is the power of the immortal supremacy. What do you have to fight me?" he roared and urged the black chariot to charge forward. The black chariot was also an extremely terrifying weapon. It charged forward violently and shattered the 9 heavens. A black vortex appeared in front of Lin Xian, swallowing the heavens and the earth. It blocked the black chariot. "Damn it, 2 extreme-grade weapons? But Lin Wudi, you only have half an extreme weapon. You might not be able to defeat me." The first emissary's eyes were filled with killing intent. "I lost to you before, but this time I'll make you kneel at my feet." He roared angrily and was about to attack. Lin Xian smiled. "Is that so? Who told you that there were only 2 of us? Ruyu, come out." Yan Ruyu also walked out from the other void. Behind him, a green lotus bloomed. As it swayed, it shattered the 9 heavens. The first emissary's face turned even uglier. She knew this woman as well. These were all experts in the dragon transformation battle, and the other party had actually brought an extreme weapon. Facing 3 extreme-grade weapons against him, he was so frightened that he hurriedly recalled the Supreme Pagoda. "Haha, how is it? Are you scared out of your wits?" Behind them, the people from the Divine Union also arrived. The toad jumped out and said, "Little brats, you want to contend with the Divine Union? You are far from it." The Crimson Dragon also sneered. "Cultivate for another 10,000 years. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to defeat yours truly. Damn toads and snakes, go to hell." The toad was furious. "She jumped out and I threw up all over your face." His spit flew out and flew towards the first emissary. The first time he dodged, his expression became even colder. "Ants, I will make you pay the price." He roared crazily. Lin Xian coldly snorted and attacked. The 3 extreme-grade weapons emitted brilliant radiance as they unleashed terrifying attacks. The battle chariot and the Supreme Pagoda shook non-stop. The first emissary was shocked. Her face turned pale and she looked terrified. "Damn it, impossible, how did you come out? Damn it, what are those people from the Barren Hill doing? Why did they let these guys come out?" He was going crazy. Because he had received accurate information that Lin Xian and the others had gone to the White Bone Island. The White Bone Island had long been sealed by the people from the Barren Hill. No one could escape. Especially that array. Even the attack of an extreme-grade weapon could only be transported. They would never return. That was why the first emissary had the chance to kill so many people. But now, Lin Wudi and the others had appeared and brought 3 extreme-grade weapons. This was completely out of his expectations. For a moment, his face was frighteningly dark. She wanted to ask the immortal princess what was going on. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "No need to ask. I will tell you, I walked out of the void array." "Impossible," the first emissary shook her head frantically. She had heard of how terrifying the void array was. She would never be able to walk out. Not even with an emperor weapon. "Kid, don't try to lie to me. You must have used a clone to go and hid your real body." "Humph, coward," the first emissary felt that she was right. Lin Xian coldly sneered. "What, are you going to challenge me to a one-on-one?" "That's right," the first emissary stood up and said. "What's the point of fighting me with 3 extreme-grade weapons? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. You dare to challenge me to a one-on-one? Who do you think you are?" the toad coldly sneered. The Crimson Dragon also said. I advise you to kneel on the ground and kowtow. You are not Lin Wudi's opponent. Yan Ruyu and the others also shook their heads and sneered. Do you still have the right to do that? The people from the Divine Union also had strange expressions. How dare this kid challenge their boss Lin to a one-on-one? Did water get into his brain? Lin Xian chuckled as well. He looked ahead and said, You're really brave. But did you hear what they said? You are not my opponent at all. Therefore, kneeling and kowtowing is your best choice. Damn it, how dare you look down on me? What do you bunch of ants know? The first emissary took a step forward. The inextinguishable energy on his body became even more terrifying. I am no longer the same as before. Lin Wudi, I may have lost to you, but this time I will not lose again. Get over here and fight me. The first emissary was full of pride. After returning, he was indeed punished. However, he cultivated even harder. His strength had become even stronger than when he was in the dragon transformation trial. This time, he was put in an important position and came out to sweep everyone. So what if he met Lin Wudi? He was confident that he could beat him. How stupid. Lin Xian shook his head. However, since you have spoken, I will fulfill your wish. Come on, I will use one hand. Kid, you will regret this. You will pay the price for your arrogance. The first emissary walked out. He decided to use his most terrifying strength to kill his opponent. He walked out of the war chariot. The inextinguishable energy on his body condensed and formed a black spear. It was as if he had turned into a black dragon that made the world lose its light. Yan Ruyu and the others were shocked. They had to admit that the first emissary's strength was much stronger than during the dragon transformation trial. However, they shook their heads. Lin Xian had become even more terrifying. Lin Xian was like a completely different person compared to during the dragon transformation trial. The first emissary would soon regret this. In the face of such a peerless attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He just stood there quietly. Clang, the attack landed on his body. That's great. I hit him. Go to hell, brat, the first emissary smiled sinisterly. A peerless attack, heaven and earth shattered as the first emissary laughed heartily. It was as if he had seen victory. However, when he saw the silhouette that appeared from the cracks in the sky, he was completely stunned. Not dead, his opponent was actually unscathed. How was that impossible? His attack was so terrifying. Furthermore, his strength was different from before. How could his opponent block it? Was this his current strength? An all-out attack? Lin Xian laughed. How many years had it been since you knew about the outside world? Could it be that you don't understand my strength now? The first emissary frowned when he heard this. He said, What strength are you? Aren't you the champion of the dragon transformation trial? Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. The Divine Union members behind him laughed when they heard this. The toad snorted coldly. Trash, you are really stupid. Don't you know that Lin Xian is already the Triple Crown champion? What? Triple Crown champion? The first emissary was shocked and stunned. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Not only that, but Lin Xian had just defeated a Triple Crown champion. How do you think you compare to the Triple Crown champion? Impossible, this is impossible. Don't try to lie to me. Do you think you can scare me with your lies? The first emissary roared crazily. His strength had increased, but he still wasn't the Triple Crown champion. In fact, he was still a distance away from the Triple Crown champion. After all, what kind of existence was the Triple Crown champion? How many days had it been? Lin Wudi had already become the Triple Crown champion. What a joke. I don't believe it, he roared angrily and attacked again. The resplendent light made the world lose its luster. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stupid thing, I'll let you have a taste of my strength. As he spoke, he threw out a punch. With a boom, the spear was sent flying and the first emissary retreated. His hand split open and turned into a bloody mist. The pain almost made him faint. What kind of power was this? It made him feel despair. Did he feel it? This was the power of the Triple Crown champion. Lin Xian's body swayed. He threw out the demon god palm and smashed the first emissary into pieces. The first emissary was frightened to tears. How could he be so strong? No, previously, he was still full of confidence to challenge the other party. He was simply courting death. Therefore, he quickly turned around and fled. The indestructible power restored his body, and at the same time, he fled towards the first chariot. He wanted to borrow the power of the human sovereign. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a slash of his sword, he slashed apart the heavens and earth, stopping his opponent. Trying to escape? Didn't he say he wanted to fight one-on-one? Why did he need to borrow Jizun's power now? I won't give you a chance. Damn you, Lin Wudi, get out of my way. The first emissary unleashed all of his strength and struck forward. However, when it hit Lin Xian's body, it didn't even leave a scratch. This was absolute suppression. The first emissary roared madly as he quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He unleashed a Tai Chi diagram which enveloped the other party. The yin-yang sword chi pierced through his opponent. Then, Lin Xian said, "There's no challenge at all. Ruzalong, Toad, come at me. Teach him a good lesson." "Is that okay?" The Toad was still worried. Although he was hooting outside, he was still the first emissary, a terrifying double champion. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry, I'm sealing him now. He's no different from an ant." He waved his hand and a few streaks of sword chi entered the other party's body, causing him to be extremely miserable. "Brothers, follow me." Seeing this, the Toad jumped out immediately. The Crimson Dragon and the other members of the Divine Union also rushed out. They began to beat up the first emissary. The first emissary was miserable. Now, these people didn't kill him. Instead, they beat him up. Moreover, he had an indestructible aura. When his power was broken, he could quickly recover. This feeling of hovering between life and death was unbearable. Below, the members of the Phoenix race were stunned when they saw this. "Was it really okay, Ling Gongzi? We also want to join the battle," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Come on, attack as much as you can. Don't hold back." Yes. The members of the Phoenix race soared into the sky and joined the battle. Previously, the first emissary was extremely arrogant and threatened to destroy the Phoenix race. Now that there was a chance, they naturally wouldn't hold back. Countless figures were beating up the first emissary. Between heaven and earth, screams could be heard as blood dyed the 9 heavens red. The scene here immediately attracted the attention of the other clans and sections. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Oh my god, that was the first emissary of Mount Eternal, right? The legendary supreme existence was now in such a miserable state. It seemed that they couldn't offend Lin Wudi. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. On this side, they continued to beat up. On the other side, above the demon sea, Huang Qing's expression had also become extremely ugly. Because the emperor race had already begun to move. At first, after Lin Xian left, the emperor race people were still worried. However, after waiting for a long time, the Phoenix race discovered that no one on their side had died. They heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xian had already blocked the attack of Mount Eternal. In that case, they wouldn't be polite. Everyone, break the void. Although they would be teleported away, Lin Xian had bought them time. Therefore, the Phoenix race took the lead. The extreme weapon transformed into an ancient phoenix that swept across heaven and earth, bringing them to break the void and leave. Damn it, the void formation turned into a large crack and teleported them away. However, it couldn't kill them. Next, the Gu race, the Qilin race, the Yi race, and the others all moved. Those clan of the ancients didn't have extreme weapons, but they were disciples of the emperor race. They could use the power of the emperor race to leave. For a time, the figures on the entire island became fewer and fewer. In the end, only Huang Qing and the immortal princess were left. Their faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it! Huang Qing roared. This time, he had failed. After returning, he would definitely be punished. However, he couldn't believe it. Before coming, he had already calculated everything. It was absolutely foolproof. However, Lin Xian had defeated him from the beginning to the end. His killing intent towards Lin Xian was as deep as the universe. Damn it, let's go. The void formation was useless. Huang Qing and the immortal princess soared into the sky. They also killed their way out, taking advantage of the fact that the emperor race hadn't returned. They might even be able to destroy one or two of them. The immortal princess' face turned cold. She said to check on the first emissary first. Damn it, this guy has the power of a supreme being. Could it be that he couldn't fight back? She couldn't believe it. That was a supreme being. Therefore, she rushed towards the phoenix race. When he arrived and saw the scene, he was also stunned. This was because they saw countless people from the Divine Union and the phoenix race beating up a figure. That figure was shattered thousands of times, but he was still alive. However, his miserable appearance made one's scalp tingle. That was the first emissary? The immortal princess was stunned. This idiot, why didn't he use the power of a supreme being? Huang Qing was also crazy. Was this guy the one who ruined their plan? He couldn't wait to kick the first emissary to death. Quick, save me, the first emissary was in despair. The feeling of being beaten really made him want to die. When he saw the immortal princess and Huang Qing, he hurriedly asked for help. The others also saw them and quickly retreated. They waved their hands and the Divine Union and Phoenix clan members quickly retreated. They all hid behind the extreme weapons. Kid, it's up to you. Toad shouted. Lin Xian also turned around. She smiled and said, you guys are here. It seemed that the great families had already left. How was it? How did it feel to lose? Huang Qing was trembling with anger. Kid, don't be so arrogant. One day, I'll make you wish you were dead, ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed. One day? Why don't I send you to hell now? Lin Xian walked forward. Then, he split the first emissary apart with sword energy. The immortal princess shouted angrily. How dare you? He wanted to come over and help, but the green lotus bloomed in the sky and the desolate tower suppressed him. The immortal princess couldn't resist. Huang Qing, who was beside her, also took out the mortal decree to resist. However, Lin Xian had enough extreme weapons. Huang Qing and the others were also forced back. They could only watch as the first emissary was split apart. Then, Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul to crush the first emissary's indestructible power. In the end, the first emissary disappeared. He couldn't believe it until he died. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated so miserably after his strength had increased. He was actually dead. Huang Qing frowned. The immortal princess' expression was also very cold. You killed him. You're dead. Our Mount Eternal will never let you go. As he spoke, he came to the war chariot. He wanted to control the power of the human supremes. Lin Xian sneered. The power of 2 human supremes. We have 3 extreme weapons. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before those great emperor clans returned. At that time, the power of those extreme weapons would come out. Even if you have supreme weapons, I'm afraid your soul will be destroyed. Lin Xian said with a smile. Huang Qing gritted his teeth. The other party was right. Just you wait, this matter won't end like this. Huang Qing left. The immortal princess also gritted her teeth, waiting for the wrath of Mount Eternal. The 2 of them left. The people of the Phoenix clan heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally left. The members of the Divine Union also relaxed and smiled. This was great. So what if he had the strength of a supreme being? Weren't they still beaten away by them? After this matter spread out, the entire buried Emperor Star was shocked. Lin Wudi had once again created a miracle. He was the sovereign of the human realm. More than 100,000 years ago, he could even fight against a great emperor. Who would be able to match such power? Even those great emperor clans would have to lower their heads. Sure enough, when they heard about what happened on Bones Island, they all went crazy. Those great emperor clans were in despair. However, Lin Xian had broken out of this predicament. The other party had actually charged out. He had saved the great emperor's clan. They even defeated the Forbidden Lands. It was truly inconceivable, someone exclaimed. Lin Wudi was truly a rare genius. He would definitely become a great emperor. Some people shook their heads. No, they didn't understand the strength of a sovereign of the human realm. Back then, they were existences that had started a dark war. Even great emperors had suffered losses at their hands. One could imagine how terrifying they were when they were angered. Had Lin Wude provoked such an existence? Following this, his fate would be extremely miserable. All sorts of discussions could be heard. Lin Xian and the others also returned. During this period, the Crimson Dragon had set up arrays near the various great emperor clans to investigate. Once the people of the Forbidden Lands of Death appeared, they would immediately take action. However, during this period, Huang Ling and Mount Eternal didn't seem to attack. It was obvious that they were preparing for something. On the other hand, the great emperor clans returned one after another. They had broken through the void and returned from the universe. After returning, they returned to their clans. When they saw that their clans were safe and sound, they heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go to the Divine Union and thank Lin Gongzi. This time, they had to thank Lin Xian. Otherwise, they would have had to hand over half of their clan's resources. From then on, they would have to bow their heads to the Forbidden Lands and never raise their heads again. This wasn't just a loss to their clan, but also a shame to their ancestors. Therefore, Lin Xian had preserved the glory and face of their great emperor clans. They naturally had to thank him. This day was an unparalleled day on the buried emperor star. This was because nothing like this had ever happened before. Great emperor clans, remote antiquity clans, unparalleled great sects. These overlords were supreme existences in the universe. Now, they had all gathered together and came to the Divine Union with great respect. The Yi family's patriarch, Yi Wudao, had come personally with 1/5 of the family's strength. The Yi family thanked Lin Gongzi for saving their lives. The Yi family's patriarch bowed deeply and offered 1/5 of the family's strength. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. The Phoenix clan thanked Lin Gongzi for saving their lives. The Qilin clan thanked Lin Gongzi for saving their lives. The Gu clan thanked Lin Gongzi for saving their lives. The Kuanpun clan thanked Lin Gongzi for saving their lives. The Golden Crow clan thanked Lin Gongzi for saving their lives. The Skyblade sect thanked Lin Gongzi for saving their lives. Voices rang out one after another, echoing throughout the 9 heavens. At this moment, the universe was shaken. All the great emperor clans were bowing and thanking a young man. This was probably something that had never happened since the creation of the universe. Even the great emperors of the past were only at this level. Lin Xian wasn't a great emperor yet. He wasn't even a quasi-emperor yet. Yet, he had managed to do this. How could this not shock everyone? At this moment, the buried emperor star was in an uproar. The Divine Union was in an uproar. They were really too excited. This was especially so when they heard that so many great emperor clans had sent their resources and strength to Luo Yunyang. This made them go crazy. This kind of strength had probably surpassed the total strength of an entire great emperor clan. Now, they were going to give it to Lin Xian. At this moment, even the eyes of the various realms turned red. However, they didn't dare to make a move. Who would dare to provoke the divine energy now? Lin Xian kept all these resources. He took out some of them and left them in the Divine Union. After all, the Divine Union also needed to develop. These people also needed to cultivate. As for the rest, Lin Xian sent all of them into the sword world. Boom! Boom, boom! Thunder and lightning formed a storm of energy in the sword world. The entire world seemed to be shaking. In the 4-Spirit Valley, the 4 great spiritual beasts felt this energy and prostrated themselves on the ground. Oh my God, what kind of energy was this? What did that kid do outside? He couldn't have robbed an emperor's clan, right? Too much energy. They were so excited that they were trembling. The spiritual herbs in the 4-Spirit Valley also shook violently. They grew rapidly. That heaven-reaching ancient tree was originally withered and withered. However, under this power, it actually started to grow green leaves. The sacred spring of life was boiling non-stop. Everything had changed. Within the sword world, a violent explosion occurred. Even the remnant soul of the Hellfire Dragon was alarmed. He woke up from his slumber and soared into the sky. F***ck, heavens, what kind of power is this? Is this kid crazy? At the same time, De Long also said, sending this power into the depths of the sword world, allowing it to split open the heavens and earth. Lin Xian nodded. Controlling this power, he flew into the depths of the sword world. The sword world was very big, but Lin Xian had only opened up a little. Most of the places were desolate and barren. No one dared to enter. It was a withered power, and now that there was a new power, it might be able to change that place. This power surged into the surroundings. The remnant soul of the Hellfire Dragon also flew back. He arrived near the Four-Spirit Valley. Oh my god, this is incredible, I wonder what will happen next. He was also looking forward to it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not enter now. He had to wait for this power to change the sword world. With power, what the sword world needed was time. Lin Xian retreated. In the next few days, he began to cultivate and recover, and then prepared to head to the Demon Sea again. Previously, Lin Xian had killed the Sea Demon Royal Highness in the Demon Sea. He did not care about such an ant, but the other party had hit out a fragment in the end. That fragment had actually split open the old Qilan's palm. More importantly, Lin Xian felt the blood of the Demon Emperor on that fragment. Obviously, this thing was related to the Demon Emperor. It was very likely that it was the weapon of the Demon Emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian had to go and investigate now. The entire Demon Sea seemed to be related to the Demon Emperor, and Lin Xian cultivated the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. How could he miss it? The Divine Union was jubilant. These days, countless families and sects had come to pay their respects. There were even people from other worlds in the universe who had come because of the fame. They all came to pay their respects. It could be said that the current Divine Union was an unparalleled existence in the entire universe. As for the development of the Divine Union, Lin Xian left it to Bai Susu and the others. He did not have to worry at all. He also left behind enough resources. As expected, Bai Susu and the others were also growing stronger at a steady pace. Even Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu had improved a lot. Both of them were double champions. It would be extremely difficult for them to improve further. However, under the power from before, the two of them had rapidly improved. This time, the two beautiful fairies grinned too. When they heard that Lin Xian wanted to go to the Devil Sea, the two of them wanted to go. Lin said with a smile. The two of you are still in the process of increasing your strength, so stay here and cultivate in seclusion for now. Furthermore, I have no problem making a trip to the Demon Sea. Lin Xian took the heaven-devouring jar away. The two of them were not worried at all. There were very few people who could hurt Lin Xian at this point in time. However, Morong Qingqing still said, Brother Xian, be careful. They won't let this matter rest. Lin Xian expressed that he understood. Then, he soared into the sky and headed towards the Devil Sea. Not long after he left, a piece of news came from the Desolate Tomb. Lin Wuti had challenged the Desolate Tomb. The Desolate Tomb had issued a kill order. The news instantly spread all over the world. The entire buried Emperor Star was in an uproar once again. Sure enough, they made a move. The Desolate Tomb wanted to attack Lin Wuti. The people of the Divine Union were also nervous. Yan Ryu said. Brother Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Heaven-Devouring Jar. He should have no problem protecting himself. The people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Lin Xian had an extreme-grade weapon with him. However, at this time, Mount Eternal also issued a kill order to pursue Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. Two Forbidden Lands of Death were pursuing a young man at the same time. This was probably the first time this had happened. After the Z Mansion received the news, they were also excited. This Lin Wuti was courting death. He had offended the Forbidden Lands of Death. They hoped that they could kill him this time. They wondered if the Forbidden Lands of Death would send out a quasi-emperor this time. This was because it was really difficult for ordinary people to kill Lin Xian. They might not even be able to injure him. The Forbidden Lands of Death's inheritance was even older than the Z Mansion. Their methods were definitely heaven-defying. Just wait, Lin Wuti would be unlucky. In the Desolate Tomb, 8 ancient coffins flew out. They were ancient and exuded a desolate aura. They were abnormally ancient. They broke out of the ground and flew into the sky. Then, they quickly probed and emitted light. A low voice came from one of the ancient coffins. It sensed his aura and walked in the demonic sea. The 8 ancient coffins shattered one after another and flew towards the demonic sea. At the same time, in the forbidden lands of death of Mount Eternal, a tall figure walked out. This person's body was pitch black, as if he was made of black gold. He was tall like a demon king. The moment he appeared, he looked disdainfully at the world. Then, he soared into the sky and flew up into the clouds. His appearance caused some of the experts and saints near Mount Eternal to kneel down on the ground. After the other party left for a long time, those saints stood up one after another. Their faces were pale. Why did they feel a trace of Emperor's aura, the demonic sea? The dark sea seemed to contain endless secrets. And now, above the demonic sea, a young figure descended. Lin Xian stepped on the sea and looked around. Now that His Highness the Sea Demon was dead, he could only look for the Sea Demon clan. He hoped that the Sea Demon clan would know some information. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to find information about the Demon Emperor. After all, this demonic sea was too mysterious. His soul couldn't completely see through it at a glance. At the same time, he was also curious about what kind of existence could actually fight the Demon Emperor. And even enter the Demon Emperor? It even formed this demonic sea. His figure flickered, and he walked on the sea. He opened his Rinnegan and began to search. On this day, Lin Xian caught a sea demon. It was an octopus. Its body was like a huge mountain, and its tentacles were even more terrifying. Like a giant serpent, it wrapped around Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's body gently rubbed against it, and the octopus vomited blood and flew upside down. Its body split open. The octopus was scared. This young man turned out to be a peerless master. She wanted to escape, but she was slapped into the sea by Lin Xian. "Lord, please spare my life." The octopus kept begging for mercy. "Take me to the Sea Demon clan, and I will spare your life," Lin Xian said. The octopus was surprised. The Sea Demon clan was the king of the sea. Who dared to provoke them? However, the young man in front of her seemed to be even more terrifying. She didn't dare to resist. She said, "Okay, I'll take you there." She had just moved, but Lin Xian was stunned. He stopped and turned his head to look back. The void in the distance was broken, and 8 big cracks were torn open in the sky as if it was connected to hell. The terrifying aura made the octopus almost faint. Lin Xian also frowned tightly. What a terrifying aura. A strong enemy was coming. The void in the distance broke open, and 8 rays of light appeared. In an instant, they arrived above the demon sea and confronted Lin Xian. The giant octopus under Lin Xian's feet was already kneeling on the ground, unable to move at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and hit the giant octopus to the bottom of the sea. "Leave first." The octopus quickly turned into a stream of light and fled. At the same time, he was shocked. Why isn't this kid running? This time, he was dead meat. In his opinion, Lin Xian couldn't survive against such a terrifying enemy. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. He narrowed his eyes. There were 8 ancient coffins in the sky, floating and emitting a cold aura. Lin Xian knew the desolate aura on them. They were from the barren hills. Are they finally here for revenge? Is Huang Qing here? Tell him to come out. The 8 ancient coffins in the sky didn't answer Lin Xian at all. Instead, they asked coldly, "Are you Lin Wudi? The target has been found. Who's going to deal with it?" Among them, an ancient coffin shook gently, and a sneer came from inside. "I'll do it." Then, the ancient coffin rushed down, as if it had turned into a mountain, and charged towards Lin Xian. The demon sea was instantly shattered, and no one could resist the terrifying power. With a clang, Lin Xian threw a punch at the other party. The two collided with an earth-shaking sound, and the stars in the sky shook. At this moment, the entire demon sea was rolling. In the demon sea, countless monsters all fled. After that attack, Lin Xian withdrew his fist. The ancient coffin was blasted away and fell into the sea. Lin Xian frowned because he could feel that the ancient coffin was not broken. The origin of these ancient coffins was really extraordinary. With his current strength, a punch could shatter a world. However, this ancient coffin was not broken. Boom. The ancient coffin that was sent flying rose into the air and flew over again. It shook violently, and a biting cold murderous intent came from inside. Damn kid, how dare you resist? It seems. There's no need for you to live. As he spoke, the ancient coffin emitted a rumbling sound. Immediately after, a pale hand could be seen. The ancient coffin opened and a figure walked out. After Lin Xian finished reading, his brows knitted together tightly. Because this person was really too strange. He was wearing an ancient robe that was tens of thousands of years old. However, it was not complete. There were many places on it that were badly damaged. It wasn't just his clothes. His entire body was in tatters. White bones could be seen in many parts of his body. Even where there was still flesh and blood, it was filled with a monstrous aura of death. This person seemed to have crawled out of hell, which greatly surprised Lin Xian. What kind of place was the barren tomb? Could it really be a mausoleum? Had countless experts been buried, but why didn't these people die? Why didn't he enter the cycle of reincarnation? How could he still be alive? Lin Xian was too surprised. The man who walked out sneered. Half of his body was made of white bones, while the other half was made of flesh and blood. It was very strange. It made one's scalp tingle at a glance. His eyes were like blades as he stared at Lin Xian. I'll let you know what regret and despair are. Lin Xian laughed. A monster like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The pupils of the ancient powerhouse who came out on the other side constricted. Monster. He hated it the most when people called him a monster, therefore, he slammed his palm over. His 5 fingers seemed to have turned into 5 swords that pierced through the 9 heavens and charged towards Lin Xian. Boom. Lin Xian pushed his hand and struck out a Tai Chi diagram to block the sharp claws. At the same time, he laughed. Why, are you angry from embarrassment? Look at yourself. If you're not a monster, then what are you? He stomped his foot and monstrous seawater soared into the sky, turning into a demonic mirror. It directly shone on the other party. The other party's appearance appeared in the demonic mirror. As expected, he was more terrifying than a monster. The ancient figure roared at the sky, shattering the 9 heavens and collapsing the demonic realm. Young man, you're playing with fire. I'll let you know the consequences of living a life worse than death. He stomped his foot and instantly rushed over. His left palm had already turned into white bones. When he slashed out with his palm, it was like a bone blade. However, it was powerful to the extreme and carried a power that made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian was surprised. This person was so terrifying. Even the double crown king probably couldn't block this attack. However, the current Lin Xian could even kill the triple crown king. So what if he was an ancient monster? He formed a seal with his palm, the demon god's seal. He slapped out with his palm, carrying a powerful pressure, and directly blasted at the other party's sharp claws. With a bang, the demonic sea was torn into 2 halves. The ancient monster was sent flying. The laws of light on his body dimmed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter who you are, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. He stomped his foot and soared into the sky. A war map appeared in his hand. The heavens war map, his battle intent pierced through the sky and directly sent the ancient monster flying. The ancient monster was sent flying millions of miles away, shattering the void. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Come at me together. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the sky. His eyes were filled with piercingly cold sword intent. Damn it. The ancient monster flew out, but he didn't attack rashly. Because he could also feel how terrifying the young man in front of him was. At this moment, another ancient coffin appeared in the sky. It shook and laughed. Old 8, you're really trash. The voice was like a wind chime, very pleasant to the ears. It was actually a woman. Hearing this, the ancient monster shouted coldly. What do you know? According to my estimation, he should be a triple crown king. I didn't expect such a person to appear in this era. I'm not his match alone. Let's attack together. Triple crown king? Then let me do it. Another ancient coffin in the sky opened, and a pair of jade-like hands appeared. Immediately after, a jade beauty appeared in the void. She was wearing a black dress. Her appearance was indeed beautiful, and it wasn't damaged. However, Lin Xian could tell that only the upper half of the man's body was intact. The legs under the long robe had long been reduced to white bones. She was also a monster. It was just another skeleton. Lin Xian looked at her and sneered. The woman in black was instantly furious. She shouted and slapped out with her jade-like palm, carrying endless power. Lin Xian rushed forward in an instant and exchanged a punch with his opponent. His fist was like the sun, shining in all directions and blocking her fist. At the same time, the firmament battle map swept over again. The woman in black naturally knew how powerful it was and didn't dare to take it head-on. She turned into a stream of light to dodge and said at the same time, "Old 8, aren't you going to attack?" In addition, the half-skeleton monster from before also rushed over. Life chant. He roared and raised his hands into the sky. The entire sky seemed to have been refined by him as he charged towards Lin Xian. The demonic sea below instantly shattered. Feeling the endless pressure, even Lin Xian frowned. He snorted coldly. 6 paths of reincarnation. The refined firmament was broken open. A heavenly hand reached out and attacked half of the skeleton. At the same time, the phantoms of 6 worlds appeared and shrouded the 2 ancient powerhouses. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He was like a god as he said loudly. "The 2 of you are full of death aura. You don't belong to this world anymore. You shouldn't have appeared." Reincarnate. Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed with a terrifying light, and the power of reincarnation emerged. Feeling this power, the 2 ancient powerhouses' expressions instantly changed. No. Damn it, they turned around and fled, wanting to enter the ancient coffins. The phantoms of 6 worlds kept crushing. The power of reincarnation was the nemesis of these people. Sure enough, the death aura on the half-skeleton man's body erupted. The other half of his body also turned into a skeleton and instantly turned into powder. It vanished into thin air. The woman in black ran faster. She arrived near the ancient coffin. Her upper body had already entered the ancient coffin, but her legs hadn't. Under the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation, they no longer existed. The woman in black let out a terrified cry. At the same time, the other bone coffins also shook violently. Damn it, the power of reincarnation. You actually have such power, kill him, don't allow this power to appear. The 6 ancient coffins rushed over quickly as if they wanted to resist the 6 paths of reincarnation. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The 2 collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was really too terrifying. The 6 paths of reincarnation seemed to have been shattered, and the light on the 6 ancient coffins also dimmed. Lin Xian sneered. His Rinnegan bloomed, and a biting cold light stared at the other party. My guess was right. You don't belong to this world. You've already violated the great Tao of heaven and earth by being alive. Now get lost obediently. Do you want us to send you into reincarnation? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, causing the void to tremble. Damn it. The woman in black gritted her teeth. She was seriously injured. The other ancient coffins had gloomy expressions. They didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, one was seriously injured, and the other died. The leader was an old man. His voice was incomparably old. Everyone, let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 ancient coffins slowly opened, and one figure after another emerged from within. These people stood in the ancient coffins and did not come out. Clearly, they were wary of Lin Xian's 6 paths of reincarnation. This ancient coffin was exceptionally mysterious, and it seemed to be the reason why they were able to survive until now. This ancient coffin could also withstand the 6 paths of reincarnation. They dared to fight Lin Xian just by standing inside the coffin. Brat, I hate those eyes of yours. I'm going to kill you. Rinnegan? This kind of power should not have appeared. The leader of the 6 newcomers was indeed an old man with a tall stature. The others also had different figures, but a part of their bodies had turned into white bones. The death chi was extremely terrifying. Kill, with an angry shout, 6 people rushed over. At the same time, the black-cloaked woman from before also charged over. The 7 of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also shouted angrily. The Rinnegan bloomed, and a reincarnation gaze appeared in the sky, looking down. It caused the 7 people's bodies to sway. However, the ancient coffins beside them also emitted a mysterious power to resist. It blocked the power of reincarnation. The 7 people became even more furious. They attacked mercilessly. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He once again unleashed the heavens of the heavens battle diagram. A square formation diagram was enlarged and swept across the area, blocking the 2 ancient coffins. At the same time, the yin-yang diagram also flew out. The yin-yang diagram kept spinning in the sky, and it also carried an extremely strong death chi. This death chi turned into a terrifying torrent and charged towards the other party. It wanted to trigger the death chi in the other party's body. Everyone, be careful. The old man in the lead shouted angrily and struck out with his sword. This sword carried an extremely strong spatial power. Behind him was another man. That man shouted angrily. Countless phantoms appeared around him as if he had opened the gates of hell, resisting the death chi. The next few people used their own methods. While blocking the yin-yang diagram, they charged towards Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. Lin Xian was surrounded by these 7 people. It seemed very dangerous, but he was still not afraid. He sneered. 9 suns, sky-splitting, on his body, the divine fire danced. A divine fire mark appeared between his brows. It turned into the phantoms of 9 suns and swept in all directions. As his fists danced, the entire world was illuminated. At this moment, the divine fire soared into the sky and swept across the 9 heavens. The 7 ancient coffins were knocked back. Their faces became extremely pale. There was even a trace of fear in their eyes. What a terrifying flame power. Who was this kid? They were too shocked. No wonder he dared to fight against the barren ridge. Lin Xian stretched out 2 fingers and pointed forward. A ball of divine fire flew into the distance, towards the injured woman in black. The woman in black roared angrily and shot out millions of skeletons. However, it was useless. The ball of sacred fire danced and enveloped the opponent. The black-clothed woman let out a blood-curdling scream before disappearing into thin air. Another one died, the remaining 6 people's pupils constricted. Everyone, be careful of this flame. Enter the demon sea and attack him from below. Lin Xian not only had the fire of 9 suns now, but also the power of the divine fire. It was too strong. These people could not stop him. Therefore, the 6 of them were very decisive. They rode the ancient coffins into the demon sea. They attacked from below the demon sea. This demon sea was related to the demon emperor and had an extremely strong demonic chi. No matter how strong the kids' flames were, they would dissipate in the demon sea. Look at me. There was a woman among the 6. This woman was relatively thin, and she actually grew a tail. Like the tail of a dead python, it rushed out of the demon sea and swept towards the clouds. It enveloped Lin Xian and pulled him down. With a boom, Lin Xian entered the demon sea. Great, it worked. The thin woman was happy. The other 6 people also smiled. With the power of the demon sea, they could definitely suppress the other party's flames. Kid, without the power of the flames, let's see how you can compete with us. The 6 of them once again unleashed their powerful divine ability laws. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably strange. These people wanted to compete with him in the demon sea? These people thought that the power of the demon sea could suppress him? What a joke. The demon sea was related to the demon emperor, and he cultivated the demon emperor ancient scripture. In the demon sea, his demonic chi was even more terrifying. In the next moment, he put away the flames on his body. The 6 people opposite him did not know. They thought that Lin Xian was afraid, so they sneered. Kid, how is it? Are you afraid? If you are, kneel down and come back with us. If you dare to challenge the desolate tomb, we won't let you off. However, if you don't resist, we can let you die easily. Hearing this, Lin Xian shook his head. You think too much. I'm just letting you see the demon emperor's power. The demon emperor's supernatural power. When they heard this, the 6 of them were stunned for a moment. In the next moment, they saw that Lin Xian's body was no longer covered in terrifying flames. Instead, it turned into pitch-black devil energy that spread in all directions. At the same time, the entire demon sea seemed to have been mobilized by him. Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear and charged forward. In an instant, a person was pierced through. Screams were heard, and the faces of the 5 people around also changed drastically. What a terrifying devil energy. Damn it, he's a demonic cultivator. Quick, let's kill him together. The 5 of them didn't dare to hold back anymore. Demonic cultivators in the demon sea would have such a terrifying increase in strength. They had to make a move now and end the battle quickly. The 6 of them fought and besieged Lin Xian. They wanted to suppress him. However, they couldn't do it. Lin Xian was really too powerful. His strength was already unparalleled. In this demon sea, he could even mobilize the power of the demon sea. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have transformed into a demon god. All kinds of demon emperor's unique skills emerged one after another. Demon god seal, demon god fist, demon god net, demon overture. In addition, the Great Destruction Spear swept across all directions. One person's body was pierced through, and the other person's body had countless cracks. That person was killed by the demon overture. There were also a few people who were injured. Another person was even more miserable. He was directly knocked out of the ancient coffin and was killed by Lin Xian's Rinnegan. Damn it, another one died. The remaining 5 people roared crazily. They didn't expect that even with the absolute advantage, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Had this person already defied the heavens to such an extent? Lin Xian snorted coldly. He made a move again. The Great Destruction Spear seemed to have turned into a black dragon. Every time they collided, the ancient coffin would shake violently. The surrounding people gritted their teeth and grabbed the ancient coffin tightly. If they fell out, their fate would be very miserable. Damn it, the roar of desolation. The old man in the lead roared towards the sky. His voice swept through the surroundings. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth to resist Lin Xian. At the same time, the other woman also formed a seal. Spirit of Ice. The entire demon sea was sealed in ice. Lin Xian's speed also slowed down, and an endless amount of frost appeared on his body. In an instant, he was frozen. Great, the Sword of Death. Seeing this, a man soared into the sky and charged over. A sword of death appeared in his hand, and he slashed down from the sky. He swung his sword at Lin Xian. However, divine flames suddenly erupted from Lin Xian's body, melting the ice. At the same time, he used his fingers like a sword and slashed out. Azure sword skill, peerless killing intent. The sword slashed open the man's forehead. The man fell to the ground and was instantly killed. The surrounding people became even crazier. Another one had fallen. They attacked in a frenzy. This time, they even activated the ancient coffin. The ancient coffin rushed towards Lin Xian with a terrifying attack, hitting Lin Xian. It shook Lin Xian so much that his qi and blood were roiling. He had to admit that these ancient coffins were really too mysterious. He roared at the sky. Endless demonic energy condensed behind him, and a phantom of the demon emperor appeared. As soon as the phantom appeared, the entire world shattered, and the demon sea also condensed crazily. Damn it, this was the demon emperor's aura. He cultivated the demon emperor's inheritance. At this moment, the 4 people who were still alive finally went crazy. They now understood why they couldn't defeat their opponent. The demon sea was related to the demon emperor, and their opponent was the demon emperor's successor. They were definitely not a match for him here. Run, the 4 of them turned around and ran. However, the phantom behind Lin Xian stretched out its palm and grabbed forward. Suddenly, the entire demonic sea was condensed, and a formless spatial pressure swept out in front of them. The 4 ancient coffins in front of them let out a violent roar. The 4 ancient powerhouses inside were so shocked that they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were red. Damn it, were they going to die here? One had to know that they weren't from this era. They were existences from tens of thousands of years ago, or even longer. They had relied on the power of the ancient coffins in the barren mountain to survive until now. It was all for the hope of becoming an emperor in this era. Recently, the barren mountain broke through the seal and broke out of the ground, allowing them to see hope. They knew that there would be a great opportunity waiting for them. As long as they waited until that moment, they would recover. However, now, before they could wait, were they going to die in advance? No, I can't accept this. The old man in the lead roared at the sky. Endless great Tao appeared on his body, constantly intertwining. The other people also used all their strength to resist. However, Lin Xian's side was even more terrifying. This time, the demon emperor phantom behind him locked onto one of them and charged forward. The ancient coffin shook, directly blasting the person inside out. The bright woman screamed, "Save me!" The great Tao on his body continued to shatter, and his body turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. Was another one dead? The remaining 3 people's eyes were filled with despair. It probably wouldn't be long before it would be them. Because they realized that Lin Xian was already walking towards them. With every step Lin Xian took, it was as though he was stepping on their hearts, causing their hearts to beat wildly. The distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. However, at that moment, the demonic sea suddenly broke open, and a black stone tablet pressed down from the sky, directly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out, and with a bang, the terrifying heavenly tablet was suppressed. His entire body was also pushed back. His arm was numb, and his blood was boiling. His face instantly turned pale. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. What a strong power, completely surpassing the previous people. Who was it? The light of reincarnation in his eyes cut through the void. The people in the barren mountain were also stunned. Was someone coming to save him? In the next moment, they saw a black heavenly tablet in front of them. It descended from the sky and directly pierced through the demonic sea. At the same time, a figure appeared on the heavenly tablet. It was a tall figure, standing there like a giant god. The aura on his body swept in all directions, making their hair stand on end. It was a quasi-emperor. Feeling the aura, the leading old man exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. The other party was indeed a quasi-emperor. He didn't expect that after Lord Alcohol and the Chaos Quasi-Emperor, another quasi-emperor would appear. Lin Xian had seen many quasi-emperors, such as the corpse of the Magnetism Quasi-Emperor, the remnant soul of the 9 Heavens Quasi-Emperor and the 7th Dragon General in the Dragon Emperor's tomb. These were all quasi-emperors, but they weren't complete. They were either dead or seriously injured. Lin Xian had only seen 2 true quasi-emperors so far. One was Lord Alcohol, and the other was the Chaos Quasi-Emperor of the Chaos race. These 2 had fought a shocking battle back then, but they had already left. Other than them, no other quasi-emperors appeared in the world. However, he didn't expect that another quasi-emperor would appear now, and it was even chasing after him. Feeling the inextinguishable battle intent from the other party, Lin Xian's face darkened. As expected, Mount Eternal was ruthless enough. They actually sent a quasi-emperor to chase after him. The 3 ancient powerhouses who were still alive in the barren hill were delighted. This time, they had joined forces with Mount Eternal. However, they had come first. The powerhouses from Mount Eternal hadn't arrived yet. They didn't expect that Mount Eternal would send a quasi-emperor. Great, there was hope for them. Senior quasi-emperor, please kill this kid. That's right, kill him to prevent future troubles. Ha 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 ha. No matter how strong this kid was, he was definitely no match for a quasi-emperor. They could feel that this was a power that surpassed the Saint realm. In fact, they couldn't even defeat him with their bare hands. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a gap between him and a quasi-emperor. After all, a quasi-emperor's power was above everything. Humph, a bunch of trash, the tall figure on the black stone tablet in front of them responded, making the 3 powerhouses from the barren hill look incomparably ugly. Their strength was extremely terrifying. No one among the sacred lords could compete with them. They could even kill sacred lords like they were crushing ants. So simple, but now, someone actually called them trash. However, they didn't dare to get angry because the person who spoke was even more terrifying than them. It was a quasi-emperor, Qiao Yu, and the others. Therefore, they could only lower their heads and grit their teeth. Don't worry, although you guys are trash, I'm here. I'll get rid of him. The tall figure looked forward. He stared at Lin Xian and spoke in a deep voice. I'm from Mount Eternal, sent by the immortal sovereign. Remember my name, I'm the Demon Slayer Sovereign. A cold voice rang out, causing the entire demon sea to shake violently. Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor was so arrogant. However, do you have the ability to kill me? Lin Xian didn't escape. Instead, he took a step forward. A shocking light appeared in his eyes, and his blood boiled. So what if he was a quasi-emperor? Lin Xian dared to fight him. He was now stronger than Long Mu, but he wasn't a quasi-emperor yet. However, Lin Xian had long wanted to fight with a real quasi-emperor to see how strong he was. What was this kid trying to do? Was he crazy? The three powerhouses from the barren hill were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They saw that Lin Xian didn't leave. Instead, he wanted to fight, damn it. What a foolish kid. The leading old man shook his head. The other man also sneered. What an idiot. Does he think that just because he defeated us, he can go against us? Just wait, he will be killed in one move. It would be best if he didn't flee. If he did, he would definitely die. The three of them were not optimistic about Lin Xian at all. Even the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor laughed. You dare to fight me? Little ant, who gave you the courage? With a look of disdain, he reached out his hand and grabbed forward. A giant hand tore apart the sea of devils and enveloped Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian continued to shatter. It contained a trace of Emperor's might and a terrifying indestructible power. Clearly, the other party was a true quasi-emperor who had condensed an immortal chi seed. The immortal chi seed carried an extremely strong killing intent. Since the other party dared to claim that he was a demon slayer, it meant that he was an extremely powerful fighter. The demonic chi on Lin Xian's body was suppressed, and his brows were tightly furrowed. As expected of a quasi-emperor, he was indeed powerful. But so what? In the next moment, he took out the great spear of destruction. The demonic chi on his body continued to erupt. He struck out with a peerless attack. At this moment, Lin Xian's expression was cold as lightning. Every move he made carried a supreme domineering aura. He pressed forward with indomitable will. Demonic strike, the great spear of destruction flew out, piercing through heaven and earth and colliding with the other party's palm. There was a loud clang. In an instant, the entire demonic sea was torn apart. Endless demonic light appeared on it. This attack actually blocked the quasi-emperor's palm. Behind him, the three ancient powerhouses retreated, their chi and blood surging. However, their eyes were about to pop out. That kid actually blocked it. Impossible. How could he compete with a quasi-emperor? Damn it, how did this kid do it? The three powerhouses were completely dumbfounded. One had to know that a quasi-emperor could probably kill the three of them with a single palm. However, the other party blocked it. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor was also stunned, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He was furious that he didn't manage to kill a small ant with one move. How dare you challenge me? Go to hell. In an instant, his palm became terrifying again, as if it had turned into millions of mountains that fell mercilessly. The great spear of destruction shook violently. Lin Xian was also forced back, but in the next moment, he formed a seal with his palm. The demonic shadow behind him appeared again, and he struck out the demon god seal to resist. He actually blocked the quasi-emperor's attack again. The demonic shadow appeared and stood above the 9 heavens, causing the demon slayer quasi-emperor to frown. This was the demon emperor's phantom. He also felt a chill down his spine. Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you call yourself a demon slayer? Lin Xian charged over with the demon emperor's phantom. Damn it, the demon slayer quasi-emperor roared crazily, and his fists smashed all the demonic chi in the sky. However, at this moment, his soul trembled, because he realized that an eye was floating in the sky, and it directly enveloped his soul. At the same time, there was also the aura of reincarnation, as if it wanted to tear his soul apart. Damn it, it's a soul attack, the demon slayer quasi-emperor was furious. He didn't expect this small ant to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Not only did he have the demon emperor's phantom, but he could also use the reincarnation eye technique, causing him to be at a disadvantage. He let out a roar, looking up to the sky. His voice tore the void, and the power of reincarnation was knocked away. In the next moment, a black seed appeared between his brows. It was his immortal chi seed. At this moment, after the explosion of power, everyone felt despair. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. This true quasi-emperor was really too terrifying, and he still couldn't kill him. More importantly, he still had things to do. If he continued to fight, the demonic sea would shatter. If the demonic sea clan was annihilated in this battle, then he would never be able to find any information about the demon emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian snorted coldly. How dare you disrespect the demon emperor? Today, I'll let you feel the wrath of the demon emperor. Lin Xian activated the demon emperor's phantom behind him, and he actually mobilized the power of the entire demonic sea. Demonic cage, suppress. The demon emperor's phantom behind him also roared into the sky. There was a trace of anger in his voice, and then he slammed his palm forward. The power of the entire demonic sea gathered in his palm, forming a cage. It enveloped the ancient powerhouses and the demon slayer quasi-emperor in front of him. Humph, ants. Do you think the array formation can stop me? The demon slayer quasi-emperor was disdainful, and he slammed his palm forward. However, the cage didn't shatter, which made him frown. The ancient powerhouses behind him also said, "Oh no, he used the power of the entire demonic sea. He escaped." The other woman exclaimed. Lin Xian snorted coldly, turned around, and left. Just now, she did use the demon emperor's phantom to borrow the power of the demonic sea. Although she couldn't completely suppress the other party, she could buy some time for him. At this moment, all the demonic beast clans in the demonic sea went crazy. The demonic sea was too terrifying. They didn't know who was fighting in it. Some of the people who were sent to investigate were annihilated on the way, while the rest of them were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't know what was going on. Was the demonic sea going to be destroyed? In the sea, an octopus was escaping quickly. However, a figure appeared in front of him. Trying to escape, when the octopus saw Lin Xian, he went crazy. You didn't die? Impossible. When he saw Lin Xian being killed by 8 experts, he thought he was dead for sure. Lin Xian sneered. They can't kill me. Now, take me to the demonic sea clan. The octopus was also a divine ancestor. He was a tyrant among the demonic sea clans. However, he couldn't stop trembling in front of Lin Xian. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He couldn't afford to offend him. He prostrated himself on the ground and said, "Young master, please follow me." Lin Xian stood on top of him. The tentacles of the giant octopus danced in the air, turning into a black streak of light that flew at high speed. The demonic sea clan was a top clan in the demonic sea. However, the demonic sea clan wasn't doing well recently. Their demonic sea clan had fallen. All the elders and experts who came with them had fallen. Even the great elder didn't come back. This made them extremely terrified. One should know that the great elder and demonic sea clan had gone to the White Bone Island to participate in the gathering. However, they heard that Huang Ling and the Indestructible Three had joined forces and trapped a group of great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans on the White Bone Island. They even wanted to threaten the great emperor clans. This left them in a daze. Could it be that their Sea Devil Highness and a group of elders and experts were all killed by the desolate spirit? If that was the case, they didn't dare to take revenge. They could only admit that they were unlucky. Therefore, the demonic sea clans shook their heads and sighed. On this day, the entire demonic sea shook violently. It was even penetrated. Some people were struck by the shockwaves and were instantly annihilated. This made the Sea Demon clan panic once again. Heavens, are there experts attacking the demon sea? Who was it? Was it Mount Eternal, Desolate Spirit? They also felt an indestructible power and the aura of death. If the 2 forbidden lands made a move, no one in the Devil Sea would be a match for them. The other elders found the Sea Demon Patriarch and said, "Patriarch, what should we do? Should I leave this place first? I think some clans and sects have already fled." The Sea Demon Patriarch's brows were tightly knitted. They were a family in the Demon Sea. They didn't intend to leave unless they had no other choice. However, the current situation was truly too strange. If it was a forbidden land, they really wouldn't be able to escape. However, at this time an old woman quickly said. When His Highness was still alive, he had once explored the Devil Sea. They went to a magical canyon. It was a canyon at the bottom of the sea, and it was said that His Highness had obtained an incredible opportunity there. It was because of that opportunity that His Highness had broken through to become a crown king. Before His Highness left, he even said that he would explore the canyon at the bottom of the sea again after this gathering. That canyon was obviously a treasure vault, and it was very likely left behind by an ancient expert. Why don't we go there now? Maybe we can avoid this crisis. Hearing this, many people were delighted. The Sea Demon Patriarch did say that, but I don't know where he is. Do you know? The other elders also shook their heads. His Highness Sea Demon liked to explore the Devil Sea every day. He had been to too many places. Therefore, they didn't know at all. That old woman said. This was easy to deal with. His little maid should know. Just find him. Soon, a little maid walked over. Her face was pale and she was incomparably frightened. Greetings, elder. Greetings, patriarch. She didn't know why these people were looking for her. The patriarch asked in a deep voice. The little maid was so frightened that she knelt on the ground. She said, His Highness has been to too many places. I don't know. However, I know that he has been to more than a dozen places recently, but I don't know which one. I need to try. There was no need to be so troublesome. The patriarch walked over and grabbed the little maid's head with one hand. Then, he searched her soul. The little maid screamed crazily. Not long after, her body fell down. The Sea Demon Patriarch grabbed a broken soul and said, Let's go. They soared into the air. The entire Sea Demon clan moved quickly. They were going to the underwater canyon. Even the treasures, formations, weapons, and manuals in the Sea Demon clan were all taken away by them. Because after this trip, they didn't know how long it would take for them to come back. It was safer to bring these things with them. The entire Sea Demon clan had become empty. However, there was blood on the ground, and there was also a fallen corpse. It was the little maid's corpse. Not long after the Sea Demon clan's people left, two figures landed. A black shadow landed like a huge monster. It was the big octopus. Standing on his back was Xianxia. The big octopus said, Young master, the Sea Demon clan has arrived. Xianxia nodded and walked down from his back. The big octopus didn't dare to say anything. It could only crawl to the side and wait quietly. After Xianxia arrived, he frowned. He sensed with his soul and found that the entire Sea Demon clan was empty. He snorted coldly, Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Can you sense if there's anyone here? The big octopus was also a holy lord, so it instantly sensed that there was no one here. It was so scared that it kept kowtowing. Young master, please spare me. I really didn't lie to you. This is really the Sea Demon clan. Look if you don't believe me. It flew over and came to a hall. It grabbed it and said, Young master, look, this is the Sea Demon Palace. This is really the Sea Demon clan. Xianxia also took a look and found that there was indeed the aura of the Sea Demon clan here. But why did these people leave? He looked at the big octopus. The big octopus said, I didn't leak any information. I guess it should be the previous battle that scared them. Along the way, we also saw many families fleeing the Sea Demon clan. Xianxia also sighed, his brows tightly knitted together. He was still one step away. After the Sea Demon clan escaped, he didn't know if they were in Burial Earth Star or if they had left. If they were in Burial Earth Star, it would be fine. If they had left, it would be too difficult to find them in the universe. And it was impossible for him to explore the entire Sea Demon clan. After all, the Sea Demon clan was incomparably mysterious. Some places were probably not weaker than the Forbidden Lands of Death. Xianxia frowned. Suddenly, he paused because he saw the little maid on the ground. What's going on? Why did someone die here? He walked over and took a look. Then, he sighed. There was no saving her. If her soul was shattered, she wouldn't be able to live. The big octopus also ignored him. However, at this moment, a low and weak voice sounded. I can help you find the Sea Demon clan. When he heard this voice, the big octopus was shocked. "Who is it?" he exclaimed. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian also frowned. The gaze of reincarnation bloomed in his eyes. In the next moment, he was stunned and then said, "Come out." Endless soul fragments rose into the air and condensed in the air, forming an illusion. It was a woman who looked exactly the same as the little maid who had fallen. "You're still alive?" The big octopus was shocked. But in the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying resentment. You actually became a vengeful spirit. You know, Lin Xian also looked at her and then said, "Tell me about your experience." He felt that it was definitely not a coincidence that she became a vengeful spirit. The little maid told him about what happened before and then said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I even wanted to take the initiative to tell you about those places. But the Sea Demon clan leader didn't give me a chance at all. He directly collected my soul. And he used a demonic technique. After he collected my soul shattered and I could no longer enter reincarnation. I hate it. I want the Sea Demon clan to be completely destroyed." A hint of killing intent appeared in the little maid's eyes. On the other hand, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was furious as well. The big octopus beside him said, "Damn, I've long heard that the Sea Demon clan is overbearing, but I didn't expect them to be so overbearing. They won't even let off their subordinates?" To be honest, he was also angry. Lin Xian said, "All right, since they deserve to die, I'll send them on their way. Tell me about that place." The little maid said, "I want you to swear." Lin Xian said, "There's no need to swear. I'll bring you and let you see it with your own eyes. Moreover, if you really tell me where the Sea Demon Palace went, I'll not only help you take revenge, but I'll also let you enter reincarnation again." Hearing this, the little maid was shocked. "Really?" The big octopus said, "Just believe him. This young master is a very powerful genius." The big octopus was also incomparably impressed now. "Little maid, let's agree. I'll lead the way." Lin Xian's figure flashed and followed. The big octopus also rose into the air. He also followed to watch the show. Beneath the demonic sea, there was a huge crack that formed a canyon at the bottom of the sea. At this moment, a group of people landed in the canyon. The aura of these people was very terrifying. They were from the Sea Demon clan. The patriarch of the demonic sea beast clan also frowned when he sensed the aura around him. The next moment, he said, "What a terrifying aura." The surrounding elders nodded as well. That's right, this aura was too terrifying. However, they became excited because there was a mysterious and primordial power in it. Clearly, this was an incredible place. If they obtained it, they might have a heaven-defying fortune. Thinking of this, they all laughed proudly. "Great, let's go in." These people took a deep breath and entered the canyon below. Not long after they left, two more figures descended from the sky. Lin Xian looked at the canyon in front of him and said, "Is this the place?" From within his sleeve, the little maid's voice could be heard. "That's right, this is the place." The octopus waved its tentacles and sensed the power around it. He said, "Reporting to the young master, it seems that the Sea Demon clan's people have already entered. Go." Lin Xian walked forward. The big octopus said. The information inside was extremely terrifying. "Young master, be careful." Lin Xian said. It didn't matter. A terrifying sword chi emerged from his body and slashed forward. With the sword, he opened the path. Nothing could stop him. The canyon was very deep. No one knew where it led to, as if it led to hell. At this moment, the faces of the Sea Demon clan's people became extremely ugly. Because when they descended halfway, they were attacked. It was an inexplicable attack. This place was extremely terrifying. There was black demonic chi and terrifying demonic blood. One drop was enough to penetrate many of their experts. Many people died, and some were injured. At this moment, they were facing a great enemy. Retreat, retreat quickly. They knew that they came to the right place, but they were too careless. They didn't expect this place to be so terrifying. After leaving some corpses, the others retreated with injuries. They rose into the air, wanting to go out first. Then, they prepared well and explored again. The speed at which these people retreated was very fast. But suddenly, they stopped. "Who is it? How dare you block our way? Get lost," an elder roared and slammed his palm towards the 9 heavens. Suddenly, the entire void shattered. This elder was also a divine ancestor. He was very powerful. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the figure in front of him slashed out with his sword. This sword light converged into one and directly split the elder into 2 halves. Blood stained the sky. The surrounding people gasped, and the pupils of the Sea Demon clan's patriarch shrank sharply. Who is it? They were very scared now because this underwater canyon was very strange. Now that such a mysterious powerhouse had appeared, how could they not be frightened? As they roared, they looked up. But soon, they were stunned. An octopus and a young man. They breathed a sigh of relief. Then, their faces turned gloomy, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. 2 mere ants dared to compete with them. They really didn't know what was good for them. Originally, they thought that it was an ancient guardian in this canyon. Now it seemed that it wasn't. The Sea Demon clan's patriarch waved his hand, and the powerhouses of the Sea Demon clan rushed over and surrounded Lin Xian and the giant octopus. As soon as they arrived, they sneered. "Boy, how dare you oppose our Sea Demon clan? Do you want to die? I'll let you know what regret is." The Sea Demon clan's patriarch roared. The Sea Demon clan's patriarch also snorted coldly. "I'll let you fall into the 18th level of hell." His eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. Sure enough, they were domineering. The giant octopus was also angry. These people are really too arrogant. Lin Xian also sneered. "There's no need for the Sea Demon clan to exist anymore. Kneel down, and I'll give you a quick death." As soon as these words came out, the people of the Sea Demon clan laughed. "Boy, who do you think you are? You want to challenge our entire clan by yourself? Do you know how strong our Sea Demon clan is?" These elders sneered. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he shot out dozens of sword chi, which turned into giant dragons and flew in all directions. With a rumbling sound, more than a dozen elders were instantly pierced through. They fell from the sky, and their bodies turned into blood mist. The laughter of the people around stopped, and the smiles on everyone's faces froze. Their eyes widened. In the next moment, their expressions became ferocious. "Damn it, what's going on?" More than a dozen powerhouses were destroyed in an instant. "How did this boy do it?" "Demon King, he's a Demon King." The Sea Demon clan's patriarch's pupils also shrank. "Who are you?" He didn't believe that the other party was a young man at all. This should be some terrifying old monster. "May I know who you are?" This time, the Sea Demon patriarch became incomparably respectful. Because he was really too scared. The other party was too terrifying. With just a few simple moves, he could kill so many experts on their side. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. "First, I'm not a senior, I'm just a young man. Second, I'm here to destroy your Sea Demon clan." Lin Xian's cold voice came out, making the Sea Demon patriarch's pupils fiercely shrink. "Damn it, did I offend you?" He gritted his teeth and said. Lin Xian said, "You didn't offend me, but I promised someone else." With that, he waved his embroidered robe, and a ray of light emerged. Then there was a shrill voice, "Sea Demon patriarch, you didn't expect this day to come, right? It's you." After the Sea Demon patriarch saw the other party, his pupils shrank, and his face became gloomy. The faces of the other Sea Demon powerhouses also changed after seeing this. "You damn little maid, you dare to turn into a resentful spirit after death and fight against us? Do you think you can really compete with us just because you found a young man? Previously, we were just worried that he was the guardian of this underwater canyon, so we didn't dare to act rashly. But now it seems that this is not the case at all, so we don't need to hold back. Kill him." Following the order, the Sea Demon clan powerhouses in the surroundings released a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. One powerful figure after another walked over. So many powerhouses blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The big octopus was also frightened. If it weren't for Lin Xian, he would have turned around and fled. The little maid was also afraid. Although she had turned into a resentful spirit, she was no match for these people at all. But at this time, Lin Xian walked out and snorted coldly. The illusion demon scripture was activated, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. As soon as the demonic shadow appeared, the entire underwater canyon shook violently. The surrounding demonic chi quickly rolled and condensed under Lin Xian's feet. When the sea demon clansmen saw this scene, their pupils shrank sharply. Damn it, what is that? They stared at the demonic sound, and their faces became incomparably ugly. Because this demonic shadow made them want to kneel down and worship it. Who are you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Remember my name. I am Lin Wudi. As he spoke, he formed hand seals with his hands. The demonic shadow behind him roared toward the sky. The demonic world descended. With an angry roar, he mobilized all the demonic chi in the demonic sea and suppressed them. Lin Wudi. It's actually you. When the sea demon patriarch heard this name, his face turned ugly. How could he not know this name? His name was like thunder in Burial Earth Star. The other party was the Triple Crown champion, the champion of the dragon transformation battle, and the descendant of the great dragon. He was a terrifying top-notch genius. He was a popular candidate to become the great emperor. Such a person actually appeared in front of them and even wanted to attack them. How could they possibly resist? One had to know that the Purple Mansion and the Thousand Dragon Court, which had once opposed Lin Wudi, were both very miserable. The Sea Devil Patriarch roared crazily. Run, run quickly. He was very regretful now. Why didn't you recognize him from the start? Lin Wudi was the only young man in the world with such strength. The others quickly fled frantically, but it was useless. In the sky, a demonic world enveloped them, bringing with it the power of the demonic sea. The power of the demonic emperor phantom behind them also fell mercilessly. In the demonic world, there was endless demonic chi that turned into demonic lightning that penetrated all directions. In an instant, those people kept falling. When the big octopus saw this scene, it was so scared that it crawled on the ground. The other party could control the power of the entire demonic sea. It was really too heaven-defying. At the same time, in another place in the demonic sea, there was also a demonic world cage. There were 4 figures trapped in this cage. A demonic slayer quasi-emperor from Mount Eternal and 3 ancient powerhouses from the desolate spirits. At this moment, they also quickly joined hands and bombarded the demonic ring cage. Finally, they managed to crack the demonic realm's cage. Great, it won't be long before the cage shatters. Humph, how dare you use the power of the demonic emperor to trap me? I will make you regret it, Lin Wudi. I won't let you off. The demonic slayer quasi-emperor's voice was cold. As they attacked, more and more cracks appeared on the demonic world cage. It was about to shatter. On the other side, Lin Xian summoned the demonic world again, completely enveloping the demonic sea demon clan. These demonic sea demons were no match at all and were all suppressed. Many of them died. Looking at this scene, the little maid finally cried. She bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Thank you, sir, for helping me fulfill my wish. Lin Xian said, this is what I promised you. You don't have to thank me. The destination you mentioned is in this canyon? The little maid nodded. Lin Xian said, okay, then I'll send you to reincarnation. The little maid was stunned. Then she said, young master, I don't want to reincarnate. I want to follow you. After seeing Lin Xian's power, the little maid was completely shocked at this moment. If she followed such a powerhouse, she would have no regrets in this life. Follow me? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, but not long after, he nodded. Okay, then are you willing to become the king of demonic sea demons? From now on, I will let you command the entire demonic sea demon clan. The little maid was stunned. Could it really be done? One must know that before, she was just a little maid in the demonic sea demon clan. It could be said that she was a slave, the most humble ant. The other party could easily erase her. Now, she was above the demonic sea demon clan. The little maid couldn't believe it. Lin Xian said, as long as you are willing, I can make you the king of demonic sea demons. I am willing to lead the power of the demonic sea demon clan to follow you. The little maid knelt down on one knee. At this moment, her eyes flickered with excitement. Okay. Lin Xian waved his hands, and the phantom of the demonic emperor appeared behind him again. Forming a seal with his palms, Lin Xian used the peerless supernatural power in the illusionary demon scripture, demonic song. This was the demonic emperor's peerless supernatural power, which belonged to the soul and sound type of attack. The demonic overture could kill the 9 heavens. And the demonic song, in addition to the overture, there were many more pages. Some could be controlled. The demonic Sea Demon clan was also considered a clan in the demon realm. Lin Xian had the demonic emperor's supernatural power. It was really too easy for him to control the demonic Sea Demon clan. After all, at his level, he dared to challenge a quasi-emperor. His strength was definitely beyond the imagination of these people. Many demonic runes appeared in Lin Xian's hands and flew into the glabella of the demonic Sea Demon clan in front. Those demonic Sea Demon clan members who were suppressed trembled. The next moment, a rune appeared in their souls. They looked at Lin Xian affectionately and became extremely respectful. "Greetings, Master." These people all knelt on the ground and prostrated themselves towards Lin Xian. The big octopus looked at this scene and was stunned. The little maid was also shocked. The patriarch of the demonic Sea Demon clan in front, including a group of elders and powerhouses, all surrendered. Was this the young master's method? The little maid was also stunned when she saw this scene. Lin Xian used his demonic qi to form a token and flew in front of the little maid. Then, it fused into his glabella. He said, "From now on, the entire Sea Demon clan will listen to you, and from now on, you are no longer a little maid. You are called the Sea Demoness." Yes, the Sea Demoness greets the young master. "From now on, I swear to follow the young master to the death, even if it means risking my life." At this moment, Lin Xian had subdued another powerful force. When the big octopus saw this, it was also stunned. "I am also willing to follow the young master." Lin Xian said, "Okay, then you can stay by the Sea Demoness side and assist her from now on." The big octopus was very excited. If it could follow such a person and Lin Xian became a great emperor in the future, then it would have a meteoric rise. So, how could it not be happy? While they were excited here at the same time, another earth-shattering rumble came from the depths of the demon sea. The big octopus felt this aura and also prostrated on the ground. "What a terrifying aura, why do I feel a trace of emperor's might?" Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that the people he had sealed had come out. As expected of a quasi-emperor, their speed was so fast. He said to the Sea Demoness and led the people away. "Yes, Master." The Sea Demoness and the big octopus led the people of the Sea Demon clan into the sky. They left the underwater canyon. Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew towards the underwater canyon. He didn't have much time, he had to hurry. He felt that there was indeed a kind of summoning below. Because when he condensed the Demon Emperor's figure previously, he felt that it was different from before. His illusionary demon scripture also felt a mysterious summoning. It should be something left behind by the Demon Emperor. So, he sped up. At the same time, the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor also walked out. He said, "Follow me to hunt down that brat." The old man leading the desolate tomb said, "Lord Quasi-Emperor, please go first. We have to collect some things." "Why, do you want to escape?" The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor snorted. "Cowardly ants." The 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces as they said, "Lord Quasi-Emperor, you're overthinking things. We are not running away. We are going to call back the remaining ancient coffins." The 8 ancient coffins could have formed a peerless formation, but we were careless and didn't have the chance to use it. Several of our companions have fallen, but the ancient coffin is still here, so we have to take it back. After saying that, the 3 of them moved quickly. "Alright, I'll be waiting for you." The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor's figure flashed as he flew into the distance. He could sense Lin Xian's aura, but found that Lin Xian's aura was becoming more and more indistinct. He absolutely could not allow the other party to disappear. He rushed over. Soon, he arrived at the underwater canyon. Looking at the canyon in front of him, he frowned. "Humph, do you think you can escape my pursuit by hiding here? What a joke." With a flash, he flew into the canyon. It was unknown if the canyon was connected to the 9 Serenities' hell, but it was extremely deep. He couldn't see the end of it. After Lin Xian reached a certain depth, he slowed down. This was because he felt a terrifying aura around him. Terrifying demonic qi, terrifying demonic blood, and another force. That force didn't belong to the Demon Emperor, but it was equally terrifying. It was obvious that the Demon Emperor and his enemies had stayed here for a long time. Lin Xian kept descending until he finally arrived at the bottom of the canyon. The bottom of the canyon was unusually vast. It was very quiet here, without a single sound. There was only the sound of Lin Xian's footsteps. Lin Xian began to search, but his brows were tightly knitted together because he didn't find anything. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? He saw that there were only some gravel on the ground of the canyon. According to his speculation, the Sea Demon Clan's highness should have obtained the fragment in this canyon. However, the other party shouldn't have had the chance to come to the deepest part. He should have obtained it near the canyon. There should be another treasure in the depths of this canyon. However, he didn't expect to find that there was nothing here after he came down. Lin Xian frowned. He took out the fragment he had obtained. After taking it out, the fragment also emitted a mysterious light. In fact, it even shook slightly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that there should be something, but it was hidden too deep and he hadn't discovered it yet. At the same time, he discovered that this place had changed. Not only was it quiet, but a terrifying force surged out. It caused his 9-yang divine body to emit cracking sounds. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath. This place was indeed strange. Just as he was about to probe further, he stopped. He looked up at the sky and sighed. As expected, it came. Lin Xian didn't act rashly. At the same time, a figure quickly descended from the sky. With a boom, it landed at the bottom of the canyon, causing the entire canyon to shake slightly. An aura swept out in all directions. Kid, run. Let's see how you escape from my grasp. The person who landed was tall and big. It was the Demon Slayer. He stared at Lin Xian and sneered. However, not long after, he frowned. Damn it, what's going on? Where is this place? Previously, he only paid attention to Lin Xian and didn't care about anything else. Moreover, with his cultivation as a quasi-emperor, there were only a few places in this world that he couldn't go. He didn't care about other places at all. However, when he sensed the aura here, his expression changed. This was because he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him from all directions. It wanted to tear his body into pieces. Damn it, he shouted angrily, and an indestructible battle intent erupted from his body, forming an indestructible armor to block it. At the same time, he looked around. This place was very desolate. There were no plants, only the ground and gravel. Other than that, there was only Lin Xian. Damn kid, where is this place? He glared at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian sneered. This is your burial ground. Humph, stupid thing. Do you think you can kill me by luring me to such a strange place? This place may be terrifying, but it's still impossible to kill me. I'm a quasi-emperor. You don't understand the power of a quasi-emperor. The Demon Slayer quasi-emperor snorted. Although this place was mysterious, he wasn't afraid of anything. Not only was he a quasi-emperor, but he also came from a forbidden land. He was experienced and knowledgeable and had seen all kinds of scenes. Although the place in front of him was mysterious, he felt that he could still control it. He opened his armor to block the pressure. However, in the ground beneath their feet, a black shadow quietly spread out and swept towards them. Lin Xian and the Demon Slayer quasi-emperor didn't notice this at all. By the time they noticed, it was already too late. The mysterious shadow entangled them and restrained them in an instant. What are you? Get lost. The Demon Slayer quasi-emperor roared. Murderous intent appeared on his body as he began to attack. However, the black shadow did not shatter. Instead, it grew bigger with his body and kept shaking. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He also realized that the thing that wrapped around his body was actually kelp. Kelp was very common at the bottom of the sea, but this was not normal. De Long said, "Kid, be careful." The kelp grew up after absorbing the blood of the Demon Emperor. They are very terrifying. I don't think your divine body can break through them. However, you are the successor of the Demon Emperor. If you use the illusory demon crystal scripture, they will not attack you. Hearing DeLong's words, Lin Xian took a deep breath and quickly used the illusory demon scripture. Demonic patterns appeared on his body, and a terrifying demonic chi appeared. Sensing this familiar aura, the black kelp quickly retreated. Soon, Suchen was no longer controlled. He heaved a sigh of relief. That moment just now was really too terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. As expected of the place where the Demon Emperor was injured. It was indeed terrifying. In addition, he looked up and saw that the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor in front of him was also roaring crazily. Lin Xian was even more surprised that the kelp did not shatter. Even the Quasi-Emperor could not do anything to it. Lin Xian smiled. Didn't you say you wanted to kill the Demon Emperor? These are all condensed from the blood of the Demon Emperor. Let's see how you kill them. Lin Xian sneered. Demonic chi surrounded his body, causing the surrounding kelp to all circle around him. Instead, they attacked the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor crazily. Soon, the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor was surrounded and wrapped up like a dumpling. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor's face was hideous. Crackling sounds came from his body. Obviously, he was also under great pressure. Damn it, my fighting spirit is not extinguished. At this moment, he suddenly roared. The inextinguishable seed between his brows kept erupting. At the same time, a sonorous sound came from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a peerless blade that began to sweep in all directions. The sky and earth cracked. The kelp shattered like silk and scattered on the ground. Humph, nothing can stop me. Demon Slayer coldly shouted. Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of a true Quasi-Emperor, he was indeed powerful. That strike just now also made his hair stand on end, as if he had been split open. However, those broken black kelp actually healed again like earthworms. His broken body actually reassembled and recovered. Once again, they charged towards Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer roared. He raised his hand and waved his saber wildly to block the attack. This time, he was truly enraged. His heaven-shaking power exploded, and the immortal energy seed also condensed. Only then did it manage to block the black kelp. The next moment, he raised his head and stared at Lin Xian with a terrifying light. His eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Brat, let's see who can save you this time, we are here too. At this moment, another angry roar came from the sky. Then, 8 rays of light pierced through the air and arrived at the canyon at the bottom of the sea. Lin Xian frowned when he saw the 8 lights. 8 ancient coffins. Did the people from Huangling City come again? 8 ancient coffins floated in the sky, but only 3 of them were open. Someone came out from inside, and the rest were all dead. How dare the 3 of you come back? Aren't you afraid that I will send you to hell? Lin Xian sneered. Brat, we have always remembered this grudge. Although they are dead, their ancient coffins are still here. They can form a terrifying Great Barren formation that can take away all life. Let's see how you can block it. The leading old man shouted angrily and set up the formation. The 8 ancient coffins flew in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. An extremely terrifying aura of death and desolation spread out. Demon Slayer also rose into the sky, and the power on his body became more and more terrifying. Obviously, the 2 of them wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian here. Lin Xian's face darkened. You want to kill me? You don't have the right to do so. Although the 2 of them were very powerful when they joined forces, Lin Xian had many trump cards. This time, he even brought half of the sky-devouring jar with him. That was half an extreme weapon, and it was absolutely terrifying. Hence, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He took a deep breath and was about to use the sky-devouring jar. However, at this moment, the ground split open. A black shadow rose into the sky again, and Lin Xian quickly retreated. Even DeLong was shocked. He did not expect the kelp to have absorbed so much demon the arch blood. Had it grown to such a level, the sky darkened, and the kelp was tens of thousands of miles long, bearing its fangs and claws like a demon. As soon as it appeared, it swept across the world. The 8 ancient coffins were all entangled, and they shook. Damn it, what is this? The face of the leader of the wild forest elder turned extremely ugly. Demon Slayer also shouted angrily, again. He waved his arms, forming a terrifying demon-killing battle saber. It swept in all directions. It collided with the black kelp. The kelp used softness to conquer strength, and it wrapped around the battle saber, sealing it. The scene was extremely strange. Lin Xian quickly used the illusion demon scripture, and demonic aura surged from his body. Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor said, "Quick, don't let him escape. Use all your strength." As he spoke, he stomped his feet, and his body became extremely terrifying, as if he had turned into a giant. Another black steel appeared in his hand, and the inextinguishable battle intent on it was even more terrifying. Inextinguishable, suppressing the heavens. With a roar, the black steel enlarged, and it was tens of thousands of meters long. It was as if an ancient mountain had descended from the sky, and it suppressed all the kelp. On the other side, the leading old man also shouted angrily, and the 8 ancient coffins rotated as if they had opened the gates to hell. The aura of death from inside was like seawater. It enveloped the surrounding black kelp. After the demonic blood kelp was enveloped, their vitality was quickly taken away. It had to be said that the two of them had really used all their strength this time. The power was extremely terrifying, and they quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. They were indeed difficult to deal with. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. The sword chi on his body soared into the sky, and he was about to attack. However, at this moment, the void behind him cracked open, and a bolt of lightning struck him again, sending him flying. What was that? Lin Xian shouted angrily. His body was about to shatter. At the critical moment, he used the Heaven's Battle map to cover his body. Only then did he manage to block the attack. She suddenly turned around and saw that it was a bolt of black lightning that kept dancing. Its speed was extremely fast. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold, and he used his Rinnegan to look forward. This was, before he could react, the void around him kept shattering, and black lightning bolts appeared one after another. Those lightning bolts were not big, only the size of a palm, but there were too many of them. They covered the sky and covered the earth. In an instant, tens of thousands of them appeared, and the number was still increasing. Those lightning bolts moved together and danced in all directions, instantly piercing through heaven and earth. Even the demon blood sea was pierced through. The 8 ancient coffins were also impacted and let out an earth-shaking sound. Countless thunderous sounds rang out. The 3 ancient powerhouses who were still alive were also shaken to the point that their blood was boiling. A few of them were even pierced through and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor was also impacted. As a Quasi-Emperor, he was powerful and could withstand it. However, when he saw tens of thousands of black lightning bolts surging over, he could only temporarily dodge. He tore open the void and quickly dodged. After tens of thousands of black lightning bolts, the number was still increasing. It increased to 100,000 black lightning bolts. Lin Xian's reincarnation tunnel was pierced through. He took out the Heaven's Battle map. Even the Heaven's Battle map was shaken and dimmed from the impact. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? Why do I still feel a trace of Emperor's might? The old man on the other side of the desolate tomb was also screaming crazily. He was really too scared. This black kelp was formed by absorbing the blood of the demon emperor. It had the Emperor's might. However, this black lightning also had the Emperor's might. And it was not the demon Emperor's might. It was another kind of Great Earth Emperor. Heavens, what was going on? Why was it other than the demon Emperor? Had other great emperors been here, and they also stayed here? Lin Xian was even more shocked. Legend had it that the demon Emperor had fought with someone back then and was even injured here. Who was his opponent? There had been no records. Now, another kind of great emperor's power had appeared. Could it be that the one who fought with the demon emperor back then was also a kind of great emperor? But it shouldn't be. Wasn't there only one great emperor at a time? Lin Xian was very confused. However, there was no time for him to think too much. Even though he now had the demonic chi and the power of the demon emperor, those black lightning bolts did not seem to let him go. They rushed towards him in an overwhelming manner. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The heavens battle map and the Taiji diagram kept appearing. The 6 paths of reincarnation swept in all directions. The sword chi even split open the sky and fought with these black lightning bolts. Damn it, what the hell was this thing? The experts on the other side of the barren forest also roared madly. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to see clearly that these black lightning bolts were tadpoles. Each black lightning bolt was a tadpole. Now, there were 100,000 tadpoles fighting with them. These were not ordinary tadpoles. They were even more powerful than exotic beasts. One had to know how powerful Lin Xian and the others were. But now, they were helpless against these tadpoles. Even Demon Slayer was roaring furiously. He also noticed the black tadpoles. He roared angrily. A mere tadpole dared to contend against him, Demon Slayer. He slashed out with his saber, splitting the heavens and the earth. Finally, some of the tadpoles were split apart. Roar, those tadpoles roared crazily. At this moment, the void behind him shattered, and another huge black tadpole flew out. This tadpole was really too big, like a huge mountain. It stood there. Ignorant humans actually came to the sleeping land at the bottom of the sea and knelt down to accept death. His cold voice was filled with boundless power. Lin Xian was surprised. These were really terrifying beasts. He frowned. Demon Slayer, on the other hand, was cold. Humph, how dare you ants make me kneel down? The power in his body became even more terrifying. Me? Hearing this, the tadpole leader also frowned. He looked carefully. The next moment, he sneered. So you're just a quasi-emperor. You're just a quasi-emperor. You don't have the right to be presumptuous here. The people of the Barren Spirit tribe gasped. Someone didn't even put a quasi-emperor in his eyes, even Lin Xian was surprised. This group of tadpoles had extraordinary origins. The tadpole leader snorted and swallowed them. In the surroundings, the 100,000 tadpoles once again charged over, turning into black lightning bolts. The terrifying power was enough to pierce through everything. Lin Xian also made his move. The hell sword slashed in all directions. It carried the sword intent of a dragon and was indestructible. The tadpoles that were close to him were all killed. All of them were chopped into pieces, and miserable screams could be heard. In addition, Demon Slayer also displayed the power of a quasi-emperor and began to counterattack. The 3 experts of the Barren Spirit tribe were no match for him, but the barren death formation they formed was extremely terrifying. The 8 ancient coffins were made of an unknown material. Under such an impact, they were not destroyed, not even a crack. It was really too magical. Just like that, Lin Xian and the other 2 forces began to fight against these black tadpoles. Gradually, more and more black tadpoles fell. The tadpole leader was also angry. How dare you kill us? You're dead meat, he roared at the sky, his body swayed, and the entire demon sea trembled. A terrifying killing intent swept in all directions, and even more tadpoles appeared in the surroundings. Attack him, Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor's scalp went numb when he saw the scene. He roared and charged towards the tadpole leader. The barren death formation also swept out. Lin Xian frowned. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Because the fragment he obtained from the Sea Demon Royal Highness was shaking violently, as if it was about to fly away. If it weren't for him tightly holding onto it, it would have flown away long ago. In the end, Lin Xian could only use the power of the heaven-devouring jar to create a black vortex. It enveloped the other party. It seemed that something incredible was about to come out. Lin Xian was surrounded by a black vortex to defend himself. In front of him, Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor, the people of the Barren Tomb, and the tadpole leader were fighting. The tadpole leader was extremely terrifying. However, the other party was not a quasi-emperor and was still not a match for a quasi-emperor. However, there were too many tadpoles around him. Once 100,000 tadpoles appeared, it was enough to fight against a quasi-emperor. The more Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor fought, the more difficult it became for him. He roared at the sky. The Demon Slayer blade had become even more terrifying. However, at this moment, a ray of light flew out between heaven and earth and slashed forward. Demon Slayer's expression changed. He was hit by this ray of light and was sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Many of the bones in his body were broken. The 8 ancient temples were also sent flying, their surfaces dim and lacking radiance. Lin Xian was also hit, but he was already prepared. He used the devouring vortex to block this attack. He retreated with a cold expression. What was this thing that was so terrifying? Damn it, who dared to hurt me? Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor Yang Tian roared. As a quasi-emperor, he was actually injured. The people of the barren tomb also felt their scalps go numb. The tadpole leader sneered. How dare you be so presumptuous in this place? No one in the world can save you. 100,000 tadpoles kowtowed to the void together, submitting. In the void, there was a metal fragment flickering. It was stained with demon blood, but it was extremely sharp. What was that? Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor and the others were stunned. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Because he realized that the fragment in the sky was extremely similar to the one in his hand. From the looks of it, the two should be the same thing that came from a weapon. It should be broken now. Lin Xian guessed. However, this broken weapon fragment could penetrate the body of a quasi-emperor and even he couldn't suppress it. He had to use the sky-devouring jar to suppress it. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be a fragment of an imperial weapon? After thinking about it, Lin Xian could only think of this possibility. Could it be that the demon emperor's emperor weapon was broken here? Damn it, what is that thing? It's so terrifying. The old man leading the desolate spirits had an ugly look on his face. The demon slayer quasi-emperor also frowned. There was a crack on his demon slayer saber. Obviously, it was injured in the collision just now. This made his heart bleed. At the same time, he was also terrified. He gritted his teeth and said, only an extreme-grade weapon can hurt me. This is a fragment of an extreme-grade weapon. As soon as he said this, the 3 experts from the desolate tomb were stunned. A fragment of an extreme-grade weapon, the firmament, an extreme-grade weapon, was the weapon of a great emperor, the supreme existence of weapons, but now it was broken. This was impossible. What kind of power could break an extreme-grade weapon? One had to know that once an extreme Dao weapon appeared in the myriad of worlds, it would sweep through the world and be invincible. Only the other imperial armaments would be able to contend against them. However, there had been several extreme-grade battles before. However, even if they were fully recovered, they were only evenly matched. There was no extreme-grade weapon that was broken. This made it hard for them to imagine what kind of battle had happened for the extreme-grade weapon to be broken. Even Lin Xian's expression was extremely solemn. Whether this was the demon emperor's weapon or not, the battle back then was already very tragic, far beyond their imagination. It seemed that this was not just a simple enemy. In front, the tadpole leader and the others knelt on the ground and kept worshipping. They looked at the demon slayer quasi-emperor and the others and sneered. Yes, this was an emperor weapon. Although it was only a fragment, it was enough to kill them. They activated the fragment of the emperor weapon and flew forward. The people from the desolate tomb could only enter the ancient coffin to resist, but they were still beaten until they vomited blood. Even Demon Slayer did not dare to be arrogant this time. He frantically fled. Would never dare to stand up to such a weapon. Although he was a quasi-emperor, he was only one step away from becoming a true great emperor. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was like heaven and earth. Not to mention a great emperor, he couldn't even defeat a fragment of the great emperor's weapon. One could imagine how big the gap was. The shard of an emperor weapon caused both sides to flee frantically. He was like a stray dog. The tadpole leader laughed heartily. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Brat, it seems like you're the weakest and don't have any trump cards. Then you can go die." He controlled the imperial armament fragment and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a black jar appeared and charged forward. "Reckless human ant, who do you think you are? That's a fragment of an imperial armament. It's not something you can fight against." These black tadpoles laughed wildly. In their opinion, Lin Xian didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In front of them, there was a violent explosion. These black tadpoles were all stunned. How was this possible? "He blocked it," the tadpole leader also exclaimed and roared. He had seen the most unbelievable scene. One had to know that the previous quasi-emperor could only flee after being killed by him. But now, this human youth in front of him actually blocked it. Damn it, how did he do it? When he felt the same extreme aura coming from the black jar, his face became incomparably ugly. It was an extreme weapon, and it was complete. "You're from a great emperor family?" she exclaimed. Lin Xian blasted away the weapon fragment and sneered. "Now, you still dare to call me an ant? Let's see who's the ant." The heaven-devouring jar shone brightly and swallowed the heavens and earth. It swallowed the tadpoles. 100,000 black tadpoles tried to resist, but they couldn't stop it at all. In this black vortex, there were many existences that were directly swallowed up and were no longer there. No, the black tadpole leader was in despair, and the other tadpoles were also wailing. Even the demon slayer and desolate tomb people felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect this kid to have an emperor weapon with him. They were really careless. If they really fought and the other party took out the emperor weapon, they were afraid that they would be doomed. "Retreat, retreat quickly," the tadpole leader roared crazily, and the others quickly retreated. At the same time, they summoned the emperor weapon fragment back and kept enlarging it. It was like a broken shield, resisting. Only then did it block the black vortex. However, he was still firmly suppressed. After all, although the heaven-devouring jar was only half, this half was still intact. The other party was only a fragment of the emperor weapon. The difference between the two sides was too great. It was normal for it to be suppressed. "Go, follow." Seeing Lin Xian opening the way in front, the demon slayer quasi-emperor and desolate forest people quickly followed behind. They wanted to see what kind of existence was buried in this place. Lin Xian held the heaven-devouring jar and swept it in all directions. The black tadpoles were constantly shattered. Finally, they had no way to retreat. There was no passage behind them. Lin Xian once again created the black vortex and pushed it forward. The black tadpoles all knelt on the ground as if they were worshipping something. Suddenly, the void in front of them split open and a ray of light flew out, directly piercing through the black vortex. It hit the heaven-devouring jar and knocked Lin Xian back. Lin Xian's arm went numb. What was that? It was so terrifying. Was there another fragment? The demon slayer quasi-emperor and the others were also stunned. They stopped and looked in front of them in shock. In front of him, there was a dark red shadow floating. What was that? Lin Xian and the others were stunned. However, a low voice came from ahead. "Who was it? How dare you disturb my sleep?" As soon as the voice came out, the sky and earth shook and the demonic sea boiled. Lin Xian and the others vomited blood. Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to protect his body. However, the others were not so lucky. Cracks appeared on the demon slayer quasi-emperor's body, and the bodies of the people in the desolate tomb were also torn apart. Even with the ancient coffin this time, they were still seriously injured. These people were crazy. The moment they heard the voice, they were seriously injured. "What was that?" even Lin Xian exclaimed. "Could it be a real the arch? Was there an earth sleeping here?" De Long also warned, "Kid, be careful. This is a real the arch aura, different from that of a quasi-emperor." Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the demon slayer quasi-emperor and the others, they turned around and fled. As a quasi-emperor, the demon slayer quasi-emperor knew too well how terrifying a real the arch was. They were undefeatable, so she definitely did not dare to go against them. Since they were here, how could they leave? A bunch of ignorant ants. The low voice sounded again, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. At the same time, the emperor weapon fragment from before floated up. In addition, a few emperor weapon fragments also appeared in all directions. There were a total of 7 ice fragments floating in the air. Some were big and some were small. The big one was the size of a plate, and the small one was only the size of a finger. However, these were fragments of an emperor weapon after all. They were extremely sharp. No matter how small they were not something that others could contend with. The one in Lin Xian's hand was half the size of a palm. Although it was shaking violently, it still did not fly out. This made Lin Xian puzzled. That's not right. This emperor weapon is not controlled by the great emperor. If the one sleeping in front of him was a great emperor, then even if it was a fragment of an emperor weapon and was suppressed by the heaven-devouring jar, it should fly out instantly. He used his rinnegan and carefully examined it. He found that other than the one in his hand, there were some other emperor weapon fragments around him. They did not fly into the air either. This surprised him. He found that the fragments contained a lot of demon blood. Could it be that the demon emperor's power was suppressing the other party? If that was the case, then the great emperor sleeping here was definitely not the demon emperor. It was the enemy of the demon emperor. Now, he was extremely excited. He finally knew who was fighting the demon emperor back then. At the same time, she was also extremely surprised. These great emperors were indeed terrifying. It seemed that the news about the great emperors that had spread before were just legends. There were actually 2 great emperors that appeared at the same time. Moreover, there was a shocking battle that even the emperor weapon was shattered. More importantly, one of the great emperors was still alive. One had to know that Lin Xian had heard many legends about the great emperors as he grew. The 2 most important ones were that the great emperors were not immortal. They could live for at most 10 to 20,000 years. Moreover, only one great emperor could appear in each era. They stood at the peak of the universe, suppressing the myriad of worlds. But now, all of this was overturned. However, thinking about it, even quasi-emperors rarely appeared in this era, let alone great emperors. Everything about the great emperors were legends. Thinking back to what the extreme Tao weapon had said before, the great emperors did not belong to the human world. They were supreme existences that surpassed everything. How could other people know the details of the great emperors? It seemed that there were many secrets about the great emperors. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He really hoped that one day he could reach this realm. This way, he would know all the secrets of the great emperor. Surrounded by 7 imperial armament fragments, Lin Xian could still be considered calm. However, the people from the desolate tomb were so frightened that they were about to cry. Even the demon slayer quasi-emperor's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you really a great emperor?" A cold shout came from the front. "How dare you disrespect the great emperor?" He knelt down and kowtowed. The tadpoles roared crazily. That deep voice was also heard. Who would have thought that a quasi-emperor would appear here? Furthermore, your aura is incomparably familiar. Demon Slayer was stunned. In the next moment, he quickly said, "Greetings, great emperor. I am a demon slayer, a martial artist of Mount Eternal." This time, I didn't know the situation and mistakenly entered the great emperor's resting place. I hope the great emperor can spare my life and let me leave on account of Mount Eternal. It's actually Mount Eternal. I was wondering why its aura was so familiar. In front of them, the deep voice sounded again, seemingly a little surprised. When the 3 experts from the desolate hill saw this scene, they hurriedly said, "Great Emperor, please spare our lives. We are also martial artists from the desolate spirit realm. Please have mercy, your majesty." Even the desolate hill has appeared. The mysterious voice in front of them was even more surprised. However, he snorted coldly. "So what? I don't care about a mere forbidden land of life. Even if your mortal sovereigns were here, I wouldn't care. What's more, you little ants. Since you dare to disturb me, you can go to hell." Between heaven and earth, the fragments of the emperor weapon shone brightly, causing the people from the desolate hill to despair. The demon slayer quasi-emperor's pupils constricted. Damn it, is he not afraid of their forbidden land of life? He doesn't even care about mortal sovereigns. Is the great emperor in front of them really so terrifying? No, senior, don't attack us. You have to attack him. The demon slayer quasi-emperor pointed at Lin Xian. He said that this person is the demon emperor's inheritance. Senior, you must have fought with the demon emperor back then. You must be his enemy. Now that the demon emperor's inheritance is here, you must kill him first. The demon slayer quasi-emperor pointed his spear at Lin Xian. Obviously, he was planning to shift the blame to the east. As long as Lin Xian and the great emperor fought, they still had a chance to escape. Although Lin Xian was weaker than him, he had the heaven-devouring jar in his hand after all. He could resist for a while. And this time difference was their chance to escape. The demon emperor's successor, hearing this, the voice suddenly changed. and in the next moment between heaven and earth, the murderous intent swept through the 9 heavens like raging waves crashing against the shore. Heaven and earth, the 9 heavens and 10 lands, everything was shattering. Even Lin Xian kept retreating. His face turned pale. This was the great emperor's murderous intent. He activated the heaven-devouring jar to the extreme to protect himself. At the same time, he stared at the demon slayer quasi-emperor. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. These guys actually killed with a borrowed knife. If he had the chance, he would definitely make these people regret it. He would send these people to hell. However, the great emperor's murderous intent was really too terrifying. It made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. I didn't expect to meet the demon emperor's successor in this life. I'm so happy. Where's that old fart, the demon emperor? Has he already fallen? But it doesn't matter. He dared to go against me back then. Today, I will make his successor die without a burial place. As soon as the voice fell, the 7 weapon fragments in the sky exploded together and attacked Lin Xian. This was a peerless murderous intent. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He activated the heaven-devouring jar to the extreme to protect himself. It formed a pitch-black vortex to block the attack. He didn't die, he was holding the heaven-devouring jar. The mysterious voice was even more surprised. It seems that not only did you obtain the demon emperor's inheritance, but you also had other opportunities. It's just half a heaven-devouring jar. If you were a great emperor, you could still leave. However, you're just a small sage. Don't even think about leaving in this lifetime. Lin Xian's face turned ugly. Suddenly, the 7 weapon fragments flew over again. They didn't attack him. Instead, they flew in all directions. In an instant, the demon slayer quasi-emperor screamed. His body was pierced by 3 weapon fragments. Blood stained the sky. He fell from the sky. The 3 experts from the desolate forest also felt their scalps go numb. They were hit by the 4 emperor weapon fragments and their bodies were shattered. Even the desolate coffin had cracks this time around. There was no other way. No matter how strong the coffin was, it was no match for an extreme weapon. Great Emperor, please spare our lives. They kept kowtowing. However, it was useless. With another attack, the coffin shattered into pieces. They were instantly pierced and their souls were destroyed. The desolate spirit experts had all fallen at this moment. Everyone in the desolate tomb had died, and the demon slayer was also severely injured. The only one who was not injured was Lin Xian. The demon slayer quasi-emperor roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Xian. He said, "Kid, let's join forces to fight. Although you have an extreme Dao weapon, your strength is not enough. On top of that, I have the strength of a quasi-emperor. If we control the extreme weapon together, we can definitely leave. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape." As he spoke, he had already arrived near Lin Xian. In his opinion, Lin Xian would definitely agree in order to survive. However, Lin Xian sneered and said, "Scram." What? The demon slayer quasi-emperor was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn kid, do you want to die together with me? Do you really want to die?" Lin Xian snorted. "I can still survive without the power of a quasi-emperor. But without the extreme weapon, how can you survive? Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Why are you begging me now? If you want to beg me, kneel down, kowtow to me, and call me grandpa 3 times. I can consider letting you come over. Do you want to die?" The demon slayer quasi-emperor was so angry that his body trembled. Is he slapping me in the face? He was filled with killing intent. Lin Xian was unmoved. Why? You're not willing? Then get out of my way and die by yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor weapon fragment in the distance quickly charged over. The demon slayer quasi-emperor tried to block it, but he was still sent flying. The injuries on his body were even more terrifying. His body had already been shattered into pieces. Lin Xian was also forced to retreat, but with the sky-devouring jar, he was not injured. Damn kid, how much power do you have left? Hurry up and join hands. The demon slayer quasi-emperor roared at Lin Xian as he recovered his strength. However, he was answered with an attack. Lin Xian used Sky Devouring and created a black vortex that charged towards the Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor was shocked and narrowly dodged. He was still injured. He gritted his teeth. "You're courting death." An extremely terrifying light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the immortal energy seed between his eyebrows began to burn rapidly. Go. He was already burning his life force and origin energy. She wanted to escape. As for Lin Wuti, he would slowly kill him after he got out. He had to make the other party regret what he had done today. A quasi-emperor fighting with his life on the line was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, that person managed to dodge the pursuit of the Imperial armament fragment. He was about to escape. At this moment, Lin Xian sneered. "You still want to leave? Stay with me." He unleashed his power and unleashed a peerless attack. The heaven-devouring jar flew over, and the entire world was swallowed up by a black vortex. At this moment, the power of the heaven-devouring jar was extremely terrifying. "Damn it, you dare to stop me? Go to hell." Sensing the power of this extreme weapon, the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor went crazy. Where did Lin Wuti get his strength from? This was probably all of his strength. How was he going to protect himself after this attack? But now, he couldn't think of anything. Because the heaven-swallowing jar had swallowed him. He could only temporarily avoid the attack and retreat. In the next moment, his face darkened. Damn brat, he was filled with killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? Did you guys think that this day would come when you were trying to shift the blame to someone else? If I can't leave, you can't leave either. Then what do you want? Do you really want to die here?" Lin Xian sneered. "Kneel down, kowtow, call me grandfather, and give me your power. I can let you leave alive." "Dream on," the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor roared. The mysterious voice in front was also angry. "Two ants, do you think that I don't exist? The power of the barren ancient coffin, the indestructible power, and the power of the Demon Emperor's inheritance are enough to help me break the seal." At this point, he roared, and the fragments of the Imperial armament flew in all directions. They enveloped the 8 ancient coffins and brought them over. At the same time, they charged towards the Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor and Lin Xian. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor screamed and wanted to retreat. But he realized that this time, he was targeted by a great emperor. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't escape. His body was penetrated and he flew forward uncontrollably. "Damn brat, why aren't you making a move?" He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold, but he didn't make a move. He was waiting. He was waiting for the demons to die. The Demon Slayer Quasi-Emperor of Mount Eternal, he had to kill him with a borrowed knife. As for this great emperor, Lin Xian could tell that this great emperor had been sealed. It was very likely that the Demon Emperor had sealed him. Therefore, Lin Xian waited until the moment Quasi-Emperor Zhu Mo died and immediately activated the illusion demon scripture. A demonic shadow appeared behind him. The Demon Slayer in front screamed crazily. As a Quasi-Emperor, his strength was incomparably terrifying, but he didn't expect to die at this moment. In despair and unwillingness, she turned into a bloody mist. "Next, it's you, the successor of the Demon Emperor." Once again, a cold laughter rang out in the sky. The 7 monarch weapons instantly charged forward. At the same time, there was an even more terrifying Great Emperor's aura. He could tell that Lin Xian was the most difficult one to deal with. Although his cultivation was the weakest, he had half an extreme weapon. Lin Xian resisted while using the illusion demon scripture with all his strength. The sky-devouring jar blocked the Imperial armament's fragments and made a clanging sound. Lin Xian kept retreating. At this moment, the demonic shadow behind Lin Xian suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he roared at the sky and looked in all directions. Then, the power of the entire demonic sea was mobilized by him. It was as if he had turned into a demonic realm, suppressing below. The mysterious great monarch bellowed furiously. "Damn it, you're courting death. No one will be able to seal this emperor." He quickly absorbed the power of the ancient barren coffin and the inextinguishable power. Under his control, the 2 forces turned into 2 sabers. One was the inextinguishable saber, and the other was the desolate saber. They slashed at the ground below. The saber swept across, and a bright light swept in all directions. Intense collisions sounded. The entire demonic sea shook violently. Don't even think about it. Suppress it, demonic seal. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the demonic shadow behind him also quickly attacked. The power of the demonic sea was mobilized by him, forming a boundless demonic seal. 36 black demonic world monuments appeared between heaven and earth, suppressing the world. There was no way Lin Xian would let him out. The mysterious Great Emperor let out a crazy roar. Counterattack, kill him. After the 100,000 black tadpoles received the order, they quickly rushed over. They turned into black bolts of lightning and charged at Lin Xian. This time, endless sword light rushed out of Lin Xian's body and slashed in all directions. Anything that came close was split apart by the power of the great dragon sword soul. However, this time, the black tadpoles seemed to have gone crazy. Even if they died, they would not retreat. In the end, they covered the sky like a black flood and swallowed Lin Xian. This scene was extremely terrifying. If it was any other sacred clan, they would have probably died. However, this time, it was Lin Xian who attacked. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Endless sword light rushed in all directions. Tens of thousands of giant dragon roars blasted away those black tadpoles. Behind Lin Xian, terrifying dragon shadows appeared one after another. He seemed to have turned into a dragon god, suppressing all directions. Those tadpoles were either split apart, or they were directly slapped to the ground by the dragon claws. Lin Xian killed his way out of the terrifying energy. He actually had the power of the dragon clan. The mysterious great emperor in front of him also snorted coldly. He really didn't expect that an ant would have so many supernatural powers. Lin Xian walked forward like a sword god. Everywhere he passed, those black tadpoles all fell. He killed a bloody path. When he reached the end, there was no more path. In the end, it was split apart by Lin Xian's sword. He continued to walk down. The inextinguishable power below and the power of the barren tomb turned into 2 sabers that seemed to be attacking. At this moment, Lin Xian saw clearly that there was a palace at the end of the path. It was a black palace, as black as a demon, like the palace of a demon god. Inside this palace, there was a terrifying aura. The mysterious voice came from here. When he saw this palace, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He was sure that this black palace was definitely built by the demon emperor. Around this palace, there was a lot of green mist that was highly poisonous. It could corrode everything. Lin Xian's sword chi spread out, blocking the poison. The two collided and made crackling sounds. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that this poison was very terrifying. It was very likely left behind by the great emperor. But fortunately, after tens of thousands of years, the poison had become very little. That was why he was able to block it. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to block it. Just like that, he continued to resist the poison as he walked forward. In the end, her soul shook. The surrounding tadpoles were also crawling outside. They roared crazily, but they didn't dare to enter. "You were sealed here," Lin Xian shouted coldly as he looked at the devil palace in front of him. However, a wave of anger came from the devil palace. "Ant, you still dare to challenge me? I can slap you to death with a single slap." Lin Xian laughed heartily when he heard that. "Then why don't you film it? You can't get out at all. Ignorant ants." The voice in the devil palace became even angrier. The next moment, the entire demon palace began to shake violently. Lin Xian's expression changed as well. Impossible. Could he really come out? At the same time, the phantom of an enormous creature appeared. That colossal green mountain appeared above the devil palace. It actually carried Emperor's might. Lin Xian's face was pale. She hurriedly recalled the heaven-devouring jar to defend herself. The heaven-swallowing jar unleashed a terrifying extreme Dao aura to barely block the attack. The power of a great emperor was extremely terrifying. This was just an illusion, but it could suppress the 9 heavens. Lin Xian could only stand here because she had an extreme Dao weapon. Otherwise, even the previous boundary emperor would have to kneel on the ground and kowtow nonstop. What surprised Lin Xian even more was that this green colossal creature was actually a frog. Of course, this frog was too terrifying. The aura on its body was vast. Lin Xian finally understood where these black tadpoles came from. They were created by this frog great emperor. The dragon in his body also exclaimed softly. It was actually him. He was sealed here. Lin Xian was surprised. Dragon, do you know him? The dragon nodded. It had heard of him. Do you remember the Permitha that I told you about? He was the very famous green-robed great emperor in the Permitha. Lin Xian was even more shocked. This frog was actually from the Permitha. And it was really a great emperor. This was too unbelievable. The enemy of the demon emperor back then was actually the Permitha. This Permitha was too terrifying. There was actually a great emperor at the same time. After the huge frog in front of him appeared, it roared towards the sky. Damn it, successor of the demon emperor, I can actually feel the aura of the great dragon sword on you. Damn it, I must suppress you. An extremely terrifying light bloomed in his eyes and turned into two sharp swords. He charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian hurriedly used the heaven-devouring jar to block. With a boom, he was forced back. His blood and chi churned, and his face turned pale. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was too terrifying. This was a great emperor. It was just an illusion. It injured him who had an extreme Dao weapon. If a real great emperor came out, even if he had an extreme Dao weapon, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. The gap was really too big. However, the green-robed great emperor was even more furious. Who was he? He was a great emperor who swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He was an existence who swept across the universe. Everyone below the great emperor was an ant. Even a quasi-emperor could be easily killed by him. But now, a puny saint, such an ant, actually blocked his attack. More importantly, this person was related to the demon emperor and the great dragon sword. This was his enemy. Lin Xian smiled. Although his face was pale, his smile was bright. Is this your strength? That's all there is to it. You're really weak. You can't even kill me. What qualifications do you have to be called a great emperor? You'll be suppressed here for the rest of your life. The green-robed great emperor roared angrily when he heard that. The huge frog illusion also kept shaking. Damn it. Lowly ant. He roared again, and his voice shook the sky. Lin Xian's soul shook violently. Not good. The other party's body was a frog, and a frog's voice was very terrifying. In addition, the other party's great emperor cultivation base was even more terrifying. With that, the entire world crumbled. In fact, the entire burial Earth star was shaking violently. At this moment, all the living beings on burial Earth prostrated on the ground. Even the great emperor families were shocked. What kind of voice was this? Heavens, what happened? It was really too terrifying. The extreme Dao weapons in their families suddenly erupted with a terrifying light that enveloped all directions. The patriarchs and supreme elders of the emperor families also walked out one by one. The emperor weapons actually issued a warning. Could it be that a peerless enemy had appeared? They didn't know. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He felt that his soul was about to split open. He used the Rinnegan to resist. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared. At the same time, he activated the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. He let out the most terrifying dragon roar. To resist the other party's voice. Lin Xian retreated again, but he still blocked it. I've said it before. You, a great emperor, are really too weak. You can't kill me twice. What qualifications do you have to be called a great emperor? Lin Xian laughed and took a step forward. Although he was injured, he was indeed proud. One had to know that this was a great emperor, an existence that could shatter eternity with a glance. If others knew that Lin Xian could actually contend against a great emperor, they would be scared. They would really be scared to death. Although this great emperor had been sealed, not everyone could challenge him. Didn't the demon slayer from before get killed so easily? You really have the power of the great dragon sword, damn it. After sensing this aura, the green-robed great emperor in front of him was furious again. He would never forget this kind of power because it had once caused him serious injuries. As for the demon emperor, he was even more furious. The other party had actually built a cage to trap him. Of course, the other party wouldn't have a good ending, but he couldn't bear it. Roar! At this moment, the huge frog roared towards the sky and swallowed the corpse of the demon-slaying formation. Not good, the great dragon exclaimed and quickly retreated. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. A quasi-emperor's corpse contained a lot of power. If it was absorbed by the other party, it would be really troublesome. He quickly retreated. In the next moment, the huge frog phantom disappeared. At the same time, there was a shake from the demon palace, and a figure walked out. Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy, and his hair stood on end. Damn it, this great emperor couldn't have come out just like that, right? In the next moment, he saw the figure arrive at the entrance of the demon palace. However, he didn't come out. He just stood there. This time, Lin Xian finally saw it clearly. In front of him, there was indeed a frog, but it was very strange. It wasn't a complete frog, only half of it. Half of its body was split by the sword, and the other half disappeared. The remaining half of his body was still tightly bound by 9 chains. With every step the other party took, those chains would make a clanging sound. At most, the other party could only walk at the entrance of the demon palace and couldn't take another step out. Can't come out? Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down a little. It seemed that the other party had only recovered some of his movement, but he couldn't completely break the seal. However, he was even more shocked. This frog was a great emperor, but it was split in half. What kind of battle was it back then that even a great emperor suffered such a serious injury? Moreover, even with the strength of a great emperor, he couldn't recover. At this moment, the great dragon in his body said, "See, you know why he is so angry. You are the successor of the demon emperor." Back then, the demon palace built by the demon emperor trapped him. And the reason he hated the successor of the great dragon was that his body was split in half by the great dragon's sword. What? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This frog had been split apart by the great dragon's sword. The great dragon's sword had once split a great emperor in half. Furthermore, this martial monarch had yet to recover. It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian knew how terrifying the great dragon sword was. But he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The great dragon sword at its peak was truly terrifying. At that thought, Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. What great emperor? It turned out that he was only half a frog. The green-robed great emperor coldly snorted. What a sharp-tongued ant. You will regret it soon. I will make you despair and make you regret being born into this world. The half-frog was also furious. He had been seriously injured in that battle. However, even though he was heavily injured and suppressed, he did not have the aura of death. This was enough to show how terrifying it was. Suddenly, the half-frog sneered. A red light flew out of its body and swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly retreated. However, his body was instantly enveloped. Damn it, this was the frog's unique skill. An ordinary frog could instantly capture a high-speed moving creature, let alone a great emperor. Kid, an ant is an ant. Do you see that? You can't compete with me at all. Half a frog enveloped Lin Xian, causing the black vortexes on Lin Xian's body to constantly shatter. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He felt his entire body stiffen. The other party's attack was poisonous. He was poisoned in an instant. Half a heaven-swallowing jar, I will reluctantly accept it. The half-frog sneered. He controlled Lin Xian and flew towards the demon palace. Damn it. Lin Xian was extremely anxious. If he arrived in front of the other party, he would really die without a burial ground. No, use your full strength. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Great dragon, he growled. In the sword world, great dragon also extracted some power. In the next moment, the great dragon sword spirit erupted. Dragon scales appeared on Lin Xian's body. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, turning into a divine dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and a sharp sword was unsheathed. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into the sharpest attack in the world and slashed forward. The half-frog's pupils shrank and instantly withdrew his attack. In the next moment, his face became incomparably ugly. Damn it, it was the power of the great dragon sword again. Damn it. He was so angry that he stomped his feet. The chains on his body were also shaking nonstop, making thunderous sounds. In the previous battle, he was split in half by the great dragon sword. Now, he was forced back by the great dragon sword. Although the power of the ant in front of him was not enough to hurt him, it was still a ruthless slap to his face. As a great emperor, being slapped in the face by a small ant made his lungs burst. He roared towards the sky, causing the entire demon palace to shake violently. Lin Xian's face also changed. Not good, he directly drilled into the heaven-swallowing jar. This was the wrath of a great emperor, more terrifying than any previous attack. Sure enough, the entire demon palace kept shattering. Fortunately, the Sea Demon clan had been ordered by Lin Xian to leave the Demon Sea and go to other places. Otherwise, they would have been turned into ashes. Those who did not escape in time all turned into a bloody mist. With it as the center, the entire burial Earth star began to shake violently. The sky fell and the earth cracked. In the sky, endless cracks appeared. Everyone thought that the end of the world had come. What was going on? Even those from the Emperor clan were terrified. Extreme weapons bloomed, their brilliance enveloping the world. A few extreme weapons even flew out, enveloping the entire burial Earth star. They were automatically defending. What happened? The people from the Divine Union also walked out. The toad was so scared that it crawled on the ground. Damn it, why did it have a bad feeling? Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also came out of seclusion. It seemed to be coming from the Demon Sea. Not good, Big Brother Xian went to the Demon Sea. Could it be that something happened? They were really too nervous. The people from the Purple Mansion were also shocked. Such a scene made them think that the end of the world had come. In a secret realm in the Purple Mansion master opened his eyes. His beautiful eyes were wide open. He was shocked. This aura, that was impossible. He seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing. The next moment, he bit his finger and drew a mysterious rune between his eyebrows. Then, he respectfully knelt on the ground. Greetings, Father. An anxious voice was heard. At the same time, the blood-red rune between his eyebrows kept spinning. The next moment, a sleeping power in the depths of his soul woke up. It turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man. His appearance was blurry, but the aura on his body was incomparably terrifying. The moment he appeared, he froze the world and the entire Purple Mansion stopped shaking. The people from the Z government heaved a sigh of relief. Great, the crisis had been resolved. However, they didn't know that a mysterious impression had appeared in the depths of their Zifu. After the mysterious middle-aged man came out, he asked, "Why did you summon me? You can only use this kind of power a few times. Last time, it was the Mansion Lord of the Purple Mansion who was in life-threatening danger. That was why this mysterious middle-aged man appeared and protected her." Unexpectedly, not long after, his daughter summoned him again. After all, it was already very difficult for him to leave such power in his daughter's body. Moreover, it was not the right time for him to come out. The chief of the Purple Mansion hurriedly said, "Father, please calm down. Father, feel the aura outside." The mysterious middle-aged man frowned. He sensed for a moment, and in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. "What is this?" A look of shock appeared in his eyes. The Purple Mansion's mansion master also said that his daughter didn't dare to be certain, which was why she summoned her father. The middle-aged man sensed for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Good daughter, you've done very well. You've done a great job in this matter. I'll reward you when we get back." "Thank you, Father." Headmaster Z was extremely agitated. At the same time, he asked, "Father, is it really him?" "That's right, this was the aura of the green-robed Great Emperor. During the great battle back then, he was split in half by the great dragon sword. Half of his body fell off and disappeared. Later, due to some reasons, we were unable to return. Therefore, we can only send the Zifu sect to search for it." However, many generations of Purple Mansion lords had tried their best, but they still hadn't been able to find it. Who would have thought that it would appear now? Moreover, the timing is quite good because it won't be long before we return to this land. His eyes were filled with excitement. He said, "I'm going to tell the green-robed Great Emperor right now. He will definitely be happy when he finds out." Before the middle-aged man's voice disappeared, the light had already disappeared. The entire secret chamber regained its peace. The Purple Mansion Lord took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Since the news had already spread, there was no need for him to worry about what would happen next. He believed that his father would make a move soon. Demon Sea. In the endless seabed, everything shattered and vanished. There was only one black jar floating in the air. It was the heaven-devouring jar. Within the heaven-swallowing jar, Lin Xian's face was also pale. Was this the power of the arch? It was really too terrifying. Right now, he was no match for him at all. Fortunately, this great emperor was still bound. Otherwise, he would have turned around and fled. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to explore and find a way to strengthen the seal. Or, he could provide a bit of devil chi. In this lifetime, he would never let the green-robed Great Emperor out. Lin Xian used the illusory devil scripture and released demonic energy into the devil palace to strengthen its defenses. At the same time, he mobilized the power of the demonic sea and pressed it down. The demonic runes on the demonic palace flickered once more, and the laws on them pulsed. Sensing this scene, Half Frog was furious. "Ant, how dare you suppress me?" he was still roaring angrily. "Just you wait, I'll be out soon. Once I'm out, I'll make you wish you were dead," Lin Xian sneered. "You still want to come out? Dream on." However, the green-robed Great Emperor didn't say anything else. She didn't retaliate either. Instead, she looked up at the sky. It seemed like he was waiting for something. In his heart, he thought that the voice just now should be able to travel out. If they received the news, they should come. Lin Xian didn't care at first. In his opinion, with the Devil Emperor's seal, Half Frog wanted to go out. It was simply a dream. However, he didn't know that outside Burial Earth Star, in the starry sky of the distant universe, there was a huge monster that was rapidly descending. It was also a projection, and it was also a frog. However, it was different from the other half of the frog that was sealed. The head of this half-frog cut through the universe and directly descended towards Burial Earth Star. At this moment, Burial Earth Star shook violently. Endless mountains and rivers shattered, and the 9 heavens split open. The people on Burial Earth Star all prostrated on the ground. The people of the monarch race also looked up at the sky. Heavens, what is that? They saw a huge phantom standing in the sky. That phantom was really too big. It seemed like it could shatter Burial Earth Star with a slap. This was an endless powerhouse from the void of the universe. But why did it make them tremble? An apex weapon actually automatically defended itself. Heavens, the might of a great emperor. Could it be that this is a great emperor? These people were all crazy. Weren't there no great emperors in this era? Yi Wudao, Kuan Pingzi, Qilin's son, and the others were in despair. Their original goal was to become a great emperor. However, only one great emperor could appear in an era. Had someone already become a great emperor in advance? In Mount Eternal, countless people were terrified. What kind of power was this? The might of an emperor had appeared. Had the ancient tomb of an ancient great emperor come? They didn't think that a great emperor would appear in this era. However, in the depths of Mount Eternal, there was a mysterious and terrifying figure. He was the immortal sovereign of Mount Eternal. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Was the green-robed great emperor going to descend? In another forbidden area of the human realm, the human sovereign in the desolate forest also stood up. At this moment, the desolate forest was crawling. Only the human sovereign stood there with his hands behind his back. His body was filled with endless death chi, as if he was the grim reaper of hell. He stood up from an ancient coffin and looked up at the sky. The aura of the green-robed great emperor. Was the 2 halves of his body finally going to heal? It seemed that the time was coming. The time was coming. It wouldn't take long for them to descend. There was a trace of fear in his eyes, but at the same time, there was more anticipation. The 2 human sovereigns didn't stop him. Instead, they waited patiently. In the extreme path world, the black tortoise, the destructive war song, and other extreme weapons naturally felt it. They were also shocked. Damn it, this seemed to be the aura of a great emperor. It was the projection of half a frog. They heard that the great dragon's sword had split a great emperor in half. It was the green-robed great emperor from the other side. Since then, the two halves of his body had never healed. This time, could it be that he was going to heal again? Damn it, he actually descended in advance. Was he crazy? The three apex weapons also frowned. This situation was completely out of their expectations. In the slanting moon cave in the extreme path world, Sun Qiqian's body also trembled. He also looked up into the distance, but in the end, he retracted his gaze. He stayed by the stone monkey's side. However, at this moment, in the deeper part of the palace, endless giant dragons condensed into a dragon mountain. There was a figure sleeping on it. At this moment, the figure's hand moved slightly. Slash, a low voice was heard. Like a phantom, it disappeared in an instant. Lin Xian didn't know any of this, but he also stopped moving. This was because he felt another great emperor's aura coming over. What was going on? Another great emperor's aura? That was impossible. Had the second great emperor appeared? Lin Xian was stunned. Based on his guesses and the words of the great dragon sword soul, he realized that the great emperors were different from the legends. They weren't from one era. There was only one. It was even possible that those great emperors hadn't died yet. For example, the half-frog in front of him had been heavily injured and suppressed for tens of thousands of years. He was still alive. The other great emperors might also exist somewhere in the universe. However, the appearance of a second great emperor so quickly exceeded his expectations. However, DeLong's expression changed when he sensed this aura. Not good. It wasn't a second great emperor. It was the other half of the frog. They wanted to recover. What? The other half of the frog? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before he realized what was going on. It should be the other half of the green-robed great emperor's body. The current green-robed great emperor was only half a half-emperor. If the other half of his body recovered, he would be a true great emperor. A complete great emperor was invincible. Even if Lin Xian had the heaven-devouring jar and the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't be a match for him. Even if the apex weapons of the monarch races recovered, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat a true great emperor. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Even if they used all their strength, how many times could they recover their apex weapons? And every attack of a great emperor was basically the full recovery of an apex weapon. The difference was too great. It was so great that it was hopeless. The half-frog in front laughed. Humph, it's finally here. After waiting for countless years, this moment was finally here. His eyes were filled with excitement, and his body trembled. Then, he glanced at Lin Xian. Little ant, are you in despair? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I definitely won't let you die so easily. When I get out, I'll capture you and make you stay by my side for 10,000 years. I'll torture you every day and make you wish you were dead. As a great emperor, the green-robed great emperor had long thought of how to torture Lin Xian after being challenged by the little ant. Now, he was waiting for the final fusion. Damn it, he definitely couldn't let them fuse. Lin Xian's eyes instantly turned red. He asked, Daolong, do you have any ideas? He was prepared to summon the phantom of the demon emperor to suppress and seal it again. However, Daolong said that it was useless. If the other half of the frog came, it would also have the strength of a half-emperor. Even if it was just an illusion, it was still extremely terrifying. If he were to bring another imperial armament with him, it would not be too troublesome for him to break the seal. The reason why they didn't succeed before was because no one knew where the half-frog was sealed. Now that he had found it, it was not difficult to break it. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years since the demon emperor's power. Lin Xian's expression became extremely ugly. If the seal didn't work, then what could he do? He felt that the other half of the frog's aura in the sky was becoming more and more terrifying. One of its claws had already reached down. He wanted to destroy the demon palace. The green-robed great emperor laughed uproariously. It's finally here. It's time to release the seal. I want to fuse, I want to recover. His voice grew louder and louder. Damn it, Lin Xian's teeth were about to shatter. He even wanted to use the sword world to directly swallow the other party. But in the end, he did not do so. Instead, he thought of another way. With a wave of his hand, he took out an hourglass of time and said, I will never let you fuse with it. It's useless. You, the successor of the Demon Emperor, are not my match at all. Unless you are the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, then you might be able to stop me. But now, you are not even a quasi-emperor. What power do you have to stop me? He laughed out loud. Lin Xian said, I don't have any power, but what about the power of time? Wasn't it because they couldn't find you before that they didn't come to save you, so what if they found you now? I can make you disappear, I can make them never find you again. Lin Xian's eyes also lit up. Indeed, he still had the last hourglass of time in his hand. It could allow him to return to the past, and at the same time, it could also allow the half-frog to return to the past. Although he didn't know how long it would last, as long as he could buy some time, he could always think of a way to deal with it. So Lin Xian decided to give it a try. The power of time? With just you, the half-frog looked disdainful. The power of time was so mysterious that even a great emperor might not be able to control it, let alone this little ant in front of him. However, when he saw the hourglass of time in Lin Xian's hand, he went crazy. He jumped up. Damn it, how can you have the power of time? The half-frog was completely stunned. Where did this kid come from? It was too strange. He could even take out the power of time. No, he roared again and increased his speed. He rushed into the sky, wanting to leave the demon palace. However, the demon palace bloomed with light, and the 9 chains on his body tightly bound him. He couldn't escape. He could only roar. Faster. Just a little faster, above the 9 heavens, the projection of the other half-frog seemed to have heard it. He also let out a roar, and his huge body slammed down. Buried earth shook violently. Kid, hurry up and send the entire demon palace away. The dragon also roared anxiously. It was useless to just teleport half a frog. With the power of a pseudo-emperor, even if he went back to the past, he would have a way to come back. However, if it was a sealed pseudo-emperor, it would be difficult for him to come back after going back to the past. Lin Xian said clearly. He aimed the hourglass of time at the entire demon palace. He wanted the demon palace to go back to the past. 100,000 years ago, go back to the past, Lin Xian's hourglass of time slapped fiercely at the demon palace. The other half-frog was also enraged. Ant, die for me. Now, the only thing he could do was to kill Lin Xian. He launched a terrifying attack. The power of a pseudo-emperor was too terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had the heaven-devouring jar, his body split open at this moment. Even his soul was affected. The dragon roared, forming a dragon's shadow that enveloped Lin Xian. The heaven-devouring jar was even more unstable. It completely recovered and blocked the final attack. In an instant, with a bang, the hourglass of time slapped on the demon palace. Although Lin Xian's body was shattered, he smiled. Goodbye, half-frog. No, the half-frog roared crazily. He wanted to resist, but he realized that he couldn't do it at all. The demon palace was still sealing him. He could only watch helplessly as the power of time enveloped the entire demon palace. In the next moment, he disappeared. In the end, he left a sentence. Kid, even if I have to cross the universe, even if I have to cross endless years, I will find you, I will kill you. Only the cold words echoed in the air as the entire demon palace disappeared. The half-frog sealed in the demon palace also disappeared. Boom, in the next moment, Lin Xian was sent flying again. The entire demon sea split open. A huge frog claw slapped down and pierced through the demon sea. Lin Xian's broken body entered the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar was sent flying. At this moment, the buried Emperor Star was in danger because it had been penetrated. All the clans on the buried Emperor Star went crazy. Those great Emperor clans didn't dare to believe that the buried Emperor Star had been broken. It couldn't be, it was really an attack from a great emperor. These great emperor clans knew many ancient secrets. For example, countless years ago, there was a clan that had offended a great emperor. In the end, the great emperor had destroyed several worlds with a single finger of his finger. Now, there was a great emperor who had crossed the universe to attack the buried Emperor Star, but, was this crazy? There was more than one great emperor buried in the buried emperor star, yet someone dared to attack it. Wasn't he afraid of disturbing the sleeping great emperor corpses? One must know that great emperors were incomparably mysterious. Even the great emperor clans were guessing if their old ancestor had really died. Thus, the current situation had shocked them to the core. As for the other clans and sects, they were even more shocked. Was the buried emperor star going to break? They had all gone crazy. They even wanted to escape. However, that huge phantom had enveloped the entire buried emperor star. Everyone was unable to resist and could only prostrate themselves on the ground. In front of the power of a great emperor, they were all ants. This was great. When the Purple Mansion Master saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose. As long as the green-robed great emperor fused and recovered his true body, it would be a great merit. In the future, he would definitely have a lot of benefits. He might even be able to leave this place and return to the other side. Even becoming a quasi-emperor would only take an instant. When he thought of this, the Purple Mansion Master smiled happily. In Mount Eternal and Desolate Tomb, the two human supremes were also frowning. They even dared to penetrate the buried emperor star? From the looks of it, the green-robed great emperor was becoming more and more arrogant. However, this also indicated that they were about to return. Otherwise, the green-robed great emperor wouldn't have dared to do this. In the eyes of these supreme existences, the green-robed great emperor was about to recover. However, in the next instant, a crazy roar was heard. This roar was like the roar of a god. Even the thunder of the 9 heavens shattered. In the entire universe, a region was turned into a black hole. The stars near the buried emperor star were instantly turned into ashes. The great emperor's anger swept through the starry sky. The buried emperor star also suffered an intense impact. Many living beings turned into ashes. Those emperor clans also shouted angrily. This won't do, hurry up and join hands to activate the extreme Dao weapons. At this moment, as great emperor clans, they had to stand up and protect the buried emperor star. This was because the buried emperor star contained their clans and the tombs of their great emperors. They couldn't allow it to be destroyed. One after another, extreme weapons soared into the sky and joined forces to envelop the entire buried emperor star. The two human supremes also frowned. What was Green Robe angry about? Nothing. The leader of the Purple Mansion was also stunned. What was going on? There was no fusion as expected. Instead, it was incomparably furious. What exactly happened? The other half of the frog in the sky roared crazily and slapped the demonic sea again. At this moment, the buried emperor star was already protected by a lot of extreme Dao weapons. Therefore, when he attacked the buried emperor star, it gave rise to an overflowing aura. The buried emperor star shook but didn't shatter. Many people let out a sigh of relief. The half-frog was incomparably furious. Its gaze pierced through the 9 firmaments and the demonic sea. He began to search. No. No. None of them, damn it. Lin Xian's heaven-devouring jar was also shaking nonstop in the Devil Sea. Lin Xian's blood and qi churned. His shattered body had already healed. This time, he was really injured. However, he could be proud of himself for being able to teleport a half-step emperor away. Damn it, if this frog descended, would it destroy the buried emperor star? Lin Xian was incomparably worried. After all, he had angered an emperor. He was in great danger. The Divine Union was also in great danger. Even the buried emperor star might be destroyed. No, the time wasn't right. He had already broken the rules by coming early. If he could fuse and restore his true body, it would be fine. He would just have to pay a price. However, now that he had sent the other half of the frog away, it couldn't fuse at all. Next, he would be punished. Saying this, De Long smiled mysteriously. Lin Xian was stunned. Just as he was about to ask what it was, a thunderbolt pierced through the 9 firmaments. This was a thunderbolt tribulation that came from the depths of the universe. It attacked the half-frog's phantom and pierced through its sharp claws. The huge claws fell down and turned into endless nomological laws before disappearing. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Countless martialists and sages looked up at the sky. Someone was attacking the power of an emperor. Who was it? Was another type of great emperor resurrected? the people from the Emperor race were also excited. Was their old ancestor angry? However, that wasn't the case. A second emperor didn't appear. Instead, more and more thunderbolts condensed. These thunderbolts carried an ice-cold power as they attacked. There were even many flames in the surroundings that enveloped the half-frog. Everyone was terrified at this moment. What kind of power was this? Thunderbolts surpassed everything. They were more terrifying than any Thunder Dao expert. This flame made countless fire elemental powerhouses despair. Even the Golden Crow race, the Fire Dragon race, and other top-notch fire attribute sects were terrified. They had never seen such flames before. Only one person knew, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This was a thunder tribulation and a fire tribulation. He hadn't expected that the half-frog would have to go through such a tribulation. One must know that when Lin Xian fused with the divine flame seed, he had to go through a thunder tribulation and a fire tribulation. Naturally, he was very familiar with it. The Great Dragon Path wasn't just a simple thunder tribulation and an emperor tribulation. He had broken the rules and had to be punished. Soon, he would disappear. If he didn't wake up, he might vanish. Roar, the half-frog's crazy roar came from the sky. Under the attack of the thunder tribulation and fire tribulation, even though he had the strength of a half-emperor, he was still injured. At this moment, he was still heavily injured. No. Damn it. Why was it like this? Mansion Master Z's expression became extremely ugly. The joy of victory disappeared and was replaced by fear. The green-robed Great Emperor didn't fuse with the thunder tribulation and was attacked instead. This made him feel despair. The green-robed Great Emperor roared. Damn it, why wasn't it here? He probed one last time and covered the entire buried Emperor star. However, he didn't find anything. Damn it. Who was it? Who stole half of my body? No matter who it was, I won't let them off. The green-robed Great Emperor released a biting cold killing intent that swept through the entire buried Emperor star. At this moment, many people fainted from fright. Lin Xian's scalp went numb. This time, he was really in danger. He was targeted by a Great Emperor. But soon, he coldly snorted. So what if it was a Great Emperor? He raised his head and looked at the sky. The half-frog phantom in the sky had disappeared. Between heaven and earth, the power of the Great Emperor was gone, leaving behind only endless cracks. It disappeared. The people on Burial Earth Star looked up at the sky. They all heaved a sigh of relief. They felt like they had survived a disaster. The two human sovereigns also frowned. They didn't succeed. What happened? They looked into the distance, but they didn't walk out of the Forbidden Land. Because their time hadn't come. The Z Mansion also heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Z Mansion Master's expression became incomparably ugly. Damn it, how is this possible? They failed. No, this is impossible. Who can tell me what's going on? He soared into the sky and flew toward the Demon Sea. At this moment, the Demon Sea was in chaos. Other than him, the people from the other Emperor clans also sent experts to investigate. They wanted to know what secrets were under the Demon Sea. However, there was one person who was faster than him. That was Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been attacked before, but he hid in the heaven-devouring jar. Now that the crisis was over, he walked out of the heaven-devouring jar and returned to the depths of the Demon Sea. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the remaining Emperor weapon fragments. The previous 7 Emperor weapon fragments were controlled by the half-frog, so Lin Xian didn't take them. Apart from that, there were also these 5 fragments that were stained with Emperor blood. The half-frog couldn't control these 5 fragments. He took all of them. When he looked around, there was nothing else. This was originally a sealed place. It was the place where the Demon Emperor sealed the half-frog. Other than the mysterious Demon Palace, there were only some Emperor weapon fragments. However, the Demon Palace had long disappeared in the passage of time. Lin Xian sensed that others had come. He took a deep breath and left with a sway of his body. Not long after he left, the Purple Mansion Master descended from the sky. The experts from the other Emperor clans also descended. Here, they could sense an extremely terrifying information. What a terrifying demonic aura. There was also another type of corrosive aura. Who was it? Voices of discussion could be heard one after another. Under the demon sea, they actually felt the aura of two great emperors. Before this, they didn't notice it. It was too unbelievable. This is the method of a great emperor. It was hidden very well. If it wasn't for the terrifying projection in the sky this time, we wouldn't have noticed it. The Yi family's patriarch said in a deep voice. The Gu family and the Qilan clan also nodded. They continued to investigate. However, they found that there was nothing valuable around them. There was only a terrifying aura. Disappeared. Really disappeared. The Purple Mansion's mansion lord was stunned. He could clearly feel the great emperor's aura from the half-frog. How could it disappear? After all, that was a martial emperor. Even though only half of his body remained, he was still a half-martial emperor at the very least. It was an existence that transcended everything. When these people from the emperor clan came here to investigate, as well as the other ancient aristocratic families and great sections, they quickly discussed among themselves. Did you see that? That huge projection seems to be a frog. Why do I feel that it has the aura of a great emperor? Could it be that someone in the universe has proven their Tao and become a great emperor? That's impossible. If that's the case, those from the monarch clan should have known long ago. Moreover, we should be able to sense it. But what was that? Could it be that it wasn't a great emperor who had proven his Tao, but a former great emperor who was still alive? That was even more impossible. They had never heard of a frog becoming a great emperor. These people became even crazier. Even those from the monarch clan frowned. Regarding the great emperor, even in the monarch clan, it was the most core secret. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to investigate at all. Therefore, the geniuses of the monarch clan also turned pale. Only the elders and grand elders frowned. It seemed that they had to activate some dusty scrolls. These powerhouses of the great emperor clan returned to the deepest part of the clan. They opened the sealed scrolls. These scrolls were left behind by the great emperor himself, but they were usually sealed. At this moment, they were going to open them and investigate some of the great emperor's secrets. On this day, the people from the monarch clan opened the sealed scrolls. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The Yi family's patriarch cried out in surprise. It was actually like this. The Gu family's patriarch's pupils constricted. It was too inconceivable. The Phoenix clan and the Qilan clan were also shocked. Because some of the information recorded in the scrolls completely exceeded their understanding. The Kuanping clan's patriarch closed his eyes. Beside him, Kuanpingzi also sucked in a breath of cold air. The number of great emperors was more than they had imagined. More importantly, great emperors were too mysterious, surpassing everything. Their lifespans might be very long. It was impossible for them to break after 10,000 to 20,000 years. However, they had disappeared. Where did these great emperors go, then? Were our old ancestors really not dead? These people from the great emperor clan were excited. The legends of the great emperors were different from what they had heard. There wasn't only one great emperor in each era, and great emperors didn't only live for 10,000 to 20,000 years. Didn't that mean that the Void Great Emperor, the Yi family's Heavenly Emperor, and the Kuanping clan's Young Great Emperor were all alive? Then, would they appear again, or could it be that these great emperors would also die? Although they had lived for tens of thousands of years, they still couldn't escape the fate of the 6 paths of reincarnation. They weren't sure about this point. This information was only known to the core elders and top geniuses of the Great Emperor clan. The others were still in the dark, because this matter was too shocking. It couldn't be spread. On the other side, the people from the Divine Union were also shocked and started discussing. At the same time, Morong Qingqing and the others were also worried about Lin Xian. When they saw that Lin Xian had returned safely, they heaved a sigh of relief. Big brother Xian, that's great. You're fine. What exactly happened? Yan Ryu also asked. Lin Xian said. It was hard to explain. This time, they had almost made a big mistake. Morong Qingqing said, oh right, the Phoenix clan's patriarch asked me to go over. He said that they want to open some scrolls of the Great Emperor's seal. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He took a deep breath. Could some secret be about to appear? before they could go, the old phoenix had already arrived. They had already opened it. The old phoenix came over to inform Xianxia about some information regarding the scrolls. Lin Gongzi, Princess Yanryu, come over too. The old phoenix naturally wouldn't hide anything from the two of them, because they had the right to know. The few of them gathered in a secret room. Lin Xian was also curious. He asked, what exactly is the information in the scrolls? The old phoenix told them some of the information in the scroll. It was similar to the information of the other great emperor clans. However, this already shocked Murong Qingqing and Yanryu because it was completely different from what they had heard before. It was equivalent to subverting their understanding. Could this be the real world? They were too shocked that the great emperors had such a secret. Lin Xian had more experience, so he had already guessed it. At this moment, he was very calm. The old phoenix was surprised. He looked at Lin Xian and said, Sir, aren't you shocked? Lin Xian said, I was also shocked when I first guessed it. However, I've already guessed it. You actually guessed it? The old phoenix was shocked. Murong Qingqing and the others were also surprised because they still couldn't believe it. Especially the old phoenix, the emperor clans didn't know about this matter. If they hadn't opened the scrolls left behind by the great emperors, they would probably have been kept in the dark for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Xian said that he had already guessed it. How could he not be shocked? Could it be related to the experience in the Demon Sea? He asked, Sir, can you tell me what happened in the Demon Sea? Even Murong Qingqing and Yanryu were very surprised. After returning, Lin Xian didn't tell them in detail. Well, since you've even opened the scroll left behind by the great emperors and know something about the great emperors, I'll tell you about it too. This was because something unexpected might happen in the next moment. Lin Xian recounted everything that he had seen in the Demon Sea to him. The old phoenix gasped, and Murong Qingqing and Yanryu were also shocked. You're saying that a great emperor was sealed under the Demon Sea? To be precise, it was half a great emperor. The projection that appeared outside the Tibetan Earth Star was the other half of the great emperor's body. Back then, it was split by the great dragon sword. The old phoenix was too shocked. It seemed that the situation recorded in the scroll was true. Back then, two great emperors were fighting, and one of them was the demon emperor. As for the demon emperor, he had sealed another great emperor. This great emperor had been injured by the great dragon sword. In other words, the devil emperor wasn't the only one who fought against the green-robed great emperor. There must be someone holding the great dragon sword to contend against it. This news was too shocking. They were especially shocked when they heard that the last martial monarch had almost recovered. They sucked in a breath of cold air. What happened in the end? Because they knew that they didn't succeed. Lin Xian said, I used the power of time to send it back to the past. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian had completely offended a great emperor. If that great emperor found out that it was Lin Xian, he would probably attack regardless of the consequences. No one dared to imagine what would happen if that happened. Therefore, when they looked at Lin Xian, they were very worried. Lin Xian said that since they had already offended him, what else could they do? Besides, wasn't there still time? Give me time, and I can also surpass the great emperor. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an astonishing light. Oh right, young master, you said that there would be an unexpected change. What would it be? The old phoenix asked again. Lin Xian said, perhaps one day in the future, an unexpected good fortune would appear. But I'm not sure when it will happen. In short, we must be careful during this period of time. They discussed for a while more before the old phoenix left. The news he received from Lin Xian was also extremely important, so he had to hurry back to report it. Lin Xian was also in seclusion. Previously, although he had returned safely, he had still confronted a pseudo-emperor. He was still seriously injured, so he had to recover quickly. Lin Xian went into seclusion. He entered the sword world and prepared to recover. When he arrived at the sword world, he was also surprised. Heavens, is this really the sword world? He was stunned. He knew about the previous world, but he discovered that after entering this time, it was completely different. The spirit energy around the Four-Spirit Valley was incomparable, as if it had turned into a fairyland. The originally withered ancient tree had already sprouted new buds. The spirit spring of life near it was constantly jumping. Not only that, this was only the original part. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The originally barren aura had also appeared green. Some withered trees had all been reborn. That's great. Lin Xian was overjoyed. It seemed that the power from before had indeed worked. Moreover, this change was not over yet. It was still slowly progressing. Lin Xian came under the ancient tree. He sat on the spirit spring and used the spirit spring of life to heal his injuries. This speed was really too fast. At the same time, Lin Xian took out 5 more fragments of the earth ice. Adding the one he had obtained before, he had 6 fragments of the emperor weapon. Each of them was not big, but they were stained with emperor's blood. This was the blood of the devil emperor. Lin Xian was prepared to refine the blood of the devil emperor. Perhaps there would be an unexpected effect when the time came. In the future, the enemies he would face would most likely be quasi-emperors. They might even fight against great emperors. He had to think of more methods. He had the illusion demon scripture and could summon the phantom of the devil emperor. If the phantom of the devil emperor fused with the blood of the devil emperor, what would happen? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Just like that, Lin Xian recovered from his injuries in the sword world while refining the blood of the devil emperor. The people of the Divine Union received the notice and did not go out. Instead, they all looked for a place to cultivate. Burial Earth Star calmed down once again. The devil sea that had been pierced through was also slowly recovering. However, the people of the various great emperor clans frowned. This was because they felt a sense of fear. Perhaps something was going to happen next. Some of the great emperor clans even decided to open the earth tomb to see if their ancestor had really died. Or was he still alive? On the side of the great emperor clans, the Purple Mansion Master was also anxiously waiting. He wondered if he would be punished this time. Finally, on this day, his body shook and a terrifying power emerged from the depths of his soul. Then, it turned into a mysterious middle-aged man. "Greetings, Father." The Purple Mansion Master was very respectful. He said, "Father, your daughter deserves to die. I did not investigate the situation. Please punish me." The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "This matter is not your fault. I asked the green-robed great emperor and he said that he had indeed sensed the other half of his body. Moreover, it only disappeared the moment he was about to make a move. In other words, someone had teleported his body away. Someone with such ability was definitely not simple. Even a quasi-emperor could not do it. It was very likely that it was one of the enemies from back then. Or perhaps the devil emperor had prepared some backup plans. Therefore, this matter cannot be blamed on you." Hearing this, the Purple Mansion Master heaved a sigh of relief. Great, he was safe. At this moment, the mysterious man said again, "Prepare yourself. In 3 years, we will arrive." 3 years later? So soon? The Purple Mansion Master was shocked. In his opinion, it would take at least 10 years, or even a few decades, or even 100 years. After all, at their level, 100 years would pass in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The mysterious man said that the process had indeed been brought forward. It should be because of the green-robed emperor. He tried to force his way in but failed and even triggered the lightning and fire tribulations. That was why it had been brought forward. In short, although it was brought forward, their plan would not change. In 3 years, they would rule the world. The Purple Mansion Master was excited. His lips curled into a smile. The moment had finally arrived. "Humph, Lin Wudi? Just wait and see." When the time came, all these people would crawl under their feet. In the following period of time, Burial Earth Star was quiet again. Lin Xian and the rest were also cultivating in seclusion because they knew that the heaven and earth anomaly was coming. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. On this day, Lin Xian and the rest came out of seclusion to relax. However, they heard many strange things. The Divine Union had been collecting information. These things had happened in other worlds in the universe. For example, in the sky of some worlds, a flaming eye had appeared and shrouded the world. In other worlds, the ground had split open and people had crawled out from below. One after another, they covered the sky and covered the earth. A forest of bones had swept out in all directions. In fact, one of the moons in the universe had been swallowed. In other regions of the universe, plants had suddenly grown. Those plants were very scary. They covered the sky and shrouded the surrounding worlds. Upon hearing this, Morong Qingqing and the rest frowned. Lin Xian was also surprised. Such things had never happened before. Even if it had happened, it would have been done by a strong person. However, they had not discovered any strong person behind this. There could only be another explanation, which was the heaven and earth anomaly. It seemed like De Long had said that they would be coming soon. I wonder what kind of changes will take place next. However, Lin Xian knew that his enemies would be coming soon. At the thought of this, he clenched his fists. His current strength was the Triple Crown King and his cultivation was at the peak of the Great Sage. Compared to when he had just entered this realm, his nomological laws were much stronger. However, he was still a distance away from breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor level. Of course, there was no bottleneck for Lin Xian to break through to the Quasi-Emperor level. He needed resources. In the past, Lin Xian had obtained many resources from the Great Emperor clans. However, that time, he chose to evolve the Sword World, so his own improvement was not much. However, he did not regret Swords of the Eye. The recovery of the Sword's eyes. Another thing was that Lin Xian had only injured the Triple Crown champion. It was said that there was a 10 Crown King in the past. Lin Xian asked Dalong what cultivation level 10 Crown King was at. Dalong's answer to him was that he was below the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor was an existence that was above the king. Although the quasi-emperors below the Great Emperor were called quasi-emperors, they had only stepped out of the sage realm. They were emperors. However, according to the Triple Crown King, as long as one became a quasi-emperor, they should have the strength of the 5 Crown King. Among the quasi-emperors, the 10 Crown King was the strongest. He could be called the strongest existence below the emperor. Lin Xian was the Triple Crown King now. In other words, before he broke through to the quasi-emperor level, he could still become the Quadruple Crown King. Lin Xian even had the Divine Fire Seed. He might even become the Quadruple Crown King before becoming a quasi-emperor. This way, his strength would be even more terrifying. Right now, Lin Xian could only contend against quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperors could not do anything to him. If he wanted to kill quasi-emperors, he would have to use an extreme weapon. Once he became the Quadruple Crown King, he would be able to kill the other party with his own strength. In fact, Lin Xian felt that he could even become the Quadruple Crown King. Alright, let's become the Quadruple Crown King first. Lin Xian's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. He entered the Sword World. At this moment, the Sword World was recovering very well. Some of the originally desolate places also changed. Mountains, waterfalls, rivers, and valleys were formed. All kinds of scenery and landforms made Lin Xian happy. Lin Xian also began to try, stepping into these places to cultivate. He even discovered that a tree had grown in the originally desolate place. There were fruits on the tree. After Lin Xian ate them, he felt the great Tao in his body boil. This was more terrifying than any spirit fruit he had ever eaten. It couldn't even compare to the ones in the Four Spirit Valley. After all, the ones in the Four Spirit Valley were transplanted from the outside by Lin Xian. And the one he ate was originally grown in the Sword World. It was just that it was withered in the past, and now it had recovered. Lin Xian felt that this fruit was comparable to his decades of bitter cultivation and comprehension. His laws and strength had increased by a large amount. This left Lin Xian dumbfounded. Didn't that mean that even if he didn't cultivate, as long as he ate the fruits in the Sword World, he would be able to break through to the quasi-emperor level sooner or later? F***ck, what kind of world is this? It's too terrifying. However, Lin Xian also discovered that this fruit was extremely rare. After eating one, he looked around but couldn't find a second one. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Since this fruit could recover, then the others would definitely appear as well. It really made one look forward to it. Just like that, Lin Xian began to cultivate in the Sword World. 3 crowns bloomed on his head, emitting a terrifying radiance. It revealed his identity as the Triple Crown King. The people from the other families and sects were also carefully dealing with it. They were investigating all kinds of situations. The Wind clan was relatively calm. However, some situations had occurred in the past few days. It even made the Wind clan's hair stand on end. The Wind clan, as an ancient family, could be considered a large clan. Apart from the Emperor clan, they were considered the top group. They had a lot of resources in their hands, including many spirit veins and even metal mountain ranges. Among them was a spirit jade mountain range. The spirit jade mountain range was very good, like a small dragon. The spirit jade mountain range was surrounded by countless array formations, and there were special warriors in charge of mining here. They continuously provided spirit jade to the Wind clan. However, on this day, the 15th elder, who was in charge of the spirit jade mountain range, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Just last night, one of the teams in charge of mining. About 20 people had mysteriously disappeared. They searched the entire mountain range but couldn't find them. More importantly, the soul jade tablets of these 20 people were also shattered. This meant that these 20 people had fallen. They had inexplicably fallen. Was someone ambushing their Wind clan? Who was it? The 15th elder's expression was solemn. This wasn't the end. The next night, another team inexplicably disappeared. And then they fell. It was the same for 3 days in a row, so much so that the martial artists and saints in the Spirit Jade Mountain range felt their hair stand on end. Elder, what should we do? Is there really a sneak attack? Some of the young warriors were about to cry. 15th Elder's face was also cold. Another woman beside him said, Elder, why don't we ask the family for help? 15th Elder snorted coldly. Asking the family for help for such a small matter, what would the family think? Would it make us look incompetent? Don't say any more. I'll personally take charge tonight. That's great, the surrounding disciples cheered. 15th Elder was a sage and his strength was very terrifying. With him personally taking charge, they would definitely be safe. Night came. The crescent moon was like a plate, and light shone down, enveloping the mountain range. However, in the latter half of the night, a dark cloud floated past, covering the moonlight. The mountain range also darkened. The disciples shuddered, and even the 15th Elder's heart sank. There were many sages here, and he was a sage. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't care. But now, he had a bad premonition that something was about to happen. He shouted coldly, all of you, be alert and activate the formation. The other teams patrolled each other, not allowing any place to be missed. Yes. One after another, responses came. The surrounding formation was activated. The valley instantly became as bright as day. The surrounding patrolling teams held swords and sabers in their hands, and their bodies were filled with laws. They were facing a great enemy. No matter who came to ambush them this time, they would not be able to return. After waiting for a long time, there was no danger. The surrounding people all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, nothing happened. However, at this moment, a gust of cold wind blew past, and those formations instantly dimmed. Not good, 15th Elder's pupils constricted. Suddenly, he heard someone scream behind him. He suddenly turned his head. In the next moment, his expression instantly changed. Standing behind her, there were originally 10 people, but now there was only 1 left. Where were the other 9 people? 15th Elder shouted angrily. The remaining man was so scared that he knelt on the ground. His face was pale because he didn't know what had happened. Could it be that they had been teleported away? Could it be that they were spatial experts? 15th Elder furrowed his brows tightly. He carefully sensed, but he didn't sense any spatial law power. This made him frown even more. Even if the Gu family made a move, there would be information about spatial law. But now, there was none. At this moment, another scream rang out. One of the patrol teams had disappeared. Only the sword and saber fell to the ground. Damn it, Team 15 rushed over like a bolt of lightning, but he still couldn't find the enemy. When he came back, he found that the person who was kneeling on the ground had disappeared. 15th Elder's pupils shrank. Her expression became uglier and uglier. In the next few seconds, screams came from the other two patrolling martial artists. In the next moment, the entire mountain range became quiet. It was as if only the 15th elder was left in the array. 15th elder's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, what happened? He roared towards the sky. Who dares to sneak attack our Wind clan? Get your ass out here. However, no one answered. In the next moment, the 15th elder felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed like someone was sneak attacking him. As a saint, he was very powerful. The laws behind him instantly condensed into a shield. At the same time, he charged forward. With a clang, the shield was torn apart and his back was torn open. Blood dripped down, and white bones appeared. The 15th elder was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He suddenly turned his head and saw an armor tract. Then, it disappeared. Damn it, what was going on? 15th elder was dumbfounded. In the next moment, his back was attacked again. This time, half of his body was torn apart. 15th elder's soul escaped. Finally, he saw it clearly. In the jade vein, there were a few black shadows flashing. Those black shadows were standing in the jade vein. What was this? How could there be people in the jade vein? 15th elder was stunned. In the next moment, his scalp went numb. Originally, he wanted to escape, but he found that the entire mountain range, front, back, left, right, sky, and earth had all appeared. There were so many black shadows that it made one's scalp go numb. 15th elder screamed and wanted to tear the void to escape. However, in the next moment, those black shadows stretched out their palms from the jade vein and grabbed his soul. They tore his soul into pieces. Then, in the entire spirit domain mountain range, all the Wind clan warriors and saints were torn apart by these mysterious black shadows. They were brought into the jade vein. During the entire process, not a single drop of blood was left. Only some weapons fell to the ground. The moon disappeared and the sun rose. Sunlight shone on the world. However, the entire Jade Spirit Mountain range was empty. It was terrifyingly quiet. The Wind clan knew about the news here immediately. The entire Wind clan was shocked. What was going on? 15th elder's soul jade tablet was shattered. Had he died? Impossible. 15th elder was a saint and was very powerful. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. At the very least, he could ask for help. But now, there was nothing. They only knew that 15th elder had died. It seemed that something had happened in the Jade Spirit Mountain range. Go and take a look. The patriarch of the Wind clan gave the order. He shouted coldly. I want to see who dares to go against the Wind clan. This time, the three elders led a group of saints and set off quickly after the order was given. They rode the Maple Leaf Spirit boat and headed to the Jade Spirit Mountain range at an extremely fast speed. However, when they arrived, they were also stunned. Their eyes were wide open and their mouths were agape. Because the entire Jade Spirit Mountain range was empty. What was going on? These experts of the Wind clan quickly arrived. They began to search. Soon, they came back and gathered. Their faces were terrifyingly dark. One of the middle-aged men said. They didn't find anyone. Another old man said. Other than some dropped weapons, the others had disappeared. What was going on? Was there a big battle? One of the elders frowned. However, they soon found that there were no traces of a battle. Could it be that the enemy was so terrifying that they were all killed in an instant? That shouldn't be. Did the Sacred Lord make a move? If it was a saint ancestor, he could indeed kill 15th elder and the others in an instant. After all, the Sacred Lord was an existence that stood at the peak of the saints. However, such a figure had a terrifying status even in the Wind clan. He wouldn't make a move easily. Moreover, although the Jade Spirit Mountain range was precious, it wasn't enough for the Sacred Lord to make a move. It wasn't that precious. Therefore, they were very puzzled. They went to investigate again. One of the elders said. These people investigated for an entire day, but they didn't find anything. They had no choice but to return to the clan to report. When the news was sent back, the Wind clan was also surprised. The people had disappeared, and they didn't know who the enemy was. Damn it, sneak attack. So despicable. Some people gritted their teeth. The patriarch of the Wind clan also snorted coldly. He would pay close attention to see if there were any clues. Since he didn't know who the enemy was, there was nothing he could do. However, he didn't know that this matter didn't only happen in the Wind clan. Following that, people from the Shur clan, the Sirius clan, the Raging Fire clan, and other clan of the ancients mysteriously disappeared. These were all remote antiquity families, and they were very powerful. However, someone had mysteriously disappeared, and it wasn't just one person. There were many people. These people were also at the place where the spirit vein was located, and all of them were in the spirit domain mountain range. For a moment, the remote antiquity families were shocked and angry. They sent people to search. Who was the enemy? Some people even speculated that it should be the Great Emperor family. It was very quiet, and it was very likely that it was the Gu family, because this method was too similar to the space law. However, the next situation was even more shocking because the people of the Kuanping clan also disappeared. This shocked countless people. They didn't expect that after the remote antiquity families, it was the Emperor family. Who dared to attack the Emperor family? It couldn't be Lin Wudi, right? Only he dared to challenge the Emperor family. Some people shook their heads. It was impossible. Didn't they know what kind of person Lin Wudi was? If he wanted to attack, he would directly attack the Emperor family's mountain gate. Why would he launch a sneak attack like this? This didn't suit his style. Yes, that's right. Lin Wudi was a madman. If he wanted to attack the Emperor family, he would attack head-on. Countless discussions could be heard, and those from the Emperor family also felt that this was the case. If it wasn't the Emperor family, who could it be? They even felt that it was the Gu family. The Gu family felt very wronged. They said that it wasn't them. Just as these people were targeting the Gu family, there were also people from the Kirin clan who mysteriously disappeared. Some people were shocked. It was definitely not the Gu family. Then who was it? Could it be the Forbidden Land of Life, because they had fought with the two Forbidden Lands of Life before? Back then, nothing happened. Now that peace had returned, how could the two Forbidden Lands of Life just let it go? However, they didn't have any evidence. They could only send people to investigate secretly, and even keep an eye on the two Forbidden Lands of Life to see if they had made a move. When the news spread, the people of the Divine Union were also surprised and discussed animatedly. Baisusu warned everyone. They had to be careful. The people of the Divine Union all took a deep breath. They knew more about the situation. Lin Xian had said that there might be unexpected changes in the next period of time. Therefore, these people didn't dare to go out. They all cultivated in the mountain gate, and it was safe. However, on this day, a middle-aged man rushed over. His face was pale. "Father, why are you here?" Baisusu was shocked. The person who came was his father, Elder Bai. Elder Bai said. Someone disappeared from the path. What? Baisusu was shocked. Was it the same as the clan of the ancients? Elder Bai nodded. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others were also shocked when they heard the news. The experts of the Divine Union gathered together and started asking questions. Elder Bai briefly explained the situation. It was similar to the situation of the Wind clan. Are you saying that it disappeared in the Jade Vein? The Crimson Dragon frowned. Nalan Liang said. That's right. According to the information we gathered, the other monarch clans and remote antiquity clans also disappeared in the spirit veins. Moreover, it was specifically targeted at the Spirit Jade Mountain range. Baisusu and the others frowned. Ruzalong, what do you think? Ruzalong was an expert in array formations and could mobilize the spirit veins under the ground. Therefore, the other party might know something about it. The Crimson Dragon frowned. I can't think of anything at the moment, but I can go and take a look. Elder Bai, please lead the way. Elder Bai nodded. The group rose into the air and headed for the path. Both sides were in the same ancient city, so they were very fast. When they arrived, the atmosphere in the path was also tense. Great, it was the experts of the Divine Union. The disciples in the path cheered when they saw the Crimson Dragon, Baisusu, and the others. The Divine Union was not weaker than the monarch clans. With the Divine Union here, the path was definitely safe. Bring me to the Spirit Mountain range. After the Crimson Dragon arrived, he looked around the path sect and used the Earth Scripture to feel it. He found that there was nothing wrong, so they immediately headed for the Spirit Language Mountain range. The back mountain of the path was endless. There was a Spirit Jade Mountain range. The Spirit Jades here could be made into crystals for the path disciples to absorb and cultivate. However, there was a problem here. The experts who had been mining and guarding here had all disappeared mysteriously. Even the Savage Desolation ancestor came. He said, "We looked around and didn't find anything. We also found that many remote antiquity clans were like this." The Crimson Dragon asked, "Didn't you guys guard here?" The Savage Desolation ancestor said, "Yes, Xianxia and I have been guarding here for a few days, but we didn't see anything." The Crimson Dragon snorted. How cunning. It seemed like he had to find a new jade vein. Is there any more? There's a more remote one that hasn't been used much. The Savage Desolation ancestor said. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. Good, that's it. Get ready, we'll go. The Savage Desolation ancestor nodded. This time, he was also ready to go. Finally, they arrived at a Spirit Jade Mountain range. The Crimson Dragon, Susu, and the others stopped. They even brought some seeds and pretended to be moving. Soon, the disciples started to dig in the mountain range. All day long, the noises were heard, but nothing happened until night fell. However, the Crimson Dragon frowned and said, "I feel an unusual force. Everyone, be careful." Just as he finished speaking, there were screams. Everyone turned around and saw that a few disciples had disappeared. Damn it, what happened? Susu stood up. Her face was pale. Although she was an expert, she was still a girl. She was still afraid of such a mysterious thing. The toad also jumped up. Damn it, what's so strange? Get out here. There was an angry shout, but nothing happened. However, there was a sound behind him, and something attacked him. The toad was shocked. He turned around and attacked. I'll spit on your face. It spat out venom. The sound of corrosion could be heard in the air, and a few black holes appeared. The toad dodged. However, they still didn't find anything. The Savage Desolation ancestor snorted. Should I destroy the entire jade vein? A hint of sharpness appeared in his eyes. To him, it was just a matter of a punch. The Crimson Dragon said. No, the most important thing now is to find out who the enemy is. At this point, he used the Earth Scripture and prepared to use the power of the Spirit Jade Mountain range. However, at the next moment, his pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? Be careful, there's something in the spirit vein. With that, he waved his dragon claw and slapped the ground. Come out. He used the Earth Scripture to form a mysterious formation that spread in all directions. In the next moment, the entire spirit vein shook. Then, the surrounding people saw an unbelievable scene. Figures appeared in the surrounding spirit veins, one figure after another. What's that? When they saw this figure, the surrounding people were extremely shocked. They were shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a mysterious existence hidden in the spirit vein. Could it be that the disappearance of those people had something to do with these mysterious figures? The savage ancestor was also shocked. As a powerful sacred lord, he didn't notice it. If he wasn't the Crimson Dragon and a top-tier array master, he probably wouldn't have noticed it either. It was no wonder that the clan of the ancients fell for it. It was so strange. F***ck, what's that? The toad asked. The Crimson Dragon frowned. He said he didn't know, but he felt that it was very strange. Terrifying laws appeared on their bodies. The black figures that appeared from the jade vein were everywhere, and their numbers were increasing. In the next moment, they attacked crazily. Black claws reached out of the spirit vein and grabbed at the Crimson Dragon and the others. The pitch-black claws, with a trace of gloomy and cold aura, covered the world. Get lost, the Crimson Dragon roared and slapped with his claws. The toad, Susu, and the others also attacked quickly. Some of the Path Sect's disciples also attacked. Soon, the weaker disciples started to scream miserably. Their bodies were torn apart and then captured into the spirit vein. As soon as they entered, they disappeared. They really disappeared. Baisusu's face was pale, and the toad frowned. It was indeed these guys. They found the source. I'll do it, the savage ancestor roared. He took a step forward, and the power in his body exploded. Savage God Fist. A terrifying fist hit the spirit vein, and this punch directly penetrated it. The sky and earth shook, and the black figures walked out of the spirit vein. They were extremely angry. Heavens, what's that? Baisusu was shocked. When these black figures came out, they were also pitch black. They only had a pair of narrow eyes and mouths. They didn't have noses or ears. It was very strange. Their bodies floated as if they didn't have bones, and the murderous aura on them was shocking. What are they? Everyone attacked and retreated. The savage ancestor roared and sent them flying with a punch. The black forest in front of them was sent flying, and their bodies broke apart like water. However, the black creatures also seemed to know of the Wildlands Patriarch's existence. They quickly condensed. Because they had no bones, their bodies were like water, quickly condensing to form an even larger black figure. He was as indomitable as a demon king. The power on it also increased exponentially. In the next moment, with a single palm strike, a boundless amount of energy pushed the Grandmaster Savage back. Toad and the others cried out in surprise. They could actually merge. This was too strange. The Wildlands Patriarch was infuriated. He fought a great battle, slaughtering his way over. However, that black creature was still able to fuse with it. More and more silhouettes walked out of the spirit vein. There seemed to be no end to them. The Crimson Dragon furrowed his brows tightly. He used the Earthly Sutra and kept probing. He inspected the situation of the spirit veins under the ground. His expression became extremely ugly. He said, "Damn it, there were so many of them." He said that the Wildlands Patriarch shouldn't attack him because he wouldn't be able to kill him. Attack the Jade Vein and shatter it completely. After the Wildlands Patriarch heard this, his body swayed and he punched the ground with both fists. The surrounding spirit veins kept shattering. The black creatures in front were finally enraged. They let out a shrill cry. Their attacks were extremely fast, charging towards the Wildlands Patriarch. It was effective. The Wildlands Patriarch laughed out loud. Then, he took out a mace from his storage ring and swung it. His strength was so terrifying that he could shatter the Jade Vein in just a few moves. The black figures wrapped around their bodies and shrunk again, turning back into countless black creatures. Then, they entered the shattered Jade Vein and disappeared. Did they leave? After waiting for a long time. Seeing that no one came out, Baisusu heaved a sigh of relief. The toad also frowned. Damn, this is too strange. The Wildlands Patriarch snorted coldly and attacked continuously, shattering all the surrounding spirit veins. The Crimson Dragon said, "It's useless. The other spirit veins are useless. Only the Jade Vein works." "What is it?" "Do you know?" the Wildlands Patriarch asked. The Crimson Dragon shook his head. "I can only detect it because I have the Earth Scripture. They only exist in the Jade Vein, but I don't know what they are exactly." Just as he finished speaking, the Crimson Dragon's expression changed and he retreated quickly. The surrounding people were stunned. By the time they wanted to retreat, it was already too late. From the shattered spirit veins, a few black runes flew out and entered their bodies. Damn it, how dare they sneak attack? The Wildlands Patriarch held the mace. He rushed over and broke the ground completely. But he realized that those people were long gone. After he returned, he asked, "Are they all injured?" Baisusu shook his head. However, there was a black rune on the back of his hand. Elder Bai, the Wildlands Patriarch, and the surviving disciples of the Tao. It was the same. They were all hit. Only the Crimson Dragon was fast enough to dodge this attack. What was this thing? It didn't seem to have any effect. They didn't care. "Let's go back." The group returned. "Let's go back and discuss." These people returned along the way, but there was a change on the way. Baisusu's face turned pale, and the toad jumped up. Damn it, one of his claws had changed. It had turned into a jade-like existence. It was so fragile that it would shatter with the slightest touch. Baisusu's hands were the same. They became beautiful, like the most exquisite jade. However, he was incomparably terrified. His entire body was about to turn into jade. The surrounding disciples, and even the Wildlands Patriarch, were the same. However, the Wildlands Patriarch was very strong, so only a few of his fingers changed. The others weren't in such a good situation. At this speed, they would turn into jade people soon. In that case, all their laws would disappear, and they would shatter with the slightest touch. Their souls would be destroyed. How could this be? The toad jumped up. Damn it, I knew this thing was dangerous. The Crimson Dragon's expression was also solemn. He went back first and increased his speed. They quickly returned. After returning, the other patriarchs of the Tao also came and asked. When they learned about the situation, they were even more shocked. A mysterious monster walked out of the jade, and you were all attacked. Do you know what it is? These patriarchs of the Tao quickly investigated. But they realized that they didn't know how to contact the other merchant families. Yan Ryu also came out. After learning about the situation, he frowned. However, there was still no news. No, he had to inform Lin Xian. Yan Ryu said. Although she knew that Lin Xian was cultivating now, the situation in front of her was too strange. If he didn't save these people, they would be reduced to ashes. After Lin Xian learned of this situation, he also opened his eyes and walked out of the sword world. After he arrived, he checked the situation of the toad and the others, and then his face became ugly. How could it turn into jade? What was going on? Tell me in detail. The Crimson Dragon told him what had happened, including the other remote antiquity families. After Lin Xian heard this, his brows furrowed tightly. He said that it seemed that the change of the world had already begun. As for what this was, Lin Xian didn't know, so he asked DeLong. DeLong was also surprised after hearing the description. The one you're talking about is very similar to the Jade Man from before. However, it has been many tens of thousands of years since they last appeared, and now the Jade Man has appeared once again. This means that they will descend soon. Jade Man, what is that? Lin Xian was surprised, he had never heard of it before. DeLong said that it was a creature that existed in jade. It should also belong to one of the 10,000 ancient races. The 10,000 ancient races were extremely terrifying, and they were the most supreme existences in the primordial era. However, after the great changes in the world, after countless years, only a few of them were passed down. Some of them either disappeared or fell into a deep sleep. For example, the Light Clan was also one of the 10,000 ancient races back then. They were so powerful, but in the end, didn't they still disappear into thin air? The Jade Man was one of them back then. Those who were attacked by them would turn into jade and disappear into thin air. Can it be cured? Lin Xian asked. This time, the ones who were injured were his good friends. He couldn't just watch as these people died. DeLong said. Yes, as long as they could find their original bodies. The Jade Man was evolved from a piece of jade. This kind of jade was called the spirit jade. There were very few of them, and each time they appeared, the type would be different. Therefore, he didn't know which spirit jade had awakened this time. He had to find the spirit jade. Only by using the power contained in the spirit jade could it be dissolved. So that's how it was. These jade men were all formed from a piece of divine jade. After Lin Xian heard this, he took a deep breath. The next step was to find this piece of spirit jade. He didn't know where DeLong was. Lin Xian didn't know either. However, he had a way. All he had to do was capture the person in the jade and search his soul. Lin Xian walked out and explained the situation. Patriarch Wildlands and the others were shocked. Were they the 10,000 ancient tribes? Had they disappeared and reappeared? From the looks of it, the world had really changed. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ryu, and the others were also surprised. Lin Xian had said that the weather would change in the next few days. They didn't believe it at first, but now it seemed like it was about to begin. Next, he would look for the heavenly spirit jade. The Crimson Dragon said, I will go out and search for the spirit jade mountains, then set up a trap and capture them. Next, these people began to move. Lin Xian worked with the other patriarchs to seal the injured patriarch Wildlands, the toad by Susu, and the others in ice. Brat, you have to be quick. I don't want to become a toad. Lin Xian, I'll leave the rest to you, Bai Susu said. Lin Xian nodded. He and the fantasy world patriarch worked together to form a huge ice palace. They sealed them in ice. Bai Susu, the toad, and the others fell into a deep sleep. Next, Lin Xian and the others began to move. The Crimson Dragon searched for the spirit jade mountains first, then they set up a formation. At the same time, Lin Xian took a deep breath. The world had changed. The first one was the person in the jade. What would happen next? In the Divine Union, after the people in the Tao were injured, the other ancient families and great sects were also affected. They had turned into jade as well. In an instant, many people had completely turned into jade. Then, countless cracks appeared on their bodies. After shattering, their souls were destroyed. This scene terrified countless people because it couldn't be suppressed. Apart from using ice to delay it, there was no other way to break it. Furthermore, they had no idea exactly what those black creatures were. Freeze! The Yi family patriarch shouted angrily, sealing the injured people in ice. The Kuanpung tribe and the Qilin tribe also took action. However, this could only delay it for a short period of time. Their faces turned ugly. Since when did such a terrifying existence appear in Burial Earth Star? Even their martial monarch clans were helpless against it. Lin Xian had already found a jade mountain. It was a very good neighboring mountain. Those people in the jade would definitely come over to absorb the energy here. Therefore, they began to wait. The Crimson Dragon set up a top-notch formation, using the other spirit veins in the surroundings. Fire-based spirit veins, metal spirit veins, and delayed spirit veins were used to set up a formation. Even the top-notch formation couldn't be seen. This was the power of a Geomaster. This time, Lin Xian came personally to suppress the person in the jade. When night fell, a figure appeared in the Jade Mountain, wanting to launch a sneak attack. However, Lin Xian had been waiting for them. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The power of reincarnation illuminated the entire world. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Since they had come in, they couldn't leave. The dragon waved its claws, activating the formation and sealing the surroundings. In the Jade Mountain, those people in the jade stood inside and roared crazily. Every shadow was baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was very strange. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out, shattering the Jade Mountain. The people in the jades all fell out, covering the sky and covering the earth as they attacked. There were many of them. However, Lin Xian sneered. The Taiji diagram in his hand flew out, and the yin and yang sword qi turned into a sea of swords. It charged straight forward. The two sides collided, and the people in the jade were all split apart. The people in the prison also screamed crazily. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be so powerful. Their broken bodies quickly merged like water droplets. Then, an even more terrifying existence was formed. With a slash, it split heaven and earth. Lin Xian snorted. His divine body bloomed, and terrifying flames swept out. At the same time, the demonic realm descended. A demonic palace descended from the sky and suppressed the people in the jade. The people in the jade roared crazily, and many arms appeared on his body. There were a total of 12 arms, and they kept dancing. Each arm was holding a weapon, and they were dancing crazily. The demonic world mirage was actually shaking non-stop. Kid, hurry up and suppress him completely. Otherwise, more and more monsters will fuse. Indeed, the savage wilderness ancestor was forced back last time because there were too many monsters fusing behind him. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Endless sword qi appeared on his body. He swung the Hellfire Dragon sword and split the Jade Man into 2 halves. This time, the Jade couldn't heal. The 2 halves of his body couldn't be healed. He was terrified. He let out a shrill cry. Lin Xian sneered. Back then, the Great Dragon Sword could split the Great Emperor in half. There was no way to heal. Not to mention the person in the jade. Although this thing was mysterious, it couldn't be compared to the Great Emperor. Although Lin Xian couldn't unleash the full power of the Great Dragon Sword, it was enough to deal with the jade-like man in front of him. After the jade-like man was injured, he wanted to escape. The two halves of his body flew toward the Jade Mountains. The Crimson Dragon sneered. "Stay." The array formed by it flickered quickly, blocking the jade-like man in the middle. The jade-like man in the middle let out a shrill cry. His 12 arms danced quickly, bombarding the array. Lin Xian roared angrily. 6 paths of reincarnation. The illusion of 6 worlds appeared and kept crushing the jade-like man in the middle. The jade-like man in the middle was suppressed. He roared, unwilling to give up. However, Lin Xian's eyes were fixed on him like a god. Soul Search. The power of the Rinnegan completely erupted. The jade-like man in the middle couldn't resist. His soul was searched. Lin Xian's right Rinnegan saw a mysterious image. In an unknown space, there were endless altars and ancient stones. Desolate strange stones were placed all over the ground. In the middle, there was a piece of jade. It was a piece of blood-colored jade. It was incomparably mysterious and radiated brilliance. It was unforgettable with a single glance. Could it be the heavenly spirit jade that the great dragon mentioned? Lin Xian wanted to examine it carefully, but at this moment, the blood-colored jade shook slightly. A terrifying power appeared, and even the surrounding ancient altars and stone pillars erupted with light. In the next moment, the image shattered. Lin Xian frowned. The jade-like man in front of him also let out a scream. Then, he turned into pieces of jade. Then, cracks appeared on his body. With a crack, he shattered into pieces. Was he dead? Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that someone had discovered his soul surge and forcibly interrupted it. At the same time, in a mysterious place, the heavenly spirit jade shook non-stop. At the same time, a cold shout sounded. "Who dares to examine me?" The mournful voice was very terrifying. The surrounding stone pillars and ancient altars also shook, letting out a low sound. Did the great emperor family discover us? No matter who it is, even if it's a martial monarch clan, so what? Can they do anything to us? The time has come. This is our world, and no one can stop us. After waiting for so long, it was finally here. The heavens are helping me. This time, we will rule the world. Various low, hoarse, and aged voices sounded one after another. Obviously, these were all extremely terrifying and mysterious existences. What happened to the kid? In the Jade Mountain, the Crimson Dragon withdrew the formation. He asked. Lin Xian said that he had discovered something. He recounted what he had seen. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. From the looks of it, the blood-colored jade was their main body. As long as they could find the blood-colored jade, it would be enough. However, he didn't know where it was. Lin Xian asked De Long again. He described what he had seen. De Long said, "You said you saw many stone pillars and strange stones. Combined with the heavenly spiritual jade, I can think of a place. Ancient land of Taichu." Lin Xian frowned after hearing this. He wasn't unfamiliar with this place. This place was also a forbidden land for life. Moreover, it was in the quintessential world. From the looks of it, it wasn't just the forbidden land of burial earth that had been revived. It was the same in the quintessential world. This time, it wasn't just 1 or 2 worlds that had changed, but the entire universe. Were they going to face a forbidden land for life? The Crimson Dragon said, "I'm afraid we can't beat it now." Lin Xian said, "Don't worry, we shouldn't be the only ones affected. The other remote antiquity and martial monarch clans should be affected as well. Let's join forces with them and attack together." Then, the two of them returned. Lin Xian gathered the strength of the Divine Union once again. At the same time, he also sent a message to the remote antiquity and martial monarch clans to inquire. When he found out that, as he had guessed, the other clans and sects were also injured, Lin Xian understood that they could join forces. Qingqing, send out the Divine Union invitation and invite the martial monarch clans and remote antiquity clans to discuss. After the Divine Union invitation was sent out, the martial monarch clans and remote antiquity clans all set off. Now, who would dare not give face to Lin Xian? Furthermore, the discussion this time was about this mysterious matter. Therefore, they were very cooperative and came quickly. In an instant, Burial Earth was shocked. Had they gathered in the Divine Union again? The people of the Purple Mansion were nervous. Was Lin Wuti going to attack them? After all, they were the ones Lin Xian wanted to attack the most after the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Purple Mansion master snorted coldly and ignored them. In less than a year, they would all be dead. They just had to wait patiently. He had also heard about some of the strange phenomena that had occurred recently. He knew that it was because those people were going to come, which was why it was happening. Previously, his father had said that they would arrive in 3 years. Now, 2 years had passed and there was still 1 year left. He wouldn't do anything during this year. When those people arrived, it would be the best time for them to make a move. In the main hall of the Divine Union, the martial monarch clans, remote antiquity clans, and peerless great sects had all gathered. After seeing Lin Gongzi, they all bowed. Lin Xian also said, "Everyone, I invited you here to discuss what happened in the Spirit Jade Mountain range recently." Upon hearing this, many of the martial monarch clans and grand elders sighed. Forget about it, the losses were disastrous. Young master, we don't even know who the other party is. The martial monarch clans also shook their heads. The Yi family patriarch said, "We have no clue." Yi Wudao said, "Brother Lin, you must know something since you called us here, right?" As soon as he said this, the other powerhouses raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. All of them exclaimed. "Lin Gongzi, do you know, young master, tell us quickly. You are making us anxious." These people were extremely anxious. Lin Xian said, "Our people from the Divine Union were also injured, so I caught one of them and asked him clearly. The person who attacked us was the Jade Man." The Jade Man? Many people frowned. They had never heard of this before. Where did this monster come from? However, the old Phoenix Bridge of the Phoenix race narrowed his eyes. It seemed to be a 10,000 ancient race that had disappeared. That's right. The Yi family patriarch's eyes lit up. Not even half of the 10,000 ancient races had been passed down. Many of them had disappeared in the long river of time. The Jade Man was one of them. Had they appeared again? Damn it. The Qilin race clenched their teeth. No wonder they had turned into jade. These Jade Men had this ability. They had actually been ambushed by them, cold voices rang out one after another. Obviously, these martial monarch clans had heard some records about the people in prison. Lin Xian said, "Since you know, it's easy to deal with. If they wanted to break it, they would have to find the original body of the Jade Man, the Sky Spirit Jade." The Sky Note race sighed. It was said that the Sky Spirit Jade was extremely mysterious and existed in any place in the 10,000 worlds. It was hidden very deeply and definitely wouldn't be found easily. How would we know? As soon as this was said, the others nodded. The 10,000 worlds was too vast. They didn't have much time. End of chapter 5560. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.